The night snowfall had already covered the roof of the house. In this house, a blue-eyed boy heard strange cries for help. He sat up on his torn bed to find the source of the sound. The cold in the room made steam come out of the boy's mouth. The boy peered into something and the cries were repeated. This someone did not want to die. Wrapped in a blanket, the boy looked out the window and assumed that the sound was coming from there. His eyes sparkled with a bright blue light. The trees stood in the snow. The boy was already running towards the source of the sound, leaving tracks in the snowdrifts. His ears and face were already red from the frost. Then he looked at his hands in surprise. Bluish round lights were flickering on his palms. The boy followed each of them. The lights seemed to lead the boy. A row of lights led to a black cat, which was sitting in the middle of a snowy meadow. Estio took an uncertain step towards the animal. A few seconds later, he stopped in front of the cat. Estio looked at the animal with surprise, his mouth slightly open. The cat looked at him with her eyes glittering. Suddenly, the animal coughed violently. The snow near the cat was stained with large drops of blood. The boy's hands reached out towards the animal. When the boy's hands touched her, Siki also shimmered with a blue light. Estio took her in his arms, which made the cat relax. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that now everything would be fine, it would not hurt anymore. The sun was shining brightly on the snow-covered window. The blue-eyed boy had just woken up, his face was dirty. He wrapped himself up tighter, because the room was cold. Suddenly, a boy began to knock furiously on the door. Terriot pounded on the door with his foot and indignantly asked how much longer he would lie there. Estio looked exhausted, looking forward. Turning to the side, the boy also wrapped himself in a shabby blanket. Estio lowered his feet to the floor. The door to Estio's room creaked open. The boy didn't even look up at the man who entered. Terriot, with a smug grin, asked the boy again if he was going to get out soon, since today was a special day. The older brother was dressed to the nines. Estio, looking tiredly ahead, answered indifferently that he would come out soon. Still wrapped in a blanket, the boy came out to meet his brother. Terriot grabbed the edge of the blanket and pulled it towards himself. With a sharp movement, his brother threw the same blanket at Estio, knocking him off his feet. Terriot, with a look of disgust on his face, pinched his nose and disgustedly told the younger one to put on clean clothes. Estio didn't answer, but silently lowered his eyes to the floor. The boy took the edge of his sweater and brought it to his nose to smell how it smelled. He stood alone in the hallway, looking out the window. Looking ahead, Estio remembered that today was the day of the coming-of-age ceremony. In the village of Selbia, where he was born and raised, on the first Sunday of every year, 19-year-old girls and boys born in the same year gather together and celebrate the coming-of-age ceremony. So everyone's task is to live their lives to become a worthy adult. This ceremony is the most grandiose event. Estio slowly descended the stairs from the second floor. On the first floor, he saw a girl and a man with their backs to him. He stood and looked at them until he heard a cry from somewhere to the side. A girl in a green dress approached him and said that she thought he was a ghost. Then she leaned towards the boy and asked why he smelled so much. Louise covered her nose with her hand and said with disdain that her brother's hair was greasy and if anyone looked at him, they would think Estio was a vagabond. The boy listened in silence, dissatisfied, as his father continued to say that he was not trying at all. Louise nudged her brother and said that it would be a shame if they all went together, since Louis would also be coming to the ceremony today. The girl turned away from Estio and said that they would go first, and that he should wash himself and come after him. It seemed as if Estio had decided to listen to his sister's words, but his face still expressed nothing. Outside the window, near the house, there was a well with water. Despite the fact that there was snow outside and it was winter, the boy stood without a jacket, leaning his hands on the well. Estio looked at the bottom of the well, as if preparing himself for something. He continued to look silently, and seemed to have made up his mind. The well-lifting device creaked. Estio doused himself from head to toe with ice water, which he raised in a bucket from the bottom of the well. The boy stood barefoot in the snow, but did not even move from the cold. He shook his head briskly from side to side, shaking off droplets of water. His skin turned red from the cold. At that moment, the hero looked ahead, hearing meowing. Smiling happily, Estio called out to Siki. In response, some clothes fell on him from above. On the roof of the well sat a black cat, one eye was yellow and the other green. Holding the clothes, the boy asked the cat in confusion what it was, to which Siki replied that it was a gift. Unwrapping the gift, Estio saw that it was a beautiful robe with embroidery in the middle. Looking at the cat, the boy only wanted to ask where she got it, but she again answered that it was a gift. The cat proudly raised her chin and did not want to answer anymore. But Estio did not calm down and watched his friend asking to answer honestly where she got it. After a short silence, the cat answered that she got it. While the guy was again asking himself another question, Siki had already decided to jump from her place. She landed at Estio's feet and rubbed against them, mentally telling him that she got another gift for the guy. Siki looked up at the guy carefully. Estio looked back at Siki, his eyes smiling. At that moment, it was as if nothing existed around them and everything was illuminated by a blue light. From Siki's memories, it became clear that in the village, one little girl was in danger. A carriage drawn by horses was driving towards her, and she could not move from the spot from fear. But suddenly the girl was knocked down by a black cat, thereby saving her from a collision with the carriage. The girl's frightened mother wanted to thank the cat for saving her daughter, so she asked what she needed. Siki pointed to the counter with fancy clothes, and there was that very festive tunic for Estio. The girl handed the tunic to the animal, thereby thanking the savior. Now these fancy clothes were in the hands of the cat's owner. Estio sighed and said that Siki was stubborn, since she asked for such a reward. But nevertheless, the boy stroked the cat and thanked her for finding new clothes. He barely got his head through the neck of the tunic while putting it on. From the boy's face it was clear how pleased Estio was to be in a clean and new tunic. Lowering his head, the hero thought that Siki sometimes brings such strange gifts. On the day when he was sick, she brought medicine, and when their harvest failed and they were starving, she brought bread. Stroking the cat, the boy understood that she could not be aware of the whole situation and know the right time, because it was just her cat's intuition. A small bird flew up to Estio and greeted the guy. The bird's name was Piria. A whole group of animals had already gathered around the guy, whom he also began to greet joyfully. He asked the dog Ben if it was true that Ricky was pregnant, and if so, then she should be more careful in such cold. Estio suddenly fell silent and concentrated on something. He turned around and called Siki, but she was no longer visible. The guy was puzzled by the sudden disappearance of the cat. Footsteps were heard. These were the steps of a girl in shoes. Estio turned around at the sound, and in the meantime a bird perched on his shoulder. The blonde girl with expressive green eyes was dressed in a cute pink dress. Estio recognized her. It was Bella. Looking at the hero in surprise, it seemed as if the girl did not recognize the guy. Tilting his head forward, Estio was not surprised by this. Looking sadly to the side, the main character thought that she would not remember him, and this was quite expected. Bella blushed in embarrassment and asked the guy if he was Estio. Coming closer to the hero, the girl asked if the guy was going to the ceremony, to which she received the answer that he was just about to go there. The girl with a smile suggested that they go together. At that moment the bright sun illuminated them. Strong drinks were poured into mugs and someone shouted, "Raise your glasses." There were many visitors in the village tavern that day, and everyone was having fun drinking. The headman treated everyone to drinks, pouring everyone what they wanted. Looking ahead, the man asked if Estio would come today. The guy's parents were heavily silent about this. With a smile on her face, Louise decided to answer that her brother was very lazy and was going to come without even washing himself. She even mentioned the fact that on New Year's Eve she asked him to wash himself, and it took the guy a whole day. A young man bowed his head and said that no one should worry about Estio. The others supported him and also said that they should just forget about him. The headman sighed at this. And the next moment he smiled radiantly and said that if it was too cold to wait, then they could drink to his health. The fair-haired young man stood up and objected that they should wait. Looking at the headman, the boy said that Bella had not yet arrived. Many men responded to this with enthusiasm, saying that it really would be worth waiting for the girl, because they should play with something beautiful and how sad this child must be. Two people entered the hall, Bella and Estio, but only the girl attracted all attention. The fair-haired boy ran up to Bella and said that he thought that the girl would not come at all. She replied that this could not be and that her shoelaces simply came undone on the way. The boy immediately became worried, starting to ask Bella if she had fallen on the way and if something hurt. Bella smiled sweetly and reassured the boy, saying that everything was fine and that she had met Estio on the way. The boy was perplexed. Estio, meanwhile, approached the hero, deciding to greet him, calling the fair-haired man Louis. Louis couldn't believe his eyes that it was really Estio standing in front of him. Looking the guy up and down, everyone saw that he looked great, clean skin and hair, new good clothes. Bella smiled slyly to herself, looking at Estio. She suddenly took his hand and pulled. The girl pulled the guy so hard that she almost knocked Louis off his feet. At that very moment, Estio saw the blue light around him again. Delving into Bella's memories, one could see her as a little girl asking her mother when she would return, because she was waiting for her at home. The next moment was where the girl was already older and some man confessed his love to her, to which she reciprocated. Then she was in the arms of a young guy who proposed to her to marry him after the coming-of-age ceremony, to which she also agreed. In the back of her mind, her name sounded so obsessively that the girl simply screamed how tired she was of all this. In some crazy state, the girl asked if there was anything new and if someone could love and protect her like a handsome prince in a fairy tale. She needed a love similar to a novel from books. Estio saw Bella's hidden desires and feelings, so he was stunned by this and did not respond when she called him. The girl looked at the hero with concern and asked the young man if he was okay. Estio turned around abruptly at her voice. Bella tried to stroke the hero's face, but he recoiled in horror. The guy immediately reacted to the touch and hit the girl's hand, thereby preventing her from touching him. Surprised to realize what he had done, Estio began to apologize. Bella was confused for a moment. Then the girl innocently asked if Estio was angry that she touched him without permission and immediately apologized, to which the guy began to make excuses. Bella looked repentant and so innocent, but there were sins behind her soul that Estio saw. Looking ahead, the guy tried to convince himself that he saw nothing. At the table, everyone was celebrating and clinking mugs in honor of the children who became adults today. Estio sat with an empty wooden mug and was silent. Despite the heroine, the guy decided to talk to her, because she was sitting next to him. The guy thanked the girl with a smile, but she said that she should thank him. Louis listened to their conversation with displeasure about Bella being late and almost becoming a victim of ridicule, but it was great that Estio accompanied her. Looking at the two guys, Louis wondered where Estio could get these expensive clothes from and why Bella cared so much about him. Drinking the drink, the hero realized that he did not like all this, so he looked gloomier than a cloud. Suddenly, Louis heard Estio's parents talking, his mother asking his father if he had bought the boy these clothes. Peeking out from around the corner, the boy heard Sean answer that they didn't have that kind of money for clothes and that was why his wife was so worried, to which his father replied that he had lent her some. Continuing to look at the heroes, the boy also heard Estio's mother answer that there weren't even people in their area who wore such robes. The boy narrowed his eyes angrily and apparently suspected something was wrong with all of this. He loudly put his mug of drink on the table. And with a friendly smile, he turned to Estio and asked that he hadn't seen such a design before and where he would have gotten such clothes. Estio looked straight at Luis and replied that he had received them as a gift. Luis brazenly put his hand on Estio's shoulder and asked again about the gift. The boy looked menacingly at the main character, wondering who Estio could have gotten this from. Estio opened his mouth wide and calmly replied that it was from a friend. Louis was already slightly furious and said that among Estio's friends there could not be such a rich man who could afford to give such gifts. Many people began to pay attention to the boy's words and turned their gaze to the speakers. Estio's worried parents also heard this conversation and silently waited for the continuation. Stamping his feet, Louis continued to press and asked the boy to answer him honestly. He asked the frightened protagonist if he stole these clothes. Estio was shocked by this, so he opened his eyes wide. The atmosphere of condemnation from those around him plunged the boy's mind into darkness. He remembered his earlier childhood, how he stood with a broken forehead and looked up. People crowded around him and someone even wanted to throw a stone at the boy. Estio lay in blood, the crowd did not disperse and watched him. The mother held the bloodied boy in her arms and cried, someone begged for him not to be killed. After that, the boy was placed in the attic and asked to stay there from now on. Estio emerged from his memories with horror on his face. With a smile on his face, Luis continued to talk about how Estio had become unsightly lately and that in order to look cool today, he had gone into town and stolen clothes. The crowd of onlookers supported Luis, everyone echoed him. The boy was in despair, thinking that he was an unlucky person. There was fear in his eyes, because he had not stolen anything. Looking at Bella, it was obvious that the girl believed the speculation and now looked at the boy with disdain. Estio was silent. Someone from the crowd shouted that they needed to grab the weirdo and threw a tomato at the boy. At the same time, a warning sounded in Estio's head. The boy tensed up. Before he could dodge, the tomato hit Estio in the head. The vegetable bounced off and hit the lantern, scattering. The tomato began to spray its juice all around. All of it landed right on Estio's head. His entire face was covered in red juice. One boy even pointed at him, repeating that he was an idiot. Estio wiped his dirty face with his sleeve. His entire white robe was covered in red stains. Estio's father turned away from his son, not even looking at him. His mother also did not look at her son and did not think to stand up for him. The older brother only looked at Estio with hatred. The protagonist had imagined this day differently, and expected that his family would accept him and they would all have fun together. But now everything was different. He stood alone in a ruined robe and understood that there was no place for him here. Night had already fallen and Estio was sitting in the corner of his room. His white robe was now clean, because he had washed it after the ceremony. The guy hugged his legs and lowered his head. Suddenly, he let out a sharp, lonely laugh. And then he burst out laughing all over the room. The smile froze on his face when he finished laughing. After that, a bitter tear ran down his face. He felt unbearably bad at that moment. He folded his robe and a small knife into a bag, getting ready to leave the house. While packing, the guy thought that it didn't matter where he was going. Estio had already gotten dressed and went out. He looked sadly behind him. The main character stood on a mountain and his home appeared before his eyes, which he was leaving with the thought that he just wanted to live. The tree branches in the forest were bare and covered with snow. Estio stopped, as if thinking about something. There was a mountain in front of him, and on either side of it were two different paths, and the guy was thinking about where he should go. He stood, covering his freezing face with a scarf and could not decide. Suddenly, the sound of a cart's wheels was heard. The boy raised his head and looked at the unknown man, who was asking Estio if he was traveling in such cold weather, and on foot. A cart appeared in front of the boy, its lanterns shining brightly. The man driving it offered him a ride with a smile on his face. The boy was surprised and accepted the offer, thanking him and immediately apologizing for the disturbance. The cart slowly drove along the road. Estio sat inside in silence. Now they had already crossed a wooden bridge. Something above caught the hero's attention. There was a hole in the fabric roof of the cart, in which a cat's paw was visible. Then a cat's face appeared, which immediately meowed. Estio exclaimed joyfully, because it was Siki. On the night of the day when the coming-of-age ceremony took place, Estio left his village. Several carriages quickly raced, harnessed by horses, causing a noise. Estio's carriage bounced on a bump. This woke the boy up and opened his eyes. He sat up abruptly, realizing where he was, and heard an exclamation. A red-haired guy in armor was sitting opposite Estio, asking how Estio was sleeping in such a cold. The red-haired guy laughed at the fact that the guy looked so surprised. With a smile on his face, the hero called the guy a country bumpkin and said that it was even cute. Estio noticed two huge swords behind the red-haired guy's back. Looking away, the protagonist immediately began to think that he was a knight guarding this cart. Standing next to the guy, the knight said that Estio must be embarrassed since he was so quiet. The red-haired guy with a mischievous smile continued to talk to Estio about how they picked him up, but it seemed the knight would be bored with him. The knight showed a thumbs up and smiled broadly. Estio seemed to be still digesting what he had heard and did not say a word. Looking at the guy, the hero decided to introduce himself soon. The red-haired man, surprised, did not immediately understand the sound of Estio's name and simply called him Esto. The guy looked at the knight skeptically, but did not correct him. The knight with a smile on his face introduced himself as James. Laughing loudly, the hero answered his full name. Looking ahead with confusion, Estio answered with a question, what could be funny about this? James did not expect this and was surprised by Estio's reaction. Sitting in the carriage, the hero answered that he liked Estio. The guy was surprised and did not fully understand what the knight meant. James laughed. Looking at Estio, the knight asked him why he was going to the city, maybe to get a job. The surprised protagonist looked at James, who again called the guy a country bumpkin and said not to even hope to make a big breakthrough in the city, because there are other ways to become successful in life. You need to completely devote yourself to some business. Looking down, Estio sadly realized that he could not even think about such a thing. Following the hero, the guy understood that he had no talents, no goals. Even with his abilities, he could not protect others like this knight. He was not even able to take care of himself. The knight with a smile on his face asked what Estio was good at and suggested that by his appearance, he could not cope with hard work. Opening his mouth, the protagonist answered with one word: animals. Watching James, the boy said that he gets along well with them. The knight, with a smile on his face, said that the hero could try to get a job at the circus, but it would be better not to, because he would not have enough strength for that. Looking at the floor, Estio agreed and also added that he could know what animals were thinking. The boy laughed at this and asked if Estio could read his thoughts. Continuing to watch the hero, the boy realized that there was no one in the city with such an exceptional talent as him. After a few seconds, Estio folded his hands on his legs and thought about his ability to read the thoughts and memories of others at will. The hero remembered Bella's memories and thought that he could see and hear them even if he did not want to. This is a power that a normal person should not have. The carriage suddenly jerked and Estio was pinned back against its wall. James became suddenly serious and frowned. The knight stood up, while Estio tried to get an even position. The protagonist looked up at the knight in surprise. But the boy was already jumping out of the cart. Estio stayed inside and heard James calling him after a while. He looked outside. The knight was standing around the corner of the cart, and Estio asked him what had happened. Looking at the boy, James replied that there was a problem with the horses pulling the cart. They had stopped and were not moving, and it seemed that they were not hungry because they were not eating anything. The hero, hanging his head, did not understand what the problem could be and assumed that the horses were simply tired. But 3 hours later, the carts were still standing along the road, and the people were already tired of scurrying back and forth. Some were sitting on the ground doing nothing. Estio decided to have lunch with a bun of bread he had taken with him. While the boy was eating, the people outside were indignant that they had already waited here for 3 whole hours. A huge number of people continued to discuss how they would get there in such cold, and were even thinking about killing the horses and going on another cart. The hero clutched his head and couldn't find a place to stay from waiting and cursed everything, saying that he could die from this, and he wanted to know what was on those horses' minds. James thought about it, repeating his last phrase, as if he remembered something. He called out loudly to Estio, so that he shuddered and almost dropped his bun. The hero grabbed the guy by the wrist, and then unceremoniously began to pull him out of the cart. With a smile on his face, James told the guy to go. Estio asked again where exactly. The man pulled the guy to the front of the line of carts, and said that if he really could read minds, then let him try to find out what was on those horses' minds. Estio, in fear, asked the knight to wait and said that if the horses didn't think at all, how would he be able to hear them then? The knight, with a smile on his face, noted that it turned out that Estio didn't read minds, but simply heard them, which was surprising to him. The hero happily pushed Estio forward and told him to just go and try to hear them. Estio looked at the boy, who was happy with his idea, with irritation, but said nothing. Meanwhile, the driver was beating the horses with his whip and shouting at them to go already. The horses heard that if they continued to stand, he promised to kill them. Estio took a deep breath, gathering his courage. Then the protagonist headed towards the driver. Looking at the man, the boy politely asked him to wait a little. Watching the driver, the hero said that he would just look at the horses once. The man asked again in confusion what he was going to do. James approached Estio in support, when the boy again asked him to wait a little. The driver began to twist his whip and thoughtfully chuckled. Meanwhile, Estio was already approaching the horses. They were snorting worriedly and did not look their best. The boy put his hand on the head of one of the horses and gently pressed his face to it, asking what could have happened. The horse was silent. Estio was again immersed in the bluish glow that appeared visible only to his eyes. And then he heard the thoughts of the horse, which lowered its head and said that it was scared, because there was danger ahead. The surprised boy tried to ask her why she thought so. She answered that someone huge and with sharp claws would kill everyone. A monster with huge fangs. Estio hugged the horse, and she continued to say that the monster would kill everyone who cared for them. The picture in the horse's mind showed a monster with white fur, sharp fangs, and a ferocious body. Estio stopped listening to the horse's thoughts and returned to reality dumbfounded. He turned, looking worriedly at James. The knight was impatiently trying to find out what Estio had learned from the horse's thoughts. The protagonist pointed to the road into the forest, and said that there was something ahead. Looking carefully ahead, the guy said that according to the horses, there was a huge monster with red eyes, long claws and white fur covering its entire body, and, it seemed, it was incredibly evil. James listened attentively as Estio said that if they were attacked, they would suffer great losses. Looking at the carts, the hero continued to explain that the horses had stopped only to warn everyone of the danger. The knight thought about the information he had received and tried to remember what kind of monster the guy had described. The charioteer overheard their conversation and became worried. Estio thought with regret that hardly anyone would believe what he was saying. He stroked the horse's thigh, where it had been beaten with a whip throughout this entire time. He felt sorry for the animal. The protagonist decided to return to his cart, while the knight was discussing something with the charioteer. Suddenly, someone stopped the guy. It was James, who, looking ahead, remembered one creature that could be found on a snowy mountain. Looking ahead, James could not remember what it was called. Turning to the side, the hero remembered that it could have been a white-furred monkey. The driver thoughtfully closed his eyes, saying that this was a very rare species, but this beast could well have been here. The people around him picked up the conversation, discussing that in such cold weather a monster could be here and that its skin was quite popular among aristocrats. James took his swords and said that the warriors should be on guard again. The driver, frightened, spoke up again, saying that this was not a monster, but just an animal, and could it really be the reason why the horses were so scared? Continuing to take his swords, the hero replied that it was at least worth checking, because the horses were not even able to move, so they had no other choice. A few seconds later, James called Estio. The boy with a smile on his face told the hero that he would have to wait for him, as he needed to go with the others. Several more knights had gathered to scout with Reno, making a total of 6. The red-haired boy happily said that it seemed that only half of the hired ones had set out this time, although they all had good abilities. Estio sat on the ground and listened attentively to the knight, just like a small child. James looked at the boy, took his hand and pulled him, asking if Estio wanted to go with them too. The knight was already dragging Estio along with him. While he was indignant, why would he go with them? The hero answered with a smile that it was just in case, and what if they needed a translator? Estio was confused and clearly did not want to go. The main character roughly imagined that, according to the horses, their opponent would be more terrible and probably it was a beast monster or something worse, so the guy just wanted to stay alive and return to the village. Estio, looking away, thought that he deliberately did not explain his abilities in more detail, because no matter how hard he tried, everyone would think of it as reading the minds of animals. He looked at the knight's back and thought again. His parents, brother and sister felt awkward because of this ability, and the moment they discovered that Estio was reading their thoughts, everything changed dramatically in an unexpected direction. Thinking about the guy decided not to be interested in other people anymore, even if they were people who trusted him. Now the squad was calmly moving along the road. The girl knight looked up and asked everyone to stop abruptly. Estio looked out from behind James with interest. The knights stood up obediently. They stood in a wedge so that everyone could see the surrounding area and each other. Night was already falling. There was an ominous premonition. A puff of steam came out of the mouth of one of the knights. Looking forward, the hero summoned a flame. Apparently this was his ability. Flashes of fire appeared around everyone, giving off warmth and illuminating the area. Estio peered into the flames with interest. Suddenly a strong wind blew. The monster and his thoughts appeared, in which he called them damn people. It really was an angry white-furred huge monkey, who thought that he would kill each of them. The white monkey looked at all the people with anger. Watching each knight, the animal said that he would kill everyone. Estio looked at the monkey with fear. Standing next to the monster, the guy was surprised by its size. Looking away, the guy understood that if you are going to convey your thoughts to someone without touching them, then you must have the same will as him. With his eyes wide open, Estio saw that the monster wanted to kill them all. The monster opened its mouth in displeasure, shouting that it would kill everyone. Looking askance at James, the protagonist told them to leave right now. Slowly taking out his swords, the knight replied that the only way was only along this road. Opening his mouth wide, Estio began to shout that it was dangerous. The knight, not listening to the hero, continued to take out his swords. A few seconds later, James was already standing in a stance, preparing to fight the monster. One of the girls looked ahead worriedly. Her hands began to slowly take out their weapons. Looking ahead, the heroine asked the guys if this was the same white-furred monkey. The monster quickly pricked up its ears. Starting to beat itself on the chest, the animal went mad. Estio, gritting his teeth, tried to hold back from the strong wind. Hiding his face, the hero looked at the monkey in fear. With a smile on his face, James told the monster that she understood everything correctly. One of the heroines laughed loudly, asking the monkey if she had anything white besides her fur. The guy confidently moved from his place. With quick movements, the hero jumped on the monster, opening his mouth. The frightened monster began to cover itself with its paws. The knights began to quickly rush forward. One of the heroines was incredibly close to the monster. Two archers looked at the monkey in fear. The man put his hand with a beam forward and was ready to strike. The monkey closed its eyes and tried to hide from such blows. The monster's eyes looked forward with displeasure. Estio, his mouth wide open, watched the monster. After a few seconds, the animal began to scream loudly, opening its mouth. The guy looked forward in fear. James, gritting his teeth, looked back at the monkey. With quick movements, the monster threw one of the swordsmen back with its paw. The man, jerking his legs in different directions, asked to stop all this. A huge shadow surrounded the entire body of the frightened archer. The paw with great force reached for the hero. Estio, his mouth open, ran forward. The main character's body quickly covered the sitting archer. Stretching his hand forward, the main character began to shout at the monster that everything was fine. Looking the monkey straight in the eyes, the main character asked it to calm down. The monster began to look the guy in the eyes intently. The white-furred monkey stopped attacking people. Estio continued to reach for the beast, opening his mouth wide. Armed James began to jump from the monkey's back with quick movements. The knight, his mouth open angrily, began to shout at the monster to keep his distance. His entire back was covered with wounds from 2 stripes from the sword. The monster, his mouth wide open, began to scream loudly. The monkey's paws tried to touch their wounds. Bright lights began to surround the monster. A few seconds later, all the warriors watched as the monkey ran into the forest. The heroes continued to fight, running after the beast. Looking ahead, Estio heard the guys saying to end it. The body was lying on the ground. Looking into the depths of the forest, the guy did not understand why he did all this. Thinking about the monster, the main character understood that he stopped it, and it stopped attacking, starting to believe the guy. Seeing how it ran into the forest, Estio began to understand that now he would pay for this with his life. Many voices appeared in the guy's head, telling him that he was scared. Frightened, looking ahead, the guy decided to go. Snow tracks led to a cave. Estio looked ahead with fear, but at the same time with interest. Looking into the darkness, the guy understood that most likely, the warriors had not yet discovered this cave, because it was very quiet. His hands carefully leaned against the walls of the cave. Covering his nose, Estio began to smell blood. The guy's gaze looked ahead carefully. The hands continued to hold on to the walls of the cave. Inside this place, a monster was sitting with its back to the guy. Blue light began to creep up to Estio's feet. Everything around the hero began to glow brightly and emit light. The eyes looked ahead, thinking about it. The hero immediately found himself in the memory of a white-furred monkey. 3 monsters were standing in the snow. One of the monkeys noticed something to the side. Next to the animals lay the body of a girl, who was unconscious. The monkey carefully laid the girl on its back. After a while, the heroine opened her eyes. Kneeling, the girl looked ahead in fear, her mouth open. The monkey calmly brought food to the heroine. The girl looked at the stone with a piece of meat lying on it with incomprehension. Her hands hesitantly grabbed the food. After a while, the girl was already sitting with a smile on her face with the monkey, holding a baby in her arms. The heroine spent most of her time in the circle with the animals. Touching the monkey's nose, the girl said with a smile on her face that she would name their child Niju. The sound hunters slowly walked into the cave. The frightened girl told her child to hide. After a while, the heroine was already sitting surrounded by 3 hunters. The cub looked out from behind a rock in fear. Tears appeared in his eyes. After that, the monster became angry with all people, not letting them near him. Estio looked sadly at the animal, calling her name. The monkey's paw began to peek out from the shadows, thinking that her mother had come to her. Looking down, the main character explained to Niju that he was not her mother. Surprisingly peering at the man, the animal asked the guy who he was. Standing next to Niju, Estio said his name. Standing with the guy, the monster asked Estio if he would kill her. Looking into the animal's eyes, the main character replied that he would not do anything. Looking sadly ahead, Estio answered that it seemed to him that he should have come. Lowering his head sadly, Nenju answered that her family was killed. Standing next to the monkey, the guy said that he already knew all this. Through the bright light, Estio continued to look at Nenju, answering that most likely it was because of the money. Sitting with interest, the monkey asked the hero if she could bring back her mother and family if she had money. Raising his eyes up, Estio answered that it was impossible to do. Opening her mouth, Nenju asked the guy if she could take revenge. Lowering his head, the main character answered that he was not sure about it. Squinting his eyes, the monster sadly understood what people do with money. A few seconds later, the monkey raised his head and began to scream loudly and cry. Estio looked at the animal with compassion. After a while, Nenju's paws wiped his eyes. The monster answered with his mouth wide open that he thought he would kill everyone because he was so angry. With a smile on his face, Nenju understood that when Estio appeared, he had nothing to worry about. Looking away, the hero understood that it was his fault because he controlled his emotions. Estio's voices could be heard from the cave, saying that perhaps he could understand and control emotions. Sitting next to the guy, the monkey answered that she felt much better now. The surprised hero heard the monster telling him that he would not take revenge, because in that case he would also become like what is called money. Going into the shadows, Nenju told the guy that she wanted to rest. Watching the beast, Estio affectionately told her to rest. Her legs walked slowly. A few seconds later, Estio had already left the cave and was outside. His head was turned to the side, thinking that Siki was there. Someone threw a bag into the boy's hands. His paws quickly rushed to the side. Siki was slowly emerging from the shadows. Looking at the cat, the animal replied that the child would not be able to hurt him, because she was not that weak. Waving his arms, Estio asked the cat if he needed to carry her. Looking at the departing silhouette, the protagonist asked the cat where she was going. Frightened, watching Siki, Estio asked her what they would do with Niju. Looking at her owner, the cat said to just leave him. Continuing to look at Estio, the animal replied that the monkey was injured, so if people found her, they would kill her. Standing to the side, the hero carefully watched the cat, saying nothing. His hands were slowly freezing, and Estio himself suggested that Siki return to the cave. Looking into the distance, the animal told the guy that he was really very smart. A few seconds later, the guy's body was already standing near the cave. Turning his head to the cat, the main character began to ask her what she was saying. Looking into Estio's eyes, Siki answered him that he thought he would be abandoned, so he did not expect anything. A few seconds later, the hero's body slowly entered the cave. Siki watched her master. Estio continued to walk forward further and further. Niju was sleeping peacefully in the shadows. Opening the bag, the hero began to take something out. The same robe was put on Estio's body. Leaning against the monster, the hero closed his eyes. Looking at Niju's fur, Estio told himself that he was cold. Closing his eyes, the hero understood that the animal lived in such a cold place, so his body temperature had also changed. Raising his gaze, Siki answered that she was suggesting that they return to the cart. The paws slowly left the cave. Estio lay calmly next to the monster. Blue lights appeared near the cat's paws. A huge silhouette looked at the sleeping Estio. Siki, in the form of a huge tiger, looked at the main character, answering him that he was the only one to blame for the pain. The paws slowly fell to the ground. Siki, lying next to Estio, looked at him attentively. After a few seconds, the tiger's eyes closed. The animal lay next to the guy, protecting him. A memory arose in his head, how the cat meowed and hissed loudly. Strange magazines were scattered all over the floor. Scientists, looking at the huge cat, answered that it did not obey people and that it was only a useless experiment that could not be tamed. Opening its mouth wide, the animal heard how they told it to kill it. Claws appeared on its paws. Running forward, the tiger shouted to itself that it did not want to die. From a large form, Siki turned into a small cat. The paws lay to the side. A bright light flashed from the body, which was directed into the sky. The cat's body continued to lie like that. A shadow appeared from somewhere, covering the animal. Someone carefully picked up Siki. Gently looking forward, Estio told the cat that her fur was exactly the same as his hair. Looking at the guy, the cat understood that he was the only person who saved her. Remaining in Estio's arms, the animal understood that this person was the one who gave the abandoned unsuccessful experiment the name Siki. The tiger slowly opened his eyes. The cat heard in fear how they began to call her. Looking at the animal, Estio asked her if she had slept enough. Sitting next to the cat, the hero thanked Siki for not letting him freeze and for him to be able to rest. The surprised hero looked at the animal, which asked him if anything hurt. The cat's appearance began to change. A few seconds later, a small cat was already in front of the guy. From behind, Estio, with a smile on her face, looked at the cat. Siki looked at her with displeasure. Standing next to the guy, the cat asked the protagonist how long he was going to stay here. Looking back at Niju, Estio answered that the cave was safe. Examining his back, the guy answered the monkey that her wounds had gotten better. Looking closely at Niju's eyes, Estio said that the area had become quite quiet, since a lot of time had passed and there was no longer a crowd. Stroking the animal's head, the guy with a smile on his face told her to take care of herself. With her mouth wide open, the monkey called the guy. Frightened, Siki looked at the monkey, not believing that she could speak. With a smile on her face, Niju answered that she wanted to go with them. Estio, with his eyes wide open, could not believe that the monkey wanted to follow them. Niju's paw stroked the guy's hair. Looking fearfully at the animal, Estio answered that it could be dangerous, since they would hardly be able to protect him. Showing her strength, the monkey began to say that she could protect the hero, because she was strong. Standing next to the guy, the monkey began to say that she did not want to be alone. Standing next to the animal, Estio asked Niju if he would be afraid of new people. The monster began to hit himself on the head. The frightened look looked forward. Estio heard with incomprehension how the monkey told him that he was not sure that he would not get angry if he met the enemy who killed his family. Thinking about other people, the monster answered that he would be indifferent. With a smile on his face, Niju looked at the guy. With his mouth open, Estio thought that they would want to kill the monkey again. The monster began to think about something. With a smile on his face, Niju asked the guy if he could be angry. Estio looked down with incomprehension. Walking forward, Siki asked the guy what he was going to do. His legs stood still. The new city of Galatia. Estio confidently walked with Niju. Looking around, the beast asked his master if he was tired. Looking down, the boy realized that Siki had gone somewhere again. A few seconds later, Estio looked away, hearing how they were starting to be called. Some of the warriors slowly approached the boy, telling him that medium-sized animals must be on a leash. The frightened young man looked at the beast, answering that the white-furred monkey was a dangerous animal and Estio would have problems. Looking at his assistant, the boy answered that they probably came from the village. Handing the leash into his hands, the hero answered that if they saw it a second time, it would be bad. Estio looked sadly at the leash. The boy turned to the animal with incomprehension. Sitting closer to the ground, Niju told Estio to put on this leash. The boy looked at the monkey with incomprehension, thinking that it would not let him do this. With a smile on its face, the animal looked at its owner, answering that they could not do anything about it. The hero silently looked away. The hand slowly put the leash on the neck. A few seconds later, the monkey's neck was already in a collar. With a smile on their faces, the warriors told Estio that they would help him, since he probably didn't know anything. Leaving the main character, the guy suggested that they behave like normal people. Sadly looking at the animal, Estio apologized to Niju for having to do all this. With a smile on his face, the monkey said that Estio looked like his mother. Sitting with the main character, Niju replied that his mother also constantly sat next to him and said sorry. Sky. It was slowly snowing outside. Estio looked closely at Niju. Lowering his head, the animal replied that he still did not understand why his mother constantly apologized to him. Starting to smile, the animal constantly said that now he began to understand this, because he often heard these words. Remembering how the monkey hugged her mother, Niju understood that this meant that his mother loved him. Estio looked at the animal with a smile on his face. The two heroes sat next to each other, looking into each other's eyes. The protagonist stood opposite the guy. A bald man appeared in front of him, waving his hand at him. After a while, the guy approached him, saying that he was no match for them. He looked very weak. Leaning down, he added that he was walking with such a large predator. The protagonist, lowering his head, remained silent, and added that if he was looking for work, then why not join a guild? Estio raised his head in surprise. The merchant, looking at him, replied that perhaps they would find him a suitable job there. There was certainly at least one job there that he could do. It was a place where they gave him tasks and he did them. Let him go to the building in the city center. I think this guild was called Ignis. The protagonist walked along the road. Raising his head, he saw the guild building, thinking that this place was difficult to find. He walked up and grabbed the door handle, after which he slightly opened the door. Someone extended their hand, shouted, "Welcome." A young girl appeared in front of him, who said with a smile that in this guild customer satisfaction is guaranteed. In order to make a request, he should take a number in the window on the right and wait. The protagonist came closer, adding that he heard that they were recruiting newcomers. The girl answered that this meant that he was a volunteer. He needed to go up the stairs on the left side, fill out an application. Smiling widely, she added that if he did not know how to write. The protagonist, turning away, replied that he was studying writing, after which he bent down, and then headed up the stairs. He walked along the corridor. A man with a mustache appeared in front of us. He looked at the protagonist. Then he straightened his tie and addressed him. Frowning, he thought that this was a newbie. He looked closely at Estio, thinking that this was a complete hillbilly. The protagonist came closer, saying that he came here because he was told that they were recruiting newcomers to the guild. The man lowered his head, replied that it was so, and he knew what kind of work they did in their guild. Estio replied that he heard that it was a place where they give him a request, and you do it, it's easy. The man put his hand in his pocket, replying that it was so. He pulled out his business card, introducing himself, saying that he was the head of the guild branch. The protagonist, taking the card, introduced himself. Then the man, stepping aside, told him to follow him. He sat down on the sofa. He lowered his head and said that he usually looked at the documents first, and only then decided whether to conduct an interview or not. But lately there had been a lot of requests, so they were short of manpower. He smiled and added that right now he wouldn't mind even having a monkey help him. Estio and his pet looked ahead in surprise. The man then took out a piece of paper and, looking at it, asked where the protagonist was coming from. Estio, looking to the side, answered that he was from the Rivo district. The man exhaled and lowered his head. Then he looked towards the protagonist, asking what did he mean by Rivo is his homeland. There was silence in the room, and then the man asked where the district was. Estio, turning around, answered that it was a village. The man began to fill out the document, asking what he specialized in, animal training. The protagonist answered something like that. The man continued writing, telling him not to use such wording. Looking at Estio, he added that he needed to know exactly what he was good at, otherwise he wouldn't be able to decide what job to assign him to. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor, answering that he could read the minds of animals. The man suddenly dropped his pen. Looking at his interlocutor, he thought that there were people with such abilities. He could read the minds of animals. He had never heard of it. Then he imagined 3 women in his head, thinking that a wizard, a medic and an alchemist, a healer, a priest, a knight. There are many capable people in the world. Those who make contracts with spirits, or those who show and control magic, those who use special knowledge, heal wounds, and so on. There are very few people with these abilities, and most can be attributed to one large group. The protagonist imagined himself walking down the street, thinking that the ability he spoke of was a new power that did not fit anywhere. The man lowered his head and thought that these were not even people, but animals. That was true. He looked at Estio in silence. Then, smiling broadly, he held out his hands, saying that it was rude of him. If he had known in advance that he had such an ability, there would have been no need for an interview. The man imagined Estio in his head, thinking that, in other words, he was a card that was still not a card. An image of himself playing with chips appeared in his head, thinking that whether there would be a full house depended on what number was on the card, how it would end depended on the last card, which turned out to be correct only by looking at its back, so why not play once? He looked at Estio, saying that he needed to find house number 3, there was a merchant with animals. He put his head in his hands and added that he was a merchant and a guild member. He heard that he had been diligently searching for rare species of animals lately. He was having trouble controlling them. If he had such an ability, he would be able to help him with the problem. The protagonist nodded slightly. The man took out a map and pointed to it with a pen, and then added that if he did well, worked hard, he would be able to get guild coins from the merchant. Coins were like a pass. He then pulled out a piece of paper, adding that he should receive them and come back. Estio took the piece of paper. He then went outside, where it was already completely dark. He walked slowly along the road with his pet. Looking at the piece of paper, he thought that he needed house number 3. Suddenly, his pet stopped. He pointed to the side, answering that it was over there, after which the protagonist thanked him. His pet smiled widely. And then they followed further down the road. A small tent appeared in front of us. Estio stopped, looking ahead in surprise. He saw 2 angry dogs. Then he bent down to them. Behind him was a pet, who looked down menacingly. The dogs immediately lowered their muzzles and trembled. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. Bending down, he told them not to be afraid, they would not attack, so let them calm down. One of the dogs, raising his head, thought that this was true. Estio told him that he had come to meet the owner of this place. Then he stretched out his hand to the black one. And Estio, looking at them, replied that this was true. The dogs smiled affably, thinking that this was amazing. Suddenly they were no longer afraid, who he was. The protagonist, looking at them, replied that his name was Estio. He lowered his head and was about to say something else when suddenly someone interrupted him and called him. An unshaven man appeared in front of him. Estio turned his head. He stood silently for a few seconds, looking forward. The protagonist, looking at the stranger, replied that he came from the guild. Turning around, the man replied that he meant that they sent him to him, some guy who could tame fighting dogs that never listened to anyone. Either they were completely crazy, or he really had such an ability that was impossible to believe. Raising his hand, he added that Estio should follow him. They entered the tent. The protagonist raised his leg. Then the man, lowering himself, bent down to the enclosure. In it lay a small creature. The man said that his friend should look why it fell so often, rolling its eyes and shaking. He lowered his head and added that it was a rare species that was quite hard to find. He paid a lot of money for it. It was perfectly fine when he got it. But now this damn creature was going crazy and wouldn't eat anything when he gave it food. The protagonist looked at his new friend and heard the creature's thoughts about how he didn't want it to hurt. He stared ahead for a few seconds in silence. Then he lowered his head to the creature. He responded to the monster by saying that he was still a child. Hearing this, the man shouted in displeasure that that's what he was talking about. Why the hell was he lying around? If he wasn't tamed while he was still a child, then he would attack people. When the aristocrats were against selling animals that could attack people, there was no other way out. The protagonist lowered his head and replied that that's how it was. The man looked at his guest. Raising his head, he thought that he was an unusual person. The protagonist looked at the creature, thinking about what he said, that he was in pain, but what exactly was hurting him. Estio looked up. Suddenly, he felt a strange aura and looked forward in fear. He grabbed his chest and jumped back. The man looked at the protagonist in fear and asked what happened. Was he really in pain? Estio replied that no, it wasn't him that was in pain. He narrowed his eyes and lowered his head. Suddenly, the creature opened its eyes. The protagonist, bending over to him, replied that it was the dragon's pain. The man looked ahead in fear, asking how this was possible. The dragon rose to its paws, looking at Estio. It opened its eyes. The protagonist grabbed his hand. Lowering his head, he wondered if this was a memory of the dragon. The man, opening his mouth wide, shouted that he closed his eyes and died. Why did he stop talking? The protagonist, lowering his head, replied that this baby's heart is now being set. The merchant, looking ahead in fear, asked how this was happening. He leaned over to the protagonist, adding that he was taking something. Estio replied that he belonged to a species of animal that lived in very cold water. Raising his head, he continued to say that if you spread sawdust or dry earth on him, he would not be able to breathe and would die. The man, rising to his feet, shouted in displeasure that this was nonsense. a dragon was a monster that lived in the desert. His words sounded like fiction. What kind of nonsense was this? The protagonist looked ahead menacingly, replying that he had said that his heart, which had once formed from a piece of ice, was now melting. The man, frowning, replied that this was the ravings of a madman. He was saying that somewhere in the world there were animals whose hearts should always remain cold. The dragon continued to whine, lying on the sawdust. His head. He remembered putting the dragon in a glass box, thinking that winter would soon come here, so he would create an environment similar to the desert in which he lived before. The dragon came out of the cage into the enclosure, after which he raised his head in surprise. The man sighed in displeasure, after which he reached out with his hand for the shovel. Then he threw it at the protagonist, and putting his hands on his hips, he smiled. He extended his hand to the side, shouting for him to hurry up, or he does not understand. Let him go outside and get some snow from there. Estio, raising his head, asked what he should go, to which the merchant replied that the old man should do it. Now he has no ice, so some young guy should go outside and at least bring some snow. It will be good for me if he is late. Then the man picked up the dragon in his arms, after which he put it in the water. Bubbles began to come from the creature, and he smiled slightly. The merchant looked at him happily, and then, turning around, he shouted in displeasure, asking why he was still there. The door opened slightly, and the protagonist quickly ran forward. Estio looked ahead in surprise. The man pointed to the side, telling him to put it there. Putting his hands on his hips, he added that he should hurry up. Why wasn't he collecting more snow? The protagonist answered that he needed more. The merchant answered that he shouldn't chatter and should collect snow until he told him to stop. Estio stuck the shovel into the snowdrift. After that, he poured the contents into the box. The enclosure began to fill with snow. The ice dragon laid its soul on the snowdrift. Many of its representatives appeared in front of us. We were told that dragons are rare creatures in principle. Ice dragons are a species that little is known about, since they are few in number. The pet smiled broadly, and the protagonist exhaled. Suddenly, the man grabbed the shovel from his hands. Looking ahead confidently, he asked that everything seemed to be fine now. Estio stared ahead silently for a few seconds. Then a man approached him, asking that it was probably time to rest. Pointing at himself, he added that he should follow him. The protagonist lowered himself to the horse, saying that it had a splinter in its leg. Then he looked at the lion, answering that they had a strong rivalry for territory. It would be better to separate them. The man, lowering his head, thought that this guy really did have an ability. Then he extended his hand with a bag, answering that he should take it. Smiling, he continued to say that he should try not to lose it. The protagonist watched his new friend leave. Then the beast suddenly looked at him in surprise. Estio, lowering his head, heard many thoughts of animals. They asked him to stay. Grabbing his kind, he thought that now he really began to hear better than before. His pet raised his head and asked if he was tired. The protagonist turned around and said it was nothing. They needed to get back quickly. They walked slowly down the empty road. Estio lowered his head and wondered what was happening to him. His face turned pale and he remembered someone telling him that his damned ears would hear these strange things. Estio's hand began to tremble. Then he knelt down. His pet turned around and asked if he was okay and if he was cold. Suddenly, a black cat appeared in front of them. It slowly came closer. The protagonist turned its head and the cat asked what was going on. It didn't seem like he was sick. Looking at Estio, it added that he should get up. He would get sick if he sat on something cold for too long. The protagonist stroked its head. Then he stood up and thanked her, and she asked why. Lowering his head, Estio replied that he was grateful to her for not avoiding him. The cat, raising her muzzle, replied that she should avoid him. Why? Smiling, Estio replied that he knew that she hated being touched. The cat looked menacingly ahead, replying that exactly, she hated human hands more than anything in the world. Then the protagonist raised his hand, replying that right now. He looked ahead in surprise, and she replied that he was really annoying. She said that he was different from other people. After which she stepped aside. Jumping forward, she added that he should do what he wanted. Returning, she said that she would not avoid him. The protagonist looked up in silence for a few seconds. Suddenly, his pet, smiling widely, shouted that the house who you took out 2 gold coins from the bag. The guild leader, looking ahead in surprise, thought that the meticulous old man gave not 1, but 2 guild coins. Looking at the protagonist, he thought that they looked real. Then he came closer. Smiling widely, he shouted that he was glad that Estio had joined them. From now on he was a member of the guild. Spreading his arms, he said that he would give him a badge and suit indicating that he was a member of the guild. Be sure to wear them when performing work duties. Running to the side, he added that he would bring it right now. Let him wait a little. Then he pulled out a bag with the contents, telling him to take it. After which he pointed to the side with his hand, saying that on the 3rd floor of this building there is a dormitory with all the amenities for the guild employees. The conditions there, of course, are not the best, but if he suddenly needs a place to stay, he can use them. Putting his hands on the protagonist's shoulders, he said that animals are allowed in, so he should not worry about this. Tomorrow morning he needs to come to the employee relations department again. Estio nodded his head, and the man added that he should have a good rest. The 7th room appeared in front of us. The protagonist went inside. He put the bag on the bed. Then he bathed and washed his pet. He hung his things up to dry. After which he put on his suit. He went to the mirror, looking at himself. Turning around, he asked why it looked strange. His pet, clapping its hands, replied that it looked cool. Estio lay down on the bed, thinking that at such moments he thinks about the past. An image of a window appeared in his mind. Then he saw an icicle. Opening one eye, he thought that everything was different now. He turned his head to the side. And then, looking down, he asked if his comrade was sleeping. The beast, putting his hands on his chest, answered that he was not. The protagonist, looking at the window, asked if he regretted it. The monkey asked about what. Estio, looking ahead, answered that he regretted following him. An animal sits on a chain. Someone says that a chain was put on its neck and its freedom was limited and people often catch glances at it. Nija lies on the bed, and he was told that in the future everything could become more difficult. Putting his hand on the pillow, Estio thinks that the animal regrets it and will let him go tomorrow. After that, he lies on his pet. Opening his eyes, the protagonist is called by name. Looking at Niju, he is told that he is happy to follow him. The pet walks and says that instead of hating someone, he can live and give his love to someone. The protagonist holds onto the pillow. He buries his head and thanks it. The pet has his eyes closed and is asleep. Reading books on the bed, he remembers the time when he hid in the attic with a worn-out dictionary and learned the language alone, but now he knows one word. Estio remembers fragments of his life with Niju, where he smiles. And also when they were squatting. There is a building in which the Ignis Guild was located. No one was visible in the windows. The protagonist puts something on over the suit. Then he and Niju go up the stairs. They are met by a man who says that he is unrecognizable. Putting his hands on his hip, he says that the suit suits him. A girl with a book comes up and asks if this is new. Hugging the guy, he says his name. Straightening his arm, the director says that this is a new member of the guild, who will be working with them from now on, and will not be helping the magic department or the fighters department. The girl holds a piece of paper in her hands and asks if he is special, then why not magic or fighting? Stepping away a little, Sebastian says that he has a different ability, and has not been assigned anywhere yet, so we must wait. He takes a jar of balls in his hands. Pointing at them with his hand, he asks if he likes candy. Estio looks at this jar. Taking one ball in his hands, he asks to open his mouth. The guy stands and is silent from surprise. Opening his mouth, Sebastian says that in fact the most delicious candy is the onion-flavored one and was right about him. Estio closes his eyes and thinks. Rosalie comes up to him and says that it is starting again. Tilting her head, the girl asks not to pay attention, because he is always like this. The protagonist looks at the candy. Then he puts it in his mouth. He puts his hands on his hips and says that he has a good feeling that the boy will become a treasure of the guild. Chewing on a candy, he thinks that it is more unpleasant than tasty. Wiping his mouth, he is asked if it is not surprising. Opening his mouth, Sebastian says that they don't know where to assign him yet, and so he will be helping in their department for a while. Rosalie comes up to him and asks him to go through the first door. The protagonist is standing on the floor. He sees a lot of papers and people. The girl comes up and asks if he has seen a black eraser, because it is nowhere to be found. Opening his mouth, Estio says that he hasn't seen it, and she needed the eraser now. The guy looks at her, and the girl is silent. Closing her eyes, Rosalie says that if he doesn't have a job, then he should go and buy it. The protagonist stands and remains silent. He is asked to be careful when buying an eraser, and if there is a unicorn feather, then he should buy it. They go outside and Enja says the goods that need to be bought. Rosalie comes up to them and says that similar things are in the haberdashery store, and it is located in the market square. The two enter the store. The girl is on the stairs. The guy looks at her and apologizes. Stretching her leg, she says that she is busy now. She had pink hair. Taking the ball in her hands, she is happy that she found it. Then the girl looks at the guy. Putting her hand on the stairs, she asks if he left. Enja smiles and looks at her. Putting her hands to her chest, the girl starts screaming and calling him a monster. Then she falls down the stairs. Her eyes are looking somewhere. Looking at the main character, she thanks him. Holding the girl in his hands, he says that this is not a monster, Looking at her, he says that this is Niju. The girl becomes ashamed and blushes. There is a ball on the floor. She asks for forgiveness because she was scared of the animal. Standing on the floor, she is told that this is not a pet and let her call it by name. Bringing her hand to her chin, she asks for forgiveness. Looking at the animal, Sally asks if his name is Niju. Smiling, she says her name. Opening his mouth, Estio says that he needs a set of black rubber bands and one feather. Putting her hand on her head, she understands everything. The girl approaches the boxes and starts searching. Estio looks at the ball. The guy looks. They ask him for another minute. Then he approaches the table. Sally holds a bag and says that this is all for the client. After that, the girl is surprised. She starts searching everywhere. Because she dropped the crystal ball, the guy tells her where it is. Taking it in her hands, she starts laughing. Turning to Estio, she asks his name. The protagonist turns and says his name. Approaching him, she asks if he wants to try it once. Showing him the ball, Sally says that this is a new thing that she brought from another country, and it can read the soul. Holding it with both hands, she says that human emotions can be recognized by color. Opening her mouth, she is told that this is not necessary. Taking hold of the door handle, Estio says that a person will not like the fact that his thoughts were read. Squeezing his hands, he says that the ability to unceremoniously read someone's thoughts, memories, and the like. With his back to us, he continues that this is the most useless ability in the world. Putting her hand on her hip, Sally says that he pronounces as if he can read minds. In her hands, she holds a blue ball. The two of them walk down the street. Being near Rosalie, they look at the sheets. Then the protagonist waters the flowers. We are near the building with the red doors. Standing on the stairs, the director calls him. Straightening his hand, he says that from today he belongs to their department. The protagonist asks what work he will do. He is given a sheet of paper and asked to read it. It says that the girl asks for help with a puppy, because she does not listen. Estio looks attentively and remains silent. Folding his arms, the director says that taking on assignments that require wrestling training or experience is the work of a special department, and the main clients are highly respected members of the aristocracy. Closing his eyes, he says that such requests are usually left for later, and it is written vaguely. Holding a piece of paper in his hands, he is told that in most cases the main criterion is to satisfy the requests of the aristocracy, and if he receives guild coins, then it is a success, and also if he receives few requests, then the worker can be replaced. Closing his eyes, the guy understands that in this case, a mission of this level is luck. Approaching the door, Sebastian says that he looks relaxed, but in such a building it is important to please the members of the aristocracy, and he must be careful, because they can make life hell. Estio is still silent, and he is told that he cannot be careless with her just because she is still a child and therefore he must take care of her request, putting his heart and soul. The director holds the balls and wishes good luck so that the first request for a kind cheek is fulfilled. The hand takes one of the chewing gums. After that, Estio begins to chew. We are near a 3-story building. He holds Naya by the chain. There are people near the entrance. Looking at the guy, he says that he came from the Ignis Guild because he received a petition. Looking at the paper, they ask to follow him. We look at the door. The two of them enter and walk along the red carpet. Estio looks down, thinking about something. Also looking down, he realizes that something is wrong with the sounds. A dog is standing next to him. It opens its mouth and asks him to leave. A girl in red boots comes up from behind. Sarah Lynn runs up and says that it is impossible. Then her hand reaches out, and she says that this is a guest. The girl is sitting next to the dog. Opening her mouth, she calls the dog's name. The protagonist looks down. Sarah Lynn pays attention to him, because she was told that he came from Ignis. Sitting on the floor, she asks if he is a member of the organization, to which they answer affirmatively. Looking at him, Sarah Lynn thought that a formidable uncle would come, but in the end there are such skinny people. Holding her knees, she asks how old he is. After that, the girl gets up from her knees. Approaching the guy, she is told that he is 17 this year. Hiru starts barking near them. Then he starts baring his teeth. Niju looks angrily from behind. The puppy starts whining near them. The girl opens her mouth and is surprised. Clenching her hands, she says that the monkey is big. Niju smiles and looks. Putting her hands on her face, the girl says that he is handsome. Approaching him, she says that her name is Sarah Lynn. Girls come up to her and say that it is better not to approach, because the monkey is a dangerous predator. Closing her eyes, she agrees. The protagonist looks at them. Opening her mouth, they ask him what he is doing. Putting her hand on her chest, she says that he should try to read it quickly. Because of her, Hiru often gets angry at people. The protagonist looks at her. Hiru cries and says that he is scared. Looking at Niju, he asks if he could move away. Hiru closes his eyes. The protagonist clasps his hands. The dog looks at him with big eyes. Estio sits on his knees. The two look at each other and are silent. He decides to touch him with his hand. Looking down, he thinks that his ability is getting better. Then he takes off his gloves. Showing his hand, he calls the puppy's name. With an outstretched hand, the guy says that he will not harm him. Hiru just looks at it. The two also look at each other. Saralyn worries, clasping her hands. Hiru touches his hand. The protagonist looks at this. A blue aura appears around them. Hiru's mother is lying with him. People say that now there is only one puppy and she seems sick after the birth of the puppy. Mom is taken away. Hiru asks where she is going. Looking at the person, he asks not to leave him alone. His mother is held by the collar. Hiru looks at this sadly. He is driven against the wall, and people say that the dog must remain small in order to sell for a high price. There is no food in the bowl, because they feed him so that he does not die. Someone comes into the room and asks him to wait. The puppy lies on the field with his eyes closed, and people decide to wash him and bring him. Then two children wash him. The hands lower Hiru, because the world is a very scary and cold place. After that, they put a bow on him. Sitting in the basket, Hiru understands that people took his mother away from him and hurt her. Saralyn is standing near the sofa. They give her the basket with the puppy and congratulate her on her birthday. Taking him in her arms, she calls the puppy cute and charming. Spinning around herself, she calls him a precious angel. There is a memory of how the puppy is held in her arms. Hiru bites her hand. The man kicks the puppy and asks her to throw it away. The girl takes him by the hand and says that she will raise him well, because he is her puppy. The slipper lies a little further. Saralyn is asked how she will raise a stupid and ferocious beast. Hiru lies near the wool. He says to submit a petition to the guild, and if they cannot correct his character, they will get rid of him. The protagonist stands silently. Saralyn comes up and asks if he said that he does not like it. The girl is surprised, because the puppy does not like everything. Opening his mouth, Estio says that Hiru is afraid of all the love he shows. The puppy sits and sticks out his tongue, because he has never been loved. He tilts his head, wanting to say something. The girl looks at him. Opening his mouth, he says that people will kill him one day. Hiru smiles, because his mother was killed like that too. Saralyn's lips purse. Her hand clutches her dress. Looking at Hiru, she says that she loves him more than anyone else, and if she had such an ability, she knew him better than anyone else. The girl opens her eyes and is told that it is not only about reading thoughts. Standing next to her, he says that he is a baby whose mother died at the hands of people, and these people starved him to get more money from selling him. Saralyn opens her mouth and asks if his mother died. Looking down, the guy says that she was old and therefore fell ill, which is why she could not give birth to a puppy anymore. The girl covers her face with her hands because the puppy's mother was useless to people. Opening her mouth, she wants to say something. She begins to cry, because she did not know. A servant comes to him and asks him to behave with dignity. Estio looks at them. The girl says that she only wishes him well. The guy's eyes are calm. The protagonist approaches Hiru. A blue aura appears at his feet. The guy raises his head up. Looking up, he closes his eyes. There is a blue aura around them. The girl opens her eyes, which are in tears. She is surprised because she is in a different place. Hiru looks at her and calls her name. The girl squeezes one hand. Looking at him, she is told that the dog is confused. Hiru comes to her and asks if she really loves him. Looking down, she is asked if she will not torture him. Then he comes to her and presses himself against the dress. Standing next to the puppy, the girl asks if she can hug him, to which she is answered affirmatively, but not to lift him high. Saralyn holds out her hands. Then the girl takes him and holds him. She begins to stroke his ear. The girl holds him and hugs him. We appear again in this building, and the maids are looking at her. The protagonist opens his mouth. The girl smiles and thanks. Standing next to the guy, she did not think that there were people with such an ability. Smiling, she says that until this moment she knew nothing about Hiru, and all this time she was wrong. The puppy smiles because he had spoken to her before. Estio opens his mouth and says that it was not her fault. The girl looks sadly, and is told that it was the fault of the people who sold the dog. Saralyn's eyes grow larger. The boy stands and says that Hiru simply misunderstood her and is not used to displays of affection. The girl stands and smiles. She holds a guild coin in her hand. The boy was wearing black boots, and was wished a good journey and that he should not let his older comrades take away the coins. The girl turns around because they said behind him that he really did have an outstanding ability. 3 men are standing, one of them was Saralyn's father. The boy looks at them. Approaching her father, she is told that he is not going to follow. The man stands and looks, because they have just returned home. He also looks, and Saralin's father heard the crying at the entrance to the garden. The protagonist also looks at her. Kneeling down, his daughter says that she did not cry. Holding her hands, her brother says that she has a really strong voice. Opening her mouth, she says that it is too much because they have a guest. Then she is patted on the head. Frederick stands up and asks if he is from the Ignis Guild. Estio looks and says yes and that he is in a special department. The man smiles and watches. Standing next to each other, he says that he helped solve the problem, but what is his ability? Remaining in the same place, he says that he has the ability to read the thoughts of animals. Frederick opens his mouth and asks again, to which they answer yes. He begins to smile when he heard the answer. The guy sweats. He is told that this is absurd. Opening his mouth, they ask him if he knows what happens when common people lie to the aristocracy. The protagonist simply remains silent. Putting his hand on his daughter, Frederick asks what animals he can read the thoughts of. Approaching him, he asks if he is relying on mental abilities and what about monsters or people with mixed blood. Approaching him, he says that if he cannot answer the questions. We see a lamp. Frederick says that his true ability is reading hearts. Saralyn holds a dog in her arms and asks if this is true. Behind her stands her brother. Frederick closes his eyes because it was incredible. The guy looks the other way because he can really look into a person's soul. Then the protagonist turns his head to them. His eyes were blue. Two men look at him, calling him a monster. Estio tries to smile. He sees a brooch on his chest. Putting his hands on his back, he says that this is a really interesting ability. Standing with his back to him, Frederick says that he has met many capable people and heard many stories, but he has never seen such a specimen as the guy. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he says that such a special ability is called unique. Opening his mouth, he asks if he knows what it means. Estio begins to fear after such words. His brother and Saralyn stand, telling him that in this world there is a job that only he can handle. Holding his shoulder, the boy wants to say something. He takes his hand off him. Standing next to him, Frederick says that he will soon send a request to the guild. Then he begins to walk away from him. The protagonist turns around and looks. Saralyn runs to him. Approaching him, she looks at him. Looking at the boy, she asks his name. Standing next to him, she says that in any case she is grateful to him, and will call him again another time. We see Saralyn's brother. He stands next to the girl, not letting her near Estio. Standing next to him, but asks if his ability has a limit. Looking down, he says that he cannot read all thoughts and will read them. Opening his mouth, he asks if he is lying. Then he straightens his arm and pushes Estio away to leave. The girl holds his hand. The brother shouts at him to leave their house. Saralyn narrows her eyes and asks why he is doing this to the guest, because he helped Hiru. Looking at his sister, he says that the guy is dangerous. The girl says that she hates him. Estio holds on to the door. Evening comes, we see a building. Nenju and Estio are watching the sunset. Clouds are flying over it. The guy thinks that they called him an eccentric. The protagonist stands and clenches his hands. Calmness is visible on his face. The pet looks at her. We see a building and a tower. In his hands is a coin. Then he straightens his arm and holds the coin. His gaze looks into the distance. The coin in his hands glows. Nenju opens his mouth and says that people are strange. Turning to him, Estio calls him by name. Sitting on the ground, he understands that the guy knows all his thoughts, even if he does not tell about them. He still holds the coin. Looking into the distance, he is sure that he hates it. There is a chain around his neck. He says that they are strange. Standing up, he is told that Estio is not a scary person at all. Remembers how they are squatting, because the guy is very caring compared to other people. People are standing, their faces are not visible, and the protagonist was friendly. Remembers the guy who was screaming. Also the girl who did not like something. Brother Saralyn, who screamed and was scared not by Estio, but by their thoughts that they hide. The protagonist reaches out. Starts to pet the pet and say that whoever hid anger on him, whoever hated him, and even if they think that he is weird. Niju looks down while he is petted. Crouching down, he says that he does not care about it. The boy is sitting on a board, because he was previously imprisoned in a cramped attic. They approach the cat because it feels alive. The two sit and look into the distance. A few days later, Estio puts on gloves. Then he attaches a brooch. After that, he walks along the ground. Where he passes, there is a bag nearby. Together with Niju, they go down the stairs while he is called. Rosalie and Sebastian meet them. Raising a finger up, he says that he did a great job and anyway, the guy caught the gentleman's eye last time. Putting her hand on her chest, the girl says that Estio has a special ability and that he succeeded as expected. Smiling, they congratulate him. The protagonist looks at them. The guy is holding an envelope in his hands. He starts to open it. Nija looks at him. Taking the piece of paper in his hands, he reads that a request has appeared for a special department of the Ignis Guild. Estio remembers the city, and the request was on the 15th day of Poseidon, and that the Zapper's trading store is now closed, since the guy is having some problems selling jewelry. We see a building with a brown roof, because we need to find out the reason, where the owner Thompson is. Reading the sheet, he sees that the reward for completing the first request is 1 guild coin. Coins fall, because for solving the second, an additional reward is given 3 coins. The protagonist begins to crumple the sheet. Rosalie is playing with Niju when he is called. Taking him by the chain, she decides to go with him. The director runs up behind, calling him. Looking at him, he is asked to be careful. Rosalie holds a book in her hands and wishes him a good journey, and will prepare melon bread for his return. The protagonist begins to get embarrassed. The pet opens its mouth and makes a sound. Opening its mouth, Estio says that he will be back soon. The protagonist's legs are near the door. He leans against the door. The main character is surprised because his name was called. Niju sits next to him and asks what the way is. Looking at the piece of paper, he says that they need to go along the main road. The map shows their route. Holding the piece of paper in his hands, he says that it will take about an hour. Niju smiles and looks in the other direction. The guy is distracted because he is called. The pet turns its back to him. Looking back, it asks if the guy wants to carry him on his back. Opening its mouth, it says that it will be faster. Clutching its head, they agree with him. Looking down, the pet wanted to help him, but could not. The protagonist opens its mouth and asks if it can carry it. The pet stands up and smiles. Estio sits on it and asks to take care of it. And at the same moment, he is carried. Niju runs and carries the guy. Opening its mouth, it says that everything is fast. Estio begins to hug him. The pet's eyes lit up because it was praised for running. The protagonist looks with its blue eyes. They are standing near the house. Then they approach the shop. There are different products on display, the same crown. Raising his hand, Estio says that these are just multicolored stones, and what people are generally delighted with. He starts knocking on the door and asks if there is anyone. Standing near the door, Nija says that apparently there is no one. Opening his mouth, he asks what they will do. They answer that the owner lives in this building. The sun is shining on the roof. Folding his hands, the guy says that even if the work is stopped, this is still his home, so the man could not leave this place. Opens his mouth and says that perhaps the man left. Both look at the door. Then the guy sits down near it. Putting his hand on his leg, Nija says that if he waits, he will freeze. Smiling, Estio says that everything is fine. Then he starts petting his pet. Then night comes from the evening, we see the city. A sound is heard behind him. Holding his ears, he sits with Nija. Someone is holding a stick and shouting. Estio and the pet are sitting and are asked if they want to die. Opening his mouth, he says that instead of dying of cold, they could have just asked when he would be back. Looking at the guy asks if he is the owner of the shop. Waving his hand, Thompson answers in the affirmative and says that they are closed now. Then he turns away and decides to close the door. Opening his mouth, the man says that for the first time he sees people sitting and waiting for someone until nightfall. The protagonist's cheeks have turned blue. His hand lies on the ground and trembles. Exhaling, he asks if they wanted to commit suicide. Raising his hand, he says that there is a bridge 2 houses away and the river there is warm, so it is better to die there. The protagonist opens his mouth and says that this is not true, he is told to leave. Then Estio is taken by the hand. Niju is surprised by this. He runs to his owner. The pet holds his legs so that nothing happens. The protagonist's eyes widen. He sees the guy's memories of a girl standing there and giving birth to a child. She turns and looks at him. Then she turns away. Thompson had a charming wife. She and her husband are depicted in the photographs because Thompson fell in love with her at first sight, and soon Till agreed to marry him, but life after the wedding was not happy. The photograph shows a pregnant girl, but the first child died before he was a year old, and the second, and the third, pregnancy and miscarriage, everything repeated itself. The guy holds the child, she cries loudly. Smiling, he tells his wife that this is a healthy child. Opening his mouth, Till says that the child should die soon. Thompson holds him and is silent. The girl suffered from constant depression and severe stress and never held the child in her arms until he was a year old, and soon the couple's relationship began to collapse. The guy lies on the floor and asks what else he should do. Tears flowed from his eyes. He wonders if he will really let the child die. Till looks out the window and is silent. The sign says that Zappers is closed. There is a lock on the door because Thompson is focused on taking care of his little daughter. Putting his hands on his hip, he asks why he brought this monster. Till is standing with his back to us. Estio says that if his wife does not want to talk to him, then she should ignore him. The guy opens his mouth and asks him again. He begins to tremble and asks what he just said. Standing next to him, the protagonist says that people who avoid talking will not listen to him if he forces them to talk. His eyes widen, he thinks he found out the reason why he closed the store. Suddenly, someone grabs him by the clothes. Then Thompson throws them both into the room. After that, the man closes the door. He was wearing brown boots. Reaching out his hand, Thompson asks who he is and how he found out about Till. Smoke came out of the chimney of one of the houses at night. The man stood seriously and looked at the guy lying on the ground and asked him who he was and how he found out about Till. The protagonist looked forward and calmly said that his name was Estio and that he was from the Ignis Guild, and he was surprised and asked again. The dark-haired man put his hand on his face with displeasure and thought about the fact that the aristocrats had already turned there to find out about his personal life. He looked at the guy with interest and thought that it was unlikely that such thin people like him could occupy high positions. Nija looked closely at the owner, and he said something to him. The man exhaled with displeasure and said that they were all blinded by jewelry. He extended his hand to the hero and apologized for his rudeness. Thompson stood bent over and said that he was the owner of the Zapper's shop. The character looked at him with interest. He himself rose from the ground without extending his hand in response. The man, upset, asked why MC had come there. The room of the house was furnished with candles and barrels. Some people were standing in the shadows and someone said that he was asked to help reopen the shop so that trade would resume, and someone asked about it with hope. The boy and his pet watched silently, and the owner thought that it looked like the aristocrats were in a hurry. The man headed for the door. Turning around, he called his new acquaintance with him and mangled his name. Estio looked around with interest and was silent. Then he entered somewhere and corrected the man. There was a table in the room on which there were bottles and candles, and someone lit them with a match. The protagonist stood frowning and listened to how he was offered something to treat himself to as an apology, and asked what he wanted to drink. Thompson calmly said that he thought that young people like sweet drinks better. He took one of the drinks and began to drink it with pleasure. Then he started talking seriously, addressing the guild member. Looking at the pet and the hero, he said that he looked stupid. The man spread his arms out to the sides and confidently said that when they give you a glass of drink, you should support the interlocutor, but only when the mission is completed successfully. And then he asked MC that his task was to please the owner. Estio got upset and calmly said something. The stranger stood with his back turned and someone said that someone was talking about Till. The dark-haired man went deeper into the room, holding a bottle in his hand, said that it was not the best thing to reveal someone else's personal life, so someone should explain when he talks about other people. The protagonist tensed up and bowed his head down and asked for forgiveness. The man calmly said that the guy looked like a naive child and asked who needed to use children. In response, he received silence. He said that he would not reopen the shop in any case, and someone became sad from these words. Thompson, expecting an answer, looked away. He got angry and wondered why the character was not interested. The upset hero asked the owner why he did not want to reopen the establishment. The owner smiled and thought that the young man was not interested at all. There were cutlery on the table, and someone asked if anyone else wanted a drink. The protagonist was surprised. He thanked the man for the offer when he watched him closely. A loud laugh came from the dark-haired man's mouth. He called the guy interesting when he looked ahead, puzzled. The owner of the shop smiled and said that he loved his wife Till and daughter, and he would not change these people even for the whole world. He held out a glass with a red liquid to the character, and then stretched his arms forward. He tilted the bottle and poured a drink into another vessel in a sad voice and said that after the death of the first child the woman's condition worsened and he never saw a smile on her face. She stopped talking to him, and even after the birth of the second child his wife did not leave the room. Someone was holding another person's hand and shouting that she should not do this to them, and to leave. The girl's clothes and hair were covered in drops of blood. Someone was shouting at her. Thompson said that he once wanted to pull his wife out against her will, but she bit her tongue slightly. The protagonist listened attentively to the interlocutor, and he put the glass on the table and said that Till does not want to see his daughter to death. Putting his hands forward, he laughed. Then he put them to his face and began to laugh hysterically. Nija looked at the man with fear. The guy stood thoughtfully in the dark space and thought about the fact that he had unconsciously used his abilities again. He held a cup in his hands. The dark-haired man wiped away tears and said contentedly that it was time for him to put his daughter to bed, and he did not expect the conversation to be long. There was a plate on the table, lit by a candle. The owner contentedly put his hand on MC's shoulder and said that even if it was very difficult for him, he would not open a shop this year, so he should tell someone that they should look for other stores. Estio thought and began to speak. The man stopped and froze when the guy decisively said that if his wife's health improved, he would open the grocery store. The dark-haired man left and said that he thought so, but there was a nuance. The protagonist calmly said that he could help. Thompson was surprised and turned around questioningly. The hero turned towards the interlocutor and wanted to say something, and at that moment he thought that someone had told him that there were problems that only he could cope with. Someone clenched his hand into a fist and leaned it against his body. The character put his palm to his chest and said contentedly that he could make his wife leave the room. The owner exhaled discontentedly and puzzledly asked MC about how he could persuade his wife to leave. Estio looked down upset and remained silent. Then, opening his mouth, he took a deep breath. He extended his hand to the man's face, who looked at him in surprise. Niju watched what was happening upset. The hero touched the shop owner's forehead with 2 fingers. He was sadly expecting something. 2 people found themselves in a black and blue space. Thompson's hair stood up and he looked at him in confusion, and someone said that with the help of his ability. The protagonist looked somewhere with a cold gaze. The man stuttered and got scared and asked about him. He hit Estio's hand and looked at him with displeasure, and someone said that he shouldn't be afraid. The owner looked with horror and then calmed down. The pets sat on the floor and watched, and someone said that the young man was not a bad person. He looked up inquiringly. The dark-haired man's eyes darkened and he leaned back and began to fall. The shop owner lay on the floor and looked around in fear and said that he had just heard someone's voice in his head, and meanwhile the guy held out his hand for him to get up. There was a bottle on the tile, the contents of which were flowing out. MC leaned over tensely and looked down. The hand was reaching out to the frightened man. The protagonist calmly asked if they would trust him with something. Thompson hesitated for a long time and was breathing nervously. Then he looked at the palm and began to reach out in response. They grabbed hands. There was a dark wooden staircase in the room. There were many doors in the corridors. Someone approached one of them and stood. The man knocked upset when Niju and Estio approached. Knocking again, the owner told someone that he was coming in. The upset owner said that guests had come to them. They were standing near the wooden passage and waiting for something. Someone was holding the handle and was going to do something. The door to the room swung open and people began to enter it, and the dark-haired man called Till. The window in the room was open, and because of this the curtains were fluttering. The pale girl sat on a chair and was silent. The guy stood on the threshold and thought that the woman's face was like wood. Cold air blew from the street straight into the house. The man closed the windows and asked if she was frozen. He turned around and looked with disappointment and sadness. The lady's hand lay motionless on the armrest. The owner took it and said that her palms were completely icy. He was kneeling and stroking his wife's hand and, hearing something, looked away. The protagonist watched what was happening emotionlessly and apologized. The man looked at him with hope and expected something. The hero extended his hand somewhere. He silently put it to the silent girl's head. The character looked calmly. Then he closed his eyes and began to do something. Estio and Till were in the middle of the room, and MC thought that it was too quiet. He tensed up and thought that he needed to penetrate a little deeper, and he had never had to set this up before. An animal was sleeping on the woman's lap. The guy found himself in some space where there were some figures of people. He held 2 fingers near the heroine's forehead and, closing his eyes, thought that he was doing this of his own free will for the first time. A magic circle began to form on the top of the long-haired girl's head. A dark funnel circled around it, and the protagonist's hands. The young man opened his eyes and was surprised by something. A strong wind rose in the room when the young man used the ability, and from this the man covered himself with his hands. Some kind of flash occurred and something dark appeared in space. Thompson hid behind his elbows from the magic. He spied on what was happening in fear. The owner looked in surprise at the bright blue glow, and wondered what it could be. Lost in memories, Till, Estio, Thompson and Nenju found themselves among the trees on a summer day. Everything around was blooming with greenery, and Nenju made a questioning sound, not understanding where they were. Near the path lay an overturned wooden bucket with straw. Nearby was an axe stuck into a stump. Suddenly, Estio felt something invisible on the back of his head. The guy turned towards the house from which this path led. A voice came from the house, which said that on such days they had to work in the field. The trio immediately noticed the speaker. After all, it was young and healthy Till, who was leaving the house, continuing her monologue about wanting to rest a little from work today. Shock froze on Thompson's face when he saw his wife. He even tried to call her. The girl seemed not to notice her husband and continued doing her business. She passed by. Estio meanwhile said that he did not plan for such a development of events. Looking to the side, the hero noticed that they seemed to be in the memories of Thompson's wife. The girl was already walking on, humming a tune to herself. She looked so carefree. Stopping, she wondered if she should play with a certain wand by the river now. The girl even laughed at her idea. The girl's memories began from her childhood, when she was still a little daughter of a poor peasant. Her mother died very early and the girl did not even remember her face. When Till grew up a little, her father also left her and only her younger brother and sister remained with her, who needed to be taken care of. The girl held their hands tightly at the funeral, because she had no one else left, just like them. Till began to take care of the younger ones alone. She took up work in the fields. There the girl plowed the land. For her, such work was hard, but she still took a hoe in her hands. She also had to sew toys. She learned to make jewelry. When she worked in the field in the heat, the younger ones would run to her and help her collect brushwood and edible grass nearby. Her brother and sister were already growing up, so they tried to help their beloved older sister as best they could. The girl did not forget to praise them for their diligence, stroking their heads. One day, her little sister even brought a white flower and gave it to Till. The girl called Till closer to put the flower behind her sister's ear. At such moments, the girl looked the happiest on earth. And then she fell in love for the first time. This guy turned out to be Juan, who also worked in the field. He had dark hair and soft features. The guy constantly smiled softly at the girl. Till glowed with happiness when she saw him. Their sympathy was mutual, and they looked harmonious together. Juan smiled radiantly in the presence of the girl. And Till gave him a smile in return. Poverty sucked in the Till family like a swamp. The girl counted the remaining coins and thought about what to do. Looking at all this sadly, the girl realized that this was not enough even for food and medicine for the younger ones, even if she took on more work. While she was deep in thought, her brother asked her if it was true that Juan had proposed to her. Till calmly and naturally answered that there was nothing to worry about and that she was not going to get married, since she had already refused him 3 times. Sitting in one room, the girl saw that her brother was sick and therefore she could not leave them. She said that she had decided to break up with Juan. Till sadly looked away and said that she had not even thought of marrying him, so she needed to let Juan go as soon as possible. Just as flowers withered over time, so Till's feelings would fade, so she broke up with the guy. The streets of the morning city were already seething with their own life. Till was already running somewhere as fast as she could. She held the note in her hand and thought about the fact that she had 5 more deliveries scheduled for today. Running towards the heroine, she understood that if she skipped lunch, she would have time to do everything before sunset. The girl smiled at her thoughts, because they should have enough money for this month. Suddenly, someone fell loudly nearby, scattering the boxes he was carrying in different directions. Till immediately noticed this. She was in a hurry to finish her business, but she could not pass by and decided to help the poor guy. The girl approached the guy who fell and asked if he was okay. Looking at the hero, it was clear that he was badly bruised from the fall. Thompson and Estio watched this and Thompson said that this was the day when they met Till and she helped him. The girl took the guy by the arm and practically dragged him on herself. She brought Thompson to the hospital and took care of him herself. Then Thompson woke up. He opened his eyes wide in amazement. In front of him stood the beautiful Till, who asked how he was feeling, and then the guy fell in love with the girl. Thompson did not hesitate and soon asked the girl to marry him. She knelt down as expected and even handed her a box with a ring. The ring was gold with a ruby stone. It looked very beautiful. After this, many found out about it, including Juan, who ran after the girl looking for a meeting with Till. Looking at the heroine, the guy said that he heard the news of her wedding. He also noticed the ring on her ring finger. In despair, Juan blurted out that if the girl really leaves him, then he will die right here. The guy immediately took out a bottle of poison. Till could not believe what was happening. Fear was reflected on her face. He continued, exclaiming that he could not do otherwise, because life without her was meaningless. Juan sadly tried to convince Till again, asking her to return to him. The girl was overcome with shock. But a moment later she turned away from the guy and told him to do as he wished. Turning away, Till also added that she did not care whether he died or not. Juan, following the heroine, could not believe it, but Till said that she was leaving if he had already finished his performance. Without turning around, the girl wished him to meet his happiness again. But the guy was apparently not joking and immediately after that he angrily uncorked the lid of the bottle of poison. Till heard this and a sharp chill ran through her. She immediately turned around to stop the guy. But it was too late. He took a sip and had already fallen dead. The girl cried and begged him to wake up. Thompson said in surprise that he did not know about Till's former lover, and Estio added that apparently she did not want her husband to know about it. Estio realized that Till thought at that moment that Juan had cursed her. Thompson clenched his fists in despair. and bitterly said that Till married him only because of the money. Estio thought the same and, opening his mouth, added that she had rejected a simple farmer and chosen a rich man instead. Looking at the hero, Estio asked if this was really the case. Would Thompson change his mind? The hero was perplexed by what he heard and even asked again. Estio explained that if his wife's decisions were influenced by money and power, and if she was with Thompson only for profit. Thinking about the girl, the guy asked if Thompson could exclude her from the list of the two most precious people in the world in that case. The hero, frightened, quickly and sharply answered that this was not the case and that he loved her more than anyone else. Looking closely at Thompson, Estio asked what could have changed then. But the guy answered without explanation that nothing. Till was still his beloved wife, even in such a state. Everyone understood that she was fixated on these memories. It was only worse for her. He hated the thought that she thought she could never be happy again. Crying, Thompson was killed by the realization that his wife would not feel anything even if their daughter was dying. They saw the day of the birth of Thompson and Till's daughter. Thompson held the baby in his arms and begged his wife to pay attention to him. At least to hold their child in her arms. Watching the girl, Estio said that she could not help but feel emotions. All three had already left the girl's memories and were standing next to her. Estio continued to talk about how she was in her own personal hell. Opening his mouth, the hero said that she herself thought that losing children every time was her retribution for her sins. Hearing this, Thompson could not believe his ears and wanted to say something in opposition. But he fell silent and lowered his head. He went to his wife and called her. Thompson knelt down in front of Till and said that she was not to blame for this. Holding the girl's hand, the man said that their daughter was alive and would be fine, but she really needed her mother. A blue shimmer illuminated the window and it began to crack, while Thompson continued to beg Till to stop blaming herself and come back to them. New cracks appeared on that window, and the guy also convinced his wife that she did not need to suffer all her life and that they would survive all the hardships together. His wife's green eyes seemed lifeless and tired. But Thompson did not give up. He looked at her with all his love and tenderness, saying that they were a family. Suddenly there was a cracking of glass. Shards from the window flew at Till, but Thompson managed to cover her with himself. So, in her husband's arms, Till suddenly woke up and life sparkled in her eyes. Thompson was so happy to see his wife like this that he could not utter a word. At that moment, a child's cry was heard from the far room and the couple abruptly turned around at the noise. Till stood up confidently and said her daughter's name. She ran as fast as she could to the baby's cry. The girl climbed the stairs. She found the baby's crib. And finally she took the baby in her arms, tenderly kissing her forehead and asking for forgiveness for her mother not being there. Someone came up to Till and warmly placed his hand on her shoulder. It was Thompson, who was holding a pacifier in his other hand and saying that their daughter always cried like that when she asked for food. He began to feed his daughter and asked his wife if she was hungry too, since they just happened to have some chicken broth. So the three of them stood there, tenderly hugging and smiling brightly at each other. Meanwhile, everyone had already forgotten about Estio, and he sighed heavily and tried to grab onto something. But the guy lost his balance, and his hand slipped off the railing. He fell and lost consciousness, and Nenji tried unsuccessfully to call him. It was already night on the city streets, and only the lanterns illuminated them. There was an impatient knock on the door of one of the houses. A gray-haired man with a bald spot and a mustache was slowly descending the stairs, lamenting that he was already on his way to the door. He opened the door, and before him stood an excited Till and Thompson with Estio in their arms, with a worried Nenji spinning at their feet. The guy was laid on the bed. He was breathing heavily and was all red. A lamp was held over Estio's face. It was the same man with the mustache. He opened the guy's eye and examined his pupil in the light of the lantern. Estio, lying on the bed, still did not come to his senses. Then the man looked at the hero and asked Thompson if Estio had abilities, to which he received a positive answer. Frightened, Thompson also added that this happened precisely after the guy used them. The man thoughtfully rubbed his chin and said that this was the problem, but such cases were beyond his competence. Estio still had a flushed face, indicating a fever. Waving his arms, Thompson asked if the man was unable to help. Maybe he knew who they could turn to. Facing the boys, the man said that this could have happened because of Estio's inexperience, and in that case, bed rest and rest would help him. He also suggested coming tomorrow and checking his condition, and if there was no improvement, then they would need to seek help from the guild. At this point, the man finished and left the room, leaving the boys alone. Thompson was worried. Till noticed something and called her husband. They watched as Nenji looked sadly at Estio, standing next to his bed. The couple exchanged glances. Bringing the yulak to his mouth, Thompson finally decided to say something, addressing Nenju. The beast took Estio's hand with care and held it. Thompson and Till still remembered how Nenju flew into their room screaming that Estio was hurt. They were deeply impressed that the little animal was talking to them. Looking ahead, Thompson was now trying to talk to Nenju. He noticed how the little animal was yearning and crying for Estio. The man scratched his head and said that it was time for him and Till to return home, because the little girl was left there all alone. He was also going to cover all the expenses and added that if necessary, Nenju should call him. He raised his red eyes to Thompson. Looking ahead, Nenju spoke again, asking what they thought about their request, which Estio had fulfilled. Thompson looked at his wife. Till smiled at him brightly. They understood each other without words. Then the man, waving his hands, explained that everything was still in force, because his wife was better, so there was no need to worry about resuming business. Nenju nodded to Thompson. The couple left the house. In the room where Estio was laid, there was a wheelchair. Apparently this was the doctor's house. There were also many medical instruments there. Nenju mentally called out to the lying Estio. Thinking about the guys, Nija said that the people Estio had helped had returned to normal life, which meant the request had been fulfilled and the family was happy. The monkey sat by the bed and was sad. The little animal looked ahead thoughtfully. Then he lowered his head to his knees and mentally asked Estio to wake up quickly and return home. The city was illuminated by the morning sun. Rays of light were already breaking through the windows. And Estio opened his eyes, under which there were small bruises. He finally woke up, looking ahead. The guy sat up, not yet fully understanding where he was. He had stars before his eyes from recent fatigue. Estio turned around abruptly, because he felt someone's gaze. It was Nenju. There were tears in her eyes. He was about to burst into tears. The white-furred monkey jumped on Estio, hugging him. Estio met with the owner of the house, who said that the boy needed to lie down for another day or two to monitor his condition. With a smile on his face, Estio replied that he had already rested for too long and thanked the old healer. The boy and the beast headed out of the estate in the other direction, leaving behind tracks in the freshly fallen snow. They were heading to the guild, which was already open and ready to receive visitors. Documents and coins lay on the guildmaster's table. He happily told Estio that he had raised many talents with his own hands, but no one had ever achieved such success in such a short time as the boys. Estio even doubted what was said a little, but the man opposite him looked happy as a child. The man with a smile on his face noted that rumors about the young man's abilities were now on the ears not only in the city, but also among the aristocrats. Estio was surprised, not understanding what they were talking about, because he had not heard of any rumors. Rumors said that a man with a unique talent had appeared. Thus, Estio was sent on the next mission from the guild to the house of an aristocrat. Estio again looked at the Fabian residence, which he had already visited once. The guy lowered his gaze lower. He began to read the piece of paper that the guildmaster handed him. It said that the applicant was Frederick Fabian, the details were discussed at the meeting, and the payment was negotiable. At the threshold of the residence, Estio and Nenju were met by guards who let the visitors inside. They walked into a wide hall on an expensive red carpet. Suddenly, a small white dog Hiru flew out to meet them. Estio greeted him, standing next to him. Hiru in response mentally said that he was glad to see the guy. Estio leaned towards Hiru, and at that moment someone called the dog. Saralyn indignantly asked if Estio loved Hira more than her. To which the dog simply barked. Saralyn did not argue and came closer to the guests. She wanted to ask Estio a question, but stopped, noticing something. Saralyn realized that Estio was called here by her father. But the girl was still glad to meet the guy and asked how he was feeling. Estio did not hide the fact that everything was fine. Then the girl got worried and took the guy by the cheeks, asking what happened. Estio calmly answered the question with a question. Isn't she afraid of his ability to read hearts, since she touched him? The girl with a smile simply answered that she had no reason to be afraid of Estio. But the guy objected that he could find out all of Saralyn's secrets and tell everyone about them. The girl thought that this would really not be very good. Estio confidently added that he could also control her emotions, and the guy's gaze became completely sad. But Saralyn reacted unexpectedly. She was happy and said that it would be amazing. Estio stood up and thoughtfully asked the girl if such an ability didn't scare her. Saralyn looked at the guy thoughtfully. And then, with a completely stupid expression on her face, she asked if it should scare her if the guy wouldn't do it. Estio was amazed at the girl's train of thought. The butler interrupted their conversation. Apologizing, he said that the gentleman was waiting for the young man. Saralyn whined like a little child. But she still had to let Estio go. She asked him to find her before he was going to leave. The girl raised her little finger and with a smile asked him to promise her this too. There were many bookcases in the head of the house's office. The man himself stood at the window and looked out of it. There was a knock on the office door and the man ordered the guest to enter. Estio greeted the owner of the house and said that he had received his request. But the man immediately interrupted him and asked what the boy knew about cacti. In front of Frederick Fabian stood a small green cactus in a pot. The boy hesitated, not understanding the essence of the question. Then Frederick explained that this was truly fascinating, because such a plant can survive in the desert, where there is not a drop of water. And not that cacti do without water at all, because if they are watered like ordinary plants, they will die. The man continued to explain that there should not be an excess or a lack of moisture and light. In fact, this is a more capricious plant, because everything depends on how you take care of it. From this, its size and condition can vary greatly. The owner can easily kill the plant, so thought the owner of the house, standing with his back to Estio. The boy did not know what to answer to this. Then Frederick turned around. He asked Estio if he could read the souls of plants. Estio didn't answer when the head of the residence showed him the cactus. He watched in silence. The boy's gaze was focused on the pot with the plant. If he focused a little more, he could catch something. And then the cactus screamed that it was too noisy for it. Estio shuddered at this scream, which only he could hear. Meanwhile, Frederick didn't even notice anything and headed towards Estio. The man believed that plants have no will of their own, which he told the boy. But the cactus reacted with irritation and said that he talked too much. Estio still couldn't believe that he could hear what the plant was thinking right now. Frederick continued to think about the fact that cacti were left with no choice, but Estio could choose the master who would raise him. The man was offering the boy to be his master. He could not promise that he would be his employer, but the boy could become one of the servants of the Fabian family. Estio assumed that the man was offering him to become a soldier under his command. But Frederick smiled good-naturedly and rejected this assumption. The man smiled mysteriously. And then he explained that he wanted to make Estio his advisor. Everyone in this estate would respect the guy, and the only one he would have to answer to was him, Frederick Fabian, because it was a great honor for a commoner. Estio asked what he would have to do in the service of the master then. And he answered that this was a job that only Estio was capable of. The man put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that nothing complicated would happen. He would just have to dig into the heads of certain people. Cactus warned the guy that most likely this was a trap, because Frederick was a real manipulator. Estio said that he was grateful for this offer, but for now he was satisfied with working in the guild. Frederick threateningly explained that apparently the guy did not understand. After all, it was an order, not a proposal. The guy was not impressed by the threat and asked what would happen if he did not carry out this order. Frederick replied with a smile that it was not a threat for now, but it could affect the future. Cactus added skeptically that Frederick was quite self-confident if he was making himself out to be a great prophet. Estio apologized to the head of the residence and said that the man should discuss this order with the guild first. Frederick thought that it was good that the guy did not agree to another job so easily, but it should be used properly. The man arrogantly said that he would give Estio time to think it over again. Calling the butler, Frederick handed him the cactus and ordered him to get rid of it, because he wanted to replace this plant with something more pleasing to the eye. The butler was ready to carry out the order, but the cactus began to resent being let go. The conversation was over and the butler showed Estio to the door, ready to accompany him to the exit. They slowly walked along the corridor of the residence. Estio looked at the cactus, which continued to complain and shout that it hadn't even managed to prick anyone before they decided to throw it away. The guy felt sorry for the plant and turned to the butler. He asked to take the cactus. The butler answered skeptically that the cactus didn't even bloom. It was full of thorns and in general it was difficult to care for this type of cactus. But Estio didn't agree about the blooming and reached out for the pot. The butler gave in and decided to give the cactus to the guy after all. He also added that Milady had asked Estio not to leave without saying goodbye, so he could wait for her here for a bit. While Estio was waiting, the cactus was whining that it was cold and maybe dying from the cold wouldn't be such a bad idea. Estio decided to answer the plant and said that he wasn't going to kill it. The cactus just wanted to thank the guy, but stopped mid-sentence. All three of them fell silent and waited. Then Estio blurted out in one breath that he wasn't going to freeze the plant, but today was the first time he'd seen a cactus and wasn't quite sure what temperature it needed. While the plant didn't respond, Estio added that the cactus should warn him when it wanted a drink. The guy also decided to clarify that he could hear the cactus's speech, so if it was uncomfortable, he could immediately say so. Finally, the plant said something and it was jubilation towards Estio. The cactus thought that the guy was a god since he could hear the plant. The guy thought it necessary to introduce himself as just Estio. The cactus also told him his name, but it was very complicated, since long names were the norm for plants, so Estio decided to change it to a shorter version, Ahuru. Nenji began clapping his hands when he realized that Estio could talk to plants. He also told the guy that he thought he was cool. Estio was surprised by such a compliment. But then Nenji smiled sheepishly. The guy brought the cactus to Nenji and said its name. Nenji greeted the plant in a friendly manner and said that it was so small and cute. Ahuru responded with gratitude to the compliment and also said that Nenji was cute too. Estio stroked the cactus and said that it was not at all prickly. The cactus said that this was because Estio was Estio, and he could prick other people quite well, to which the guy was surprised and even asked again. Ahuru confirmed this and explained that he still could not move freely, but that was for now. And the guy asked again because he had never seen plants being able to move on their own. The cactus explained that when they grow up or when they will become strong enough, then the plants can move wherever they want. Ahuru also added that now he is still very young, but his will is strong, so he thinks that soon he will be able to move at least his thorns. The boys could have discussed this for a long time, but they were interrupted by a voice that said that it had already told Estio not to come here anymore. Estio immediately turned towards the speaker. It was the son of the head of the residence, Viscount Fabian. He contemptuously asked if Estio had problems with his memory on this account. The guy was threateningly advancing towards Estio. And again angrily, he asked if Estio took his words seriously, calling him a commoner. With a slight mockery, the young man continued to say that Estio said that he could only read hearts, but it turned out that he could also teach animals to talk. Viscount looked towards Nenji and called him a monster. Estio winced with hatred at such an attack, but for now he remained silent. Not only did Estio teach some monster to talk, but he also tried to make a plant talk, Viscount said, not hiding his disdain. He also noticed that Nyanji seemed to be a rare animal with snow-white fur and bright red eyes. Viscount asked Estio how much he could sell the beast to him for. A heavy silence fell. And the boy continued to say that feeding such a huge carcass probably cost a lot of money. He offered Estio to take this burden upon himself. After a short silence, Ahuru noted that Viscount seemed to be stupid. Estio repeated again that he would not sell Nenju. Viscount did not accept this answer. He continued to persuade the boy to sell him the beast. The nobleman took out a small handful of coins and showed them to Estio, saying that 10 gold coins would be enough, in his opinion. Estio tried to refuse again, but he was interrupted and called greedy. Viscount asked the question differently, this time asking how much Estio wanted for the beast. The boy firmly answered that Nenju was not for sale. This angered the nobleman, his face twisted in rage. Viscount began to shout that Estio did not dare to contradict him and ignore his warning not to come to this house anymore. Nenju was confused. The nobleman was frightening him with his attacks. Estio blocked the animal with his body and calmly said that he was only in this house because Lord Frederick called him, but Viscount did not believe him, saying that he was talking nonsense. The nobleman grabbed the guy by the collar and pulled, shouting that he knew about Estio's immorality. Nenju clenched his fists in anger and shouted for him not to offend his friend. The green-eyed youth was taken aback by this and let go of the guy. Estio fell and Nenju worriedly asked if he was okay. The guy answered that he was okay. The nobleman smiled, thinking about something of his own. And he said that he agreed to give Estio 30 gold for the beast, because he would definitely need it. The Viscount called several knights and ordered them to take the white monkey, and he himself would later send payment for Estio to the guild. Estio was already screaming hysterically at the guy that he would not sell him his friend. The aristocrat went berserk. He was infuriated by such an attitude of a commoner. Estio was still sitting on the floor, not understanding what to do next. The guards had already surrounded them and put their spears forward. Little by little, Estio was overcome by anger. One of the knights said that it was time to seize them already, but suddenly his hands spurted with blood. He did not even immediately understand what had happened, since everything happened very quickly. The guy screamed in horror from pain. It was Nenju. He struck the guard with lightning speed and stood fiercely, covering Estio and Ahura. The beast's hand was covered in the blood of that knight. It dripped onto the carpet and stained it badly. The rest of the guards were already in fear for their lives. The nobleman helplessly clenched his fist and asked with disdain how Nenju dared to wound his servant. Several more guards in armor came running to the noise and asked what had happened. Viscount pointed his finger at the three and said that they were trying to kill him, so they had to be locked in the dungeon. Someone threw a net towards the beast. Nenju was thinking about how Viscount himself called him a monster. The net quickly covered the helpless Nenju. At the same moment, discharges of electricity passed along the surface of the trap and struck the beast, stunning Nenju, who thought that sometimes people behave worse than monsters. The guards smiled nastily at the fact that they managed to catch the beast. They prepared to attack. And at that moment Nenju growled loudly. Viscount shuddered from this growl. The guy even took a step away from them. Frederick Fabian himself came to the noise and first of all asked angrily what was going on here. Behind him were several more knights. Frederick was furious at his son's actions, calling him a stupid child. He took the guy by the shoulders and began to shout that he had ruined everything. Anger was in the eyes of the head of the house. A second later, he pulled himself together and ordered the others to clean up the place. He told the guards that he needed Estio alive, and the monster was not so important in principle. The guards understood the master's order and were ready to immediately begin to carry it out. One of them immediately summoned a fiery flash. Nenju noticed that it was magic. Frederick stood and watched what was happening with a smug smile. Estio carefully removed the magic net from the beast's head. Nenju repentantly asked the boy for forgiveness and said that he simply wanted to protect him. Estio calmly replied that his friend should not apologize for this. Meanwhile, the guards shouted that the monster needed to be killed. Nenju sadly looked up at the boy. Then he lowered his eyes and said with regret that it seemed that this was the end. Fire magic was already flying towards the trio. The light from the impact brightly illuminated the space around. The aristocrats covered their faces with their hands, because smoke from the explosion immediately poured out. Viscount thought that if Estio had taken the money, none of this would have happened. The smoke enveloped the space and a lonely shadow was visible in its light. When it dissipated, Estio became visible, who said that in this situation it was not Nenju who should apologize. When the smoke completely dissipated around the boy, it became clear that he was unharmed and calmly holding a pot of cactus in his hands. The nobles were shocked that the boy didn't have a scratch on him. They shouted at the guards to get rid of the boy already. The knight with the sword, who was behind Estio, was shaking with fear. The other one was about to call on magic. But that knight suddenly froze. And at that very moment, it was as if adrenaline pierced him. He jumped up with a scream, holding his sword at the ready. He raised it to strike and rushed at Estio from behind. Estio instantly used his ability. His eyes glowed blue. The boy and the guard's gaze met and the attacker stopped half a meter from Estio. The knight began to breathe heavily and began to shake with fear. He slowly lowered his sword. Then, just as calmly, he pointed the tip at his heart. Frederick understood what was going on and was terrified. The next moment, that guard had already pierced his chest and everything around was stained with blood. Drops of blood splashed onto Estio's cheek. He seemed not to notice it, continuing to use his ability. He turned to the other guards, but they no longer attacked. The guy was silent and seemed to be expecting something. The guards also watched his every move, not knowing what to expect in response. Suddenly, one of them dropped his weapon. The knight fell to his knees like a doll. And then he completely fell unconscious, like the rest of the guards around him. Estio was the only one left standing silently. A frightened sigh was heard somewhere to the side. It was Viscount who fell to the floor. His own legs could not hold him up from fear. Estio calmly looked at the head of the house and his son. He stopped using the ability. At that moment, Saralyn came down the stairs, calling out to her father and brother questioningly. She was able to get a better look at the situation and saw that Estio was surrounded by guards and blood. Nenju was also unconscious. Fear seized the girl. She instantly lost consciousness and began to fall down the stairs, but her father was already running towards her. He caught his daughter and carefully laid her on the floor, hugging her and telling Estio that he must be happy with the outcome. Frederick said in despair for the boy to look around and say whether he really wanted to spill even more innocent blood. Estio was silent and thought about why he should hold back in such a situation. After all, remembering his past life and the bullying he had endured, he understood something. There had never been a reason to hold back and endure the pain that had been caused to him and Nenju. The guy clenched his fist and realized that he could finally stand up for himself and his loved ones. He said with a smile that he would stop now. Frederick exhaled, but the guy continued to say that the Fabians would have to act as if nothing had happened here. It sounded like a threat. Frederick was taken aback. Viscount hysterically began to scream that Estio was a brat and a murderer, because he had killed their guards and after that he still dared to ask for such a thing. Estio calmly turned to the speaker. The guy told the trembling Viscount that it was not a request. It was an order. The aristocrat looked at Estio with hatred. And at that very second he went limp. They all lost consciousness at that moment, except for Estio. Someone called the boy from behind. He turned around and noticed Siki. The cat's front paw began to deform. Then the deformation reached the cat's tail. And a moment later, a large black tigress appeared in front of the boy. Siki asked the boy why he stunned Ninja. Because he would not be able to carry him himself. Estio pulled the net trap off the animal. And he put his friend on the tigress's back. She suggested that the boy climb on her, but he said that he could do it himself, because it would be hard for her to carry both at once. Siki said that with him on her back or without him there was no difference. The boy gave in and sat on the tigress's back. She told him to hold on tight and took off. Siki was already running through some forest, not stopping. Then the boy called out to her. She dismounted a little and answered. The boy said sadly that he really was a monster since he could enter other people's hearts, manipulate them, and make them end their own lives. He remembered the blood that had been spilled in that house and added that he had killed so many people, but he felt nothing. The boy explained that he knew that what he had done was very bad, but he did not feel sadness or fear. Siki turned her head to Estio and asked him what happened. After all, if she were in his place, she would have killed every single one of them. She also said that he did not have to sympathize with those who tried to harm or take away something dear to him. The tigress advised the boy not to be too soft. Estio could not accept the fact that in the end, he was the only one who had harmed the people here. The tigress added that she understood the reason for his sadness, and yet he did not kill them all. Ahuru spoke up. He asked to let him put in his word in this conversation. Cactus said that anyone who worries about whether they are monsters can't be one to begin with. And what's wrong with monsters anyway? After all, their friends are a talking monkey and a cat that turns into a tiger, so who cares that they are monsters? Estio's gaze cleared up. He understood what the cactus was telling him. Ahuru suddenly came to his senses. He apologized for saying little more than one word. The next morning, the guild was in an uproar, because the manager was yelling at someone. The guy with wings on his hands apologized to the guild master and said that his order was made by high-ranking members of the guild. The man slammed his fist on the table in a rage, causing the papers that were lying nearby to scatter. He said that he hadn't asked the bird-headed idiot about that. The boy calmly explained that he was not exactly a bird, to which the manager only grabbed his head with both hands and screamed in despair. The secretary girl approached the despondent man and called him. She asked him to calm down. She looked at the paper, the order that Estio was being summoned to a special department of the guild. The girl thought that the royal family could have put pressure on them, or someone from the headquarters thought that Estio could be dangerous. Moreover, he had not appeared for 10 days and strange rumors were circulating throughout the city. It was as if it were a secret behind 7 locks. The man continued to indignantly say that Estio was not the type to hurt others. The secretary again attracted the attention of the manager, and he irritably asked what she wanted already. She calmly said that Estio had returned and indeed, the guy was silently standing in the office with a cactus in his hand. When they noticed him, he apologized for being late. The guild master noticed that the young man was all shabby, his clothes were torn and dirty. His pants and shoes were also not in the best shape. Estio's face was tired and dirty, and his gaze was sad. The man seemed to understand something and extended his hand. He placed it on the young man's shoulder and with kindness in his eyes said that he did an excellent job. The boy asked if the man was going to ask him about what he had been doing all this time. The manager gently said that Estio would need to submit a report on the work done and asked if the boy could imagine how worried they were about him when he suddenly stopped responding. The girl also confirmed the words of the manager. Suddenly, the winged messenger coughed. He was still in the office with them and tried to make his presence known in this way. The guild master continued that he was glad because Estio returned safe and sound, since due to the difficulty of this work, there were many cases when they senselessly lost capable people. He also wondered where Estio's partner, Nenju, could have gone. Estio did not understand the question, and the manager explained that he meant the white-furred monkey. Estio sadly explained that his friend had been injured, so he was currently resting. The wounds had almost healed, but he should be careful. The man encouraged him by saying that it was good that Nenju had not been hurt too badly. He added that the boy could also go and rest, and that he should submit his report in 3 days. The winged boy spoke up again, saying that this could be a problem. But the manager was stubborn, saying that he had simply told a guild member who had just returned from a mission to rest for a while, and that there was no problem with that. Suddenly, the messenger's arms took on their full wing form. Estio looked at this with delight, thinking that an angel stood before him. The messenger said that Estio should go with him to the headquarters. Estio still couldn't take his eyes off the beautiful sight, so he remained silent. Until the boy continued that the matter was urgent, and they should leave immediately. The carriage was moving very quickly. Estio sat silently inside it and looked at the scenery flying past the window. He was immersed in the memories of the past day. Then the guild master asked him why the boy agreed to such a condition so easily. The boy was packing his suitcase and slammed the lid. He calmly said that as long as he was a member of the guild, he could not neglect the orders of the headquarters. The manager looked at him with his kind eyes, and then sighed and said that it was indeed so. Sitting in the carriage, the boy thought that he was still grateful to the manager, and he was truly sorry for what had happened. But he was also happy that another place had appeared where he could go. The boy closed his eyes and heard a voice. It was Ahuru who said that he understood something. He exclaimed that he understood what Estio's problem was. And he explained that the boy found it too difficult to refuse others and he easily gave in to their requests, so if Estio did not like something, then he should boldly say so why did he not do it? The messenger who was riding in the carriage with the boy noticed how he was looking at the cactus and asked what could be the matter, and Nenju was also sleeping on the seat next to Estio. Estio answered with a smile that nothing had happened, and the cactus was indignant that the boy was too soft again. Ahura said that he had been thinking about it all this time and could not sleep, that's why he was so tired. Estio apologized to the plant for this. But he also asked the cactus to be silent for now. It calmed down and fell silent. The winged messenger sat, not understanding anything. He asked Estio if he had just talked to the plant, to which he received a positive answer from the boy. The winged one was delighted and said that he had heard that Estio could read other people's thoughts, and could he tell what they were thinking about right now. Estio was already irritated by this reaction to his ability. Suddenly, Nenju stirred. The animal was tormented by restless sleep, so he even whined a little. Estio looked towards the escort. He shuddered in fear when Nenju stirred. Estio quoted the guy's thoughts out loud that it was scary. Because white-furred monkeys were very dangerous monsters, the guy was afraid that the beast would eat him. The winged one's thoughts continued that Estio was right and he shouldn't have asked about the abilities that the guy was demonstrating right now. He was in full view of Estio, and this made the guy clearly uncomfortable, so he shouted out that he understood everything and he was sorry that he asked such a thing. Estio asked if the escort's interest was exhausted, to which he sheepishly replied that this was enough, so he asked to stop reading his thoughts. At that moment, Nenju opened his eyes. But Estio patted his friend on the back and told him to sleep some more, because they still had quite a long ride ahead of them. The beast asked what about Estio himself, but he replied that he had already slept. Nenju said that the boy looked tired and could lie on him because he was soft as a pillow. The boy smiled at this offer and politely declined. But the animal did not give up. He was already sitting and pulling Estio onto himself, saying that his fur was very soft, so there was no need to worry. He laid the boy's head on his shoulder. Estio thanked his friend. The winged one looked at all this with surprise and noted that looking at them, one gets the impression that the three of them looked like a real family. It was raining heavily when the carriage stopped for the night. The attendant asked if those present were cold, because in that case he could increase the temperature inside, but Estio refused, since everything was fine. The winged one also added that if anyone was uncomfortable or hungry, they should let him know, but here too Estio said that they were feeling fine. The boy thought that the conditions in the carriage were much more comfortable than when he lived in the attic. He also remembered the manager's candies and missed them. It was raining, collecting puddles on the road. The lights went out in the carriage. Someone noticed that it was raining. Ahura said that this was the perfect atmosphere for ghost stories. Very scary stories. Estio poked his finger at Ahura's thorn and thought in his mind that only people were truly scary. Suddenly, a loud snore was heard, which frightened the boy. It was their escort sleeping soundly and snoring loudly. Ahura noticed that this guy was sleeping quite loudly. At that moment, Nenju's ears also caught strange sounds. He suddenly opened his eyes. Estio told Nenju to try to ignore the noise and try to go back to sleep, but the little animal got up and said there was something near the carriage. He explained that these were not people or ordinary animals. Nenju said he had a bad feeling that they were about to be killed. Suddenly the door swung open and a driver rushed in, announcing that trouble had happened. They were surrounded by a flock of monsters that had appeared out of nowhere. The winged one woke up and asked how many monsters they counted and if they could break away from them now. The man shouted that there were harpies outside with great fighting potential. The boy worriedly said that the harpies were not supposed to appear until the beginning of winter. The driver explained that even if they got out of the encirclement, they would hardly be able to escape, since the monsters moved faster than horses. Nenju said he would go and see. Estio shouted for him to stop. But the monkey had already jumped out of the carriage. The beast shouted for Estio to stay inside. Estio sat motionless, shocked by his friend's action. In the gloom of the night, the rain continued to pour. After a while, the downpour stopped and there was silence. The driver said that it was too much to let Nenju go alone. The winged one bristled at this, saying that he was an ordinary messenger and had no fighting skills. Estio stood up and said that he would go and help Nenju. The escort exclaimed that Estio was not a fighting type either, to which the boy replied that he was not going to fight the harpies. The winged one shuddered at this look. He mentally thought that Estio's gaze had just been unusual and cold as ice. Then if Estio was not going to fight, it turned out that he was going to keep that monkey company as a dinner for the harpies, or so the messenger thought. He transformed his arms into wings and flew after Estio, calling out to him. The boy explained that harpies were terrible monsters that moved in groups, and they could not be dealt with by brute force alone, and although he was also a bird, He was not even fit to hold a candle to them. He begged Estio to stop and listen to him. After all, even if he knocked out a couple of them, it would not change anything. It dawned on the bird that they had to run until they were completely surrounded. But it was too late, because one of the harpies had already noticed him and was approaching. She opened her large beak in flight, and inexorably quickly descended on the boy. He did not have time to do anything and simply watched with fear in his eyes. He covered himself with his wings when someone's blood splashed on him. There was no blow, so the winged one decided to open his eyes to see what was happening around him. Estio covered him with himself. The harpy bit him hard in the shoulder and screamed. Estio was bleeding. The guy looked at the monster and heard that she wanted to finish him off. The messenger screamed hysterically about Estio's shoulder and the harpy's beak. When the monster let go of the guy, the scent of his spilled blood began to spread around. Another harpy smelled it, and several other monsters also reacted to the smell of blood. The flock flew to the source of the aroma and watched him from above. The harpy that wounded Estio tore part of his clothes from his shoulder and wanted to grab the guy with her claws. But she was stopped in time by Ninja's fist, which hit the harpy's beak with all its might. She screamed in defeat and flew away. The monster furrowed the ground and fell silent. Ninja worriedly asked Estio if he was wounded, to which the guy replied that he was slightly. The little animal noticed that the boy was bleeding from a wound on his shoulder. Estio said that it was just a scratch, and the messenger apologized and thanked the boy for saving him. The remaining monsters began to let out shrill screams throughout the area. The messenger shouted that the harpies had decided to attack. The three of them looked at the approaching monsters. Estio thought to himself that he was not entirely sure of his plan, whether he would be able to pull it off with several targets at once. The boy looked up at the harpies. His eyes were clouded with a blue glow, and he ordered them to stop. The wind from the flying bodies of the harpies swept across the clearing, and in that same second it died down, as did the harpies themselves, who hung in the air a few meters from Estio. The boy thought about what to do. Maybe he should kill them. But he ordered them to fly back to where they came from. The harpies took off and began to fly away. Estio spared the monsters this time. The messenger watched what was happening with his mouth wide open in surprise. He thought with horror that the monsters had just obeyed the orders of a simple man. At this thought he even covered his mouth with a wing. Estio turned to the guy and suggested that he return to the carriage. Nenju looked at his friend with delight and smiled. Approaching the carriage, Nenju exclaimed that Estio was very cool, as always. The messenger withdrew his wings and watched silently. Somewhere in the clearing, the harpy that Nenju had shot lay alone. Its relatives did not even remember this poor thing. The forest was calm and smooth. The messenger looked into the distance where the harpies had flown and thought that their flock had disappeared in the blink of an eye. He also noticed that everything went too easy for them, and now the guy understands why the headquarters is so interested in Estio. Estio, meanwhile, helped Ninja climb into the carriage and warned him to be careful when climbing. He also asked the animal if he was hurt somewhere. The messenger continued to realize with horror that Estio was indeed a dangerous person. Night fell. The carriage with horses quickly drove along the road. Exhausted, Estio lay on the pillow, his eyes closed. Suddenly, his eyes began to blink. After a few seconds, the guy slowly began to open them. Coming closer to the hero, Siki looked at Estio, telling him that he always acts independently, which is why she hates people. Looking at the hero, the cat told the guy not to hang around the area and rest more. Lowering her eyes to the animal, Estio began to apologize. Approaching the hero closer and closer, Siki said not to apologize and stay away from problems. Estio, with his mouth slightly open, looked attentively at the cat. Sitting on the hero's body, Siki, turning away, asked the guy not to get sick anymore. The cart continued to move. Looking at the guy, Ahura wished him a good morning. Opening his sleepy eyes, the hero asked the plant what he was doing. Suddenly, roots began to appear from the pot. Estio, rising, asked Ahura in surprise if he could walk. Running in different directions, the cactus told the hero that he had just woken up, but at the same time found time to be surprised at the walking cactus. Suddenly, someone started looking at Ahura, not letting him say anything. Nija looked at the plant with admiration, asking if it could walk. Giving a small finger to the cactus, the monkey congratulated him on this. Surprised, Parker began to look at all this with incomprehension. The cactus and Nija laughed among themselves. With a smile on his face, the hero answered Estio that he really had very unusual friends. Looking up, Parker realized that it was not so strange that the cactus could walk. An amazing memory arose in his head of how Estio was able to drive away a flock of harpies with one word. The birds immediately began to fly away from the guys. Looking at the main character, Parker realized that he would not be surprised if Estio could make friends with the dragon. Wiping away tears from his eyes, Parker said that the hero had a very cool ability to read hearts and control them. Estio approached the hero slowly and praised the guy because of his wings. The guy started to laugh, smiling sheepishly. Suddenly the carriage stopped slowly. While eating a bun, Estio started to think hard about something. Ahura quickly ran up to the guy. Estio looked at the plant with fear and decided that he needed water. The cactus waved its thorns and replied that he was already full. The main character looked ahead in surprise and asked the cactus if he had already eaten. Coming closer, the plant continued to tell something. Estio raised his head to Ahura with incomprehension, listening to him attentively. Thinking about the incident with the main character, the cactus asked the guy if he was bleeding heavily. Streams of blood were flowing down his body. The stream was getting bigger. The drops were slowly flowing. One after another they fell on the top of Ahura's head. Continuing to wave its thorns, the cactus replied that he had drunk a little. Eating a bun in silence, Estio looked closely at the plant. His hands slowly grabbed it. Opening his mouth wide, the guy asked the cactus about drinking his blood. Niju and Parker watched the hero's surprised face. Waving its thorns, the plant replied that it did not do this on purpose, and he simply could not turn back. A few seconds later, Ahura began to show his beautiful flower, which bloomed for the first time. Estio looked at it carefully. Opening his mouth with interest, the guy began to think whether this flower bloomed from blood. Parker, with his mouth wide open, could not understand that an ordinary plant can walk and drink blood. Slowly descending, the cactus gave its flower to Estio as a gift. With a slight smile on his father, the main character thanked the plant for this. Rising up, Ahura told the guy that he should thank him. The flower lay neatly on his hand. A few seconds later, the plant dissolved, leaving a trace behind. Time passed and even nothing remained of the trace. With a smile on his face, Estio told his friend that the flower had melted. Continuing to wave the thorns, Ahura could not understand what it was. Suddenly, a bright light appeared near the guy's shoulder. A ray slowly penetrated the shoulder. The hand carefully touched the shoulder. Things with bandages were quickly thrown off. Feeling his hand, Estio answered that most likely the flower had a healing effect. Starting to get embarrassed, Ahura asked the guy if it was cool. With a smile on her face, Niju looked away, hearing how they asked her if Siki had come. Lost in thought, the monkey answered that she could not answer. Thinking about last night, everyone was talking about how she had been on the roof of the carriage since last night. Putting on clothes, Estio began to think that it was not a dream. Hands touched the door of the carriage. A few seconds later, the guy quickly opened the door with his hands. With his mouth wide open in fear, Parker began to scream that jumping out was very dangerous. Holding onto the top of the carriage, Estio told the cat that he knew she was there. His hands touched the top of the carriage. A few seconds later, Siki's face appeared from the roof. Looking up at the cat, the protagonist replied that it was dangerous on the roof and that she should come down to them. Her paws continued to stand calmly, without moving. Slowly walking on the roof, the cat calmly answered the guy that he was now in much greater danger. Through the surprised Estio, the cat slowly jumped inside. Looking to the side, the guy saw how she began to walk calmly. Time passed, Estio went back into the carriage, closing the door. Scratching his head in surprise, Parker asked the hero if it was his pet. Seeing how Siki yawned, the guy replied that she was not a pet at all, but she could not be called a cat either. With a smile on his face, Parker replied that it turned out that she was still a friend. Jumping onto the chair, Siki asked Estio who he was. Putting her head on the boy's knee, the cat asked the boy if his wound had healed. With a smile on her face, the main character answered that he had healed quickly thanks to Ahura. Seeing a dancing cactus from behind, Siki asked the boy if he was capable of anything. Looking closely at the cat, the hero answered that it had healing powers. Closing her eyes, Siki told the boy that she was not following him and that the leaf had accidentally stumbled upon the wounded man while traveling. Stroking the cat, the boy asked her if she would keep him company. The tail immediately rose. A memory arose of how little Estio held the cat. Siki happily basked in the boy's arms. Despite the fact that the carriage was moving, the animal answered the boy that she would be there only because he himself asked for it, because while she was gone, Estio always found problems. With a smile on her face, the boy thanked the cat. Her eyes were slowly closed. Falling asleep, Siki understood that Estio had changed for the better. The carriage wheels stopped. The surprised hero looked away, hearing how they began to call him. The heroes were at the side of the portal, which was connected to the headquarters. Signing special documents, the guys heard that this portal can only be used by 3 adults per day. Watching the portal, Estio heard the man answer that side effects may appear after it. The legs slowly walked forward. After a few seconds, the hero's body was already beginning to enter the portal. Estio's eyes were closed. After a while, the guy slowly opened them in surprise. The main character was standing in an incredibly beautiful place. Approaching the guy, everyone looked around and realized that this was the very headquarters of the guild. With a smile on his face, Parker said welcome to the guy. The huge building was the headquarters of the Ignis Guild. A huge staircase led the guys up. Looking up, Estio realized that this was an endless spiral staircase that stretched to the heavens themselves. Parker looked at it all in surprise. Raising his eyes to the sky, the protagonist began to think about whether heaven existed. A memory of people with wealth and power arose in his head. In these same memories, there were people who supported him in everything. Looking up, Estio understood whether this would make him feel better. After a few seconds, the hero stopped, lowering his head. Turning to Estio, Parker, with a smile on his face, replied that they were there. With his mouth wide open, the guy began to talk about how this magical staircase was like a portal. Standing near the huge doors, Parker replied that it had been decided to organize a meeting with the Vice Guildmaster. His legs slowly approached the door. His fingers pressed the buttons. Estio and Parker looked away in surprise. The three heroes stood calmly near the door. The guy calmly answered that the master had fallen asleep, scratching the back of his head. Estio, opening his eyes, could not understand how he could have fallen asleep. His hands continued to knock on the door button. After a few seconds, the door began to dissolve. The cactus began to slowly shrink from the wind. Parker and Estio looked ahead in surprise, not knowing what to do. Ahura tiredly wondered what it was. Looking at the plant in surprise, Estio heard Ahura say that his head almost exploded. His hand held the sword tightly. Yawning, the man asked who had come to him. His gaze looked ahead with displeasure. Approaching Parker, the man answered that he did not remember ordering chicken for tomorrow. Thoughtfully looking at this, Uhuru understood that he was right about the chicken. With his mouth wide open, Parker answered that he had brought a guest. Looking ahead with displeasure, Van wondered what kind of guest this was. Closing his eyes, the man began to tell Parker that he could not invite guests personally, so for senselessly interrupting his sleep, the vice governor wanted to deprive the guy of his salary for the month. The dissatisfied hero began to look ahead. Starting to leave, Van asked everyone to get lost. After a few seconds, the man began to look away with interest, hearing how the cat began to meow. Siki, looking straight into Ven's eyes, did not stop meowing. Going down to the cat, the vice governor with a smile on his face began to ask her if she was also their guest. The hand slowly touched the cat. Siki, approaching Estio, heard Parker say that the young man next to him was transferred to a special department of Galatian. Estio, standing with Ahura, looked at Ven. The man slowly squatted. With a smile on his face, the guy asked Parker that under a special guest he was talking about the leader of their guild. Extending his hand, the man answered that he was Ven. Two hands confidently shook each other. Looking up, Estio could not believe that he was really the leader. Looking at the door, the priest suggested going inside first. The whole house was completely in the trash. Looking at this with incomprehension, Estio could not understand what kind of pigsty this was. The frightened monkey began to tell the guy that she could accidentally step on something if she went inside. Walking forward, Ven said that he was fine. Swinging his legs and arms in different directions, the man answered that there was nothing to worry about. Lowering his head to Niju, the man began to ask her if she was half human. Walking around the hero, Niju asked Ven how he could understand this. Laughing, the vice president looked at the animal, saying that he was joking. With a smile on his face, the guy realized that he did not really want to talk to people and forced himself to learn the language. Looking closely at the man, Estio realized that he did not look at all like he showed himself. Looking at the main character, the man began to ask him if he wanted coffee. Starting to scratch his chin, Ven understood that he was not yet at the age to like bitter. Without saying anything, Estio discontentedly understood that he refused not at all because of the bitterness. There were mugs on the tray. In one of the baskets were various cookies. The guy, lowering his head, slowly drank tea. With surprised eyes, Estio heard Ven answer that their leader was very young. Looking at the man, the main character calmly answered that he had already gone through the growing up ceremony. Parker looked ahead in surprise. Looking out of the corner of his eye at the hero, Ven asked the guy what happened. Slowly sitting down on the couch, the hero began to say that Ven looked like a pervert who had a weakness for young men. With a smile on his face, the vice guildmaster began to say that bringing Estio to the headquarters was the guildmaster's decision. Looking ahead in surprise, the guy did not understand why him. Estio sat quietly on the couch, saying nothing. Closing his eyes, Ven began to say that the leader was a recently introduced position, so he himself was not aware of all the details. The guys looked at the man with their mouths wide open. Holding a mug, Parker thought about whether the guild could be considered a reliable place. Looking into the distance, Estio began to think that they all had an overly secretive behavior and positions, and their attitudes to various things were constantly changing. His gaze looked into the distance. Raising his eyes to the heroes, the guy realized that they had never lied to him before. Then, looking closely at Estio, began to say that from now on his tasks would be different from the previous ones. Sitting on the couch, the main character did not understand what the man meant by these words. Calmly looking at the mug, the man replied that special tasks would appear that only the leader could handle. A sly grin appeared on Hven's face. Voices were heard from the building that this was a special mission and only a real leader could handle it. Thoughtfully looking ahead, the hero began to think about the leader. The wind rushed. On the table lay a bag that Hven offered to take. Looking at the tag, the man answered Estio that it was his gift for the sake of promotion. Looking ahead carefully, the protagonist heard that this bag contained a new uniform, a badge and some supplies with coins. Niju, smiling at his father, held onto the bag. Hven, opening his mouth wide, replied that this had nothing to do with the guild master and that it was only his personal interest. Continuing to sit in the office, the man replied that he became very interested in finding out all this. Sitting on the couch, Hven asked Estio to demonstrate his strength. The protagonist slowly opened his mouth. His hands touched the sword. After a while, Hven sat alone near the weapon. There was a crazy smile with laughter on his face. On one table was a mug with a drink. After a few seconds, the glass fell out, spilling all the contents. Hven looked away at the glass with displeasure. Holding the sword tightly in his hands, the guy decided to find out how strong Estio was. A few seconds later, the hero quickly ran forward. Estio stared at the guild master with wide eyes. Looking at Estio, Hven wondered why he wasn't defending himself. Opening his mouth, the guy began to look away in surprise. Estio continued to hold the mug as he did. Surprised, Hven froze, continuing to look at Estio. Holding onto the sword, the hero realized that he couldn't move. Meanwhile, Estio calmly looked at the hero. Looking straight into his eyes, the main character asked if what they saw was enough. Falling to the floor, Hven opened his mouth wide, saying nothing. His feet rested on the table. Sitting on a chair, Hven began to talk about how amazing it was. Sorting through the papers, the hero realized that everyone should have briefed him first. Opening his mouth tiredly, Hven realized that he was more suited to the role of boss. Looking to the side, Estio realized that everything would turn out well for him if he at least didn't become a victim. The guild master looked ahead with a smile on his face. Hiding his hands behind his head, Hven understood that this was the beginning of a new era for him. Morning had come. The new pot was filled with soil. Ahura looked at his new place with joy. Estio, with a smile on his face, was glad that the plant liked it very much. His gaze began to look away. The whole room looked neat and expensive. In one of the places there was a place for a cat. There were glass plates on the dressers. Looking at all this, the guy realized that for him it was all somehow too much. With admiration, Niju brought the hero his new uniform. The clothes were neatly lying in the suitcase. Looking ahead in surprise, the guy realized that these were really new clothes. With his mouth wide open, the animal said that they were enchanted. The surprised protagonist heard Niju answer that his new uniform could clean itself, regulate the temperature, and protect against blows. Watching the animal, the guy realized that most likely he also wanted new clothes. A few seconds later, the monkey looked away in surprise. Walking to the door, Estio answered that he would ask if there were suitable clothes for Niju and Siki. Slowly approaching the hero, the cat answered that she would only get in the way. Sitting on the beast's lap, the guy began to fear that they would catch a cold. Stroking Siki, Estio heard her say that they did not need extra fabric and that they had fur. Looking at the form, Niju answered that many people wear expensive clothes so that they would be treated better, because for them this is status. Looking forward in surprise, Estio began to think about the words about status. The whole room was clean and well kept. Looking around, the guy said that it would be better for him to have status. Niju, with a smile on his face, began to say that people would treat him better. With wide eyes, the guy answered that some people even speak badly of the king. Looking at Estio, the monkey answered that all of them would not be able to attack him. Looking at his master with fear, Niju began to say that he would do everything to protect his master. A memory arose in his head, how Niju tried to save his mother from evil people. Estio looked ahead with his eyes wide open. His hands straightened out to the side. A few seconds later, the protagonist stood level with Niju, looking him straight in the eyes. Putting the chain on the floor, Estio replied that the monkey probably felt uncomfortable walking in it, since he felt uncomfortable walking in chains. Touching his neck, the animal replied that they did not hinder him from moving much. Looking worriedly at the monkey, Estio replied that he did not like to look at him like that. Siki slowly ran away from the guy's shoulders. With a smile on his face, the protagonist thanked Niju for sincerely supporting him. Opening his mouth, the guy replied that he no longer needed to worry. Niju looked at the guy in surprise. Starting to think about himself, Estio realized that with just one desire he could make anyone kneel, and now his skills were becoming stronger. A memory arose in his head, how the guy stopped one warrior with his own strength. Once Estio stopped birds flying towards him next to him. His hands were clenched tightly. Walking forward, the guy realized that he could behave much more selfishly than before. The tables and chairs were in their places. In his hands was a letter. Parker, with a smile on his face, gave Estio a message. On the tray was a magic 8. Scratching his head, Parker, with a smile on his face, asked Estio if he got used to the new apartment. Examining the letter, Estio said that it was quite comfortable, and he even became a little bored from idleness. Looking askance at the guy, the main character offered to have a bite together. Continuing to look at the letter, Estio thought about what he would have to do. The letter contained a different form of request. At the very end of the sheet was a name. Looking forward in surprise, Estio replied that it was a familiar name. Ahura stood next to the hero and began to talk about how this was one of the youngest noble families in the entire country. Looking askance at the cactus, the guy asked if he had met him in real life. Looking aside in surprise, Niju began to think about what Ahura meant. Looking back at the monkey, the protagonist replied that the cactus had seen their customer. With a smile on his face, Niju looked ahead, replying that he was a very cool cactus. Siki was sleeping peacefully under the table. Thoughtfully looking ahead, the plant replied that their customer was very strange. Thinking about the guy, Ahuru replied that his swordsmanship was amazing. Looking down, the guy calmly asked that he was simply very strong. Thinking about the rumors, the plant replied that he was very famous for his skills. Continuing to think about the guy, Ahuru understood that he had defeated monsters and had not had a single defeat on his account. Thoughtfully looking ahead, Estio understood that such people also resorted to requests. Running to the guys, Parker wished everyone a bon appetit. Looking at the plate of soup, Ahura said with displeasure that there were feathers floating in it. Estio calmly stroked the cactus. After a while, all the tables were empty. On one paper was a description of the request. Looking closely at the sheet, Estio realized that, as he thought, there were no details. Surprised, Parker looked at the hero. Getting up from the table, the main character answered that they would go then. His head was looking up. After a few seconds, Parker's head was turned. Slowly walking behind the guy, the hero began to answer that he was a little withdrawn. Estio looked at Parker in surprise. A memory arose in his head of how evil people told the hero to get out. Continuing to walk, the guy began to think. Slowly leaving, Estio realized that he had not eaten in the company of other people for a long time. A long corridor. Legs walked slowly. Behind one silhouette, someone began to run quickly. Estio stopped abruptly. Standing next to the hero, Parker began to look at him. Looking at the hero, Estio asked her if he had any other business at headquarters. Opening his mouth, the hero answered that he had nothing to deliver, and the last order was Estio's letter. Parker continued to stand and began to say that he still had to work. Keeping his hand on his chest, the guy thought that the main character had not yet been notified. Surprised, Estio thought about what the problem was. With a smile on his face, Parker answered that he had been transferred to the leader's team. Estio, looking at the hero, could not understand this. Parker happily began to say that from today on he would be transferred to the leader's support team. Holding out his hand, the guy answered that he was now a subordinate. Surprised, Estio could not understand this. Shaking hands, the main character realized that he had a new team member, and also as a subordinate. A special brooch hung on his clothes. Parker raised his hands and asked the guy if he was okay. Opening his mouth, the hero said that he needed to do something first. Looking to the side, the guy answered that he needed to collect everything he needed. Confidently walking forward, the guy answered that he was planning to visit someone, namely their client. The guy stood calmly in the building. The heroes stood near the portal. Parker, holding a huge backpack, asked if they needed to grab more supplies. Surprised, Estio and Nija looked ahead. With a smile on his face, the hero replied that he had grabbed some goodies. In his hands were salty crackers and a baguette made from cooked octopus. Covering his nose, Parker replied that such goods were very limited, since he had to spend almost his entire monthly salary. The sad and pitiful guy looked away. One of the guides, showing the portal, replied that the Hagar's domain was outside the portal's range and that they could instead be moved to an underground cave, which was a base on the way to the destination. Parker, opening his mouth wide, began to think about the underground cave. Pulling the lever, The man replied that he was activating the portal and wished them a successful move. Estio calmly looked at the entrance with his friends. She carefully penetrated inside. Frightened Parker began to look at the dungeon. A few seconds later, the guy's already immersed body rushed inside. The drops were flowing down. There were underground icicles above. The heroes were standing calmly in some cave. The frightened Parker was looking around. Someone's silhouette appeared behind the screaming guy. The wings quickly opened. Having flown up, Parker hit his head on the cave. The guys calmly watched the hero, who was simply lying on the ground. Lying with his eyes closed, Parker answered that the starry sky had opened up in front of him. Standing next to the hero, Parker asked who he was. With a smile on his face, the man answered that he was the manager of this portal. Looking ahead in surprise, Estio asked about the fact that they were in the underground Renix cave. Continuing to smile, the man told the main character that he was very polite. The entire cave was dark. No one had looked into it for a long time. Bats were flying along the ceilings. Coming closer to the man, Estio answered that they were heading to the possessions of Hygar. The frightened manager said that there were even fewer adventurers on his way to keep them in those lands of death. Opening his mouth, the protagonist began to ask the man why he called them lands of death. A memory of how the emperor did not want to keep his talented cousin near him arose in his head. Opening his mouth wide, the man answered that such a person could not help but become a big thorn in the side of his majesty. Pointing his hand to the side, the man asked Estio if he saw a dark passage. Showing a dark cave, the manager answered that only God knew what was inside. Starting to laugh, the man answered that he could let them through, but could not guarantee their safety, since only scraps could remain of them and no one would know about it. Thinking about the darkness, the man answered that only the emperor had given the young duke teeming monsters. Opening his mouth, the hero answered that this cowardly cat was so afraid of his own cousin. Parker stood fearfully behind Estio. After a few seconds, the protagonist began to look into the distance. His gaze dropped to something. With a smile on his face, the manager said that there was no excitement on the guy's face. His eyes looked confidently forward. His legs slowly moved forward. Pointing with his fingers, the hero said to be very careful. Waving his fingers forward, the man replied that he could attract the attention of that scared cat. His eyes looked wide at the guy, saying that he had to get through the crowd before they were eaten alive. Lowering his head, Estio replied that he would like to convey a message to the emperor. Turning his head, the protagonist replied that he was glad of such a reception. Looking to the side, Estio hoped that Parker would someday be able to talk without hiding behind his back. After a few seconds, the heroes walked forward. The manager began to bow. Closing his eyes, the hero began to laugh loudly. His hands touched the skin. With quick movements, his fingers removed all the skin from the body. With a smile on his face, the young guy said that it was very funny. Lanterns were shining on the ceiling of the cave. Stunned, Parker looked around. His gaze fell on Estio. The protagonist looked at him and apologized, not knowing that he had a phobia of dungeons. Parker was suddenly taken aback. He calmly asked if Estio had read his thoughts. Putting his hands on his hips, he replied that everything was fine. The protagonist could read them whenever he saw fit. After all, he was the leader. Holding his head, Parker noted that it was not exactly a phobia, but rather a racial predisposition. The guy imagined a mountainous area and said that since his race's natural habitat is high hills and mountains, it is quite difficult for them to live in confined spaces. Standing in front of him, Parker added that there was not much flying there. Estio began to turn around and said that since the cave directly led to the domain of Hygar, they could go the entire way in half a day if they did not take breaks. Turning around, the protagonist added that it would take about a day to use the portal again, which is why he decided that it would be faster to go through the cave. Surprised, Parker replied that this was a reasonable choice. Estio raised his finger to his face and stated that he had wronged him by not taking into account the group's preferences. Parker held out his hands and said that he should not be afraid to make mistakes, since he was the one giving the orders. The protagonist listened, puzzled. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked if the boy meant to say that he would follow his orders against his own will. Estio bit his lip and thought that in the end, this was no different from forcibly controlling their thoughts. Parker spread his hands and stated that it was not because he was neglecting his own desires, since he wanted to follow him. He remembered how Estio had saved him and noted that he owed him his life. Looking away, the protagonist explained that he had only helped him that time because he himself was in danger. Smiling, the boy stated that he had saved him after all, and he was grateful for that. Parker closed his eyes and noted that he felt like he should follow him. He got scared and asked why Niju was growling. The guys looked into the depths of the cave. Niju cried out with an interested look that there were monsters there. Parker stood behind and asked how many monsters there were, to which he received an answer that there were a lot of them, and they were quite fast. The dumbfounded guy asked how close they were. Estio looked at the ground and said that they were right underneath them. The ground began to collapse. Monsters were crawling out from under it. Parker, dumbfounded, began to scream in fear. The protagonist looked at the monsters and said that they were sandworms. He stood in the middle of the cave with a puzzled look. Niju was holding a hura in his hands, who said that he saw sandworms for the first time, but everything was fine, they were not that aggressive, they had a peaceful nature, so you just need to not provoke them, and then they will not attack. Stretching out his hand, Ahura asked to look at them, noting that they were only watching them. Niju watched the monsters in silence. He looked at Ahura with a smile, who said that they had no reason to attack them. Besides, these worms were neither carnivorous nor herbivorous creatures. Estio sat down next to them and asked what they ate, to which he received the answer that they ate dirt. The protagonist watched the worms eat dirt. The guys watched him in silence. Ahura looked at the screaming Parker and said that they would not touch him, after which he asked him not to cry. Estio watched them in silence. Turning around, he said that the worms said that they could pass. The protagonist began to leave and said that they did not feed on people. The protagonist approached the worms. He began to walk past them, saying that everything was fine, they already knew about their presence, they must have just become curious, since no human had set foot in this cave for a long time. Estio turned around and said that they were saying that they dug the cave. Parker listened to the protagonist's words that now they were just curious, just like them, so he could relax. Parker looked at the worms, scared. He started trying to pass by them. Estio watched him and said that if he felt too bad. Frowning, the guy cried out that he could handle it. The protagonist continued to watch him and thought that he was about to ask the worms to part for him. The guys passed the worms, saying that they were now all covered in dirt. Standing in front of them, Estio noted that the smell was not so bad. With a smile on his face, the protagonist said that although the stench was unpleasant, it was a good, bad smell, and Parker thought that even though he was the owner of such a powerful skill, a leader was still not capable of lying. Looking up, he suggested that he had the wrong idea about the Renix cave, and Estio clarified what he meant. Looking at the glowing eyes, Parker told him that there were rumors that the place was crawling with bloodthirsty monsters, which is why few people go there. He looked at the monsters and noted that despite their unpleasant appearance and smell, those worms were quite friendly. Following the protagonist, Parker said that their appearance was simply disgusting, he was almost sure that they were carnivores. Looking back, Estio said that he thought the worms were quite cute. Inspecting them, the protagonist noted that they came all this way just to look at them and acted quite cute while moving their massive carcasses. He looked at the lanterns and said that 3 hours had passed since they entered the cave. Parker closed his eyes and said that he wanted to wash the stench off of himself as quickly as possible and dive into the pond. Niju started sniffling. He held out his hand and said that there was water nearby. It smelled pretty clean, and there were also sounds of a waterfall coming from there. The boys saw a bright light in front of them. Their gaze fell on the pond. They came to the waterfall and asked what it was doing inside the cave. Estio was looking closely at the waterfall. Parker was surprised by what he saw. The protagonist stood still and said that it was a real waterfall. He approached the pond. The protagonist scooped up some water in his hands. Looking at the water, he noticed that it looked pretty clean. Estio turned around and asked them to be careful, because the water was cold. Niju jumped into the water. The splashes drenched the protagonist. A joyful Niju reported that it was very cool. Ahura watched him and said that it looked quite good. Water was dripping off Parker and Estio. They exchanged glances. The guys started laughing. The protagonist sat down on the shore. Niju was splashing around in the water and called the protagonist to go swimming. The guy dipped his feet in the water and asked if Estio should wash the cat. The cat's face was unhappy and the protagonist said that she did not like water. The protagonist looked at the cat and listened to Parker's words that while they were there, this was a great opportunity to freshen up. Besides, she could get sick if she got too dirty. Siki started walking towards the water, saying that they did not have to worry about her, because she could swim herself. She brought her paw to the water and thought that it was unpleasant. The cat suddenly flew to the side. Parker flew up and caught her. Siki was scared. She was looking at the ground. The guy threw her into the water. Estio went into the water and called Naya. He was suddenly taken aback. The cat was standing on Parker's head. The protagonist noticed her. He held back his laughter. Siki jumped onto the shore. She hid behind the protagonist. The angry cat said that Parker would not get rid of it so easily. Estio held a towel in his hands and noted that at least her fur was now clean. He began to dry her, saying that Siki should sit still, because he needed to dry her. Parker, with a satisfied look, asked if she liked it. The protagonist held the angry Siki, who said that she would finish him off. Looking at Parker, Estio said that she was scared. Holding her in his arms, the protagonist asked her to apologize and promised that she would not do it again without warning. Parker, lowering his head, apologized. He extended his hand, noting that next time he would warn in advance. As he left, Estio suggested that it was time for them to move. Ahura was watching them and said that he wanted to go too. The protagonist approached him and asked what was wrong, to which he was told that he was thirsty. Looking at the water, the cactus said that he had just drunk water, but it tasted terrible and perhaps it was all because he was picky. Estio let go of the cat and asked him to drink while he could, because it was not good to be so capricious. Standing over him, he heard Ahura asking for something stronger to drink. He imagined blood and said that he wanted a tasty liquid with a unique structure. Covering his mouth with his hand, the protagonist wondered if his preferences had changed since that day. With a thoughtful look, he wondered in his mind if he was originally a plant species that fed on blood. He removed his hand from his mouth. Estio touched the cactus and suggested that its blood had a special taste. Standing over it, the protagonist asked to lift his spines. He looked at Parker and told him to do it faster. The spines pierced Estio's hand. He began to water the cactus with blood. Parker watched in shock, and the protagonist said that he was simply watering the cactus. Ahura absorbed his blood. Following Estio, the guy asked if someone could have built that waterfall on purpose, to which he received an answer that it was quite possible. Holding his chin, Parker said that it was unlikely that sandworms would dig a public pool there. It seemed that some other creature had previously lived there. Turning around, Estio asked why he thought so, and Parker replied that he had heard that such caves usually had an owner. Smiling, he asked if the leader knew about caves with tigers, wolves, or even dragons. The protagonist introduced a dragon and asked if they also lived in caves. Standing in front of him, Parker replied that this was true. As far as he knew, they often chose such places as their lair. Many of the discovered caves were originally the habitat of dragons. Examining the cave, he noted that their bodies were very massive, and for a dragon such a cave seemed too small. Parker showed 2 fingers and told that they said that the strongest individuals of the dragon race had 2 forms. He imagined a silhouette of a man near the dragon and said that the first was with wings, a tail and short front legs, but until they had to use their true strength, they could take the form of a man. Looking at him, Estio clarified whether they transformed their bodies into human ones. Spreading his arms, the guy replied that this was not exactly a transformation, or rather, that they had 2 bodies at once. After all, dragons were considered one of the favorites of God. He imagined the outlines of humans and asked if the scriptures said that the human form was the true form of God. Parker extended his hand and said that this was how the dragons received a second body, created in the image and likeness of the All-Creator, although it is impossible to say for sure until the protagonist meets a real dragon. The puzzled protagonist said that he had never been to the temple, so he did not know anything about it. Surprised, Parker clarified if this was true, noting that every village should have a place for prayer, to which he received the answer that Estio grew up in a very rundown mountain town. The protagonist continued walking. Without turning around, he assumed that in the end, the dragons were nothing. Looking down, Estio noted that despite all the power and greatness of their race, they all died out, leaving nothing behind. Raising his hands, the boy cried out that this was not so and everything is the opposite. Following him, Parker stated that he had heard that the dragons had chosen to leave this world and had left it. He explained with a serious expression that the dragons were called guardians for a reason, as they were at the top of the food chain, and then asked if anyone would have had the strength to exterminate such creatures. Confused, Estio asked if humans had exterminated them. Parker smiled and replied that it was not quite so. He touched the protagonist's shoulder and explained that the reason was the unstoppable process of humanity, and the wars that resulted. Parker ran after him and reported that the dragons' hearts bled as they watched the world gradually return, and then God gave them the final choice, to remain there as guardians or to move to their own world. Parker imagined a river in the middle of a mountainous area. Looking at it, Estio concluded that they had decided to leave. Holding his hand out to the side, the boy said he didn't know how true the story was, but that was what the scriptures said. Parker smiled and pointed out that it was safe to say that dragons were loved by the god, perhaps even more than humans. Holding the cactus in his hands, Nija said something was approaching them. Frowning, he noted that they weren't sandworms and they didn't seem all that friendly. Looking into the darkness, Nija said he felt a thirst for blood. Wolves were walking towards them. Their faces were furious. Parker, frightened, assumed that this was the habitat of cave wolves. Watching this, Ahura said they looked quite angry. Apparently they were very hungry. He was suddenly taken aback. Raising his head, Nija cried out that the monsters were still above. The wolves rushed at him. Niju jumped on them. He hit the wolf in the face. Niju landed on the ground. His face was furious. The wolves surrounded the boys. Niju was sitting on the ground. He suddenly turned around. The pet dealt a crushing blow to the wolf. His hands were covered in blood. The wolves growled at him. The protagonist watched him. He held his hand out in front of him. The wolves suddenly sat quietly. Niju smiled and thought that Estio had used his power. The protagonist looked at him. He calmly thought that he did not want to kill them. He closed his eyes and noted that in that case. The protagonist seriously told the wolves in his mind that from now on they were their masters. The wolf began to sniffle. He raised his head and began to howl. The boys heard the howling of wolves in the cave. The monsters began to disperse. They gave way to Estio and his comrades. Turning around, the protagonist said that they could go. They passed by the wolves. Parker looked at Naya and said that they had been lucky enough to bathe recently, but the white monkey's fur was dirty again. Examining his body, the primate replied that everything was fine. Smiling, he said that he would just wash himself again. He walked next to Parker and said his name, noting that white monkey sounded strange, so it was better to call him by his name. The guy was suddenly surprised. He pointed his finger forward and said that there was an exit. The guys climbed out. Parker was delighted with what he saw. Looking at the castle, he wondered if this was Hygar. The sun's rays illuminated the palace. We see the walls of the fortress. The knights were holding spears. Cannons stood near the fence. The protagonist stood behind his companion. Looking around, the guy thought that this was the domain of Hygar. He pulled back his trembling leg. Raising his head, Parker asked if it was really an earthquake. Niju held a cactus and asked to look to the side. The boys looked at the approaching army. The soldiers sat on a horse. The boy looked at them in surprise and said that there were a lot of them. Getting off his horse, the rider asked if they were from the Ignis Guild. He put his hand on his stomach and said that the master was waiting for them. We are being transported to a sunny city. People on the streets looked ahead in surprise and discussed that they should look at their uniforms. They are members of the Ignis Guild. The stranger watched the guys riding a horse and said that one of them even has wings. They look pretty strong, combat mercenaries, so perhaps they are preparing for battle. Throwing the tool over his shoulder, the man said that means they must fight. He raised his fist up and said that they will fight. Frowning, the guy in the crowd shouted that they will gladly help him protect the city together. Estio looked at them in surprise. Raising his thumb, the protagonist said that this is a wonderful place. The protagonist smiled and said that these people have special hearts. He looked ahead calmly, thinking that they had a burning desire to protect their homes and loved ones. Closing his eyes, the boy thought that he had never in his life had a desire to protect his home. We see the castle gates. A luxurious chandelier hung in the hall. Stained glass was painted on the windows. The guys were climbing the steps. Estio looked up, hearing the boy apologize. Touching the door, the soldier said that only the leader can go further. He calmly looked at the boy and said that people cannot enter the Duke's office without his direct invitation. The protagonist looked at him sadly, listening to the rules. Turning around, he told his companions that they heard him. Niju looked at him upset. The boy turned and said that he would just find out the details of the order and return in a moment. Let them wait here. Lowering his head, Niju accepted his request. Looking at the protagonist, the monkey mentally said that if something goes wrong, he should let them know. Estio nodded approvingly with a smile on his face. Stunned, Parker asked to rely on him. He showed a big one and said that he would take good care of them. The guy started crying when he heard the sound of the door slamming. Standing behind the door, the protagonist thought that he had never had to leave the three of them in such conditions before. Holding his chin, Estio wondered if everything would be okay with them. Closing his eyes, he came to the conclusion that he would simply deal with the order and leave. Ahura stood in front of him. Cactus began to jump further. The protagonist remembered that Niji carried him in his arms for some time, but at one point, he was taken aback when he heard the guy's voice. Sitting at the table, the stranger asked if he and Estio knew each other. He put the papers on the table. Taking off his glasses, the guy emphasized the fact that the protagonist said that he would gladly accept his invitation. He looked at Estio and asked if that was true. The surprised guy looked at Ahura. Examining him, he asked about the cactus. Ahura stood on the floor and introduced himself. Matthew was shocked by what he heard. He opened his mouth in fear. A loud scream was heard in the city. Ahura and Matthew looked at each other and screamed. Estio watched this from the side. The protagonist grabbed his head. The door suddenly opened. The guards entered the room and asked what happened. Matthew looked at them, puzzled. He turned his gaze to the cactus. Crossing his arms, The guy replied that everything was fine and asked them to return to their post. The guards looked at each other. The door slammed shut. Smiling, Matthew said that he assumed that the leader would be an unusual person, but he never thought that it would be a cactus. He stared at Ahura intently. Squatting down, Matthew stated that he had been told that his appearance was no different from that of a human, that he could actually walk and even talk, and Ahura asked if the guy was completely out of his mind. Matthew noted with satisfaction that the cactus had a sharp tongue too. The protagonist approached him and stated that he was the leader of the guild. Lowering his head, he asked if Matthew had told him that they knew each other. The guy looked at him and replied that he simply wanted to make sure that he did not have a hobby of dressing up as cacti. Matthew stood in front of Estio. Smiling, he asked if the protagonist had a special ability, mental power. The protagonist looked at him with a puzzled look. Closing his eyes, Matthew said that it simply occurred to him that it seemed logical that a person who could read minds could also control them. The protagonist calmly asked how much he knew. Closing his eyes, Matthew replied that he had simply guessed, after which he suggested not to dwell on it. The boy thought with a satisfied expression that without a doubt his pressure was colossal. Estio looked at him silently. Matthew extended his hand and asked to be allowed to introduce himself properly. Standing in front of the protagonist, he stated his name, adding that he was the one who sent the request to the guild. Estio lowered his gaze. He shook Matthew's hand and noted that he was from the Ignis Guild. Looking away, the boy said that he wanted to ask a question. Looking at Ahura, Matthew asked what he was if the cactus was not under his control. Ahura listened to their conversation and replied that it was partly true, but he would not let him get away with calling him that openly. Ahura rushed at him. Stunned, Matthew asked what the cactus was talking about. He climbed onto the table so that Ahura could not reach him. The protagonist knelt down and called the cactus. Ahura suddenly ran towards him. Looking at him, Estio asked if the Duke could hear what Ahura was saying. Matthew was holding onto his sword. He closed his eyes and said he could hear him just fine. Holding onto his shirt, he noted that it scared him a little. Looking at the protagonist, he asked if he should be able to hear him. Confused, Estio said he wanted to ask again if he could hear Ahura. Confused, the protagonist pointed out that the Duke had the ability to. Matthew approached him and stated that he did not. Holding onto the hilt of his sword, he noted that he would have understood everything if it had been the sword he had been connected to for so long. Raising his head, Estio stated that he did not quite understand, especially his sword. Smiling, the boy replied that some connections could be strengthened with blood, for example, if this cactus drank his blood. The surprised protagonist looked at Ahura. Holding his chin, Matthew stated that he understood what was going on. It was probably Estio's power. It was the cactus's voice that was reaching him. This ability could be activated in several ways. He could convey commands through words. But if enough blood was applied, he wouldn't even need to give orders. Matthew had a smirk on his face. Standing in front of him, Estio replied that the Duke knew even more about his ability than he did. Holding his hands in front of him, the boy asked not to misunderstand him. He wasn't trying to get information about him on purpose. It was just a coincidence of the knowledge he had collected over the years. The surprised protagonist asked if it meant that there were other people with abilities similar to his. Smiling, Matthew stated that there were. Looking away, he noted that up until this point, everything had been considered nothing more than a hypothesis. Estio looked at the boy who was saying that since their family's physical abilities had been passed down through generations, many had questions because of the color of his hair. The protagonist took the sword out of the sheath and began to say that black hair, black eyes and terrifying skills. The protagonist's face was surprised. He listened carefully to the Duke. Holding out the sword, the Duke said that some wondered if the Hygar family could be descended from a black dragon. The protagonist stood in front of him silently. Cactus flew near him and asked what kind of black dragon. Leaning on the protagonist's shoulder, Ahura said that he had a bulky ego. Matthew grinned. He covered his face with his hand. The guy grinned with displeasure. Smiling, the Duke said that he felt the essence of the black dragon awakening in his veins. Cactus flew near the satellite and suggested that they quietly get out of there. Raising his hand, Matthew happily said that it was a stupid joke. Of course, he was not a black dragon. He put the sword in the sheath and said that he just wanted to say that there were similar rumors before. The guy walked to the table and said that his request was related to them. Estio stood behind him and asked what his request was. Catching the bag, the protagonist thought that it was quite heavy. The Duke looked at him calmly. Matthew stood near the table with a smile and said that he wanted to find a true descendant of the Black Dragons. The protagonist looked at him in shock. Raising his finger, the guy said that he needed 1 month. He smiled, saying that if they simply helped him throughout the month, the request would be considered completely fulfilled regardless of the result. Putting his hands on his waist, Matthew said that they could not worry and follow him. He had already found a temporary replacement for himself. It was only 1 month. Estio looked at him worriedly and said that he wanted to warn him right away that he was not a fighter, clarifying whether he had guards. The Duke waved his hand to the side and asked why he needed them. He stepped on the carpet. The boy clasped his hands behind his back and said that when it came to fencing, he had no equal in the entire empire. Ahura began to twitch and said that he felt Spanish shame. Matthew smiled. Looking back, the Duke said that if anyone dared to interfere with his work, then they should worry about their lives, and even the Supreme Emperor would not be an exception. He stood by the door and said that it did not matter who it was. The boy took hold of the door handle. The protagonist looked at him and asked if he could confirm the information about the reason why he was looking for descendants. Standing behind him, Estio asked if the reason was related to what he was thinking about now. The Duke smiled confusedly and thought that he had read it. Then he looked at the protagonist, thinking that he was braver than he seemed. Matthew stood in front of him and answered that of course, it would happen again. Putting his hand on his chest, he said that he sent the request not on behalf of the Duke, but on behalf of himself. This has nothing to do with politics. The protagonist calmly looked at him. Lowering his head, he replied that he understood. The Duke looked seriously and said that the Hygar family definitely did not directly descend from dragons. A dragon was reflected in his pupil and he reported that it was true that they had some of their blood. The office door swung open. Parker happily extended his hand to his pets. He stood there confused, listening to the guy say that one of his ancestors drank dragon blood, thanks to which they gained inhuman strength. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, clarifying if this was true. Crossing his arms, Matthew said that this was a case similar to his cactus. Ahura stood on his shoulder and said that he did not dare put him on the same level as him. Estio stepped on the carpet. He walked through the office and asked in this case to indicate their destination. The Duke leaned his back against the door. Smiling, he asked where they should go. Matthew looked at him carefully and said that there was the main purpose of his request. He raised his hand. Pointing at the protagonist, the guy said that the goal was to examine him, the owner of dragon abilities recorded in ancient scriptures. Estio looked at him in shock and asked what was going on. The guys were standing near the entrance to the office. Turning around, Matthew asked with a smile if it was really exciting. The Duke imagined a dragon with an orb and said that the natural powers of black dragons, owners of the dark attribute, are based on mental energy that can subdue the will of a living being. Parker stood with his pets, confused. Putting his hand to his chin, Matthew said that his abilities were too similar to them to be a simple coincidence. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and replied that this was not so. Smiling, the guy said that everything was correct. He initially invited him here, since he assumed his connection with dragons. The Duke extended his hand and said that he was relying on him for this month. A voice came from the Night Castle, asking where he was. The girl looked down the corridor and called the boy. She stood on the balcony with a smile and said that there he was, her beautiful star. Little Matthew sat in the grass, listening as she asked if he wanted to play hide and seek because he was so sleepy. The boy raised his head. Yuria lifted him up and asked if he wanted to listen to an interesting story until he fell asleep. Taking the child in her arms, the girl told him that dragon blood flowed in his veins. She smiled and said that it was truly amazing, a gift from a black dragon, one of the noblest and most beautiful creatures in the whole wide world. Matthew lay in her arms and answered that it was not true. His grandfather told him that they had long since disappeared from their world. Looking down the dark corridor, Yuria said that perhaps this could be considered true in relation to the other dragons. She opened the door and told him that the reason was that their world had become too complex and vast for dragons to protect. The girl held the boy in her arms and asked if he remembered that important detail. Putting Matthew on the bed, Yuria said that the dragon who had shared his blood with them had not yet completely left this world. Proof of that was their family, in which children with extraordinary strength were constantly born. She kissed the child on the forehead and said that dragons were the guardians of their world. They were not afraid of old age, illness, or death. The girl smiled and asked if he remembered that she had spoken of his beauty and nobility, saying that he probably still protects their family to this day. The boy looked at her in surprise. Closing his eyes, Matthew asked what it mattered if the dragon did not protect them personally. Then he considered their family too pitiful for his attention. Yuria sat on the bed and told him that they were indeed very weak compared to real dragons, but by continuing their lineage, they retained the last proof of their long existence. She smiled sweetly. The child looked at her with fascination and asked why he had not left their world. Closing her eyes, the girl answered that it was because the black dragon loved people very much. The Duke suddenly woke up. Clutching his head, he thought that it was that dream again. Matthew opened his eyes slightly, hearing the protagonist ask if he had woken up already. He looked at Estio by the fire and asked if he had not gone to bed yet. The protagonist looked at him and said that he had also just woken up. The fire was burning brightly. The boy touched his cheek in confusion. The Duke sat on the ground opposite and asked if he had said anything in his sleep, to which his companion replied that he had slept quite soundly. The protagonist threw a stone into the fire and said that it was true. Matthew looked at him calmly. Looking at the sad guy, he thought that his manner of answering all the questions quietly and calmly reminded him of Yuria. The Duke shook his head from side to side and thought that this was some kind of nonsense. She was a gentle and kind woman, and her hair was fiery red. She was not at all like this gloomy fool. Looking at the sleeping pets, Matthew asked why he did not lie back down. He was worried. The protagonist picked up a stick and asked if he had forgotten. Estio was sitting near the fire and told that his ability was reading others' hearts. When someone sees a dream that occurs from their strong image, there are moments when it seeps into his mind, even if he does not want it. The protagonist was roasting meat in the fire and said that everything was happening to him in reality. The flames were reflected in his eyes. Smiling, Matthew asked if this meant that he saw everything. The protagonist introduced the girl and said that she was a beautiful and wise mother. The Duke scratched his head in confusion and replied that it was true. His mother really was wise, unlike him. He waved his hand. Looking at the sky, the guy said that she was no longer with them. Estio looked at the flying leaves and said that he had only slept for an hour, asking if he intended to go to bed again. Matthew looked at him sadly and replied that insomnia had seized him. He imagined a bloody hand. The guy remembered Yuria's corpse. The Duke smiled sheepishly and said that he thought he had already slept enough. The guys were sitting around the fire. Closing his eyes, Matthew said that he had shown him his dream, just to think about it, and asked if the spectacle was boring. The protagonist sat calmly in front of him and answered that it was. The guy raised 2 fingers and said that Yuria was his father's second wife. Looking away, he said that he considered her his real mother. He was told that his biological mother died during childbirth. Matthew looked down sadly. The Duke remembered how Yuria smiled and called him a beautiful little star. Looking at the sky, the guy said that she called him her star. He grabbed his head and said that he could not repay her kindness in any way. Grinning, Matthew said that he could not even save her. The Duke clenched his fist and said that there was an invasion of monsters. The guy remembered how he looked at the red sky and screamed that monsters were approaching. He imagined many eyes and paws, asking where Yuria was. Closing his eyes, Matthew said that everyone died that day except him. Imagining the face of a dragon, he said that he hoped that the black dragon really still existed in their world. The Duke leaned back on the ground and said that he wanted to ask him only one question. The protagonist silently looked at him. The guy was lying on the ground. He raised his hand to the sky and asked what was left for him to protect. Smoke rose from the forest and Matthew said that he no longer needed this monstrous power. The Duke lay sadly on the ground, saying that since things had turned out this way, he would have preferred for the house of Highgard to disappear completely. Estio looked at him with sympathy and replied that if he had nothing left to protect, he could just enjoy his rest. Looking at the lying boy, the protagonist said that due to lack of sleep, a person often begins to have stupid thoughts. Let him sleep. Matthew lay there confused, wondering if this was because of his curiosity about whether he was a descendant of the Black Dragon. Estio crossed his arms and said that he would not be bothered by nightmares tonight. The Duke looked at him carefully and thought that he could read the heart and control the mind. Closing his eyes, the boy thought that of course he could cope with the little nightmare. Morning came. The cauldron was hanging on the fire. Smoke was approaching the boy's face. Matthew stood up in confusion and asked if it was already morning. Looking at his hand, he thought about how he had slept so soundly. The owners of mental abilities were truly incredible. He had managed to get a good night's sleep for the first time. Cactus was standing on the ground in front of him and said that he had just woken up, so slow, just like a sloth. Matthew picked him up and said that actually no, he usually did not sleep for so long. Ahura looked at his eye and said that first he should rinse his face and only then talk. The Duke began to wipe his face. Parker happily carried 2 plates and said that it was warm soup with ham, cheese and corn. Taking the plate, Matthew thanked him. He looked at the unappetizing food and asked him to repeat what the soup was with. The guy happily sat next to him and said that it was cheese milk potato broccoli soup. Looking up, Parker assumed that it was some kind of soup with pork, cheese and crab. The Duke desperately looked at the plate and asked if he had mixed it with everything that came to hand and how old he was, since he already had such a huge experience in cooking. The guy smiled and answered that he was 21, learned to cook when he was 1 year old. Raising his hand, he said that he was responsible for his own baby food. Cactus stood on the ground and said that it made sense. His race was related to the bird, so at 1 year old they are already able to fly well. Having imagined how he cooked and flew, Parker said that, moreover, he was quite gifted and already at an early age he flew no worse than adults, and now, occupying a prestigious position as a letter deliverer, he also became a member of the leader's team. Looking away, Matthew asked where the leader himself was. The guy spread his hands in confusion. Turning away, he replied that the protagonist said that he wanted to look around the area. Parker raised his hand and said that they should leave him alone for a while. It must have been a shock for him, because the leader had only just found out that his abilities were similar to those of a dragon. The Duke put the bowl on the ground and asked when he left. Turning away, the guy replied that a lot of time had already passed around the time he was cleaning the pot for food. He licked the spoon and said that after all, this was the leader, nothing could have happened to him. Matthew suddenly stood up. The Duke put his hand to his head and said that he hated to admit it, but the area was still unsafe. He closed his eyes and wished he had warned him beforehand. Parker sat in front of him, dumbfounded, and asked if it was really unsafe. Matthew sighed heavily. He imagined the eyes of monsters and said that there were monsters there. Imagining a thief and knights, the boy said that the danger was bandits and soldiers from the enemy kingdom. The Duke remembered the cannons on the fortress, and said that Highgar was a land that had not yet been freed from the dangers of war. Matthew looked sadly into the distance, saying that the words about them being safe even without guards were not true. Looking at the trees in the forest, he said that this was true only on the condition that he was always near them. The boy looked into the depths of the forest. The Duke saw the protagonist's back. Frowning, he said that it seemed like nothing had happened yet. Parker looked at him with concern and said that then he should get off after the leader. Matthew stepped on the ground and said that he would go himself. He quickly jumped up and said to wait here. The guy flew into the sky. Parker looked at him in shock and said that it was a steep jump. The Duke looked at the treetops. He was flying over the forest. Matthew was taken aback, thinking that he smelled blood. The protagonist was walking along the path. The guy jumped to the ground. The Duke ran after his comrade and asked if he was okay. Estio turned around in confusion. The wolf growled furiously. Matthew looked at him in surprise. He looked at the protagonist with the wolves and asked why the cave wolves were next to him. The animals bared their teeth furiously. Frowning, the guy wondered why the animals were next to him. Was it really because of mental domination? The wolf looked at him angrily. The Duke was surprised to hear Estio ask if they were ready to move out yet. The protagonist was holding a wolf cub and saying that he would return to them soon then. Matthew looked at him in confusion and asked what he was doing there. The protagonist was petting the wounded wolf cub and said that these were the wolves that their group had encountered in the Rinda cave. He looked at the she-wolf and said that they were a special species that lived and hunted deep in caves. Estio looked down and said that when the wolves followed them out of the cave, they were unfortunate enough to suffer at the hands of humans. Matthew put his hand to his chin and said that here in Highgar, wolves would be considered a great threat, and therefore humans would try to exterminate them. The protagonist stood in front of him, asking what they would do. The guy looked at him calmly, and said that they were predators after all. He imagined the people in the tunnel and explained that the Renix cave was the only way to connect the lands of Highgar with the outside world, and in order to protect the people who walk these paths, it was reasonable to get rid of all the beasts that posed a threat. The Duke imagined bright eyes in the darkness and said that otherwise, defenseless travelers could become a meal for predators. Putting his hand on his waist, Matthew said that in any case, let him do with them as he wanted. He turned around at the smell. The guy watched as the wolf licked the puppy and asked if he gave him his blood. The wolf cub's muzzle was covered in blood. The protagonist stood next to him and answered that he was not sure that it would work, but earlier his blood had helped a wounded beast. The Duke looked at him seriously and said that, however, he should not share it so recklessly. Pointing his finger forward, he said that perhaps he really was a descendant of a dragon. Matthew looked at his comrade with the puppy and said that in this case, his blood is able to subjugate living beings and turn them into guardians. He clenched his fist and said that it is also able to make them accept the will of the black dragon. Smiling, the Duke said that it was just like his family. The guy stood in front of the protagonist and asked if he had said too much. Matthew walked away from him, saying that he should not mess with them any longer. The protagonist stood on the grass, answering that to some extent he agreed with him. Looking after him, Estio said that right now they can change them. The averted Duke clarified what he said. The protagonist looked at him seriously and said that the wolves can promise not to harm the inhabitants of Highgar. He stood among the animals, asking what they can offer them in return. Turning around, Matthew thought about how it was said that in ancient times the black dragon was a bridge between people and all other creatures. It seemed like he was one step closer to his goal. The Duke smiled. Stretching out his hand, he said that it was not enough for him to just promise not to attack his people. The guy presented the state emblem and said that if they became guardians of these lands, he would promise them food and safety. Closing his eyes, Matthew asked how about that. Smoke was rising in the middle of the forest. Parker was sitting near the fire and said that they had returned. He screamed in fear. Looking at the wolves, the guy asked what it meant. Parker was flapping his wings in fear and screaming that they were cave wolves. The Duke covered himself from the flying feathers and said that they were their new comrades. The guy closed his wings in fear and said that he was not sure he could provide food for all these wolves. Flapping his wings, he said that food was a very important aspect. Nija smiled happily. Estio brought the wolf cub to his mother and said that everything was fine. The pet sat next to the guy and said that it was a baby. Estio stroked the wounded puppy and said that if he left it, its condition would only get worse. Turning around, the protagonist said that the arrow hit his hind leg, asking if his friend could take a look. Parker approached him and said that if this was not some kind of surgery, he could handle it. Towels and flasks stood on the blanket. The guy leaned over the lying puppy, saying that he would examine it. He looked at it in surprise. Parker examined the wolf's paws and said that it was not wounded. Sitting over the puppy, the guy said that if the arrow had hit such a fragile body, it would have certainly left a through wound, but this tiny scratch could hardly be called a wound. Looking at the bloody muzzle, he said that the temperature was also fine, the baby just needed rest now. Parker looked at the leader and asked if he was sure that he was wounded by an arrow. Estio looked sadly and answered that it was not so. He stood in front of his friend and said that it seemed that he was mistaken. Holding the arrow behind his back, the main character said that maybe he confused him with another wolf. Matthew crossed his arms. The boy looked at him attentively. The protagonist suddenly turned around. He put his finger to his lips. The Duke looked away worriedly, thinking that he didn't want his group to know how special he was. He wondered why. The fire had completely burned out. The she-wolf picked up the puppy by the scruff of the neck. The protagonist looked at the sleeping Siki. The cat woke up, hearing that they were leaving soon. The guys were standing in the clearing in front of her. She looked at the pack of wolves and asked what kind of mongrels they were. Siki watched calmly from the tree. The protagonist watched as the cat sat on his head and said that these were their new friends, they would accompany them. Looking at the wolves, Estio said that, moreover, they could now legally live in the territories of Hygar. Siki licked her paw and said that they could do as they saw fit, specifying where they would go next. The Duke raised 2 fingers and said that he should have told them earlier. Matthew stood happily in front of the boys and said that he had already chosen their next destination. Parker raised an eyebrow and asked when he had chosen it. The boy placed his hand on his hip and said that he had heard that the protagonist grew up in a provincial town and asked where exactly it was. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. He imagined gloomy houses. Estio looked at him calmly and said that he was from the village of Selbia. Smiling, Matthew said that was great, they were going there. Parker was taken aback and asked what was wrong. Nija looked at him in surprise. Cactus stood in front of him and asked why he was doing this, not even realizing that it made Estio uncomfortable, like he was a pervert or something. Ahura watched as the boy smiled and said to look at that grin, like a pervert. Looking down, the protagonist asked why he wanted to visit his home village. Matthew smiled and said that he wanted to observe him from the start. He held out his hand and said that he now understood that he himself did not know everything about himself. The Duke looked at him happily and said that this is why he thought that meeting the family that raised him could give a lot of useful information. The protagonist introduced the evil people. Estio looked down sadly, thinking that the family that raised him was not the one he was born into, but that was not important now. Closing his eyes, the protagonist decided that he did not want to see them again. Joyful Matthew leaned towards him and said that he had to follow the request. Smiling, he clarified if he was right. The protagonist looked away and said that he understood him. He looked at the dying fire and suggested that they move on. The plot moves us to Galatia, to the Ignis Guild, where the man greeted and said that he could not talk like that anymore. Sebastian bowed and said that he hoped the guild leader was in good health. Estio held out his hand, confused. The protagonist smiled sheepishly and asked to address him as before, as it would make him feel more comfortable. Putting his hand on his stomach, the manager replied that his status did not allow it, since he was now a head taller. He touched his chin and said that since he was asking for it, so be it. Sebastian smiled happily and asked how he was doing. The protagonist looked at him, confused. Closing his eyes, the guy replied that everything was fine. The man walked with him through the guild and said that he had really managed to become the leader and that this new uniform looked great on him. Let him pass. The guys stood calmly in the doorway, listening to the man who did not doubt him for a second. After all, he had already said that he had an eye for talented people. Sebastian happily hugged the guy and said that his intuition was really not that simple, They should raise his rate, or at least deliver a full set of those candies monthly, or even weekly. Suddenly, the girl covered his mouth. Smiling, she said that she was glad to see him. She heard that he was heading to the village of Selbia. Rosalie looked worried and said that it was located quite far from here. Imagining a dense forest, the girl said that he would have to go around many mountains, and the path itself was very thorny. The road would be long and painful. The man looked happily and said that he would lend him a carriage for this trip. Standing in front of the guy, Rosalie said that she would immediately start preparing it. Sebastian smiled and said that their whole group must be very tired. Let them settle in the rooms. Sunset was approaching over the house. The sun's rays were breaking through the windows. The protagonist was sitting on the edge of the bed. Looking ahead, he thought that nothing had changed here. Everything was exactly as it was on the day of his departure. Estio turned to the door. The protagonist looked at it in surprise, wondering who it was. Sounds were coming from behind the door. The guy was sitting in front of the entrance. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion, wondering who it could have brought here. The door slowly opened. He looked at it in fear. The girl was entering the room. Estio was taken aback. Rosalie looked inside, asking if she had interrupted his rest. Approaching her friend, she asked if he knew how to ride a horse. The protagonist looked down and replied that he had never learned. Touching his chin, the girl said that it was very annoying to say this, but they did not have any free carriages at the moment. Rosalie imagined the horses in the pen and said that they were all used for other requests. There were several free horses in the stall, but he did not know how to ride. The guy calmly looked at her and said that everything was fine. Estio smiled and said that they were not pressed for time, so they could walk. The girl stood in front of the boys and said that then she would at least assign guards to them. The protagonist looked calmly and said that there was no need for that. Looking at Matthew, who was looking in, he said that although he had no fighting skills, his client was a self-proclaimed strongest swordsman, so they did not need to worry. The Duke was taken aback, thinking that he was self-proclaimed. Rosalie clapped her hands happily and said that it was a relief, that he should not hesitate to ask her if he needed help. Parker extended his hand and said that he apologized. He looked out from behind the door with a smile and said that if he did not distract them too much, he would like to ask for something. Their supplies were almost depleted. The guy looked at the empty cauldron and said that it was burnt at the bottom and smelled bad. Parker sheepishly put his hand to his head and said that it would be great to find a replacement, asking if the guild could provide them with a new cauldron. Rosalie pointed to the side and said that she would explain the procedure to him. They should go to the office. The guy watched her go and asked if they could buy any more things, to which she replied that she agreed. Matthew waved his hand and said that he needed to visit the weapon shop. The protagonist stood calmly in the room and wished him a good trip. Closing his eyes, the Duke asked if he really had to go alone. Estio crossed his arms and said that he did not know anything about weapons. Looking away, the protagonist explained that he was a member of a special support group, not a combat unit. He held his hand and said that this was why he never had to use a weapon. Raising an eyebrow, Matthew asked if that meant he did not know how to use a weapon at all. Despite living in the province, did he really never have to hunt? The protagonist looked at him sadly and replied that he did not want to kill animals. The Duke looked at him in surprise and asked if he had ever killed a person. The protagonist silently lowered his eyes. He remembered standing in front of a wounded man. A bloody knife lay on the floor. Lowering his head, Estio replied that he had. Matthew looked at him seriously, wondering what it meant that he had enough determination. The guy watched as he crossed his arms and thought about how someone who was not even comfortable cutting off a chicken's head was able to end a person's life if necessary. The Duke stood on the floor. Extending his hand, he said that he understood that he had incredible strength, but the human body was much more fragile than it seemed. It was better to keep at least one weapon with you. Matthew smiled and said that this was also part of his request. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked Naya to stay here with Ahuru and wait for Parker. The pet peeked out from the bed and said that he wanted to go too, to which the boy replied that they would return quickly. Let him just wait. Nija looked at him sadly and wished him a good trip. Ahura looked at his master. He looked at the cat and asked why he took the tiger with him. Looking away, Estio said that Siki would follow him even if he asked her to stay. The cat walked along the carpet and said that he knew her very well. Who would dare to stop her? The sun was setting over the city. Matthew walked along the corridor by the satellite. He looked at the guild crest. Opening the door, the Duke asked if there was anyone inside. The guys were standing in an empty room. A voice came from behind the counter, asking who was there. The guy looked confused and answered that they were customers. The man stood up from behind the counter and said that he was a chicken head, forgot to close the door before cleaning. Leaning on the table, the clerk said that the store was closed today, so they would have to leave. He stood behind the counter and said that it was because Viscount Fabian bought up all the goods. Looking at the empty display case, the man said that as if that was not enough, he also ordered a large batch from above. Crossing his arms, the clerk said that he heard that they were currently recruiting new soldiers, but he ran out of equipment. He was sure that the other stores were in the same situation. Estio stood calmly in front of him, asking if Viscount Fabian was recruiting soldiers. The man looked at him and said that he should know more information. A young lady from the Viscount's house was suffering from a serious illness. He imagined the girl clutching a blanket in pain. The protagonist is surprised and asks again. The clerk opens his mouth and asks if he knows. Putting a hand on his shoulder, he falls silent. Then he approaches them and decides to tell them a rumor. Opening his mouth, he says that it is a heart disease. The man's mouth is open because she goes crazy every time she sees blood and suffers from nightly nightmares. There is blood on the floor because some time ago their house was killed, and the lady became afraid of the resulting emptiness. Looking down, he tells the guy that this is why they are recruiting new recruits to fill the space, and also looking for any ways that would help heal the lady. The protagonist's eyes are sad. Next to him they ask to sharpen a knife. He remembers Saralyn, who asked to become a secret friend. Estio's eyes widen because he was called. Holding a knife in his hands, he is asked to take it. The protagonist takes it and asks why it is necessary. He is told that safety is above all. Matthew points his finger and asks to take care of himself, because the guy is too careless about himself. Turning around, he is told that he needs to go already. Opening his mouth, the guy thinks. Two boys are walking down the street. A carriage is driving nearby. A cat is walking next to Estio. He looks down and calls the cat Siki. As they walk along the road, she says that she doesn't remember everyone and that's why she doesn't remember Saralyn. The boy turns his head and says that it's probably better not to remember. The cat looks down and asks why she's worried about them, since she's made life difficult. Squeezing his hand, Estio says that Saralyn hasn't done anything, and they ask him what he's going to do. He opens his mouth and says nothing. It was evening, and people were shouting in the building and asking for someone to be brought. Pointing his finger, the man asks if the guild would dare to reject his request. The girl smiles and asks him to calm down, since they couldn't do it just because he called her that. They enter the building. Frederick shouts and explains that 10 days have passed. The protagonist stands still and thinks. Raising her hand, she asks for forgiveness, and the leader of Estio is currently part of the headquarters. She is asked to shut up. Opening his mouth, Frederick asks how she dares to refuse him. Because she can close the shop, the girl asks for forgiveness. Because the guild is an institution created by order of the emperor, and therefore it is impossible to close. He had white teeth. He asks to bring someone here. Matthew looks seriously and asks if this is the man, to which they answer affirmatively. Opening his mouth, he wants to say something. Frederick is still swearing and he looked more like a madman than his daughter, because he is strangely dressed and there is no noble dignity visible. Standing near the guy, Estio says that it is better to ignore and pass by. Then the two begin to walk near the reception. There were bags under Frederick's eyes and he turns sharply. Seeing the main character, he begins to yell his name. Smiling, he realizes that it is Estio. Then the man begins to run towards him. Grabbing his hand, he says that he has been waiting for him for a long time. Holding onto his cloak with trembling hands, Frederick asks if the guy will stay in the city. Opening his mouth, he asks to let him go. Smiling, the man agrees. Looking at him, Frederick says that he is going through a difficult period now and asks to listen to him. Tears appear in his eyes and he says that his daughter is not feeling well and is asking for help. Looking displeased, Estio asks why he should do this. Again, he starts reaching for him with his hands and says that only the main character can do this. Matthew watches them, and the man asks to erase her memories so that she can sleep peacefully. Turning his head, he says that he is currently busy with another request and should go away. Frederick begins to tremble and asks him again. Spreading his arms, he says that it is not important and should cancel it. Matthew points to himself, because he was the customer, because he was asked who he was. Wiggling his finger from side to side, he says that he has no reason to cancel the petition, and so he should surrender. Grinning his teeth, he says that how dare the boy speak to him so rudely. Smiling, Matthew introduces himself to him. Frederick opens his mouth and asks again. His knees buckle at these words. The people look at him with their mouths open. Their eyes widen and he thinks that such an important person as the Duke stood up for him. The protagonist stands with his back to us. Matthew extends his hand and apologizes for his rude behavior. A smile appears on his face. Putting his hands on his hips, the man realizes that an important person stands before him. Frederick opens his mouth and is surprised. There was hair on his chin. Standing next to the protagonist, He asks if he is still angry with him because of that incident. Brother Saralin points a finger. They beat up Nei's pet. Standing with their backs to him, they tell him that it is a small thing. Putting his hand on his chest, Frederick says that he should be angry because of so many losses. Looking crazy, he says that he has forgotten everything and that what is happening now is much more important than the events of the past. He looks at him confidently, and Estio understands that he has not changed. Turning to him, the thought flashes through his mind that he does not know how to admit his guilt and apologize. Spreading his arms, the man says that he does not ask anymore, but let him help now. Taking the guy by the shoulders, the protagonist asks why he should do this. The man is surprised by the question and tries to say something. Opening his mouth, Estio asks to let go. Frederick's hand is removed from his shoulder. The protagonist turns away and tries to leave. Matthew follows him, but turns to look. Clasping his hands, Frederick thinks that it cannot end like this. Being not far from them, he screams the name of his daughter. Bewilderment was visible in his eyes, then he says that Saralin wants to see him. Kneeling down, the man begins to beg. Frederick folds his palms and asks to save his daughter. Everyone in the room opens their mouths. Matthew did not expect him to do such a thing. The protagonist stands with his back to him and is silent. With his mouth open, he orders everyone to listen to him carefully. Without looking at the man, he says that whatever he offers, he will not accept. With his mouth open, he says that he will not agree on anything with him. Then he starts to leave and says that he will never do this. Frederick lies down on the floor, but he still has not apologized. Evening comes, we are near the building. Saralin is standing near the open window and looking. He has bags under his eyes. Hiru comes up to him and barks. The girl is still standing and looking. Putting her hand on the windowsill, she hears a sound. It was a black cat. Siki opens her mouth and starts meowing. Saralin is surprised and asks questions. Getting down to the level of the cat's gaze, she asks, "Is this Estio?" Siki's eyes were different colors and looked like the protagonist. Resting her head on the windowsill, she says that Estio seemed stupid at first because he was thin and quiet. Looking down, she continues that he did not like the fact that he could read the hearts of others, and the girl would be glad of such an ability, because then she could talk to Hiru. She remembers Estio, who had calmness on his face. His eyes were blue and beautiful. Closing her eyes, she says that just looking into them, the girl calmed down, but the thought that he could use them to kill someone does not give her peace. We see red spots, because Saralin did not understand and her head was empty. She remembers Estio, who is lying near dead people. The girl was frightened by her father and brother, but at the same time she felt relief. She looks at her hands, and even though all those people died, the main character did not touch her father and brother. Saralin begins to squeeze her hand, because she was afraid of her thoughts. Tears start to appear in her eyes, and she is told that it is not her fault. A boy stands behind her and tells her not to think badly of herself for something that is not wrong. The cat jumps up and approaches the boy. The girl turns around and calls his name. Smiling, Estio says that it has been a long time since they have seen each other. Then the boy holds out his gloved hand. Saralin looks and remains silent. She smiles and cries. Putting her hand on his, she says that she asked him to call her by another name. Standing next to him, the girl asks if her father asked him to. She is told that it is not because of him that she is here. We see that the boy has his mouth slightly open and asks if she remembers what she told him. Opening his mouth completely, Estio says that they are friends. Raising her hands, Saralin happily says that they are secret friends. She was told that the guy as a friend does not intend to accept harm to either her or her family. Her gaze changes dramatically, because they offer to erase her memories. Saralin's eyes become larger after these words. Putting his hand on her hair, he asks her not to be afraid. Looking at her, the guy explains that this is necessary. The girl removes her hand and asks what he is talking about. The protagonist looks at his hand. Looking at the girl, he asks if Saralin is thinking about just dying. The girl opens her mouth and decides to answer. The protagonist looks at her and says that she will forget about what happened and about him, and then she will be able to smile at her family again. She bows her head and begins to tremble. Her hair hangs down, she is still trembling. Squeezing his hand, Saralin asks why he says that she needs it. Taking him by the cloak, she asks a question that if you don't like something, then you just have to not look at it and ignore it, and eventually forget it. Opening her mouth and with complete fury in her eyes, she asks, "Is this how adults act?" Estio looks at her and says that he didn't mean it. Her face was full of pain. She was afraid to forget all the feelings that she was experiencing at that moment. Hiru came up to her, and she excitedly admitted that she was afraid to seem stupid and that she would laugh if she did something wrong. She remembers Frederick, because he is her father. Then she takes Hiro in her arms, who shows her tongue. Hugging him, she says that she will forget both the pet and himself. Opening her mouth, she says that she does not want this. The protagonist is still standing next to her. Looking at the girl, he asks what she wants. Opening her mouth, she wants to say something. Smiling, she asks the guy to be her friend. Holding the pet in her arms, the girl says that this is enough, and she will figure out the rest herself. He looks at her calmly and asks if she is sure, to which she answers affirmatively. Standing near the window and closing her eyes, she says her name. The girl looks at him with displeasure and says not to dare deprive her of her memories. Going to the window, he says goodbye to her. Then Estio climbs onto the window. Saralyn looks at him. The guy turns his head. Opening her mouth, she asks if he can handle it. Smiling, Estio answers affirmatively. Then the guy jumps out the window, and the girl is surprised. Taking hold of the windowsill, she says his name. Then Saralyn is surprised again. Looking up, she sees transparent feathers. The girl smiles from shock, and he turns away. Estio is on the ground and there are many new friends around him. Night falls, we see the moon and houses. 3 guys are walking down the street. Then one of them stops. Turning to the guys, Estio asks how they knew he was in the mansion. Parker points to himself and says he was dragged in. Matthew folds his arms and asks what that means. He remembers Frederick lying on the floor and asking for help, and the protagonist replied that all his actions would not be coordinated with him. Then Estio goes up the stairs. We see a corridor in the building. Matthew follows the guy. Everyone is silent. The guy smiles and at that moment they turn to him. Turning to him, Estio asks him to rest. After that, the protagonist passes by him and begins to go down. Matthew looks down and asks him to wait. Opening his mouth, he looks down. Going down the stairs, he calls him a child. Raising a finger, he asks how he could not understand. Then he puts his hand on his shoulder and says that he did not know that the lady was suffering from love. He looks displeased and understands that he just needs to shut up. In the window we see Neya, who is happy about Estio's return. He waves his hand, saying that dinner is ready. Matthew opens his mouth and says that he is also a little hungry and that he had better eat his fill because he has to travel tomorrow. Estio looks up and thinks about tomorrow. Tomorrow they will be in the village of Selbia, and in the house they said that the special menu is beans, meatballs, egg and fried rice. We see a forest, and there someone shouts that he is tired. Stones are lying on the ground and at this moment someone laughs. Ahura walks behind Niju and says that his roots hurt. Cactus looks down while he is asked if he is tired. Niju extends his hand to him and asks if he wants to be carried. Then he picks him up. The boys walk in front of them. One of them has a handkerchief in his hands. Wiping the sweat from his face, he says that the road is uneven and the carriage would shake. Matthew opens his mouth and says that he thinks so too and then asks how far it is to the village. He is told that it is a little more. Stepping on the rocks, the guy says that apparently people prefer to live separately, since they settled on the mountain. Looking up, Estio begins to think. Matthew walks behind. He thinks that he happened to live in a remote place. Parker follows them and says that no one will rob here. Looking up, he asks how long it has been since the guy was here. Walking further than everyone else, the protagonist says that he left the village at the beginning of this year. They asked him, after the coming of age ceremony? Estio makes a serious face and is silent. He remembers how 2 people drove him away. The girl and the guy said that he was cursed. Estio is dressed in white clothes. Then the protagonist just stands and stares at one point. His eyes widen. They tell him that the degree of responsibility is amazing, because he began to work immediately after reaching adulthood. Turning to him, Estio asks again. Closing his eyes, Parker says that leaving your hometown is not easy for many, even to make your dreams come true. The protagonist is silent. There is no smile on his face. Opening his mouth, he says that everything is wrong. Turning back, he says that he was not driven by responsibility. Squeezing his hand, the guy says that he left because he wanted to live. Matthew turns to Parker, and they are perplexed. Putting his hands on his hips, he says that his family should still live there. Raising a finger, he says that his parents are fine. He is the youngest child in the family and has an older brother and sister. Squeezing his hand, he asks if they will be glad to see him. Estio stands with his back to us and is silent. Parker looks at him in surprise and wonders why he is not smiling. After all, he became the leader of the guild. Scratching his chin, he realizes that the guy was reluctant to talk about family and perhaps he was treated badly. Then his eyes widen. There was smoke nearby, which meant that something was burning. Matthew looks at him in surprise and wonders. Parker takes off and decides to check. Putting his hand on his head, he asks if something is on fire, and they answer in the negative. Opening his mouth, Estio says that there is a village. Turning to the guy, he asks if he wants to say that the village is on fire. Transparent feathers are flying around the protagonist. Opening his mouth, he thinks about why Estio is so calm. Niju squeezes his hand and asks what they should do and if the residents will be hurt. The fire becomes blacker, because it is not easy to cope with such a fire in such a wilderness. Looking up, he says that they do not have anyone who would control water and therefore the situation is stalemate. Niju's eyes lit up and he asks about water control. Putting his hands on his hips, he says that magicians can collect it from nearby sources, and elementalists can create clouds. We see Parker's wing. Landing on the ground, he says that he has news. He is asked if the fire is strong. Looking down, Parker says no. The three of them stand quietly because there is no fire. Putting his hand on his neck, Estio asks to stop. Looking at him, he asks what does it mean by. Folding his wings, he says that the villagers made an altar and set it on fire. Ahura moves his paws and asks to say it already, and not drag it out. Opening his mouth, Parker says that maybe he imagined it. Estio's eyes widen from these words. We see tied legs to a burning pole. A girl with white hair was tied. The main character is standing near the fire because someone is tied to the pole. Opening his mouth, he calls the name of one of the guys. Squeezing his hand, he asks if Parker wants to say that the villagers tied a man to a pole and set it on fire. Folding his wings, he says that the man is still alive. The five of them stand and are silent. Biting his lip, he understands that this cannot be. Then Estio starts to run. The trees flew past him. Then he stops near the grass. Standing on the road, he thinks that even the people of Selbia would not do such a thing, although they are still scoundrels, but they are not capable of such evil. After that, he starts running again, because everyone could dare to do such a thing. We see a little boy who could be tied up. There is smoke in the middle of the city. The protagonist runs and stops abruptly. Then he stands near a tree. Estio sees a girl who is burning. Wiping away the sweat, he understands who she is. Bella is crying and asking to save her. Her hands were also tied and asks to believe her. Her brothers turn away when she calls them. Jake is standing. The woman is screaming, how dare she call her husband's name. Bella is crying and asking to save her. Then there is a memory of how she came to mom and dad. Mother stands with her back to us and says that there is no time to play with her. Father also stands with his back and asks not to interfere with work. There are tears in her eyes because she wanted to be with them. The girl is standing near the wall and they ask her if she wants to play. Turning to them, Bella asks if she wants to play together. The boys look at her, holding out their hands. Then the girl runs to them. Standing near them, they call her cutie and offer to be their little sister. Smiling, she understood what it was like to feel loved. After that, Bella grows up, but her smile is still the same. Women come up to her and call her lovely. The boy blushes and calls her beautiful, and she wants to be loved. The girl walks and holds the boy's hands because they loved her. A man stands near her and wants to touch her, because how dare she? Pointing his finger at her, he says that she bewitched him and that she is a witch. Opening her mouth, Bella says that he said that he loved her. Tears run down her cheeks, she feels hot. Closing her eyes, she realizes that she does not want to die like this and asks for help. We see the ears of a cat. She sits on a pole and meows. Bella looks up and wonders. Sitting on the pole, everyone was surprised. People start talking, because this is a bad sign. Siki looks down and meows. The girl looks at her and cries. The cat's eyes were multicolored, similar to Estio. Then she remembers the guy's eyes, because if he had not walked, she would not have been hung on the pole. After that, the ropes are suddenly cut. Bella's hands are also free. People open their mouths and begin to be surprised. Estio sits down next to her. Others wondered what he was doing. The girl looks at him with her mouth open. His black cloak flutters. Then the guy takes her in his arms. There was calmness on his face. The grandfather with a stick is surprised, because it was a sign. We see the Ignis Guild medal. The girl stands on the ground next to the main character. Standing behind him, Estio asks what is going on here. Grinning his teeth, he begins to talk about the girl. Putting his hand on her back, the grandfather says that she is a sinner because she committed a terrible crime and brought the wrath of the gods upon herself, for which she must pay for what she did. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asks what her sin is. Grinning his teeth, someone says that Bella bewitched a man from the neighboring house and killed him. Raising his hand, Roger asks that he succeeded, but what does this change? Opening her mouth, Bella says that she is not a murderer. We see the shadow of a person. She was called a witch because she slept with all the men in the city, and then killed those who fell in love, and also ate the liver of each of them. People open their mouths because she is a vile witch. The protagonist stands near them and asks if there is evidence, and where is the court, and he is asked why. Smiling, he says that he is protecting a sinner and is considered cursed. Folding his arms, he says that if he decided to run away, he would disappear without a trace. Grinning, they ask him why he came, to which Estio replies that Bella did not kill anyone. Grinning, Tariad asks him again. Exhaling, he says that he just looked through her memories. Bella points to herself. The protagonist says that in the memories there is nothing like eating liver or murder. There were dark clouds above, people assumed that he was lying, and how could they even believe him? Something was thrown at the protagonist. Grandfather opens his mouth in surprise. Turning to the boys, he asks what they are doing. Rain begins to drip on the ground. We see the sky, from which drops of rain pour down. Everyone stands and gets wet. Estio has blood coming from his face. We see his legs, on which blood was dripping. Bella holds out her hand and tells him that he is bleeding. Smiling, he laughs because nothing has changed here. His eyes become serious and he says to stop. The guy looks at the people, when suddenly something happens. Someone in brown pants kneels down. Others also kneel down. Standing near the people, they say that they cannot move and apparently cursed. Tariad opens his mouth and says that they raised him. Transparent feathers fly around him. We see someone's teeth and he says that this is enough. Green wings appear. Putting his hands on his hips, Matthew says that they allowed the leader of the Ignis Guild to say such a thing, and where are their manners? Roger opens his mouth because she heard about this guild. Smoke comes from the pole. He says that it is not proper to make guests stand outside in such weather, and therefore he will take them to his place, and let the others go home. Everyone begins to disperse, and grandfather asks to follow him. Everyone begins to leave. Bella stands behind. Rain falls on her, she looks down. Suddenly, she runs up to Estio and grabs his cloak. Holding onto the cloak with dirty hands, she thanks him for saving her. Opening his mouth, the protagonist says that he did not try to save her, and that he should not make things up. Looking at him, she says that the guy is a kind person. Turning his head, Estio says that she still despises him. His eyes look down, because she would personally tie him to that pole and leave him to burn. Opening her mouth, Bella screams that it is not true. Removing her hand, he says that he is not kind enough to accept a person who considers him disgusting. Standing in front of her, he hopes that they will never meet again, and this city tires him. Opening her mouth, she begins to talk about those times. Holding the dress, Bella says that she didn't know what he really was like and blindly believed the words of the people cursing her. But it's not true, it's just misunderstandings and delusions. Smiling, the girl says that they are alike because they were both betrayed. Matthew comes up and puts his hands on his hips, asking if he is going to listen to this nonsense any longer. Estio starts to walk away from her. His foot took a step, and someone called him behind him. Bella closes her eyes and asks if they will be friends like before. Opening her mouth, the protagonist asks if they were ever close enough to call each other that. Her hand trembles as she watches the boys leave. Sitting on the ground, she wonders. Bowing her head, the girl wonders again. We see a city, the lights were out. We are near a house from which smoke was coming. Smiling and sitting at the table, the grandfather says how important the guy has become. Estio sits near a mug and is silent. Byron opens his mouth and says that it has been a long time since they last saw each other, and maybe they want to talk. Everyone sits at the table and is silent. Looking at the man, he says that Estio has grown strong and holds a high position. Sean looks at his hand, which shows the growth of the little protagonist. They answer that they do not think so. The men look at him and ask again. Matthew answers that their leader did not come here because he missed them. Folding his hands, he says that it is his errand. Looking seriously, Byron says not to be rude when the elders speak. Moving his hand over the mug, the guy says that they are talking about rudeness again. Starting to drink from the mug, he says that all old people are the same. Opening his mouth, he asks to come up with something more original. Sean turns to him. The man had a beard and decided to ask, is he by any chance an aristocrat? Putting his hand to his chin, Matthew asks again. Then he begins to take something out of his clothes. He shows the money and says that he is the customer. The whole Estio family looks at the money and is surprised. After that, Matthew smiles. Opening his mouth and throwing the money further, he says that this is for them if they answer the questions. The man with the mustache groans. Getting up from his chair, he says that it was worth hinting about his noble origin. The girl says that he is brilliant and noble. The word is covered in sunbeams. Clutching his head, he says that not with rays but with perfume. She begins to embarrass and asks again. Closing his eyes, Matthew says that every morning he uses the perfume given to him by the emperor to stretch his legs and that it is a gift, because of which he could not refuse. Opening his eyes, he realizes that he expected more from the people with whom Estio lived. Grandfather puts his hand on the table and says that he is not sure that they, ordinary people, can help such an influential person. Holding the object in his hands, Matthew says that he was very surprised when he realized that they were not just villagers, but stupid hillbillies. Breaking the object, he decides to get down to business. Throwing it on the table, Matthew hopes that they are able to answer a few questions. Opening his mouth, he asks if she is Estio's real family. The parents look at each other and are silent. Opening their mouths, they say that this is their son. Then she turns to the protagonist. Starting to stroke his head, she says that this is a precious baby. Her eyes are closed when the guy says that this is not true. Holding on to the table, Matthew asks if they are blood relatives and advises to tell the truth. Still stroking his head, she says that this is their son. Estio's eyes widen from this conversation. The brother and sister look at them because they said that he looks like them. The guy turns and asks if they were here when the protagonist was born. Harriet opens his mouth and says that he does not remember. Sean looks at his son and says that the children were small, and Terrio was 3 and Roger was 4. Getting up from his chair, he says that he remembers everything from his first year of life, to which he is told that he is special. Looking down, Matthew asks if this is true. Estio turns his head and asks why he is asking him. Folding his arms, the boy says that only he can know. Opening his mouth, he listens to him. Then the protagonist turns his head. Sean looks at him in surprise. His mother also looks, but is worried. Estio remembers his mother holding a kitchen utensil in her hands. The boy is sitting on the floor and trying to dodge blows. Protecting here, he is asked to listen. Raising his finger up, Sean says that reading minds is wrong. Pointing his finger at him, he says that he is a monster. The protagonist opens his mouth to answer something. Then he is shut up, so that he does not say anything at all. His mother stands next to him and asks if he understood. She still holds his mouth closed. Sitting next to him, she tells him not to even think about doing it again. She had her arm straightened. She says that if he dares, he will forever cease to be part of their family. Tears appear in Estio's eyes. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that he will forever cease to be part of their family, to which he thought, what did he read that time? Why, he cannot remember. Closing his eyes, he added, "Come on, what?" and someone addressed him. Sitting at the table, Parker said that he suddenly turned pale, asked that everything was fine. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. Nija looked at him and exclaimed. Grinning, Estio said that he was fine, something just came to mind. Turning his head, he added that they should not worry about. The people looked at him attentively. With wide eyes, the hero thought that they were hiding something. He lowered his head down. The man and woman sat silently. The protagonist put his hands on their shoulders. Smiling, he said that the customer ordered him to read their memories, asked what they agreed to. Turning around, the woman screamed that he couldn't. Raising her eyebrows, she added that they told him he couldn't, he would become a monster. At least he knew how much effort they had put in to prevent that from happening. Suddenly, the man slammed his fist on the table. The girl screamed in fear. Grinning, the guy said that this was nonsense again, they wouldn't shut up. Estio looked away, hearing that their words could upset real monsters. Crossing his arms, the pet said that he definitely didn't like it. Grinning, Parker said that technically, he wasn't quite human either, humans didn't have wings. He laughed, and the cactus stirred. The cactus stood up and asked what was going on, could he join in? The humans looked at him in amazement. The girl opened her eyes in fear and screamed. She lost consciousness, and someone turned to her. Standing on the table, Ahura said that they should wait, asked what she was so scared of. Then he added angrily that he would get angry now, she was just pretending, let her wake up. Nija looked up, hearing that they had a talking white-furred monkey here. The hero looked to the side, he heard that the air of the blood of the black dragon, and even a talking rooster, but she was scared of him, seriously. The guy looked surprised, hearing this. Suddenly, the cactus jumped up and exclaimed. The protagonist caught it. They looked at each other. The cactus began to cry, saying that everyone was ignoring him. Grinning, Estio replied that he was not ignored, he was feared, he managed to scare so many people, it was incredible, to which Ahura asked that if you look at it from his point of view, then he is cool. The hero turned his head. Standing in front of the people, he said that if they wanted to get money, then let them gather. Clenching his fist, the guy shouted that at least he understood who he was going to command. Grabbing the hero by the clothes, he added that he was a damn bastard. Frowning, the guy said that he brought nothing but trouble. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that so many years of contempt and humiliation from the other villagers. All because of him, why did they have to go through this? Then he angrily added that he sent him to the attic because he did not want to see his ugly mug. Grinning, the guy asked what he knew, the attic was not intended as a living room. Terrio, holding the hero by the cloak, said that in the middle of winter it gets so cold there that it is simply impossible to survive, to which the man replied that enough. The guy silently looked at them. The older brother frowned and said that they hadn't fed him for a month, and he still survived like a damn cockroach, to which the man told him to shut his mouth. Terrio opened his mouth wide and screamed that who else could he be considered if not a monster when he managed to crawl out of even the hell they abandoned him in. The man looked at him in amazement. Looking straight at him, the hero said that so that's how it is. The brother frowned and said that he hated the fact that he was completely different from them. It was disgusting, pretending to be their family, although he simply copied the color of his mother's eyes. Looking at them, the guy thought that he copied the color of his eyes. Taking his hand, the protagonist said that he had been too for a long time. Looking straight at him, he added that he hated him. The brother clenched his teeth tightly. Swinging, he said that he was a bastard. Rays from the blow appeared. The blow flew at the man. Standing in front of him, Terrio addressed, to which the man replied that he was his brother, he was not asking them to get along. Frowning, he added that but he could not refuse him, to which the boy asked why. Clenching his fist, Terrio said that he hated him too, he had always been afraid of him. Looking straight ahead, the father replied that yes, he was afraid. Lowering his head, he added, but he never hated him. Standing behind him, the hero thought that if this was true, then why him? He put his hand on the man's back. A glow appeared and the protagonist thought why he did this. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. Looking down, Estio thought about what it was. A glow appeared near them, a thought about light appeared. Suddenly, the people disappeared from the room. A view of the forest opened up. A gray sky appeared. The man was breathing heavily. He was walking up the mountain with an axe in his hands. Suddenly, a bird flew by quickly. It crashed into him. The bird flew away. Falling to the ground, the man said, "Damn it!" Looking up, he added, "I made a wrong turn, here it is." The man looked ahead. A glow appeared in front of him. Sean suddenly rushed forward. He ran quickly and said, "Let them forgive me, let them help me." The man looked up and said, "Let them wait a second, at least until sunrise." A bright glow appeared in the middle of the forest. He covered his face with his hands. Looking straight ahead, Sean exclaimed. At the bottom of the pit lay a glowing stone. The man looked at it in amazement and asked, "What's wrong?" He began to descend into the pit. A light appeared near his feet. Looking at the stone, Sean exclaimed in surprise. He smiled and said, "Yes, it is." Hugging the stone, the man added, "It's gold." Looking at it, he said, "I'll take it." The wolf's eyes lit up and he growled. Sean, sitting on the ground, cried out. The beast looked at him furiously. The man's eyes widened. The stone was glowing. The beast's feet were covered in blood. An image of a woman with children appeared, and the thought that if he could return home with this gold, everything would change. The man grabbed the axe. He jumped up sharply. The beast looked at him. Sean frowned with rage. The wolf bit his hand. The man gritted his teeth and swung. Blood spattered. Standing in front of the gold, Sean cleared his throat. He knelt down. The man smiled and said that he just needed to carry it. A view of the village opened up. Sean knocked on the door and asked for it to be opened. Holding the child in her arms, the girl asked where he had been. Standing in front of her, the man replied that he should pack his things, quickly, to which she asked that he was crazy, what kind of nonsense he was talking. Sean slammed the door. Looking at the woman, he said that there was no time to explain, they needed to quickly pack their things and leave the village, to which she replied that he should still explain first, so that she would understand whether to wake the children or not. Turning around, the man said that he was lost in the mountains, to which she asked that he was okay, not hurt. Putting the bag on the table, Sean said that everything was fine, more importantly, she would be surprised when she saw what he found there. Looking surprised, the woman asked what and what, to which he replied that a precious metal that he had never seen before that day. The paper flew up. Smiling, the man said gold. Gritting her teeth, the woman replied that he had definitely gone crazy. Turning his head, Sean asked what she was talking about. The child was lying in the basket. He grinned and exclaimed. Raising his eyebrows, the man said, "No, what the hell?" Suddenly he jumped aside. Lying on the floor, Sean said that there was some misunderstanding. Clenching her fist, the woman asked what gold meant, a metal he had never seen, to which he replied that he really was carrying it. A house appeared, and a voice said, "Shut up." A view of the mountains opened up. Turning around, the man thought that there was definitely gold there. Looking at the child, he wondered if someone had played a cruel joke on him. Sean looked at the woman. Frowning, she told him to immediately return him to where he had taken him from. They walked through the forest in silence. Looking up, Sean wondered if the gold had turned into a baby, then what was that beast? His eyes widened and he added that he couldn't have killed a man. They stopped by a tree. A priest was standing in the middle of a hole. People were standing near the hole. Looking down, the man thought that indeed, this hole was huge. It would be impossible to just walk past and not notice it, which is why the priests from the main cathedral had arrived here so quickly. It seemed they had received a revelation from God. Putting his hands on his hips, the guy said that, but apparently, the thing that was here had simply evaporated. Looking at him, the man asked what had happened, to which he asked again that he didn't know what. Pointing at the priest, the guy said that those people. The man held a cross in his hands. It was heard that it seemed like the high priest himself had arrived from the main cathedral. Sean opened his eyes in surprise and thought that the cathedral, the high priest. Looking at the guy, he asked what and why he came to such a wilderness, to which the guy replied that there was a rumor that the dragon's treasure fell from the sky. Looking at the child, the man asked again, to which he was answered that yes, he was the one. The woman looked away, hearing that these lizards were never revered as gods, but the entire main cathedral was alarmed after the revelation of the existence of one of them came. A dead wolf appeared. It was heard that someone killed the keeper and took the treasure. It seems that this thief imagined himself immortal. Since he decided to do such a thing, he will have a hard time. As soon as they find him, they will kill him right away. The man trembled with fear, hearing that the imperial family would get to him before the dragon went berserk. This crazy man would die 10 times, even that would not be enough. A view of the village houses opened up. The man entered the room. The child was fast asleep. Standing still, Sean asked what to do now. Leaving the room, the guy turned to his dad. The man opened his eyes wide and said the child's name. Walking forward, Terrio asked that they had already returned, bought something. Sean exchanged glances with the woman. He nodded his head. Looking up, the guy heard that well, not quite so, to which he asked what was in his hands. Holding out the child, Sean said that this was his younger brother, to which Terrio asked again, and he answered that yes, he was even younger than Roger. Smiling, the guy asked that it was true. It means that he now has both a younger sister and a brother, to which he was answered that it was true. The hero looked at him. It was heard that he had such dark and shiny eyes, and what was his name? The man smiled and asked what his name was. He said that it was Wilhelm. The guy looked at the hero carefully. Lowering his head, Sean said that Estio. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that his name was Estio. The guy froze in amazement and asked what the. Turning his head, he added what all this meant. The woman lowered her head. The man froze silently. It was heard that who the hell was he? Sean nervously mumbled something. Lowering his head, he apologized. The man's hand trembled and he said that it was true, let him forgive. Falling to his knees, he added that he should not be angry. He did not know anything. Sean, trembling with fear, said that he still did not know what he was. The protagonist looked straight ahead. Looking at him, the man said that he couldn't let his entire family die, but even so, he never hated him. Tears appeared in his eyes and he added that he was only trying to protect everyone. Kneeling, the man said that the more he went outside, the more danger the others were exposed to. Estio looked straight ahead. Then he lowered his head. Looking at him, Sean said that but he never neglected his protection. He always wanted to think of him as his own son, the son he named himself, the son who grew up in front of his eyes. But the hero looked away. His eyes changed color. It was heard that he was not an ordinary child to be like everyone else. He just unconsciously imitated the people around him. The image of the protagonist appeared. It was said that human language, emotions, and even the speed of growth. It was snowing outside. He could hear that, but his physical development had slowed down when he began to live in the attic. And yet every morning the next day began for him as if from a clean slate. He woke up and acted as if nothing had happened. All this simply could not help but frighten them. Kneeling, the man said that he was guilty, but begged for forgiveness. The hero, opening his eyes in surprise, thought that it was so humiliating to ask for forgiveness, and all for the sake of his real family, for which he had this ability to read all other people's thoughts indiscriminately. He clenched his fist tightly. Then the protagonist hit the wall. Cracks appeared on the glass. Shards began to fall down. They stood silently in the room. A broken table appeared. The man trembled with fear and asked what the dragon was. Looking straight ahead, Estio thought that it was too much. He took a step forward. The guy opened his eyes wide and asked what would kill them. Gritting his teeth, he added that but isn't he his older brother? No need, let him forgive him. He was wrong, asks not to kill. The woman grabbed her face in fear. Looking at the guy, the hero thought that it was too easy, all this time. He opened his eyes wide and added that only cowards lived side by side with him. Suddenly, the protagonist turned around. The guys looked at him. Estio was standing on the porch of the building. A black cat was running next to him. Everyone started to leave the building. Matthew was looking straight ahead. He was watching the hero. A view of the mountains opened up. The hero was climbing up. He stopped, looking at a tree. The protagonist took a step forward. They stopped in front of a reservoir. Lowering his head, Estio thought that it looked like that hole had long since turned into a pond. Drops were falling on the water. The image of a wolf appeared. Looking at his reflection, the hero wondered what his name was. The guy crouched behind him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what they knew. The boy lowered his head and said that he was just guessing. Looking at the protagonist, he added that he didn't think he would believe such stories about people calling themselves his family without solid evidence. Raising his eyebrows, the boy asked what he was angry at him for. Looking straight at him, Estio asked what he should do. He turned around, hearing that he didn't have to, but he replied that they had made a request to the guild, and he took up the task. Rain poured from the sky, and it was heard that the task had ended in the village of Selbia, where he did not agree. The boy raised his head and said that he agreed, and he would also protect him. The hero looked at him in surprise. Matthew raised his hand and said that they were originally a family that drank the blood of a dragon. Kneeling, he added that the true name bestowed upon him by God, the Savior, asked to be allowed to be his guardian. Frowning, the guy said that something like this would never happen again. The protagonist looked at him silently. He looked down. The man stood next to the dragon. The thought appeared that the guardian who drank dragon blood receives a great blessing, but the other side of the coin is complete submission. Weapons and blood appeared. It was said that the one who became a guardian cannot disobey the dragon, and the well-being of the owner is more important than anything else. Drops of blood appeared. The thought appeared that this is the essence of the contract signed in blood. A view of the buildings opened up. It was heard that he was on his feet all day. He should go to bed quickly. Meowing was heard in the house. The hero was lying on the bed. The cat was walking near him. Looking at him, she thought that it seemed like a real mess was going on in his head. It was good that he managed to fall asleep. The protagonist began to moo in his sleep. Bright rays appeared. Opening his eyes, he turned to the cat. Lying next to him, Siki said that everything was fine. Looking at him, she added that nothing would change. Closing her eyes, the cat said that whatever creature he was. A bright light was shining through the window. The hero was fast asleep. Then he opened his eyes. The protagonist sat up. Opening his eyes wide, he asked if it was morning already. Standing at the exit, the guy said that he was just going to wake him up. Woke up, good morning. Matthew raised his eyebrows and said that he should quickly go down to breakfast. Looking at him, Parker replied that those were his words. It was raining from the sky. It was heard that it would take about 2 days to walk to Galatia. Food was on the table. It was said that because of the downpour, they would not be able to use the carriage. They would wait until the sky cleared. Grinning, the guy said that by the way. Holding a bun in his hands, he asked what he was going to do after returning to headquarters. The hero looked at him in amazement, and replied that he thought he would just wait for the next task. Parker choked and asked what was what, but it was a dragon, that is. Looking straight at him, Matthew asked that he planned to continue working in the guild. Looking at the food, the protagonist replied that yes, they were assigned the duties of the Duke and the Guardian, so why should he be worse? With wide eyes, the guy said that but he was going to return everything to him, to which he was told that it was not necessary. Sitting at the table, he added that even so, the Guardian cannot leave his master. He knows perfectly well without him that loners do not live long. Looking directly, Estio asked how he should know this, said that the only thing he is sure of now is the information about his birth. Raising his eyebrows, he added that he does not know anything else, absolutely. The guy looked down and thought that it was true. By dragon standards, Lord Estio is still a child. A sleeping dragon appeared. It was said that the childhood of a dragon lasts quite a long time, about 100 and 500 years. Hatching from an egg, the baby becomes an adult only after spending a sufficient amount of time under the protection of a parent. The hero looked away, and the guy thought that based on this data, one could say that he was a newborn. The image of the protagonist appeared. It was said that yes, he looks like a person who has recently become an adult, but this is only an imitation of people for the sake of survival. The black dragon appeared. The thought arose that the black dragon had abandoned his flesh and blood to the mercy of fate. The guy opened his mouth and thought that but what if his kinsmen had not abandoned him? The protagonist was sitting at the table, and he added that he simply could not help. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that the task was completed. He could return to his place. Stretching his hands forward, Matthew asked why he wanted to stay in the guild so much. Putting his hand on his chest, he added that he was asking to go with him. It was much safer on his lands. Looking to the side, Estio asked what if they had not found out everything. Looking at the guy, he added that, to be honest, he still could not accept that what happened was reality, so he had no desire to go into any details regarding this matter, so let him go. The guy raised his eyebrows and objected. He gritted his teeth and thought that this was the last clue, if after meeting the master all the efforts spent would be in vain. Matthew clenched his fist and added that his family would become useless. Standing in front of him, the hero said that but one day he would need him. Raising his eyebrows, he added that he should return home and do his direct duties. He would call when he needed help. The guy looked surprised when he heard this. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he definitely would. A view of the guild headquarters opened up. It was heard that it was a vacation. Estio looked in amazement and asked again. Grinning, the guy replied that he said he was on vacation. The guild master conveyed that he wanted to meet him in person. He would probably visit him soon, so for now he was resting. The hero froze in surprise. The guy began to get up from his chair. Holding the blanket in his hands, he said that this thing was very dear to him, but he was giving it to him as a gift. Looking at the hero, the guy said that he thought he couldn't even imagine what it would be like to wrap himself in a blanket with his head. Closing his eyes, he added that he would lie in a warm bed and read books, or open the window so that the room would become cool and wrap himself up warmer, sprawl on the bed with cookies and at some point fall into a deep sleep, and waking up in the middle of the night, eat the chocolate bar lying nearby. The hero looked down, hearing that well, if he wanted to, there were still cookies left in his room. Holding the blanket in his hands, he replied that no, thank you, to which he was told that then he should have a good rest. The guild master himself would visit him. The protagonist walked down the corridor. Grinning, Nija turned to him. Looking straight ahead, Estio responded. Holding the cactus on his head, he asked if he was really going to leave everything like this, not even try to find out about his real family. The hero raised his eyebrows and said no. Walking straight, he heard that he would leave the people who had caused him so much pain unpunished. The cactus suddenly stood up and asked what and why. The pet looked up, hearing that this would not do, he would return to those bastards himself and pierce something soft with his thorns. Turning around, the protagonist said that he should listen to him. Looking down, he added that he would still remain the same, even if they changed, that's why. A view of the city opened up. It was heard that there was no point in changing anything. Estio woke up in a luxurious bed. Looking up, he thought that he had just realized that he did not know how to have fun. The hero began to get out of bed. He opened the window a little. The protagonist looked out onto the street. His eyes widened. A view of the city opened up. Estio was sitting on a bench. He was looking straight ahead. The guy waved his hand and turned to him. Looking to the side, he said that they should wait for him for a minute. He would quickly say hello and return. And the mercenary asked what the leader was. He was talking about the very leader he had been following everywhere lately. Maybe he should say hello to him too. Parker's eyes widened, wondering what if Mr. Estio wanted to be alone. If they came now, this chatterbox would not be shut up should he risk it. The hero looked straight ahead, and he added that he could not understand what mood the leader was in now. It was difficult. Putting his hands behind his back, the guy said that he would go and say hello to him himself. Flying closer, Parker asked that he had already eaten. Raising his head, the protagonist asked that it was lunchtime. Looking away, the guy replied that, well, to be honest, it had ended a long time ago, but he himself hadn't had time to eat because he had to wait for one of his friends to finish his business. Smiling, he added that, of course, he also had a vacation like him, for the same period, to which Estio replied that it was clear. Looking straight ahead, Parker said that, by the way, since he hadn't eaten yet he should go with them. Nija smiled, hearing that he, Aru and the cat could also join them, to which he asked that he could too. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked that it would be okay if he joined them, to which the guy replied that of course not. Parker closed his eyes and said that he had nothing to worry about. These guys were so shameless that their composure could only be compared to strong dragon skin, and the mercenary said that what kind of people, he reminded him of someone. Turning around, Parker asked that they had already met. Looking at the hero, the guy said that the face seemed familiar, but suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. The protagonist looked at him. Smiling, John said that for sure, he was Estio. He did so much during their last meeting that he would never forget him. The guy was sitting on a barrel. He closed his eyes and grinned. Raising his head, Estio turned to him, to which the guy asked that he also remembered him. Extending his hand, John said that he already thought that he was finished off by that white-furred monkey, but he was alive and well, incredibly happy to meet them. Standing in front of the hero, he added that by the way, they searched the mountain from top to bottom, but they never found any monster. They said that he was eaten, but thank God that these were just rumors. Raising his head, The protagonist heard that he never thought that they would meet like this. The pet peeked out from behind the bench and exclaimed. The guy looked at it in fear. Bright rays appeared. Pulling his weapon forward, John asked what the white-furred monkey was. Looking at him, Parker replied that no, let him wait, Niju was the leader's friend. The monkey grinned. It sounded like a friend, that damn monster. John froze in bewilderment. His eyes widened. He wondered what Estio, he, had really read the thoughts of the fierce monster and tamed him. The hero looked straight ahead. The thought appeared that he was much more powerful than he had assumed. There was a brooch hanging on his clothes. Putting away his weapon, the guy asked, so it turns out he was the guild leader. Looking at him, Parker said that he should address the leader with respect. Even a pro in the mercenary combat department should be polite. Polite at least because their statuses were too big. The hero looked down, listening to what statuses, but at least he knows that infringing on those below him for the sake of raising his own authority in the eyes of others is not a very good thing. Having risen, he said that he would have lunch with his team members, to which Parker asked what not with them, and he added that no, he thought that a joint meal would be inconvenient for both parties. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that because he also did not like it when people said such things about Naya. The guys silently looked at him. Turning around, Estio said that well, they will go. The guy looked ahead. The hero stopped, hearing that they addressed him. He turned around and asked what something else. Bowing, John said that he was asking for forgiveness. The protagonist looked at him in amazement. Looking down, the boy added that it wasn't that he felt uncomfortable, he was just very surprised and blurted out without thinking, he would never call Naya a white-furred monster again, never. Besides, could he even imagine that his old acquaintance would turn out to be the head of their guild? From now on he would call him the leader. Smirking, John said that so it was just a small misunderstanding, let him treat him to dinner as an apology. Estio looked at him in bewilderment. The view of the city opened up. It was heard that he knew a place nearby where they cook simply amazingly. The establishment appeared, and someone said that here they came to the best tavern Levito. Waving his hand, the guy said that they should trust him, he will order the most delicious dishes from those available, to which he was asked that he would definitely cope, and he answered approvingly. The hero looked at the cactus and thought that today it was somehow quiet. The cactus silently looked at him. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist thought that maybe he was sick, and someone turned to him. Sitting in front of him, the girl asked what and how old this cactus was. Looking surprised, Estio answered that he had never asked him, so he did not know, and she added that she did not know why. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that he could find out without asking. She looked straight. Raising his eyebrows, the hero thought it was strange, he couldn't read her, and then asked who she was. Looking straight ahead, the guy replied that Jen wasn't a person, she was a doll created by the guild master. Looking up, the protagonist asked again. Parker grinned and asked what he didn't know. Crossing his arms, he said that the guild master Ignis was the only shaman puppeteer in the world. Jen looked straight ahead. Her hair showed. She was emotionless. Sitting at the table, Estio thought that if you don't take into account the lack of thoughts, she was no different from a living person in appearance, and then asked how they realized that she was a doll, to which he was told to just take a closer look at her. A star appeared under the girl's eye. It was heard that he saw a tattoo under the eye. All the dolls made by the guild master have an engraving, so they are easy to recognize in a crowd of people. The guy put his hand on the table and said that he should not pay attention. It is just a puppet, nothing more. Such things do not feel pain and obey only the orders of their creator. Gritting his teeth, he added that if he tries to treat her like a person, he will only scare himself. John winked and said that he should take his word for it. He had already experienced it on his own skin, and the man said that it was their order. Lowering his head, the hero thought that it was a living doll. The food was on the table. It was heard that he should look at this beauty. They will begin. The pet's eyes lit up and he said that his mouth was already watering, to which the protagonist replied that it was like that. They began their meal. The guy suddenly looked surprised. Looking at the hero, he asked why he wasn't eating. Parker raised his eyebrows and asked if he didn't like what was on the table, saying that he should have asked about his preferences before ordering, and John added that he could ask for something grilled. Looking down, the protagonist replied that it wasn't that. He clenched his teeth. Turning away, Estio said that it was true, he didn't eat that. He looked to the side. There was food on the table. Looking at it, the hero thought that those killed a few minutes, or maybe even a few seconds ago, were living creatures. Meat appeared, and he added that he could still hear the pain and fear they felt when they died. The protagonist looked to the side and thought that there was nothing but hatred, but he didn't need to know the details of their murder. People were sitting at the table. He heard that, frankly, he wasn't particularly hungry, everything was fine. Parker flapped his wings and shouted that he was the reason for ruining the dinner, The vice guild master asked them to take care of the leader, and he. John put his hand behind his head and said that if he had known that things would turn out like this, he wouldn't have taken them to that tavern. The guy raised his head and shouted, and he asked what to do. Looking at his pet, Estio asked that he could go, to which he responded approvingly. Raising his finger up, the guy asked how about giving the leader a tour of the city. A view of the buildings opened up. It was heard that he had recently been sent to headquarters. But before that he had been busy fulfilling requests all the time, so he hadn't really gone out anywhere. Looking at the hero, the guy said that when he returned from his last mission, he looked like a man who had lost his soul. John grinned and replied that he shouldn't worry, tours were his thing. He winked and smiled. The protagonist looked at him in confusion. Bright beams appeared, and it was heard that so. Pointing to the side, the guy asked that he didn't have any plans for today. Stretching his hand forward, he added that they would go then. Walking forward, Estio asked what was where, to which the guy replied that indeed, their guild had a long tradition that had existed since its founding. Closing his eyes, he continued that it was a welcoming ceremony for newcomers like him. Smiling, Parker said that they had arranged one for him too. Buildings appeared, and it was heard that curators were being sent to the newcomers so that they would accustom them to work at the headquarters. A tower appeared, and it was said that then newcomers were called onto the carpet, and questions were started about the city center. A view of the market opened up, and someone said, for example, what is the largest sculpture in the square? Where is the most famous pastry shop? John grinned and added that if he couldn't answer, they would overwhelm him with work until he was exhausted. He closed his eyes and said that he wouldn't have to go through such hell because he would help him and asked not to thank him for it. Looking at him, the hero asked again. Lowering his head, he said that they would go then. Pointing to himself, the guy said that he should trust him. In front of him was the safest and most prosperous fortress of Levito, and now he would give him a tour of it, to which the protagonist responded approvingly. Walking down the street, Parker asked, by the way, why did he throw his arm over the leader's shoulder, as if he were an old friend? The girl looked ahead. It was heard that what was wrong with that? Estio suddenly froze. Jen grinned. It was said that he was too kind a person. People were walking towards the building. It was heard that the famous street of the midday sun. Putting his hands on his hips, the guy said that sunrise and sunset occur here along the entire road. He does not want to ride in a carriage to look around the area. Looking around, the protagonist replied that no, it is not necessary. John raised his eyebrows and said that by the way, he constantly looks around, asked that he is looking for something specific. Looking at him, the protagonist asked that there is a hospital here that specializes in plants, to which the guy asked again. He was holding a cactus in his hands. It was heard that plants then. Putting his hand to his face, the mercenary said that he knows one place, a botanical garden, but the owner is a very busy person, so he does not think that he will be there. Gritting his teeth, Estio asked that he could take him there. The guy closed his eyes and replied that now he no longer regrets taking him with him. Raising his hands up, he added that he should trust him. Parker grinned and asked that he was a bit annoying, right? To which the hero replied that everything was fine. Looking away, the guy said that he was behaving like an unbridled child. Well, apparently it was not for nothing that they nicknamed him that in the guild. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment. The guy was waving his arms. It was heard that he was a crazy person, abbreviated as crazy. Parker crossed his arms and said that it sounded pretty cute. He usually teased him with this when he was giving a welcome tour to newcomers, and even he once considered him adequate because of his appearance. Estio looked surprised, hearing that they had stopped for some reason, discussing him. Walking straight, the guy replied that no, they were already on their way. Looking at the cactus, the hero thought that he was still silent. A view of the house opened up. A botanical garden appeared. There were many plants inside. It was heard that it was not locked. This is a botanical garden financed by the guild, but not only guild members can visit it. Walking forward, John said that anyone can come to admire the plants. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that by the way, he was also here for the first time. A tall tree appeared. It was heard that, unlike animals, plants do not move and do not make sounds therefore. Looking to the side, Parker asked if the local plants say anything, to which the hero replied that he was not sure, and he asked again. Turning around, John asked that didn't he say that he can only read the thoughts of animals, said that with plants it would obviously be more difficult. Looking at the cactus, the protagonist replied that he cannot always hear them, only if he stands opposite or is in close contact. Holding onto the tree, the guy replied that the more he listens to it, the more amazing it seems to him. He grinned and asked what, so, can he tell what this boy is thinking? Estio looked at the tree. Green leaves appeared. The hero lowered his head and said that he apologized, but he tried to avoid other people's thoughts. Looking at him, the boy asked why. John's eyes widened. thinking that if he could look into the depths of someone else's heart, he would read everything in a row, burning with curiosity. It was heard that he was glad to meet him. Looking to the side, the guys turned to Jen. The girl raised her head. It was heard that he was greeting him. Leaves fell on the hero's head. It was heard that it was nice to meet you, charming and last child of the Black Channel. What a blessing that he survived. The protagonist took the leaf. He removed it from his head. Looking to the side, Estio asked that she could hear the voices of plants. Jen gritted her teeth and answered that she was made of wood. The hero froze, looking at her. He lowered his head and thought that it turned out that it was not because of the same abilities as him. Taking a step forward, the girl said that he should try to listen to his speech, to which the protagonist replied that no, it was not necessary. With wide eyes, Jen asked why. He did not like trees. Lowering his head, Estio said that not at all. Raising his eyebrows, he asked how he knew that they wanted this. The hero turned his head and added that reading thoughts without consent was not violence. Images of people appeared. A question was heard, what violence? The man looked angrily. Terrio frowned furiously. Taking a step forward, the girl said that if he did not listen to the trees, they would continue to remain silent. The protagonist looked at her, hearing that they would not be able to say anything of what they wanted, they would not convey something important. Holding the hood, the girl said that even when they die of thirst, it will happen in deathly silence. All plants are like that. Smiling, she added that but did he know that his existence for them is like a gift from heaven? Standing in front of her, Estio said that his. The man looked angrily and shouted what the hell they did here. The guy lowered his head and said that he apologized for the fact that Mr. John touched the bark of this beautiful tree without permission, to which he asked why he was apologizing instead of him. Taking a step forward, the man said that yes, it is not about the trees. Pointing at the pet, he added that their beast stepped on a flower. The monkey lifted her leg from the plant. Stretching her arms out to the sides, she said that let him forgive. Suddenly, something crunched under her. The man looked at the flower in amazement. Clutching his head, he shouted that no. Plants appeared. It was heard that they were really sincerely sorry. Putting his hand to his face, Brune said that it was he who came here, asked that he was still working as a wandering mercenary, because he was so notorious. Frowning, the guy shouted that no, of course not, what nonsense he was talking. At least he knew how amazing his reputation was. Closing his eyes, John said that he was now the commander of the assault support group. They had even started to bombard him with all sorts of questions, so there was no point in saying such embarrassing words in the presence of the leader. Looking to the side, the man asked again. The hero looked at him. It was heard that really. Looking straight ahead, he heard that he was waiting a minute, so he was the recently appointed leader of the guild. Shaking his hand, the man said that his name was Brune. He looked after the botanical garden, to which the protagonist introduced himself. Looking at his hand, he heard that a talented young man, capable of reading hearts. The man grinned and thought how good that he looked in. He should definitely ask him to read his kids. Estio froze in bewilderment. Holding a magnifying glass in his hands, the man exclaimed. With his eyes wide open, the guy asked what was going on with Uhuru, to which Brune replied that it was a rather complicated case, and he asked again. Looking at the cactus, the man asked that its name was Uhuru, said that he was looking after it. It was very carefully looked after. Lowering his head, he added that it did not feel the need for water or feeding, and outwardly looked quite healthy, to which Parker asked what he meant. Everything was fine with it. Putting his hand to his face, Brune said that no, he did not know why, but this little one seemed to be exhausted. Turning his head, he asked if he could pull it out of the pot and examine the roots. The man looked away in bewilderment. Standing in front of him, the cactus asked whose roots. His. Were you seriously going to do this, pervert? The man ran away and exclaimed. Raising his eyebrows, he asked what pervert, him, to which he was told that he was only surprised by this. Standing on the table, the cactus asked what he was staring at, seeing this for the first time. He blushed with anger and added that he should come here. Looking at him, the hero told him to calm down. Putting his hand on him, he said that he had suddenly stopped talking, so he turned to a specialist for help, to which Uhuru asked that he was a doctor. Taking a step forward, the man said that he was a botanist, Brune, to which he was asked if he really understood plants, and he replied that yes, that's exactly it. Sticking out the roots, Uhuru said that okay, he could examine his roots, but pulling him out of the pot was too cruel a measure. Looking at him, the botanist thought about it. Holding the roots in his hands, he said that they looked very strong and healthy. Standing in front of him, the cactus asked what he looked at. He was just a little sleepy, but otherwise he was healthy as an ox, to which he asked again. Raising his eyebrows, Brune asked if he could find out how old he was. Looking at him, Uhuru replied that he was 200 years old. Closing his eyes, Parker said that it was funny, he had lived 200 years, to which the cactus asked that he didn't believe it. Standing in front of him, the cactus said that if you count the exact number from the day of his birth, it would be even more, but 200 years had passed precisely from the moment he became independent. Besides, among his relatives, he is considered a fairly young cactus. Looking at him, the man exclaimed in surprise. Stretching his hands forward, he said that this baby was a rare plant that was considered extinct long ago, giant acuminata. The hero looked at him and asked what kind of plant it was. The cactus stood in the smoke. It was heard that a large and beautiful desert flower, which is rumored to grow for up to 1,000 years and bears the fruit of the earth nymph when fully grown. Raising his hands up, Ahuru replied that nonsense, his species is not extinct, and his mother and relatives who remained in his native land are all alive and well, to which he was told that yes, this is possible. Smiling, the man said that it seems that Mr. Ahuru is experiencing a decline in strength due to the hibernation season, which usually occurs during the growth period. Looking to the side, he added that what he had seen with his own eyes, giant acuminata, was like a dream, and the protagonist asked how long the hibernation lasts approximately. Plants appeared. It was heard that he should clarify this information in historical records, since giant acuminata grows for more than 1,000 years, then sleep clearly does not take a couple of days. Raising his eyebrows, Estio turned to the cactus. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that this was a botanical garden funded by the guild, so let Mr. Brune take care of it until its sleep phase ends, let it rest here properly. Looking straight ahead, the cactus said that it did not want to. Looking at it, the hero said that if he did not like it here, then he could ask for help at the Duke's residence. Matthew was a strong fighter. Raising his head, the cactus asked what could it be. He was uncomfortable with it. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Putting his hand on the cactus, he said that it was not that, it was just, to which Ahuru replied that he did not want to sleep, he would never fall asleep. Leaning over, he added that it was because he was worried about him. People were standing in front of the garden. It was heard that in front of them was a special plant that could talk and even walk, so he could not be 100% sure of anything, but standing in front of the hero, Brune said that there was a chance that if Mr. Ahura continued to refuse sleep, his condition would worsen, so he should keep an eye on him constantly, to which he responded approvingly. The protagonist held a cactus in his hands. It was heard that plants may seem simple, but upon getting to know them better, it becomes clear to them that they, like animals, are beautiful and diverse. Plants in the garden appeared. Plants were hanging by the window. It was said that plants vary greatly depending on their habitat, size, sex, age, and leaf shape. Grinning, the man said that a big advantage for this little one is that he can communicate with people. Holding a bag in his hands, he added that he had prepared some bait and fresh soil. He thought he would need it. Standing in front of him, the hero thanked him, and Brune said that there was more. Holding a bottle in his hands, he said that the order was from the guild master. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what he knew he would come here. Closing his eyes, the man said that he didn't quite know. This message had been in his hands just a few minutes before he arrived. Estio held the bottle in his hands. Standing still, the hero thought he was being watched. Raising his hands, the man said that he shouldn't get the wrong idea. The guild master wasn't just paying attention to him. It was the duty of such an important person to always look after all the guild members, to which he asked what always. Raising his hand up, Brune said that it was true. He was a shaman puppeteer. The number of puppets under the guildmaster's control had already exceeded 1,000, and these were only the puppets that were in plain sight. He was completely silent about how many were hidden from view. Looking at the hero, Parker said that the owner was right. In reality, there were many more. Raising his hand, he added that the guildmaster usually had to make a lot of dolls, because they often broke and quickly became unusable. Looking at the sheet, Estio read that the order was to find the master at the central market of Levito Castle within the allotted time. The reward would be given upon meeting. The order would expire automatically as soon as the allotted time was up, so he should start as soon as possible. The market numbers appeared. Putting his hand to his face, John asked what the magic font was, said that apparently the matter really was urgent, since there was even a time limit. Raising his eyebrows, he added that it turned out that he had less than 30 minutes in reserve. The time counter appeared. It was heard that no, it was already 27. Waving his hand, the mercenary said that they should hurry, to which the hero asked that it would take a long time to get there. A crowd of people appeared. It was heard that no, that was not the problem. The central castle of Levito was huge. There were 8 branches from the main square alone, and that was without taking into account the tiny alleys and crowds of people. Looking to the side, Parker said that they also did not know what the guild master looked like. John looked up, hearing that it was true. Usually communication always took place through dolls. The hero rushed forward, and the guy said that for sure. probably the only one who personally met the master was his deputy. Turning around, he addressed him, to which the protagonist replied that they would rather go to the central market. Suddenly, Estio stopped. He turned around to look at the people. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that all the plants in the botanical garden were grateful to him for his care and loved him very much. Looking at him, the man asked if it was true. Yellow leaves appeared. It was heard that they were ginkgo trees standing behind him. Flowers appeared. It was said that or flowers that Nija accidentally stepped on. Looking straight ahead, the man heard that each plant wanted to say words of gratitude to him as much as he ardently wanted to hear their thoughts. Turning around, the hero said that it was time for them to go. They walked among a crowd of people. The protagonist closed his eyes. He tightly clutched the paper in his hands. Looking straight ahead, Estio thought that it was possible that someone in this crowd knew the guild master. He should try. He slightly opened his mouth. Suddenly, the hero froze. He heard that he would die from the heat now, so many people, but why no one even stealthily glanced at his goods? People were standing in the market. It was heard that they don't charge for watching. Let him just go to his shop. He won't charge him a penny for it. Tasteless shashlik. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought, no, even further. He looked at the people. Suddenly, Estio opened his eyes wide and thought about the master. He froze in surprise. Blood started flowing from his nose. Standing behind him, the pet said that he was bleeding, to which the hero replied that it was nothing serious. Tears appeared in the pet's eyes and he said that if this happens to a person, then he is definitely not okay. The protagonist silently looked forward. Raising his eyebrows, he thought he had found it. Suddenly, Estio rushed forward, and someone turned to him. The goods in the market appeared. The hero took a step forward. He stopped in front of the shop. Walking straight, the protagonist heard that he was welcome. The girl grinned and asked that he wanted to buy a gift for someone. She closed her eyes and added that she wanted to buy something for herself. Estio looked at her and thought that she was a doll. He extended his hand and said that he had come to meet the guild master. The girl grinned when she heard this. The hero's eyes widened and he wondered if he had made a mistake, but he had definitely felt it. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. The protagonist looked away in confusion. The girl smiled and said that this was how he found her, so he should receive a reward, and excuses would not be accepted. Sitting on a bench, she said that it was nice to meet him. Putting her hand on her chest, the girl said that the person in front of him was the guild master of the Ignis Guild. The protagonist looked ahead carefully when someone addressed the master. The red-haired girl ran, extending her hand. A blush appeared on her face. The others looked surprised when they heard her smile. Jen hugged the guild master. Estio looked at them and introduced himself, saying that she had helped him many times after he left his home village and didn't know where to go, and asking, albeit belatedly, to allow him to thank her. Sarah looked away and replied that she was glad that they were able to help him in his time of need, and that even if he owed his gratitude only because of that, they didn't care. The protagonist opened his mouth and retorted that he considered himself a full member of Ignis. The guild master's eyes widened in surprise. She closed them and replied that it was true, since he was now their leader and comrade, and then thanked him for his explanation. Someone took a step to the ground. They were standing opposite each other when Sarah asked if the boy wanted to know anything, adding that she would answer anything and that she was prepared. The protagonist opened his mouth, looking forward as he asked why she had appointed him as leader. The hooded girl opened her palms and replied that it was a great question and that was why she had come out to meet them all. They were standing near the benches when she explained that what she was about to say was not for prying ears, so she would have to use one of her unique abilities. Then the boy asked her again. Sarah nodded, looking ahead. Clouds floated behind Estio. The space around the boy darkened. They were opposite each other when the guild master said that she wanted to protect him. The girl opened her mouth wide, looking ahead. She imagined dark silhouettes when she explained that this guild was originally created for people with special talents, so Ignis is a shelter for those who are different from ordinary people. Sarah bent her finger and added that, in addition, the position of leader was created intentionally, only for his protection, and all because she has known someone with the same abilities as him for a long time. The guild master brought her finger to her mouth. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. He imagined the silhouettes of the lizards when the girl told him that they said that all the dragons left their world a long time ago, but two still remained there. The protagonist's pupils narrowed when he asked who exactly. Sarah was shown in profile when she answered that the first was already dead, but the second remained, whose name was the golden dragon Shuanan, and that she believed that he was the only one left. The girl smiled and added that this was until she was informed about him. Opposite her stood Estio, who began to speak, then she interrupted him and asked him to avoid Shuanan. The guild master pointed her hand at the young man and said that she understood perfectly well how he felt now, and that the desire to meet him and learn as much as possible was bursting to get out, but he should forget about it and not try to find him, because Shuanan did not yet know about his existence, and if he suddenly found out that the black dragon was alive, he would definitely try to kill him. The protagonist looked ahead in shock. There was a dense forest near the fortress when Sarah said that fortunately Shuanan was not in the Labarzan Empire, but still, the day would come when rumors of an unusual person would reach him, so she decided to tell him personally that as long as the young man was in the Empire, there was nothing to be afraid of. The girl extended her hand forward with a smile, adding that, in addition, from now on, she would accompany him everywhere. The protagonist clenched his fist and asked why. He stood in front of the guild master when he asked if he was really that valuable to her, adding that someone who had no idea who he was so important that the master was even ready to put his own guild at risk for his protection, and then asked what her goal was. The girl took a step forward and replied that it seemed that the guy still did not understand his full value. Sarah looked at him with a smile and said that she would do nothing to harm him, and then asked him to believe that there was definitely no catch in these words. The guild master closed her eyes silently. They were standing in the middle of the street when the girl said that step by step, he would find the answers to all his questions. She opened her mouth, looking up when she added that if she told him everything right now, he would definitely not remember anything and would only get more confused. The protagonist looked ahead and remained silent. They were standing in front of his comrades when Sarah asked him to go back to his room first and rest, explaining that they were done for today. John and Parker bowed silently. The guild master looked away with a smile and told the protagonist that they would see each other later. Clouds floated above the city. A voice was heard from the building with a fresco on the facade, announcing that Estio had been sleeping for several days. The pets were sitting by his bed when one of them asked what they should do. Niju opened his mouth, looking ahead, when he said that perhaps he should be woken up. The protagonist was lying in bed with his back turned. The cat was nervously thrashing its tail on the floor. The animal jumped, straightening its paws. Siki looked ahead carefully. She turned her head to Niju. The cat closed her eyes and shook her head. The pets remained sitting by their master's bed. Siki stared ahead, thinking that it was too dangerous to leave him like this. The cat showed her profile when she suggested that perhaps one of the humans would help them. She imagined John and Parker when she thought that the muscular fool would definitely not understand what she wanted from him, and that it would probably be better to ask that feathered youth for help. Siki suddenly turned her head to the side. Estio looked down worriedly as he addressed his pet and told him that he was fine. Clouds were floating above the building as the boy apologized for sleeping for so long. He hugged his pets, who said that he scared them and that they thought the protagonist was sick. Then Ahura said that he had already thought that his sleepiness had passed on to his master, adding that he was glad that he looked alert and rested. The protagonist smiled slightly and said that everything was fine. He was standing next to the bed when Niju addressed him. He took the clothes in his hand when Ahura asked where he was going, reminding him that the sun was almost behind the horizon and saying that since he woke up so late, he might as well lie around for a little while longer. The cactus was on the sheet. Estio was holding Siki when he replied that he needed to go out to eat first, to which he was told that he had a fever. The cat looked at her owner and added that she knew he was sick, and then asked why he was pretending that nothing had happened. The protagonist looked down attentively. He was holding clothes in his hand when there was a knock. They were at the door when the young man asked who had come there. Sarah smiled broadly and said that it was the delivery of a new order straight to his hands. The girl looked up with interest. The protagonist opened his mouth, looking ahead. The guild master was standing in front of him when she said that she seemed to have come at the wrong time. She put her hand under her cloak and added that perhaps they would postpone the conversation about work for later. Estio was standing next to Sarah when he spoke about the request, then she said that he seemed to be going somewhere. The pets followed them when the boy replied that he was heading to the dining room. Then the guild master suggested that they all go together in that case, asking if it was true that the food in the main branch of their guild was very tasty. The girl presented bread and stew. She looked up questioningly when she said that, frankly speaking, she would like to visit there more often, but as soon as she crossed the threshold, everyone immediately began to look at her sideways, which made her uncomfortable. There were gold ornaments on her neck when Ahura asked if that was really the reason, adding that she should change her clothes. Niju stood between the boys when Sarah asked if her outfit was really that weird. The cactus had yellow needles when he answered in the affirmative. The guild master turned to the pets with a smile and said that, unfortunately, that was impossible. Then she was asked why. Niju looked at her clothes when she explained that it was a very expensive robe. Then Ahura replied that it was up to her to decide. After all, it was not his life. The girl's cloak sparkled when he added that if a child walked around like that, then she would always be the center of attention, and that people would constantly stare at what seemed unusual. The customers were sitting at the tables when their order was brought, and they were wished bon appetit. A pile of buns was on the plate. The guys with their pets were sitting together when Estio said that he could not fit that much. Then Sarah replied that he could eat as much as he wanted and that no one was forcing him to do it. The guild master rested her chin on her hands when she added that the same applies to the black tigress. The cat looked ahead with displeasure. The protagonist looked down, thinking that, as expected, she knew quite a lot. He had a spoon in his hand when he thought about the golden dragon Shuanan. There were plates on the table when the young man thought about how he was most likely nicknamed that way because of his color. The protagonist looked ahead and addressed the master. Sarah was chewing, looking ahead when she asked to be called by name, explaining that she did not want to advertise that she was there. Estio was sitting opposite her when he agreed, and then asked her to tell him how she found out about dragons, and the girl asked him again. The guild master smiled, closing her eyes when she answered that she had been wondering what exactly he was thinking about, and then asked if the young man wanted to know the answer. The protagonist looked ahead seriously and answered in the affirmative. There was a fish in front of the girl when she said that, apparently, he did not intend to ask about himself. She touched the seafood with her chopsticks. Sarah looked closely at the fish when she apologized, answering that she was unable to tell him. There was a cut-up sea creature on the tray when she added that, having lived quite a long life, for her it was now just knowledge stored in her head. Siki looked closely at the fish. The cat pushed the dish away with its paw and made a characteristic sound. They were sitting at the table when Nija said that she did not eat fish. Then the guild master replied that she thought that cats were crazy about her, and then asked if she was mistaken. The pet looked ahead when he answered that people often think so. Then Sarah said that she understood. The girl opened her palm in front of her and said that, as Estio could see, there is even knowledge that in fact turns out to be wrong. She held a device in her hand when she explained that longevity is just an indicator that someone has more experience, so you should never exclude the possibility of an erroneous judgment. The guild master clenched her fist and concluded that despite this, she was absolutely certain that the golden dragon Shuanan was his enemy. She presented a dark silhouette, looking forward menacingly. The girl stuck her fork into a bun. Sarah opened her mouth, holding the food in front of her as she announced that she planned to join his support team starting tomorrow. The protagonist looked ahead carefully as he assumed that she was referring to Parker's squad. The boys were sitting at a large table when the guild master replied that he was right and that she was doing this to support him as Sarah, not as a master. Estio was shown in profile as he said that he understood. The girls stood near the door as she wished them to enjoy their dinner, adding that they would see each other tomorrow. Niju was sitting next to the owner as he asked if it was time for them to leave too, to which the boy replied no, and that they could finish eating in peace, and then they would go for a walk. Clouds floated across the sunset sky. The pets walked behind the protagonist. A monkey sat on a tree. Animals drank water from a pond. The protagonist looked ahead, wondering if these animals always lived together. In front of him sat an animal that greeted the young man. Estio looked down questioningly, assuming it was a raccoon. The animal looked up with displeasure and asked again, adding that it was actually a red panda. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face as he apologized, explaining that he had made a mistake. He crouched down in front of the animal, who replied that, well, it would forgive him this time, adding that its name was Kyle, and then asked the young man's name. The protagonist looked down with interest and said that its name was Estio, and that he had recently arrived at the headquarters, wondering if all these animals were part of the guild, and that they were slightly different from the ones he had seen in his village. Sharp claws were sticking out of the paw. There were dark stripes on the tail. The animals looked to one side, answering that it meant that they were one family with him. The guy was shown in profile when he remained silent. He was sitting in front of the panda when he asked if they were afraid of people. Kyle smiled and answered that they were not, and that they were always polite to anyone associated with the Ignis Guild. Rabbits were sitting on the grass when he explained that they were fed, taught different things, and even cleaned up after them. The white horse opened its mouth, adding that they played with them every day and were always around, so they loved people very much. There was a night sky above the building. Niju was lying in bed when he said that everyone was very cute, to which Ahuru replied that it was true, and that they were as adorable as the thin shoots on his roots. The pet lay on its side when he asked if he thought so too, adding that he liked Kyle the most. The protagonist opened his mouth and reminded him that he was a red panda. Niju looked down attentively when he said that he would like to see him again, and the guy replied that if he wanted, they could visit there again. The pet put his hands behind his head and said that it was not necessary, and that Sarah had said that she would bring a request tomorrow. The protagonist looked at his hand and answered in the affirmative. He clenched his fist when he added that if they accepted him, they would have to leave the headquarters for a while, So everyone had better get a good night's sleep, although it would be nice to stop by the park and say goodbye to the animals before leaving. The cactus stood on the table. Hills were visible beyond the city. Clouds were floating in the sky. The young man opened the window. In front of him were birds who spoke to him and informed him that it was going to rain soon, adding that it was a short morning shower and that he should be careful not to get wet. Estio looked ahead thoughtfully and thanked them. Behind him was Niju, who asked if he was really up already. The pet smiled widely and exclaimed that it was a good morning. The boy looked away in confusion when Ahura asked him from whom he had managed to pick up such words. The pet stopped in front of the protagonist and offered him to eat and go meet their friends, to which the owner agreed. There were clouds above the treetops. The protagonist was walking along the path when someone spoke to him. John opened his mouth wide and asked if they really met him again, adding that he was glad to see him. Estio stood in front of him when he said his name, to which he replied that the leader was somewhat gloomy, and then asked if something had happened. The boy hugged the protagonist, who replied that everything was fine and greeted him. Then John said that he was there to warm up. He pointed to the trees when he added that this road right here leads to the training ground. The boy imagined a sword when he said that they said that a new fighter had arrived there today, and that from what he had heard, he mainly used a spear, but was also proficient with other weapons. John bent his arm, pointing upward. He imagined a dark silhouette when he said that he was so skilled at inflicting wounds that they called him the Claws of Ignis. The boy bent all his fingers. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that he understood. They were walking down the road when John exclaimed that Ignis was a legendary bird, and that since he had received such a nickname, he really was a legendary warrior. Estio looked away and asked why they wanted to meet him. The red-haired boy opened his mouth wide and replied that if he had anything to learn, he would like to take advantage of this opportunity, adding that since the claws were taken, the beak would definitely be his. The boy hugged the protagonist, who said that he would believe in him, and John said that this was a little embarrassing. They suddenly stopped. The boys stood next to each other when the warrior began to say that he was leaving. The red-haired boy looked away carefully and asked to wait a little. Leaves were falling from the trees. John frowned when he turned to the leader, saying that he thought it would be best if he left immediately. He imagined black spots when he said that he smelled blood from the end of the road. Niju opened his mouth and added that the blood was not human. The pet's pupils narrowed as he said that it seemed to belong to the ones they had met yesterday. Estio looked ahead as he was warned of something approaching. John covered the boy with his hand as the pet added that there was an aura of menace. Someone took a step forward. The girl looked ahead, clenching her fists. She looked down with disdain. The boys were looking in the same direction as the warrior inquired about the smell of blood and whether there was a monster in the guild headquarters. They were standing opposite each other, as he suggested that someone was so hungry that they decided to eat the creatures they had encountered, to which he was told that he was right. The stranger opened her mouth and spoke. She pointed ahead and said that she had found another filthy creature. Niju was sitting in front of her. Sweat was appearing on the beast's face. A sword appeared in his hand as the girl said that he was not human and that he did not conform to the laws of nature. Clara rushed towards the cactus. The pet tried to defend itself from the blades. He looked at the stranger and asked how it was possible to start swinging a weapon without warning. The girl was shown in profile as she asked what he was talking about. Clara opened her mouth slightly, looking forward as she wondered if he was a monster, suggesting that he was a person with fur. Niju closed his eyes as the girl said that if so, she was confused, and then suggested that he was not human. Someone grabbed the blade of the blade. Estio appeared next to them as he asked if it mattered whether he was human or not. Clara looked ahead, wondering when he had managed to get there. The protagonist held his hand in front of him. He looked away attentively and said the girl's name. Clara looked surprised when she asked how he knew her name. She watched the boy as she asked if he was the same Estio who could read their minds and who had joined them not long ago, and why he had stopped her. The protagonist stood next to Niju as he asked her why she was trying to hurt him. The girl stood in front of him as she replied that monsters were bugs that got in the way and needed to be gotten rid of. The protagonist looked down and said that his pet was not a monster. Clara stared ahead, retorting that he was not human either. They stood in front of each other in silence. Niju looked ahead pitifully as the girl warned that this monster could tear him apart at any moment. The blonde opened her mouth, looking ahead as she explained that it was impossible for a normal person to know what lesser beings were thinking. She took a step back, continuing to speak. Clara walked past Estio as she asked what kind of trust they could have if that was impossible. The protagonist was shown in profile when he asked her if that was why she killed them. The girl turned her back when she replied that the master had once given her advice about not hurting people out of carelessness. Clara glared back when she added that if it wasn't a human, it made no difference. Sarah appeared and said that she didn't mean that at all. The girl smiled widely and addressed her. The guild master walked towards them when she explained that she was simply asking her to be careful to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Clara looked forward in displeasure when she countered that there was none. Sarah opened her mouth wide and said that the same applies to the animals that were under the guild's roof. She was shown in profile when she explained that they were their comrades and very dear creatures to them. The girl in the black cloak clenched her fist and exclaimed that it was a mistake from the start, since some animals were considered members of the guild. She turned away, standing with her back when she added that she would not participate in this quest. The guild master looked serious when she addressed her, saying that she should not throw such words around. Clara, standing with her back, remained silent. They were near Niju when Sarah informed the girl that she would have to answer for what happened, adding that she also asked her to refrain from further thoughtless actions during her stay there. The blonde gritted her teeth in anger. She continued walking when she agreed with the master. The protagonist and his pet looked to the side. The tree had a green crown. Crimson spots appeared in the water. The guys were standing in front of the bodies of the animals when John asked about what happened there. There was a pool of blood under the tail when someone said that it seemed like there were no survivors. Estio looked ahead sadly. He had stepped in blood when they asked for his forgiveness. The guild master stood behind him when she said that Clara was not bad, and that she would become ferocious just by seeing monsters or wild animals. Sarah closed her eyes and added that their meeting had not gone as she had expected. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that those who truly deserved an apology had paid with their lives for not being like them. The young man clenched his fist. He remembered the animals he had killed, who had spoken of how much they loved humans. The protagonist had his back turned when he began to ask the question. He looked back menacingly, asking if the guild master would give the same punishment to such a monster if someone showed up who would kill every human they saw. Sarah smiled, closing her eyes and thinking that they were in trouble, when she answered that it was better not to make plans. The boy sat down next to the animal's corpse. He looked at the lifeless body with sadness. Estio started to walk away from those present. The guild master watched from under her hood. The protagonist started to dig the ground with his hands. Someone put a hand on his shoulder. John smiled and offered to do it together. The flower rested on the ground. The boy's hands were dirty. The guys were standing next to freshly dug graves. A dense forest grew behind them. Clouds floated above the settlement. People were passing by the building. Sarah and Estio were sitting at the table. Niju was in front of the protagonist, who said that there was not enough space for them all to fit, so he suggested that they quickly discuss the main thing and disperse. The protagonist looked at the piece of paper, which spoke of an exclusive request for the leader of the Ignis Guild and a client named Marissa. The boy's pupils narrowed when he thought of Labarzan. The guild master sat in front of him when she said that Her Highness Marissa was the first princess of the Labarzan Empire, and that she was also the first child of His Majesty, and the sole beneficiary of his favor. The girl presented a female silhouette when she explained that she had turned 21 this year, but she had rejected all the marriage proposals that came her way, which is why she was known as a rebellious princess, so it was quite possible that her appeal was not easy and would require a lot of strength. Sarah was shown in profile when she finished speaking. She looked forward confidently and asked if Estio was ready to accept the request. The protagonist opened his mouth and replied that he did not think it was possible to refuse a member of the imperial family. The guild master smiled widely and said that then before they set off, she wanted to warn him that there was one point that he would definitely need to fulfill. They were sitting at the table when she asked the young man to take one warrior with him. The girl pulled back her finger and said that he was originally supposed to be on this mission with Clara, but something that had happened recently had changed the plan a bit. There was a mug on the table when she stopped speaking. Sarah pointed to her wrist when she said that she had thought about going with him anyway, but honestly, she was a lousy fighter. There were black folders on the table when she added that that was why she was giving him the chance to choose an additional team member himself this time, explaining that they were candidates. The protagonist looked at the documents silently. He opened one folder. Estio looked ahead boredly when he asked why a fighter was needed for this request. The girl imagined an overhead view of the city when she replied that it was a fair point, and that everyone knew that Ellie was the most peaceful settlement. The guild master was shown in profile when she explained that despite this, they had a policy that team missions required movement, including support and combat personnel. They were sitting across from each other when she added that since he held a leadership position in the guild, he was even more forbidden from going on a mission without any protection, and the boy asked if he should be able to protect himself even better than he already did. The boy continued to look ahead when the girl replied that she did not argue with the fact that his abilities were unmatched. Niju cried, thinking about Estio when Sarah added that the pet was also very strong. There was a table between the boys when she asked if he would be able to win if he were to deal with an enemy similar to Kayla. The protagonist slammed the folder shut and asked about whether the fighter really had to be from the guild. The guild master looked ahead with interest when she answered that she did not, and advised him to choose wisely. The protagonist lowered his sad gaze. He placed his hand on the folder when he began to talk about who he would choose in this case. Clouds floated above the dense forest. Estio stood next to his comrade who was feeling unwell. Parker covered his mouth with his hand and apologized to the leader. Sarah appeared from the portal when the guy said that such a method of movement was, of course, a good thing, but sometimes unforeseen situations happened. The protagonist turned to the guild master and asked if there really wasn't a portal that could immediately deliver them from the headquarters to the capital. The girl looked up thoughtfully and replied that the emperor was too concerned about his own safety, and that the ruling dynasty had many enemies. She introduced a man in a fur cape when she explained that even Matthew, who was a relative on his mother's side, was sent to the front lines, and that there had never been an order that he was needed there, in the capital, so His Majesty was definitely against a guild with special skills roaming around his domains. The guild master pictured the majestic buildings as she summed up that, no matter how hard it was, they would have to walk part of the way. Sarah smiled, pointing to the side. Green leaves grew on a branch. A wooden sign appeared stating that this was a ranger village. The boys passed the fence when someone exclaimed that more travelers had arrived. A house was visible behind them when someone added that there was even an angel among them. The children looked ahead in amazement, discussing that those travelers came from the Ignis Guild. The boys looked at each other when one of them said that those who came last night were also from there, to which he was told that he was wrong and that it was the Ballista Guild. A child was shown in profile when he asked who was stronger. The boys opened their mouths wide and shouted that of course the Ignis were the coolest. Nija looked to the side carefully. In front of him lay a bale of hay. The children were sitting on the grass when they started talking about how out of all the guilds, Ignis was the strongest and largest. The boys looked at each other when he was told that he heard that they supported the emperor. A child with a quiver on his back exclaimed in admiration. Someone took a step forward. The young man opened his mouth, looking ahead when he asked why they didn't ask them for help in that case. Lian looked ahead thoughtfully when he added that after all, a guild is a place that takes on quests. The boy was standing near a tree when he was told that he needed money to make a request. The child clenched his fist and said that they had it. The boys were standing opposite each other when they decided that in that case, they should go to them and ask. The boys pulled Lian along with them. The boy looked to the side and called out to his father. Clouds were floating above the fortress wall when someone said that he was truly sorry. The protagonist was next to Parker's bed when he answered that everything was fine, adding that he should rest until he got better. The guild master appeared behind the protagonist and said that she noticed that there was a serious problem, and then asked the boy if he was okay. Estio covered Parker when he answered yes. The protagonist and his pet were standing in front of the girl when the boy politely asked her to look after her comrade since he would be leaving for a while, to which she replied that she understood that he was leaving for a reason. Sarah looked away attentively and reminded him that he still did not have a fighter in his team, so he should be careful. Niju raised his paws up and asked her not to worry, since he would go with Estio. The guild master waved to the pet when he exclaimed that they would be back soon. The door closed with a sound. The hooded girl was shown in profile. She approached Parker's bed. The guild master touched the glass with her hand, thinking about Matthew. She looked ahead seriously, thinking about the fact that the protagonist was probably the only one who could make such a person a personal bodyguard. The protagonist and Niju were walking down the road when she thought about hoping that the Duke would not come too late. The cat was staring ahead when it made a distinctive sound and informed the boy that he was being followed. The protagonist looked up at the tree and replied that he knew. Siki jumped down from the branch. She was on her master's shoulders when she said that she was not talking about them. Dark silhouettes were visible in the distance when she explained that those people who looked like empty-headed idiots had been following him since he left the capital. Estio opened his mouth, looking ahead when he replied that he was aware of their presence as well. The cat was walking next to the boy when she thought about how he noticed things faster than her. Then the boy replied that he simply read other people's thoughts without realizing it. The dark silhouettes gave off an ominous aura when the protagonist added that even if he did not try to pay attention, they still entered his head without his knowledge. Siki's tail froze in place as she thought that it was for the best, since he needed to develop the habit of being more vigilant anyway. The cat continued walking, looking ahead as she advised her master not to underestimate either people or animals, since both could be too smart and cunning. The protagonist looked away and replied that he would try. Someone stepped forward and asked the boy what he was muttering under his breath. The unfamiliar young man looked ahead impudently and asked if he really had the ability to talk to cats. The protagonist and Siki looked away as she thought that this fool probably had no idea of his rank. The boys stood in front of Estio as they began to talk about how since he didn't have a weapon, it meant he wasn't that strong, and that he could have easily left his equipment at the inn. The boys grinned widely, saying that this fool had made such a blunder. The protagonist looked ahead with a bored expression and asked who they were. He stood in front of the boys, who exclaimed that they were from the Ballista Guild. The dark-haired stranger folded his arm in front of him and wondered if he had deliberately chosen to pretend not to know them, even though he saw the guild emblem. He pointed his finger at the brooch. The protagonist looked thoughtful when he realized that it was the emblem. A shadow loomed over the boys as they spoke about how he now understood who he was dealing with. Nija looked forward menacingly. The Ballista Guild member looked up in confusion and suggested that he had tamed a wild beast, and that the protagonist was a monster trainer. Nija stood between them and the owner, who replied that his pet was not a monster. The dark-haired boy closed his eyes and asked to go easy on them, thinking about how anyone could tell he was a monster, and why he was lying. The Ballista member was shown in profile as he explained that they just wanted to say hello to someone who worked in the same field, and then asked if it was really impossible. His hand touched the hilt of his sword. The protagonist looked ahead intently as he thought about how they held a grudge against Ignis. Sweat began to appear on the boys' faces. The young man opened his mouth and asked why he was silent. The boys pointed their fingers in front of them as he asked about how Estio wasn't even going to talk to members of another guild that was slightly lower in rank than him, and how he could just chat with a cat and not care about people at all. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion. The Ballista boys looked shocked. The protagonist took a step forward. He was standing in front of the boy when he said that he had to go back already, so they should talk about business. The boy crossed his arms and said that the people around him were losers, and that if they were escorting a child, they should at least pick their people properly. Siki and Estio looked in the same direction when the cat thought that there must have been a misunderstanding. The boy with the mohawk looked displeased when he asked when the protagonist started working for the guild. The protagonist was shown in profile when he answered that he joined Ignis earlier this year. The boys looked ahead with a smile when they asked if he was serious. The boy clenched his fist and swung it, calling Estio a fool. He extended his hand in front of him, striking. A clawed paw squeezed his hand. Nija bared his teeth and growled. The Ballista Guild member extended his hand forward. He looked away, frowning. The protagonist looked forward with confidence, when the boy realized that he had not even blinked. A huge tiger opened its mouth, when someone warned the commander that they were attacking from above. The animal jumped on a group of people, who were scared when they saw it. Blood spurted and someone screamed. The tiger stood over the boy, who winced in pain and fear, and someone screamed for Suki to stop. Estio said in fear that there was no need to intentionally hurt people. The beast attacked one person, and someone said that they did not intend to hurt them, and someone clarified with the commander of the special task force that this was true. Chuck was scared when he realized that someone knew them. Two men nervously stuttered and asked how he dared. There were guys sitting on a tree and one of them shouted for someone to stop because fighting was forbidden in the village. Lien said seriously that if they didn't stop, they would report them to the authorities. A disgruntled group of people carried one of their comrades on their shoulders and said that it was unfair because they were the victims there. They walked away from the protagonist and said that it would be better for the guy to leave the guild as soon as possible. The dark-haired guy turned around and called the guild master not a man, but a monster, and everything was created only for his own kind. The hero looked upset and said that they had proof that the master was hostile to people. The guys looked at Estio and the tiger and said that Shuanan told them so. MC anxiously asked a question about what the golden dragon was. The short-haired man said that the protagonist apparently doesn't know that recently news about a new pope has been coming from the eastern continent, and many have known about it for a long time. The character tensed up and thought that they weren't joking. Chuck was turned over his shoulder and said that someone did not officially enter the main gathering, then asked about how the guy thought the emperor would last, grabbing the lifeline of their guild. The hero stood calmly and someone said that they advised the protagonist to think carefully about it. The guy thoughtfully looked into the distance when someone came up to him and apologized. Estio turned around and Lien asked if the dark-haired one was okay. In response, he received gratitude for stopping them. The guys looked at the tiger with interest and asked if it was tamed, but the protagonist said that it was his comrade. People admired the animal and said that it was amazing that he was friends with such an animal. The boys touched Suki and wondered why MC did nothing if he was in such a strong guild and could disable those characters with one blow. The protagonist looked at them in surprise and said that those people themselves said that fights are prohibited. The red-haired man looked up and said that if the first party started the conflict, the second has the right to fight back and wanted to add something else. Someone clenched his fist and began to speak. Estio looked at him in surprise. The boy nervously asked if the hero would be able to accept their joint request. The dark-haired man calmly said that there were no restrictions for registering a request, so yes. The character was glad and said with delight that it was a relief, because the guild does not accept quests if the forgiver has not reached adulthood, and said that since he is from Ignis. The protagonist said that he is currently busy with another assignment. He said that they should go to the nearest branch of their guild so that someone else can take on the request, and the red-haired man said that it will not work, because the villagers are forbidden to leave the forest. A group of people stood around the animal and looked on in fear. Lian bowed his head when MC said that they had a process for registering quests, and those who did not follow the procedure could not be accepted. The boys got upset and called the hero evil. Tiger stood calmly when someone thought that if someone was evil, they would not be kind to children. The dark-haired man was nervous and asked if they could listen and began to talk about Lian's father, but someone interrupted him. The red-haired man bowed his head in disappointment and told his comrade to stop because someone said to follow the procedure. He said that if they could not get out of there, then they had no hope. The dark-haired man extended his hand to his angry friend and calmly said that if they asked properly, but the boy interrupted him with his shout. He shouted that he did not need the help of such a guild. Estio looked on in surprise. Lian happily ran to the man with a smile. The man noticed something, turned around and looked somewhere with interest. 3 serious military men were walking towards him. Someone grabbed someone by the hand and dragged them somewhere. The officers took the screaming man and led him somewhere, and they held the boy from behind. The red-haired man stretched his palm forward and with tears in his eyes praised his father. Estio looked with interest, and someone called Lian. He began to run away from the group of people on the asphalt. The guys saw this and ran after him, shouting that he should wait for them. The protagonist watched them and was silent. At night, one of the buildings in the city looked gloomy and empty. MC and his pet stood on the threshold and called Sarah. The girl smiled, looked at the hero and said that she could see from the guy's face that he wanted to say something. The character asked in surprise that she had really created Ignis with the purpose of harming people. The heroine sat on a chair and smiled and said that the question was so unexpected that she was a little confused and he asked her to answer it. The blonde seriously said that she was not going to harm anyone. The dark-haired one smiled contentedly and agreed. The master sat and, expecting something else, asked what it was all about, and behind her on the bed lay a man. The guy confidently said that he only needed this because something was bothering him, and he assumed that either she or Shuhanan was lying. The hero calmly looked and said that he wanted to hear the answer personally, and now he sees sincerity. So everything fell into place, and the protagonist realized that the golden dragon is a liar. The girl awkwardly apologized for keeping something quiet. She lowered her head down with shame and said that she had no intention of deceiving the guy, but it turned out that she had taken advantage of him without explaining anything, so she wanted to do it now. People were standing and shouting something, and someone was saying that a long time ago, when the guild was just founded, those with supernatural abilities were mercilessly persecuted, so Ignis was like a refuge for such people, and the goal of the leaders was to create a society in which everyone could live in abundance. The man was concentrating on casting a spell, and in front of him was a fist, and someone was telling how after a while everything began to change. Gifted people were no longer treated with contempt, and the emperor even entered into an alliance with the guild. The golden dragon was lying on the ground, and someone said that it was then that he met Shuanan. The beast looked somewhere with rage, and someone thought that he despised someone and would never forgive. Then he mentally addressed the black dragon that he hated the people he loved so much. Sarah looked at the protagonist with interest and told him that apparently he was talking about the second dragon, the one who turned away from humanity. Estio listened with interest to the fact that the girl thought that he was his descendant. The frightened master said that only a dragon can kill a dragon, which means that Shuanan got rid of it, remaining the only representative of his kind in this world. Someone slowly walked along the ground and said that she came when the screams had already died down, but the golden dragon was gone without a trace. The man stood in front of the dark dust. The blonde confidently said that she had decided that the creature was up to something, and so she had traveled all over the world in search of it, but after a while, luck smiled on her and the dragon was found on the eastern continent, far from the empire. She looked down and said that she believed that Shuanan had lost his former strength and no longer posed a threat. But suddenly a sea of negativity began to pour in our direction, and the dragon itself was trying to seize the holy throne. The city was in darkness and looked empty and deserted, and someone said that the beast must be intending to destroy the world that it despised so much. The hero calmly looked at the girl and she said that in the whirlpool of events she learned about him. He silently looked at her when she said that she was scared by the thought that at some point he would hate people as much as the golden dragon, and so she decided to first take a closer look at the new member of the guild. The guy quietly said her name. He asked her in surprise that hatred towards someone is a sin. The protagonist asked Sarah if she hadn't tried to look at the situation from Shohanen's point of view, and the girl thought about it. She looked up sadly and said that she couldn't read minds and asked how she was supposed to understand what was on his mind, but she would definitely make assumptions. MC said that perhaps the dragon was doing this because he felt the hatred coming from her. The blonde thought about the fact that the man's anger and authority were now at such a level that it would not be so easy to explain such behavior. The master got up from her chair, and the guy turned around and the heroine said that it was already late and everyone should have a good rest, to which the character thanked her for today's conversation, and also for the fact that she did not hide anything from him. Sarah asked the guy in surprise that this didn't make him angry. The protagonist calmly and confidently said that if she didn't tell him something, it didn't mean he didn't know it. The girl agreed with him and shook her head. She put on her hood and started to leave, then wished the hero a good night. It was clear outside and there was a large building in the middle of the streets, and someone apologized for causing someone so much inconvenience. Suddenly, the green-haired guy abruptly stood up and ran somewhere, and Estio asked if he was okay. Parker happily gave a thumbs up and shouted that they could go. The door opened and someone was surprised. The children looked at someone with admiration and said hello. A group of people looked at them with surprise and incomprehension. The guys entered the room and the long-haired guy asked them in surprise if there were too many of them. He excitedly shouted that they shouldn't speak so loudly. 3 guys looked at the protagonist with displeasure. The hero, frightened, asked them about the fact that they were waiting for him. The children said that they came there with the first rays of the sun and asked MC to accept Lien's request. The character looked at them in surprise and told them that he explained the creation process yesterday and that the guys should go to the nearest guild office and personally fill out the form. One of the guys shouted that they cannot leave the forest. Someone put his foot forward and started talking. Lien appeared in the passage and asked about the guy who refused because he already had an assignment that needed to be completed. The red-haired man hoped that the protagonist would be able to take on their task after completing it, because nothing terrible would happen. The guys looked at the guy pitifully and asked him to accept their request. One of them cried and said that when he left, it was unknown whether anyone else from the guild would come. Sarah stood aside and smiled contentedly. There was a happy smile on her face. The protagonist turned around and looked at something. Upset, Lien looked down and thought about something. A dead beast was hanging on someone's shoulder, and someone called the boy. The father, smiling, said that the red-haired man should look at what a big catch there was today, and the boy next to him jumped for joy. He dreamed that he would definitely become the best ranger, just like a man. The happy man smiled and said that if he really became one, then his mother in heaven would be proud of him. Estio knelt down and looked at the sad boy and said that yesterday they said that they did not need the guild's help. And he asked that now they wanted to make a request. The upset guy looked down and hesitantly said about the task. Tears appeared in his eyes. He closed his eyes and they flowed down his cheeks and he swore. Lien clenched his fist and said that he really wanted to leave the forest and go look for his father on his own, but he had no idea what to do or where to go next, and he called himself useless. The child cried for the protagonist to find his dad, who was currently in the capital and would only need one message that he was okay. The protagonist sat in front of the crying boy. The protagonist looked up seriously and apologized, saying that he could not accept his request. Lien turned away from him and said that he knew it would not work. Then Estio added that in return he would personally try to find out something about his father. Tears flowed from the boy's eyes when he was asked if he could say his name. Lien put his hands on the protagonist's shoulders and said the name Isaac. The protagonist stood in front of the boy when he said that he understood and that when they finished the task, he would stop by their village on the way back, adding that he asked him to wait a little. Then the child spoke about payment. The protagonist looked down sadly and replied that this was not a guild assignment and that he did not need money, but in return he asked him to promise him that until he returned, he would stay in the village and not go outside the forest. Lien clenched his fists in joy and thanked Estio, exclaiming that he promised. The young man took a step to the side. The protagonist stood with his back turned when he was asked about his name. He looked away with a smile and said his name. There was a blue sky above the forest. A grasshopper sat on the grass. Clouds were floating in the sky when someone exclaimed that the weather was very nice. Sweat dripped off Ahuru when he thought about how hot it was. Parker looked ahead and said that it was because it was summer and that the sun had been shining so brightly lately that he even woke up on his own in the morning. Then the cactus thought about how he wanted winter to come soon, to which the boy replied that he also preferred winter. The blue-haired boy looked down in surprise and asked the plant why it liked the cold despite being from the desert. Ahuru was in the boy's arms when he suggested that, by his logic, since he was a bird, he only ate bugs and worms. They were walking behind the others when Parker exclaimed that he was not a bird, reminding him that he was from a tribe of bird-like creatures and could not stand bugs, Then the cactus replied that this was what had to be proven, so just because someone was born in a hot place did not mean they liked it, and that he should throw that nonsense out of his head. The protagonist looked at Sarah, who said that they didn't seem to be getting along very well, to which the boy replied that it was fine and that Uhuru didn't dislike Parker, adding that if he really didn't like someone, he would have said so outright. The uniformed boy held a cactus in his hand when the girl objected, saying that from the outside it looked like someone was about to break in, to which the protagonist explained that it was just his manner of speaking. The guild master and Estio looked back when he said that he thought he wouldn't be so talkative with an enemy. The protagonist looked forward with a smile. Sarah looked thoughtful, wondering if the smile on his face when they left the inn had been an illusion after all. The girl opened her mouth, thinking that he was clearly different from Xuanan, who did nothing but hate. Then she turned to the protagonist and spoke about what happened in the ranger village. They walked one after another, when the girl asked if she could find out the reason why he accepted the request of those children, to which the boy replied that he did not accept it. The guild master was shown in profile when she agreed that it was an unofficial task, and then asked why he made a promise to them. Estio took a step and explained that he was simply listening to someone else's request. Sarah looked worried, stepping forward when she thought about how every dragon always keeps his word, and how it seemed that he still did not know how important it was for creatures like him. The protagonist turned his back when he said that since they were heading to the capital, he decided to help Lien, because it was a request that he could fulfill. The cat looked up carefully when he said that he didn't know how to be heartless. The protagonist remembered the crying child when he answered that he would find out about Lien's father on his own and that his actions would not cause any problems for the team, so they should not worry. Estio turned to the girl and the pet and asked if this could possibly violate the guild rules, to which he was told that it did not. Parker raised his hand to his face and addressed the leader, saying that as long as his actions did not harm the client in any way, he had complete free will. The young man smiled widely when he added that, to be more precise, the support team would follow him everywhere so that he could completely rely on them. They stood in a circle when the protagonist asked if this also applied to matters related to his personal affairs, to which he was told that it naturally did. Parker approached the protagonist and explained that work is work and that all guild members are paid as much as they work. The blue-haired boy smiled widely and exclaimed that you need to work tirelessly, and that this year he will definitely get one blue Pegasus. Estio looked away in confusion and asked what kind of blue Pegasus. The boy introduced a horse with wings when he explained that a Pegasus is the same horse, but with wings, and that they are very fast and strong, but at the same time terribly cunning, so they have to be lured with various jewels. Parker stood behind the protagonist when he said that in his hometown, many people dream of riding a Pegasus or a unicorn. The boy looked closely at the protagonist, who reminded him that they already have wings. The boy bent his arm with a wing when he answered that people have legs, but they still prefer to use transport, and that in their case, the situation is similar. Estio and Nija stood behind the boy when he said that if he had to choose between a Pegasus and a unicorn, he would definitely ride the former. The protagonist's mouth dropped open, looking ahead when he asked if they were that different from each other. He imagined a horse and a blue wing when he explained that there were differences, and that although they were of the same species, unicorns were always born female, and instead of wings, they had a horn on their forehead that could heal wounds, and then added that Pegasi were all male, and with huge wings. Parker imagined a horse in armor when he spoke of how wonderful silver armor would look in combination with the blue fur of this winged creature. The boy extended his hand to the protagonist and exclaimed that if he ever got a Pegasus, the leader would be the first one to show it to, and Estio replied that he would be waiting impatiently. They continued walking along the forest path. Trees grew on both sides of them. Clouds floated above the dense forest. Parker stopped, looking into the distance. He smiled widely and asked the leader to look in the direction he pointed. White birds were flying in the sky. A snow-white tower could be seen in the distance. Numerous buildings appeared as he exclaimed that they had finally reached the capital. Parker held a hura in his hand, looking ahead as he added that even the imperial palace was visible. Nija looked ahead in amazement as he said that the city was huge and that it looked more like a work of art, and the cactus asked him if he knew what that was. The red-eyed pet opened his mouth and exclaimed that of course, explaining that it was a creation that contained beauty and that was what he was seeing now. Everyone looked at Niju, who asked if he could enter, and Ahura asked why not. The pet clenched his fists and began to answer. He looked down sadly and said that in the eyes of other people, he was not like everyone else. The protagonist looked away thoughtfully and remained silent. Nija looked down sadly, saying that he was big and hairy. The protagonist stood in front of him and asked if he was worried about what Kayla had said. The pet looked ahead pitifully. He looked down and answered that, to be honest, yes. He remembered how someone pointed a finger at him and called him a dirty creature. Kayla clenched her fist, looking forward angrily as she said that monsters were nuisances that needed to be gotten rid of, adding that it was a mistake to begin with since such animals were considered members of the guild. Estio and Niju turned to the same side. The pet looked sad, thinking about how humans always looked down on creatures like him, and whether he was really allowed to be with his master, and what if his presence instead put him in danger. The protagonist clenched his fist and apologized to Niju for having to hear such words. The pet raised his hands and exclaimed that he did not mean to say that they had ruined his mood. He looked at the protagonist carefully, and explained that he was simply afraid that he might be attacked by humans again because of him. There was a hill behind the humans as Niju asked if it was true that there were more of them living in the capital than anywhere else, then said that he would just wait for them there. Estio was standing next to the pet as he replied that there was no need. He touched his shoulder, and added that it was not his fault. Niju touched the boy's arm and said that he knew, and that people who said such insulting words were not very good. The protagonist confidently looked away and promised the pet that if he heard such a thing addressed to him again, he would not let it go. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and added that he was not bad, he was just different from the others. The capital was in front of the boys as Estio concluded that they would always fight side by side, so he should not hide from prying eyes. The pet looked up, fascinated, nodding. Clouds were floating in the sky when Ahuru exclaimed that if someone blurted out something, he would show them what they were worth, then they thanked him. People were pulling a cart behind them. The man pointed to the cage in his hand. Many people were walking along the road. A fortress wall with columns appeared. The guys stopped in front of the gates when they were asked who they were, to which they replied that they were members of the Ignis Guild. Parker held Ahuru when they were asked to show their IDs. The cactus leaned slightly to the side. The gates were left behind the guys. The protagonist turned to Ahuru, who exclaimed that it smelled good there. Then the young man asked him if he really felt any smell. The air near the people sparkled, then the cactus asked a counter question. Sarah and the young man looked at the plant, which realized that it seemed to be a divine power. The guild master pictured two tall buildings when she said that if she thought about it, the capital was the only place that was directly connected to the cathedral through a portal. Parker held the cactus up high and asked him about his esteemed friend being able to sense divine power, to which Ahuru replied that he had just discovered it himself. The blue-haired boy was shown in profile when he suggested that perhaps plants were simply more sensitive to such things, adding that it was still magnificent. The cactus leaned slightly and asked again. Parker imagined a halo and angels when he answered in the affirmative, saying that even among humans, only select priests could sense divine power. The boy imagined a dense forest when he added that he had also heard that there was more vegetation in places where there was plenty of it. He imagined cracked soil when he summed up that where evil spirits had accumulated, there were none at all, and that, based on this, there was a hypothesis that plants sense divine power earlier than others. The boys were walking along the sidewalk when Ahuru objected, saying that this was just an assumption. Then Parker laughed and replied that no one had ever managed to communicate with plants before, so they had to make do with what they had. The sun's rays illuminated the stone road. Sarah looked away carefully. The protagonist turned to the girl when she addressed him. They were standing opposite each other when the guild master asked if he knew where the meeting place with the customer was, to which the guy answered affirmatively. They were standing near the side of the road when Sarah said that in that case, since they still had a few days left, they could rest today. Then Estio asked why so suddenly. The girl looked up seriously and answered that it would be best to postpone the meeting until the fighter joined them, and that after that they could go to the one who sent the request. The protagonist lowered his thoughtful gaze. He imagined Matthew when he thought about how, remembering the words that she would call him when he was needed, he chose him. The guild master turned to Parker and addressed him. Sarah opened her mouth and asked if he knew where their guild branch was. The boy was shown in profile as he replied that of course he knew, since he had to deliver mail there year after year. Parker saluted the guild master and exclaimed that he was listening when she asked him to be her guide. The boy looked ahead and asked the girl where she was going. Sarah took a step, turning around, and replied that there was someone she needed to see. The guild master had her back turned as she told them to go first. Her cloak flashed among the passers-by. Clouds floated across the sunset sky. There was a blue sky above the building of the capital branch of the Ignis Guild. The boys settled down around the table when Parker asked where Estio was going. The protagonist looked away, replying that he heard that there was a separate team there that processed information. The young man looked forward with excitement and asked again, and then asked if he really wanted to find out anything about Leon's father, and then asked to entrust this work to him. After all, it was not for nothing that this task fell to their group. The protagonist looked forward in confusion and began to answer that there was no need. Parker ran up the stairs when he asked for just a second, explaining that he would quickly fly to the information team. Only feathers remained near Estio. Confused, Estio held his hand in front of him. He examined the many feathers. Nija looked at the cactus, which he asked if he knew. Ahura introduced pigeons and said that every time a pigeon flaps its wings, 100 feathers fall out. The protagonist paid attention to him. He seriously stated that if he continued to laugh at others like this, then one day he would begin to be hated. Upset, Ahura apologized and noted that he was wrong. Puzzled, Estio mentally noted that he meant Parker. Looking at the cactus, he supposed it was better not to specify. The happy guy said that he brought the leader the person he needed. The girl stopped and greeted the protagonist. Holding the papers in front of her, she said that her name was Skylar, the head of the Information Management Department. It was a great honor for her to meet him in person. Sitting on the couch, Estio said that he had 2 requests. Looking at him, Skylar asked if it was okay if outsiders could hear about it. The protagonist calmly replied that he could voice one of the orders without fear. Smiling, Skylar asked him to start talking in that case. The girl handed over the documents and said that then Estio needed to fill out a form about who he was looking for. The protagonist began to fill out the form. Parker stood behind and wondered if it was possible to describe someone's appearance when no one had said a word about it. Skylar took the form and said that it was not necessary to fill out the other documents, since this was not an official request. Sitting at the table, the girl emphasized that it would be better to continue their conversation in another room. The bandits suddenly burst in on them. A broken pot lay on the floor. The guys looked at them silently. The guys were quickly walking towards them. Estio, with a calm face, thought that they were members of the Ballista Guild, whom he had seen in the Ranger village. The frightened guy asked what business they had come to see them for. The enraged stranger asked again. He slammed his fist on the table and asked if the guy dared to ask such questions. The dumbfounded guy replied that he was just wondering. Grinning, the bandit said that they had come to submit a request. Looking at him, the guy behind the counter clarified whether the emblem on their clothes belonged to the guild. Crossing his arms, the bandit came to the conclusion that he recognized them. Placing his hand on the counter, he asked if it meant that even the world-famous Ignis had heard something about Ballista. The confused guy apologized, since they did not accept requests from other guilds. Frowning, the bandit asked again. Folding his arms, the guy apologized for having to refuse their request. He hoped that they would be able to find another way. The guys behind him began to shout with displeasure that they had just been called clients. Standing in front of the counter, they cried out that they would still pay and make a request. Watching them, the protagonist thought that although they were behaving rudely, he did not feel any negative emotions. Holding his hands in front of himself, the guy repeated that they could not accept requests from members of another guild. Looking at them, he emphasized the fact that this rule applies both ways. Clenching his hand into a fist, the stranger cried out that their lives depended on this matter. He waved his hand and asked to call the guild master immediately. The papers fell to the floor. Estio was standing behind them and thought that since they were there, they must really need help. Watching them, the protagonist noted that if he came a little closer, he would be able to find out everything. His eyes began to glow. The girl stepped forward. The protagonist was taken aback by this. She saw a broken pot and called it vandalism. Looking at the papers on the floor, the girl said that this was obstruction of work. She noted with an enraged look that according to the rules of the concluded alliance, when members of one guild enter the building of another, it is considered a provocation. The girl's eyes glowed yellow. Blue energy hovered around her hand. Estio was puzzled as he watched her. The girl stretched out her hand and ordered them to disappear. The guy was taken aback by this. The protagonist covered them with himself. The girl was surprised by what she saw. She moved her hand to the side. The blade fell to the floor. The guys looked at each other. Clara asked with a serious expression what the newbie was doing there. The protagonist stood silently opposite her. The guy's face was scared. He looked at the blade and said that she was a battle mage. The spear returned to the girl's hand. Clara held the weapon in front of her and asked if Estio had really followed her all the way to the capital, noting that she had clearly said that she would not join the team. Frowning, the protagonist replied that it was not the case, he had just tried to kill a man. Looking at him, Clara said that there was nothing wrong with that, because they were members of another guild who had broken the agreement. The angry Estio emphasized the fact that they could have been sent home without bloodshed. Looking up, Clara said that if they were killed, the surroundings would become quieter much faster. The protagonist pointed his finger at the guys and asked if they had sinned so much that they should pay for it with their lives. Clara approached him and informed him that it was just trash that someone would have to clean up someday. Estio shouldn't tell her what to do. The boy stepped forward and asked if the girl was overdoing it, noting that he didn't think that the guild that was called the best in the empire would treat its customers so badly. Turning around, the stranger declared that it was a disgusting place. He was not going to stay there any longer. The boy looked at the girl's spear. With a sad expression, he told her that they really only came there to make a request. They had no desire to fight. Gritting her teeth, he said that if she didn't put the spear away right now, they would have no choice but to draw their own swords. The boys looked at each other. Standing between them, Estio ordered them to lower their weapons. Enraged, Clara screamed that the protagonist was not even a guild master. She was suddenly taken aback. The spear disappeared from her hands. She began to look around. Her staff was standing by the wall. Surprised, Clara wondered how it got there. The girl gritted her teeth in anger. She grabbed Estio by the cape and asked what kind of trick he just pulled. The protagonist silently looked at her. Clara stood in front of him and declared that he could do more than just read other people's thoughts. Estio heard with a serious expression that he was definitely not a human. The spear began to fly towards her. The dumbfounded boy screamed that Estio was careful. Niju was shocked. The boy suddenly struck the spear. Clara was taken aback by what had happened. Matthew, with a smile on his face, suggested that they end it there. He hugged the protagonist and said that if this boy's body received even one extra scratch, he would get seriously angry. Looking down, Matthew noted that nothing could stop him in his anger. Holding the spear in her hand, Clara thought that she hadn't even noticed him approaching. Standing in front of him, she asked who he was. Smiling, the boy said that he was a fighter from the leader's team. Looking at him, Clara said that this place had been empty before, so it turned out that he was a warrior. Matthew, with a satisfied look, replied that this was only his temporary job. Alas, due to certain circumstances, he could not join the guild. An angry Clara clarified whether he was helping, even knowing what a monster he was. A puzzled Matthew asked if she attacked the leader only because of his unusual abilities. He looked at the frightened Parker and asked why she did not try to kill the bird-like creature then, noting that it clearly looked much less like a human. After which the guy replied that he was just a man, they belonged to the human race, their race was just too small. Raising his head, Matthew said that there was also this beast nearby, some kind of cross between an albino monkey and a human. Frowning, Niju told Clara not to dare offend Estio. Stretching out his hand, Matthew said that as she saw, the world was much more diverse than one could imagine, after which he clarified how she would understand that she was filled with such amazing things that they were sometimes hard to believe in, if she locked herself in some ridiculous prison of her own egoism. Clara was taken aback by the words that no one even instructed her to discriminate against every creature that did not fit into the usual framework. The girl began to leave silently. Matthew hugged Estio, saying that he had no idea what had happened, but that he had fixed it. The protagonist looked away. Looking at the guys, he asked what business they had come there for. The upset stranger replied that, to tell the truth, Ballista was in danger of being disbanded. There was a guild brooch hanging on his chest. Putting his fist on his chest, he cried out that their guild had recently gotten involved in the so-called gambling request, which had recently become very popular, and as a result, they were on the verge of bankruptcy. The guy presented gold coins and told them that this was a kind of scam that had begun to spread among small guilds. If you took on a task with an absurdly high risk and reward and did not complete it, they would start demanding compensation for breaking the contract. Estio calmly asked if he had accepted such a request, not knowing how dangerous it was. Closing his eyes, the boy replied that they knew everything, but the reward was too good to refuse. Clenching his hand into a fist, the stranger noted that, however, when their squad arrived in the capital, they were immediately informed that the guild master had failed the task. The guys lowered their heads with a sad look. They began to leave, saying that there was no point in telling them about it. Matthew stood nearby and clarified if the protagonist had told them that he was the guild leader. Estio looked at him and replied that he simply did not want to interfere in their affairs. Parker delightedly said that they had not seen Matthew for a long time. He thought that the Duke would need several days to get to the capital, since it was necessary to cross several portals, but he arrived much earlier, after which Matthew replied that he simply slightly adjusted the recommendation, which said to use the portal only once a day. Raising his finger, he explained that by signing a document stating that the country was not responsible for the side effects of exceeding the limit, he was able to go through the portal several times. Matthew showed 4 fingers and said that he made 4 jumps through the portal at once. Parker was shocked by what he heard. Closing his eyes, Matthew explained that there were some things that needed to be taken care of in advance so that he could safely leave the duchy, and he also always felt like he was late for something, so he decided to arrive in the capital as soon as possible, and besides, the longer he stayed in one place, the faster rumors about his movements spread. Stunned, Parker said that he would better get a medical checkup now, after which he suggested calling someone. Joyfully, Matthew replied that everything was fine, after which he clarified how about meeting the customer. Skylar approached them. Standing in front of the guys, she suggested that it would be better to continue their conversation elsewhere. She pointed to the stairs and suggested going up. The guys started to go up the stairs. The protagonist looked at Naya and asked him to go into the room with Parker and wait for him. The monkey was holding a cactus in his hands, which asked where Estio was going and whether he would even take him. Turning around, the protagonist replied that it was so and Ahura should also stay with them. He calmly assumed that they were most likely curious, but it would be an extremely boring conversation. He did not want them to listen to something like that. Perplexed, Ahura replied that he would wait, but in return Estio should promise to return soon. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. The door opened. The guys entered the library. Standing behind, Matthew asked if it was okay that he came and if he could be present at the discussion. Looking at him, the protagonist said that everything was fine. They began to sit down at the table. Sitting in front of Skylar, the protagonist said that he wanted her to investigate Shuanan. He seriously noted that he had heard that he was in the east of the continent, and that he had been nominated as the next pope. Sitting opposite, Skylar replied that she was aware that Shuanan was already a person they were watching with the utmost caution. She placed the documents on the table and noted that an updated report had just been received today. Sitting opposite, Skylar stated that she would give it to him in its entirety, but after reading it, he should not return it, but simply burn it. Folding her arms, Skylar emphasized that this was confirmed information, but that Shuanan might want to contact the guild, and then asked if he remembered about Ballista, which was in danger of being disbanded. The girl presented the coins and said that they, Ignis, were convinced that Shuanan was the one submitting gambling requests and absorbing bankrupt guilds to increase her own power. She suddenly became scared and said that if he tried to harm them too, a war would start. Estio was surprised by what he heard. The guys left the office. Matthew followed the protagonist and asked what kind of Shuanan this was, to which he received an answer that it was a dragon. The guy was taken aback by what he heard. Looking at the protagonist, he asked if he was joking, to which he received a negative answer. Puzzled, Matthew thought that if there was a black dragon in front of him, then it was not surprising that there were others. A bead of sweat ran down his face, and he wondered if his appearance was too unexpected. Walking down the corridor, Estio told him that he heard that he really hated black dragons. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist assumed that it was because of him that Shuanan was targeting Ignis. Matthew stopped and asked if Estio was going to leave the guild. Turning around, the protagonist said that he had not yet made a decision. A disappointed Matthew said that they would assume that the Golden Dragon had a grudge against him, after which he clarified why he suddenly thought that leaving the guild would solve everything. Standing in front of him, Estio replied that at the very least the reason for starting a war would disappear. Dumbfounded, Matthew emphasized the fact that the protagonist said that he wanted to stay there. Clenching his hand into a fist, he noted that it turned out that he was simply avoiding a large-scale battle. The guy knelt down. Looking at the protagonist, he asked to order what Estio wanted. Putting his hands in front of him, Estio said that he did not call him to ask for anything. Their team simply needed a fighter, nothing more, and the fact that Matthew was present during the conversation about the dragon, he just thought to try to find at least some trace. The guy calmly stated that in that case, he had already been found. The protagonist's face was interested. Morning had come. The girl with a smile on her face noted that if her memory served her right, this was their first meeting. Matthew had arrived on time. Sitting on a chair, the guy replied that their meeting was their first, but the girl, without any embarrassment, immediately addressed him by name, to which he received the answer that it seemed to her that he was hiding his identity, so she did not address him by title. Putting down a cup of coffee, Matthew said that Sarah owned this building, but because of the many dolls standing guard, it seemed that she was not very confident in herself, so he simply pretended that they were not there at all. Smiling, he called her guild master. The girl stood in front of him and asked to call her Sarah. Watching them, Ahura said that they were having an idol. Holding a cactus in front of him, Estio asked if she had arrived. The girl turned her attention to him and replied that she was going to return before Mr. Matthew joined the team, but she was beaten to it. This fighter, it turns out, is quite fast. Sarah was suddenly surprised. She noticed a bandage on Estio's hand. Standing in front of him, Sarah asked if the main character had given Ahura his precious blood to drink, to which she received the answer that it was true. At some point he stopped drinking water. Holding it in his hand, Estio said that it would be better to forget about such a diet for a while. Even now it is difficult to call him an ordinary plant. Sarah began to leave, saying that it was time for them to meet with the customer. Sunlight enveloped the settlement. Parker walked next to the Duke and asked if it was okay that he was going with them, and if they would recognize him. Holding his head, Matthew replied that he did not care. Examining the castle, the guy said that there was only one person in the capital with whom he would not want to cross paths. Closing his eyes, he noted that he had no ill will towards the other members of the imperial family, so everything was fine, and perhaps the person who sent the order did not even know him by sight. Looking at the flowers, Sarah said that they were in place. The guys were standing in front of the building. When the door opened, a bell rang. The girl greeted them with a smile on her face and asked what flowers they were looking for, noting that she was Lantana from the Evergreen Meadow. Standing in front of her, Estio replied that they had come to look at the crystal flower, after which he asked her to show him the way to the meadow where they were. Holding the flowers in front of him, Lantana asked if he had brought an invitation with him. The protagonist showed a coin in his hand. The girl stepped aside and said that this was the end of the check, after which she told him to go inside and wait a little. The guys entered the room. Lantana closed the curtains. The guys stood quietly. Looking around, Matthew thought that all the people present were knights. He glanced at the girl who locked the door and wondered if the maid of honor was the worker. The girl began to pour tea. Sarah held the teapot in her hands and told him that it was iced tea that helped to perk up. The flowers it was made of had a soft aroma similar to mint and tooth powder, so any drowsiness disappeared instantly. Sitting at the table, Parker exclaimed that the aroma was really strong. Lentia stood in front of Estio and asked if he was surprised by the tea, noting that everyone who tried it for the first time said that it was very difficult to drink at first. The protagonist calmly replied that he was familiar with candies with a similar taste. Enthusiastic Lantana exclaimed about candies with the taste of waves. She looked at Estio and asked if she guessed correctly, to which he received a positive answer. Lantana took his hand and exclaimed that it was difficult to find people who understood such subtleties. Because few people preferred such sweets, she was very glad to meet them. Crossing his arms, Matthew clarified the essence of the matter. Taken aback, the girl assumed that she had been distracted. She bowed and said that her name was Lantana. In accordance with the will of Her Highness Marissa, she would submit a request to the guild in her place, since the princess was forbidden to leave the palace of her own free will. Standing in front of Estio, she said that they had heard rumors that there was a telepath in the Ignis Guild. Stretching out her hand, Lantana said that Her Highness's task was this. The princess would visit 3 people and ask them questions. Smiling, she noted that the leader would simply need to be present and determine whether the people's answers were true or not. Looking away, the protagonist asked what would happen to the 3 if they told the truth or lied. Touching her cheek, Lantana said that she could not say for sure. In the first case, nothing bad, but for those who lied to a member of the imperial family. She said with a serious look that they were entitled to the death penalty, all of them, even him. Silence fell between the boys. Crossing his arms, Matthew wondered if they were trying to use the leader as a political tool, noting that it turned out that the rumors about the princess being fair to others did not correspond to reality. Looking at Lantana, Estio said that he accepted the request. The Duke was taken aback by what he heard. Putting her hands on her hips, Lantana said that this was somewhat unexpected, then clarified if he did not know fear. Looking at her, the protagonist clarified if he should be afraid. Putting her hands on the table, Lantana asked him to think twice about his decision. Standing in front of him, the girl asked if he could complete this task and not oppose the will of Her Highness at the most crucial moment. The protagonist looked into her eyes and asked if this question was being asked by Lady Lantana or Marissa, the first princess of this country. The girl looked at him silently. She was surprised. The cup fell on the table. The dumbfounded Parker cried out that he would clean everything up now. Lantana spoke with a serious expression about the complete correspondence. Putting her hand on her chest, she clarified whether he had read her thoughts, noting that Lantana was her childhood name. Her mother called her that because she looked like a pure white lantana flower. Taking off the hairpin, the girl emphasized the fact that her real name was Marissa. Her hair began to change color. She noted with a satisfied look that she was his customer. Marissa sat down at their table and told them that she was looking for a traitor who had betrayed His Majesty. The list of suspects was reduced to 3 people, but then the investigation reached a dead end. The girl introduced the castle and noted that if it turned out that the imperial family doubted these people, the consequences would be unpredictable. Marissa, with a thoughtful look, said that this was precisely why she could not act as a princess, because everything must remain strictly confidential. Looking at her, Estio replied that she had already received his consent, after which he simply asked to say whose thoughts needed to be read. The girl introduced 3 people and called them by name. Looking at the building, Matthew said that he was surprised and did not expect that Her Highness would suspect her beloved younger brother. Touching the flower with his finger, he noted that this family had long been in the stage of degradation in any case. Sitting on the bed, Estio said that he did not know, he would not hear anything until he himself expressed a desire to talk to him. Enraged, Ahura cried out that Matthew should not touch the flower, because it was a violation of the rights of plants. The puzzled guy clarified whether they had rights. Matthew turned to Estio and asked if he could handle it, as the Imperial Palace was like a real battlefield. The protagonist looked away and replied that he didn't want to accept requests as a guild member, and then refused them. Sitting in front of the guys, Estio emphasized that it was thanks to Ignis that he was there now. Suddenly, it started to rain. A drop fell on a cactus, and it said that it was cold. Ahura noticed a flower and asked to take care of it. Sarah went to the windowsill. Examining the flower, she said that it was a plant that changed color when in contact with water. Estio picked it up. The protagonist calmly assumed that the sounds of the rain scared him, after which he heard the flower call him the last seed left by the Black Clan. Estio was suddenly taken aback. Parker approached him and asked if he was okay. The protagonist looked away and said that Siki can't stand water, so he will be back soon. The boys looked at the city and said that the storm was serious. Parker was stunned and cried out that this rain had not stopped for a week. Putting his hands on his hips, Matthew said that now was the time of tropical showers, and it would continue for another 2 or 3 weeks. The boy began to cry. He noticed a carriage on the street. Parker watched it in surprise. Turning around, he assumed that it was for them. The boys were shocked by what he heard. The boy ran to the door shouting that he would tell Sarah. The boys stood quietly inside. The main character looked at the flower, which he asked to take with him, because he wanted to go to her. His face was interested. The boys came into the room. Putting his hand on his chest, the boy introduced himself as Talon, a knight serving the first princess. He introduced the carriage and told them that once they boarded the carriage, they would immediately become members of the guild accompanying Duke Matthew, who was heading to the Imperial Palace to attend Her Highness Marissa's birthday party. Frowning, Talon added that, in addition, if their actions caused an unaccounted problem, the Imperial family would not be able to help. He extended his hand and asked if they were really ready to accept the request. Standing in front of him, Estio replied that they were and that they would be leaving immediately. Raindrops fell on the castle. The carriage drove along the road. While looking at the flowers, they were told that they would be escorted to the garden of the first princess's palace. The boys saw a glass dome above their heads. Looking at the ceiling, they said that there was such a strange sound from the rain that it seemed like it was already dripping on their heads. Marissa happily noted that they had arrived. Matthew knelt down and greeted the princess. He looked up to ask if it was too stiff, noting that anyone who saw it would think it was their first meeting, even though they had known each other for a long time. Marissa stood in front of him and said that the palace walls had ears too. She said with a serious expression that from now on she would do better not to contradict. There was silence between the boys. The girl suddenly grinned. She began to laugh and noted that she was just joking. Turning around, she said that very soon they would meet nobles who were as nimble as snakes, so there might be difficulties if one of them made a mistake. There was a cake on the table. Marissa, happy, asked them not to worry about anything, noting that this was just a regular birthday party. Although their excitement was not surprising, even she, not used to such things, was a little nervous. Matthew calmly thought that he had never even heard rumors about the princess's social life. Looking at her, he thought that she helped people outside the Imperial Palace in every possible way, so she had obviously heard many compliments addressed to her. Closing her eyes, the princess asked if they were relaxed. Parker yawned and asked why his nervousness had instantly disappeared. Sitting opposite, the girl explained that this tea contained herbs that calmed the mind and reduced tension. Stunned, Matthew asked if this was a medicinal brew, to which Marissa replied that she had used only harmless ingredients, so he should not look at her with such a look. Bowing his head, the Duke stated that he had not tried to insult her in any way, after which he apologized for his tactlessness. Holding the cup in her hands, Marissa said that she understood his concern. It may seem strange that medicinal herbs were added to the tea, but this drink is also used for medicinal purposes. It is made from the petals of the tulip flower that grows in this greenhouse, and when animals drink tea, their blood circulation is stimulated, which makes them hyperactive. Niju stuck out his tongue and said that he had something different in his cup. Sipping the tea, Marissa emphasized the fact that this plant is completely harmless to people. Knights often drink this drink during breaks because it relaxes tense muscles. She opened her eyes and said that the Ignis Guild is a close friend of the Imperial family, always finding an answer to the question posed, so she simply could not help but treat them to this tea. Looking at her, Estio clarified whether all the plants added there were grown by her personally and whether she liked them. Looking down, the girl replied that it was so. In her life she had seen many people and animals, but none of them had ever been as sincere as flowers. They were always silent. At first it confused her, but over time she realized that in front of them there was no need to pretend. Thinking about what to say, they also cannot speak, so even a slight sway of the bud can be taken for sympathy. Perhaps this is just her delusion. But these thoughts make her heart lighter. That is why she loves flowers very much. Taken aback, Marissa wondered why she suddenly became so frank and whether the Tulle tea had worked so well. Getting up from the table, the girl assumed that everyone had already relaxed enough and got acquainted. It was time to start preparing for the evening reception. The guys silently began to leave. Marissa turned around at the voice. Estio approached her and said that he wanted to return the flower to her. Standing in front of him, the princess asked if he didn't like him, noting that she thought he liked plants since he traveled with a cactus. The protagonist handed her the pot, saying that it was wonderful, but he wanted to return it because he would be much better off with the true owner. Estio left the place. Marissa looked at the flower and thought that she had a feeling that he was glad to be back. She looked at the protagonist and noted that he was a much more unusual person than she thought. Nija held Ahura and said that he was sorry that he could not come with them. Estio stood in front of them and said that Siki never returned. Niju, stunned, said that he was worried about her. Matthew approached the protagonist and clarified if he was okay. The man stood in front of the door and asked to be allowed to escort them inside. The chandelier was shining brightly in the sky. People were standing in the hall. They looked at Matthew and discussed that he would indeed be attending the banquet. His face was calm. Marissa approached him and said that she was extremely happy that he had accepted her invitation. People noticed Estio behind Matthew. The guys looked at his clothes and said that he was wearing a guild uniform. Turning around, the Duke wondered who would be the first to arrive there. Matthew turned his attention to the voice. The guy bowed to him and said that he was glad to see him in the capital again after so many years. Putting his hand on his chest, he introduced himself as Liz, noting that this year he inherited the title and became the head of the family. Matthew shook his hand and remembered that he was the very genius that the princess had high hopes for. Embarrassed, Liz clarified whether Her Highness had really said that. The happy Duke said that he had heard that Liz made sure that the quality of the wood fully met the expectations of the consumers. Taken aback, he asked if he had a baptismal name. Lowering his head, Liz replied that he did not. The dumbfounded boy stated that this was just the way things were. Estio stood silently behind Matthew. The protagonist looked at him and read his thoughts about being a bastard who had not received the approval of the papal curia. Matthew was definitely not one to not follow social life. The protagonist calmly addressed Matthew. The boy walked along the carpet and said that his older sister's palace, which was always so quiet, suddenly came to life. His cloak fluttered as he walked, and he noted that it was all about the appearance of a special guest. Matthew noticed him. He bowed and said that he welcomed the fifth prince. Smiling, the boy replied that he was pleased to meet him, adding that his name was Greg. The Duke looked at the happy boy and thought that this was the fifth prince Greg. Bowing, Matthew thought that he did not expect to meet him at such an open event. The happy girl ran across the hall to her brother. She stood in front of him, worried, and said that since he had come, he should have greeted her right away. She had almost missed his arrival. The boys stood calmly next to them. The protagonist looked at her silently. The girl looked sadly at her brother and said that it seemed that he had been completely absorbed in his studies lately, asking if he was having any problems with his academic performance because of attending her reception. Smiling, Greg replied that he was her brother after all, so he had no right to miss such an event. Marissa put her hand to her chin and said that he was again using the formal "you" with her. The older he got, the less cute he was. Extending his hand, the guy said that he was grateful that she remembered his childhood so often, but unfortunately, it was time to say goodbye. As she had said, he had a lot of things to do lately, and he had only come because he wanted to personally give her a gift for the holiday. The prince took the box and said that it was a sacred artifact. It had the power to heal wounds. Inside the box was a pendant. Marissa took out the jewelry and said that it was very beautiful. Putting on the pendant, she said with a smile that she would take care of it. Looking at the serious guys, Greg asked if those black dogs were really her return gift. The prince closed his eyes and said that he knew that she would test him. He rushed forward. The guy hugged his sister tightly and said that he was ready to show her everything, without hiding anything, but let him promise something in return. Hugging the girl, Greg asked her to always be on his side and not to leave him. The prince looked ahead with displeasure and mentally asked her not to interfere. Estio stood calmly, listening to him say that he was the one who could read minds. Let him not interfere in all this and just keep his mouth shut. Only then their guild would not suffer. Frowning, the boy said that if he did his own way, he would wipe Ignis off the face of the earth, so he had better use his brain and make the right choice, because it was obvious that he would become the next ruler of the Labarzan Empire. Matthew looked at the chandelier and said that he was a bastard who knew how to ruin the mood. Putting his hands on his hips, the Duke said that he was terribly similar to the current monarch. Parker happily raised his hands and said that he even brought a gift himself. Seeing such an idol between brother and sister, he was delighted by the thought of future peaceful relations in the family. Closing his eyes, Matthew replied that this was nonsense. The guy was definitely not the type to bow to everyone he met just because he was not the heir to the throne. Parker sheepishly clasped his fingers and asked if he was serious, adding that even a fool could understand how much the fifth prince loved Her Highness, and clarified with the leader if he was right. The protagonist looked down silently. He was taken aback when he heard his name being called. Estio stood in front of his friend and asked what kind of question he had just asked him. The guy looked at him worriedly and said that he had become somewhat silent lately. Maybe something was bothering him. The protagonist looked at him in confusion. Clenching his fist, he thought about the fact that it was an emotion called excitement. The protagonist lowered his head and said that his words would hardly please them, because they had a problem. The guys stood in a row in front of him and asked him to speak. Estio stood outside with his friends and told them what the prince had told him at the banquet. Looking at the flowers on the trees, the Duke said that this was a real threat. Crossing his arms, Matthew said that even though he was young, such things were going beyond all bounds. Parker ran up to the leader in a panic and said that he should refuse the request. They should get out of here immediately. Raising his wings, he said in fear that the princess had said that if they failed, their heads would roll. The guy raised his wing in alarm, asking if the essence of the task had changed. It no longer looked like a simple search for a traitor. Presenting the bloody coat of arms, Parker said that it was a fight for succession to the throne. The frightened guy flapped his wings and said that the guild should definitely not interfere in something like this. His Highness had warned them correctly. It was much better to fall out of favor with only one princess than to get involved in something like this, and let the guild master deal with the rest. Sarah touched his chin and said that everything was clear. To be honest, everything was exactly as she thought. The girl looked at the shocked guy and said that the situation was much more dangerous than she had assumed. She put her hand to her chin and asked what the leader would do. The protagonist looked at him in alarm and replied that it was clearly not his decision to make. Marissa ran quickly. The girl ran into the room in a panic and shouted that she wanted to cancel her request. She would also pay the penalty for canceling. Therefore, she asked to leave the imperial palace. Estio stood in front of her, asking if she should report the thoughts she had read for the reception, to which she replied that she should not tell anyone, including her, about what she had managed to find out today. Marissa looked at him sadly and said that there was no need to meet with Duke Shindelphia anymore. She should cancel the request right now. The upset girl looked ahead and mentally said that she did not want to know anything. It would be better if she could not find any evidence. Everything would be fine, because there was no one who would support Greg. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said that there were such people. He was much more powerful than she thought. Estio looked at her seriously, saying that he was never a begging or complaining person. The prince had obviously started preparing long ago, and yet his request for her not to abandon him was sincere. The princess looked at him with alarm. The girl bared her teeth and said that it was very impudent, asking who gave him the right to say this. She stood in front of the boys and said that the reason for her special treatment was only because he had been given a task. But now they were no longer connected. Touching her shoulder, Matthew said that they would leave the imperial palace immediately. Marissa and the maid were leaving the castle. The flower pot stood on the table. The saddened girl picked up the plant. Grabbing the leaf, she thought about how absurd it was that Greg was stronger than she thought, and that he had been preparing for a coup for a long time. The princess imagined her brother with the boys and wondered if all three were traitors. It was raining above the dome. The protagonist and his friends were standing in the gazebo. Penji stood shyly behind the girl and called out to Her Highness. Suddenly, Marissa ran forward. Holding her dress, she shouted for the boys to wait. The princess grabbed Estio by the shoulder and asked how deeply he could penetrate into another person's soul. The protagonist looked at him seriously, asking what exactly she wanted. The girl squeezed his shoulder. Marissa looked at him sadly and said that she had to stop her brother. Raising her head, she said that she asked him to share with her everything he had managed to find out. The carriages drove through the forest. Parker sat in the carriage discontentedly and asked how everything had turned out like this. He watched as his companion closed his eyes and said that he had decided that she would cancel the request altogether, and who would have thought that after that they would all accompany Her Highness to the Duchy of Delphia. We see the estate. Putting his hand to his chest, Shin said that he greeted the first princess of the Labarzan Empire. He extended his hands to the girl, saying that he ordered hot water to be prepared. She must be tired from the road. The guy stood in the hall discontentedly. Crossing his arms, Shin asked Matthew what the wind had brought him here, since the Hargar family was in no way connected with the ruling dynasty. He grinned and said that he should not laugh. If he had shown at least a little more respect for the imperial family, then the treatment would have been appropriate. The Duke laughed and replied that Her Highness had decided to go to the Duchy of Delphia first of all today. Although there were many other options, I wonder why here. Shin looked at the happy guy and said that he still blurted out whatever came to his mind. Grinning, he said that he thought he was still worthy of respect, at least for the fact that he managed to defend his honor despite that incident with the emperor. The guy stood in the middle of the hall, saying that however, that was all, perhaps in his domain, behaving like a wild animal is considered normal, but he hoped that in his castle he would still forget about his usual vulgar behavior. Turning away, Shin said that the servants would take them to their private rooms. The candles on the chandelier burned brightly. Pork ribs lay on the table. The guys were sitting at the table. The princess sat opposite the guy and said that they were her people, he should not pay attention to them. The duke looked at him in confusion and replied that he agreed with Her Highness. Estio raised his glass. The guys chewed their food in silence. Putting down the knife, the girl turned to Shin. She sat at the table seriously and said that she came here to convince him to change his mind. Marissa sat opposite the guy, telling him that this was an informal conversation, so there was no need to pretend. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, the princess said that she also wanted to ask something so that their further dialogue would be as frank as possible. She looked at her seriously and asked who he served. Shin looked at her in confusion, asking what kind of a strange question, to which the girl told him to answer her anyway, who exactly he followed. The guy closed his eyes sadly. He stood up from his chair. Kneeling, the duke said that he was a descendant of the Delphia family, served and would serve, like all his ancestors, only one person, His Majesty. Frowning, the princess cried out that this was a lie. Shin sat on his knee in front of her and asked her that if she really followed the emperor, then who came up with the outrageous idea of using Greg as a draft horse to gain power, adding that no one would ever dare to even think about such a thing. Clutching her dress, the girl listened as she herself knew the answer very well. Members of the imperial family always tried to lure as many comrades as possible to their side. The duke looked at her seriously and said that Her Highness was no exception. Marissa jumped up in fury and said that it was not he who was chosen as the crown prince, but Lucien, asking if he intended to go against the will of the emperor. Shin looked at her desperately and said that as soon as Crown Prince Lucien ascended the throne, the fifth prince would immediately get rid of all his brothers and sisters. Introducing a joyful Greg, he said that although the prince was still young, he decided to fight to protect Her Highness. The boy frowned and said that the ducal house of Delphi would always follow His Majesty, and that would never change, and he was able to give all the power of his family for the future of the ruling dynasty. Sitting in front of the sad girl, the duke said that he would immediately entrust power to the one who fights to protect his own kind, so he would humbly accept the punishment for infidelity, if she wished. Marissa looked ahead upset. She was leaving the guy. The princess stood with her back turned and said that she would leave tomorrow. The rainy sky was filled with clouds. From the palace came the voice of the guy, saying that it was very boring, all they did was rush back and forth. Matthew stood near the window and asked his friend if internal discord was inherent in any empire since its formation, adding that it was even interesting how the country had stood up until this point. Crossing his arms, he asked his friend if he had ever raised dogs. The guy looked down and said that these animals always prefer the one who constantly feeds them. For them, the owner is a creature who cares for them, the one who loves them. Matthew looked ahead calmly, saying that the same could be said about him. He did not raise his sword to protect the country. But what can you do? If you leave the princess now, then things will only get more complicated. The protagonist was sitting at the table with Niju. Estio looked down sadly and said that, to be honest, now he has no idea how to handle the request. The guys were sitting silently. Ahura was standing on the table. Cactus looked at him in surprise and asked why they couldn't just use the Duke and the Crown Prince. He stood in the middle of the guys and said that they could just order these two not to kill anyone, then the problem would disappear by itself. Looking at him, the protagonist said that the effect of his powers was limited, so unless he was constantly in the imperial palace, it was impossible to pull off such a thing. The guy turned away, thinking that he did not want to use his powers in such a way. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that the reason why people stopped communicating with dragons was, in theory, this. Niju put his paws on the table and asked how about attacking first, to which the cactus replied that it was impossible, then the leader would be in danger. Ahura thoughtfully said that in that case, it would be possible for Matthew to support the fifth prince. If two dukes sided with him, then the emperor would have no choice but to agree to the conditions put forward. The guy crossed his arms and replied that he could not openly oppose the monarch's will. Matthew turned away and said that he and Shin had different situations. Simply put, in his case, the lives of the people of the feud were at stake, who extended a helping hand when the ducal family was in danger of collapse. Looking at the moon, the cactus said that then it really wouldn't work. The sun was shining over the palace. The cat pulled back the curtain. Siki was sitting on the windowsill. Looking at the protagonist, she asked if he remembered the boy from the ranger village who asked him to find his father, adding that she had found him. The cat smiled and said that his name was Isaac and that he was constantly moved from one place to another, as if trying to cover his tracks, so the search took longer than she thought. Estio looked at her in surprise and asked if she really went on his trail herself. Siki sat on the window in the room and said that the last time Isaac was in the palace of the fifth prince, so now he is in the capital. Holding a cup, Sarah asked if the black tiger really found the father of that child from the ranger village, to which the guy replied that it seemed like Greg's people took him. She looked up and asked if this meant that he gathered people in his palace who were good at ambushes and hunting. Remembering how she watched the knights, Siki said that she saw that there were several people from the same village with him. She sat in front of the boys and said that besides, none of them were treated very well. What was happening looked like some kind of secret training, so she did not think it would be easy to meet Isaac. Estio picked up the cat and said that he was grateful for such important information. Hugging his pet, the protagonist said that in the future he would like her to warn him in advance where she was going. He was very worried. Siki lay on his shoulder, listening to the monkey ask if she had returned. Niju stood happily with the boys and said that it was good that she was okay. Ahura missed her very much. The cat hugged the guy's shoulder and said that they should not wake the cactus. It was time for them to go. Drops flowed down the leaves. Marissa walked away from the Duke and asked if he really had anything left to tell her. Putting his hand to his chest, Shin said that he, who had tarnished the princess's trust, dared to say that the key to this battle was in her hands. The girl smiled. Turning around, she asked what kind of nonsense, what kind of power could she have when she couldn't even unite with one subject who was completely devoted to the empire? The boy knelt down, saying that it must be difficult indeed, but he shouldn't interfere. Closing his eyes, he said that, however, if she ever made a choice, he would follow her will without question. Shin watched the carriages moving and said that let the bright future of the great Labarzan family be glorified. The wheels stopped. The carriage slowed down near the palace. The princess walked past the knights, lost in thought, that she didn't even notice that Greg was planning something. Frowning, Marissa thought that if the crown prince planned to kill all his brothers and sisters, it means the emperor has nothing against it. She turned around in front of the portal, wondering what she should do now, and said that the guys had worked hard, now their paths would diverge. The girl stood in front of the team and thanked them for giving her courage. With her eyes closed, Marissa happily said that if it weren't for this meeting, she would never have decided to come here to meet Duke Shin. The protagonist looked down and told her to take care of herself. The princess smiled and replied that he should take care of himself too. Dumbfounded, she listened to him tell her to be careful. An arrow flew past her. There was a powerful explosion. The knight spread his arms out to the side and ordered everyone to protect the princess. Frightened, Marissa sat on the floor and asked what just happened. Looking at the crowd of hooded guys, she asked who they were. Talon raised his sword and told Her Highness that they seemed to be professionals with a first-class magical education. Frowning, the girl said that she was fine, let them focus on the enemy. It was necessary to catch at least one of them and find out who the customer was. The knight looked at him seriously and replied that it would be done. The stranger extended his hand with mana. The guards covered themselves with swords from the flames. The princess covered herself with her hands from the smoke. She watched as the smoke dissipated and asked if they had disappeared. Estio stood in front of the guy in the hood. Looking at the knight, Marissa thought that as far as she knew, he did not know how to fight and said to quickly help that man. The stranger screamed in pain. The guys ran down the stairs and asked why he froze. It was time to leave. The magician looked at his legs in panic and replied that they did not obey. The protagonist's eyes were glowing. The guy looked at his allies and shouted that he himself did not understand anything. Raising his hand, the comrade said that then they would leave first. The stranger frowned and thought about the fact that he had only met his gaze for a second. What had happened? The protagonist stood opposite him in the smoke. The corpses of the mages fell to the floor. Scratching his head, Matthew said that it was bad luck, he was about to catch them all, but he miscalculated his strength, and one fool had moved his horses. Niju happily carried the guys on his shoulders and said that he had caught them too. Parker was flying with the criminal and shouting that he had a package for them too. The guys were standing among the mages. Grinning, the guy said that it would be better to just kill them. Estio calmly asked him to sit down. The stranger fell to his knees. He looked down in confusion. The protagonist stood over him and asked him to drop his weapon and put his hands behind his head. Raising his hands, the guy thought about the body moving on its own. A frightened Marissa stood next to him and said that thanks to him, all the criminals were caught, to which Estio retorted that the hunt for their leader was not over yet. The girl turned around and agreed with him. Holding her skirt, the princess thought that since the situation turned out this way, she would need their power again. She stood in front of the protagonist and said that she would like to ask him to help them until they caught him. Looking away, the protagonist asked if this was an order from a member of the imperial family. Marissa put her hand on her chest and replied that she was asking for cooperation as the first princess and that this was an official request. Imagining a crest, she thought of the magic guild Palagon. The girl imagined mages in cloaks, thinking that it was one of the best guilds that specialized in magic, consisting entirely of wizards. Remembering Lucian smiling, the princess thought that the guild was doing all the dirty work for him. Marissa turned away and thought about how she didn't want to believe it, but the words about the crown prince wanting to get rid of his brothers and sisters turned out to be true. She looked ahead sadly, thinking that the current evidence for the accusation would not be enough. More compelling evidence was needed. Leaving the guys on the street, the girl asked to wait here for a while. Parker looked at the dome and said that they were here again. Clasping his hands together, he said in delight that other guild members had never visited this garden twice. Matthew stood in front of his friend and said that this was a great rarity, although he had heard that Ignis had close ties with the imperial family. Closing her eyes, Sarah said that this was just an exchange of paperwork, and nothing more. She remembered the guy who had been waiting, saying that if her memory served her right, Vice Guild Master Van Lensky said that he had personally met His Majesty. Parker crossed his arms and replied that it was not surprising, since he was the one who mainly handled external relations, although he did not inspire much confidence. The protagonist turned away. Sarah looked at him and told him that now the imperial family would be in great debt to the guild, asking if it was possible that he had deliberately persuaded the princess to ask again. She calmly asked when he would resolve the issue of the struggle for power, whether he planned to use the service he had rendered as a pretext to protect the guild if Shuanan decided to attack Ignis. Turning around, Estio replied that this was not entirely true. The protagonist looked sadly and said that he simply wanted to help the princess, so they did not need to continue to blame themselves for this unforeseen situation. He wanted it himself. Sarah looked at him in surprise, thinking that as soon as she learned of his existence, she immediately began to perceive him as a weapon against Shuanan. The girl thoughtfully thought about how he was different from the Golden Dragon. He had no rage, and he could feel emotions, just like humans. She watched Estio standing in the garden and wondered if it was right to drag him into all this. Matthew looked at the many flower pots and said that there was a crystal flower there. Leaning towards it, he asked if it was the same one that the cactus was so worried about. Parker looked at the plant and wondered why it looked so lifeless. Nija held the cactus near the flowers and said that it seemed the same. The guys turned to the protagonist in confusion. The protagonist looked at them in surprise. He was taken aback. Estio walked towards the guys and said that he would try to figure out what was going on. The guy touched the leaf. Ahura stood on the monkey's hand and asked what was going on there. Was the crystal flower really sick? Was it true that he had caught some kind of illness when he came back here? The protagonist looked away and replied that the flower was not sick, but, as Parker had said, it did not look very good. The protagonist looked at the plant and said that it would die very soon. He looked at the flowers sadly. Matthew walked behind his friends and said that he had been able to recognize the symptoms of wilting, to which Parker replied that he had simply had such a feeling, but hoped that he was wrong. The guy sadly lowered his eyes and said that he was a little sad. The flower could not even say that it was dying until it actually died. The Duke turned to him and said that, however, his wish to return to his mistress had been fulfilled. Perhaps this had made him happier at least a little. The flower looked at them and replied that he was not happy. He stood in front of the protagonist and asked if there was anyone who would be happy about the impending death. The plant stood on the table, saying that he still did not regret returning to the place where he was born and ended up here before he completely withered. Estio looked at him sadly, listening to the words of gratitude. Turning around, Parker asked if it seemed to him, or if the flower had just moved. The doors opened slightly. Penji closed her eyes and said that Her Highness the Princess was inviting them to dinner. The sun was setting behind the horizon. The guy looked at the flowers with delight. There was a lot of food on the table. Marissa smiled and extended her hand to the table and said to come quickly. She was a little ashamed that she had not managed to prepare everything properly. Matthew looked at her in shock and asked how it was that she had not managed to prepare. What was she even talking about? The girl, looking worried, said that she knew very well that any person would seek benefit in the task entrusted to him, and to take the side where there was no benefit, as if something from the realm of fantasy, but they still decided to support her. Smiling, she said that with this modest dinner she expressed her gratitude. Let them enjoy the meal. Parker happily ran to the table and thanked her. Matthew looked forward seriously, thinking that she was different from the cowardly emperor. The guys were sitting at the table. The main character looked at the princess and called her. Smiling, Marissa asked if he wanted to tell her something. She looked at him confusedly, asking if he was uncomfortable, if he wanted to move to another seat. The girl was surprised. Approaching him, the princess asked if he always had such an expression on his face. Marissa raised her hand and said that he didn't look like a stone, but she was always curious why he never showed emotions, asking if she had offended him. Lowering his head, Estio replied that he didn't at all and thought about how people can read minds, so they pay attention to facial expressions, and when a person always has the same face, it's strange. The girl sat next to him, confused. She held out a glass. Smiling, the princess said that everyone should drink. She made this drink from the petals of a very useful flower. We should raise our glasses to their victory. Marissa drank the drink. The guys also drank. Matthew looked at her in surprise. The girl watched as he raised his glass and told her that the main ingredient was tantalum nectar, a very rare flower that blooms only once every 10 years. It was also called golden grass because of the color it exudes during this period. The boy introduced the flower and said that even its name exuded elegance. The princess handed him a glass and said that since time immemorial, nectar had been left to ferment to make wine, and there was even a saying that a glass of nectar could revive the entire world. Smiling, she said that it was because it was said to be a poisonous drug that could charm even a dragon. Matthew spat out in panic, hearing that it was funny. He sat in front of the frightened girl and asked if she had just said drug. Covering her mouth with her hand, Marissa asked if he was really that surprised by her words, adding that it was okay, the nectar was completely harmless to humans. She imagined a dragon with a flower and said that the plant attracted its victims with its scent, but since dragons had long since left this world, it no longer had anyone to charm with its aroma. Matthew looked at the protagonist with a glass and thought about her words. Estio turned to the cat sitting next to him. Siki looked at him attentively and said that he better not drink it. The princess looked at the guy in surprise and asked if he wanted to tell her something. The protagonist calmly said that the crystal flower he returned to her earlier was withering. Taken aback, the girl asked if he really noticed it anyway, although he seemed to be healthy. Presenting a flower pot, Marissa said that one day the flower will dry up and this is irreversible, because the life of this species is only 1 year. She sadly lowered her gaze and said that plants are in an endless cycle of flowering and withering, where some died, new ones appear, and with the arrival of spring, they bloom their beautiful buds. The girl looked up in confusion and said that he shouldn't think anything bad. His lifespan, though short, was no less beautiful. She was in no way going to send them a flower that would soon die. Estio looked at her seriously and replied that he had asked him for a favor, saying that he wanted to go back. The shocked princess asked how that was possible. Turning to her, the protagonist told her that he wished to return to the princess before he withered away and ended his life. Marissa looked at the guy in surprise and asked if he could read the minds of not only people. Sitting at the table, she asked if the flower had really said that he wanted to return to her before he died. Did it mean that plants could also experience emotions? The protagonist calmly looked at her and said that they were quite capable of recognizing the person who cared for them among the crowd and experiencing joy from this meeting, and sadness from separation. The girl looked at the sad Matthew, thinking that not long ago she had been inspired to tell how she loved flowers for their silence. But now she had learned that even they could feel and think. The princess, with tears in her eyes, said that if someone had told her about this a little earlier, she would have been different. Marissa jumped up in tears and said that she had to go there immediately before the crystal flower withered, asking if the boy could convey what the kid would say. Niju and the cactus were sitting at the table. He turned around at the smell and said that it smelled strange here. Raising his hand, Ahura said that it seemed that someone had spoiled the air. They had to kill it and catch up with the guys. The monkey jumped up in alarm and cried out that she knew that smell. Looking at the dome with the chandelier, Marissa said that this glass greenhouse was a gift from His Majesty for her 5th birthday. At first she really liked this place because it was incredibly beautiful, but over time her feelings began to spread more to what was inside. The flowers became those who always, albeit silently, supported her. She looked at the tools and said that at some point, gardening became her hobby. Watching the flowers, the girl said that the size of any plant depends on how much it is loved, and blooms proportionally to how much effort is put into caring for it. The princess stretched out her hands to the pot and said that therefore, she always thought that in such a place, the touch of the gardener seemed to them the best in the world. Marissa happily held the flower and said that even if it was a one-sided relationship, where one takes care of the others, it never occurred to her that her little ones would be able to recognize her. Smiling, she said that she was very stupid. The girl put the pot to her face and invited the flower to meet again next year. The plant looked at her happily. An alarmed Nija held a cactus and shouted that something was burning somewhere. The children turned around in surprise, hearing that he smelled something burning. They were standing in the greenhouse and listening to the fire at the entrance to the garden. They needed to put it out quickly. Parker frowned and asked which entrance. Was it really on the same terrace where they had been earlier? Was it that bad? The princess was holding a flower in fear and answered that there was only one entrance to the greenhouse. Frowning, Matthew thought that he had a bad feeling and said that first they needed to leave this place. The guys ran quickly. The guy looked at the burning doors and shouted that thank God the fire had not yet spread. There was a powerful explosion. The Duke covered the guys with his hand. Lowering his fist, he told the princess that it was dangerous here, to stay behind. Matthew looked at the flames and said that it was not an accident. Penji was standing in the middle of the fire. Marissa smiled happily. She ran to the maid and asked if she was okay, telling her that she needed to go to His Majesty as soon as possible and tell him about the fire. The woman held out her hand and said that she was asking for forgiveness. The girl watched as the doors closed and asked her to stop. Standing behind her, the Duke said that there were traitors among the close ones. He supposed that this was not a surprise to her. The princess nodded tensely. Turning around, Marissa answered that she guessed, because the Imperial Palace is a battlefield where everyone survives as best they can. Matthew took out his sword and said that they were not able to use the usual entrance, and asked what level of protection the magic circle installed in the greenhouse had. Looking down, the girl answered that it was the highest. The guy swung his sword. He looked at the burning doors. Parker looked at Sarah worriedly and asked if she could use her powers, to which she replied that all her dolls were made of wood. Standing in front of the flames, Matthew thought that this was a problem. He could destroy everything here in a few blows. The guy frowned. Turning around, the Duke asked the princess if plants needed water to grow. Marissa imagined a fountain and said that in the center of the greenhouse there was a pond. The water from there was used to water the plants. This was the way out. The Duke rushed forward, telling everyone to run quickly. Water flowed out of the bucket. The guy looked at the dissipating smoke and said that they survived. The girl stood in front of the guys and said that there was no additional magical protection on the door, so they just needed to break it down. Frowning, Matthew replied that he thought so too, but let him look at the window. The girl turned around in surprise, asking what was there. Blood was smeared on the glass. The Duke stood behind her and said that all this is the result of blind faith in the Emperor's orders. The pets sat near the protagonist, and Siki said that he was drenched in cold sweat, asking how long he had been like this. Trying to catch his breath, Estio wondered why he felt so hot, whether it was because of the alcohol. Matthew stood over the leader and asked if everything was okay, and he replied that he was not sure. The princess looked at the guy in surprise, wondering why the Duke addressed him as you. Raising his head, the protagonist said that the girl's flowers wanted to tell her something. Marissa held the flower in confusion and asked if it was really now. The plant in her hand said that it was greeting a dear person. The girl looked down in surprise and said that she heard not one voice, but several. A leaf fell down and said that they knew her. Leaves flew from the trees and said that even though they slept all the time, they always heard her every greeting through their sleep. The surprised princess looked up and asked the guy if he could hear it too. Sitting on his knees, Estio answered that all the plants she personally grew were talking to her. The protagonist was sweating, thinking that he had tried to drown out their voices, but was no longer able to control it. The trees looked at the girl and said that she had always talked to them. Now it was their turn to repay her care. They would protect her. Everything would be fine. Everything would work out. Parker looked up with interest and said that the branches were growing. He watched as the treetops grew and reported that the heat had subsided. Turning away, Matthew said that the fire outside had gone out and the noise had died down. A man's voice could be heard from behind the closed doors, asking if Marissa was okay. Throwing the doors open, the knights shouted that they had come to help. The princess smiled happily and said that she was okay. She was suddenly surprised. The girl looked at the flying ashes. Marissa watched as the remains of the trees fell. The princess remembered how the trees said they would protect her, and everything would be fine. She cried and said that they put out all the fire and were always there for her. The girl cried and thanked the plants. Tears fell on the withered flower. The withered flower said that it was happy because it spent its last moment with her. Marissa opened her mouth and said that she never gave it a name and could not call or address it. The flower still sat and asked again. Closing her eyes, the girl agreed and asked what its name was Perla, because it meant a white precious stone. Someone came up from behind and said that they could save the flower. Marissa turned around and asked if this was true. Sarah, standing in her hood, answered yes, but it would change its appearance and life. Holding the pot in her hands, she agreed. In her hands, the flower was all exhausted. We remember the two boys, because due to the fire that occurred, all the guards and service personnel were replaced. Some fell under the hot hand of the Emperor, and their heads flew off their shoulders. Then we see an object that cuts off heads, because no one cared about finding the culprit of the incident. Folding her hands, Marissa says that whoever is pulling the strings realized that the ruler decided to stay aside, silently watching as the struggle for power between the brothers and sisters unfolds. Her eyes widen and she says that she knows that her father loves plants, but looking at his inaction, it is not a fact that he can be called a person. Standing near the window, the girl says that a country that recognizes a ruler who knows how to listen to the voice of the people, and a monarch who cares about people. There are people around her, and the girl asks if the empire is such a country? Estio opens his mouth and wants to say something. The girl turns and also wants to say something. Folding her hands, she decides to take the throne. Opening her mouth, Marissa asks if they will side with her. We see the carriage because everyone has already left. Looking out the window, she regretted it because they could have become her strength. We see the pink shoes that fit, and she also asks why she did not convince them to stay. Putting her hand on the window, the girl says that their eyes showed an unwavering determination to return home, and she does not want to force them. Turning, she says that they have a lot to do. A girl in a white dress stands. It was Perla. The girl smiles and agrees with her. The carriage goes along the road. Siki was unhappy because someone was too noisy. The protagonist leaned on Anju and he says not to fuss, because silence is the best helper. Matthew folds his hands, and Parker says that he did not think that the cat would become so sharp and deep. The guy looks away because Estio is starting to go crazy from reading minds. The protagonist watches, although we do not know if it is the nectar, but he cannot control his abilities. His mouth opens, and the blush gets bigger. Nija looks at him and says that they are already at the gate. Taking his head off his shoulder, Estio asks whether to get out of the carriage, to which he is answered affirmatively. Many people were walking through the city. Also, other people were also going about their business. The guys were walking in the crowd. Estio understands that it is better to go to a remote corner or lose consciousness. Then he turns to Niju. Closing his eyes, he asks to take him to the guild office, to which he asks why the guy closed his eyes. Opening his mouth, he says that he is trying not to meet their eyes. The pet looks at him and asks to trust. We are near a building with a blue roof. The girl smiles and congratulates them on their return. The protagonist puts his hand on his pet's shoulder and asks to confirm completion of the request. Holding a book in her hands, she wants to report something to him. Looking at the guy, she asks what's wrong with his eyes. Skylar looks at her in surprise and asks to take a look. Maybe she needs to call a doctor. Standing with his eyes closed, Estio says that he does not need treatment. The girl still holds the book and says that if his eyes are damaged, then recovery will take a long time and that he should not take such a problem lightly. Still standing with his eyes closed, the guy asks if there is something to cover his eyes with. Skylar opens her mouth very wide, because she will bring something right now. Putting a blindfold on his eyes, he asks what the girl wanted to report. With her mouth open, she says that she managed to find something about the person they asked to find, and it was confirmed that he lives in the capital. Leafing through the documents, Skylar says that she will give a detailed report to a member of their team. Handing over the paper, she asks to give it to the leader later. Sarah smiles and closes her eyes. The guys stand next to each other and Estio says that the request can be considered completed. The paper was unfurled. Skylar says that she will pass on additional information. We see a white building. Because there was news that he will soon be going somewhere. Holding the book in her hands, she says that this morning the current father of the young man announced his resignation. Sarah puts her hand to her chin and understands that they have already begun to act. Skylar begins to leave, because this was the main information and if something new appears, she will send everything by courier service. Parker scratches the back of his head and says that they came to notify about the completion of the request and wrote free time in the reports. His mouth opens and he asks why everyone's face suddenly changed. Matthew sighs and says that sooner or later he will have to face something worse than a ghost. The guy looks at the girl and asks if he is much more disgusting, to which they answer yes. The protagonist is still bandaged and wondering when his abilities will return to normal. His eyes are closed, and he wonders what will happen if he stays like this. Matthew looks at him but remains silent. Opening his mouth, he says that he will look for Isaac in his place. Bowing his head, the boy asks him to rest and gain strength until he can fully return to normal. Estio opens his mouth and says that this matter is a personal request. Placing his hand on his chest, he says that he is not a member of the guild and only follows him as a bodyguard. Sarah stands next to them and says that since this is a personal matter, she will not participate and instead will try to take some measures regarding someone. Siki is sitting next to them because she was asked to take them. She had a smile on her face and she agrees. Someone is sitting in a room in which everything was broken. Something smelled from the box. A man is sleeping in old blankets. We see the door because they were there. Putting his hands on his hips, Matthew says that the fifth prince uses Isaac as his power, but does not provide proper maintenance. Then he goes to the door and starts knocking. The door was brown. Opening his mouth, the guy asks if there is anyone inside, because they came at the request. The door opens slightly and we see an eye. Approaching the crack, he says that Lien is an 11-year-old child with red hair and wants to see his father. Holding on to the blanket, the guy asks who made the request and let them pass. Then we see their legs, one was in boots, the other was barefoot. They come to a black curtain. The protagonist is standing near Parker and smells blood. Opening his mouth, he asks if the person is alive. We see a man who is in bandages and was alive. Parker opens his mouth and says that he has serious injuries. He is told that no one will treat him because everyone is dying like flies. The man with the bandage says, after all, this is the dump of the imperial capital, and decides to leave them. Estio approaches the sick man and asks if he is Lien's father. The man trembles and asks if his son is healthy. Opening his mouth, the protagonist says that he is alive and well. He begins to bleed from his mouth and also thanks them. Estio begins to remove the mask and asks to answer silently, and mentally asks what he wants to convey to Lien. The man's eyes widen from such a question. Tears appear in his eyes and he begins to ask to inform him of his death. We see the silhouette of the building. Isaac says that they should not hide anything about his death and not take him by force. This is his own choice. He served his family faithfully until the very end, but there was a moment that he regretted. The man remembers his son, because he spent little time with him. Looking at Estio, he asks to convey that he loves Lien. His eyes close and tears begin to flow. Isaac's hand hangs to the ground. Niju is sitting near the door because he was too big. People were standing not far from him because there had been no guests for a long time. 3 guys are smiling and decide to steal and sell Estio's pet. We see Niju's ear. Then he starts scratching it and making sounds. We see the back of the pet's head because someone was approaching. Then the guy hits it. He starts smiling and saying that he was caught. Niju with a sore on his head turns around and apologizes. The pet is holding a stick in his hands. He starts holding it out and saying that he was hit with a stick. The guy starts asking for help. 2 guys are surprised because the animal is talking. Looking at each other, they think it's a monkey or a monster. Niju smiles and looks, and they ask how much they will give for such an animal. 2 guys have a black silhouette. They wonder how much money they will give. The pet is still holding the stick. The guy lets go of it immediately. Then he starts running away and asking for help. Opening his mouth, Niju asks to wait. His smile immediately slips off his face. 2 guys hurt their friend because he does not understand human speech. Then he is kicked to Estio's pet to eat him. Niju starts shaking because he does not eat people and is not a monster. Opening his mouth, he screams that Estio said that he is not a monster. Suddenly, a bottle flies into his head. The pet holds his head and holds out his paw. Niju takes his hand off his head, and the contents stick to it. The guys smile because they hit the bullseye. One of them says happily that if only the liquid gets in, even a monster will lose consciousness. The pet opens its mouth and starts making sounds. The 2 guys are surprised and wonder. Niju gets fangs and his eyes become bright. He starts walking towards them and screaming. After that, we see blood and screams. Estio comes out and holds a bandage in his hand. Seeing his pet, he starts running up to him and asks to look at him. Bending down, he says that those who angered him are no longer there. Niju starts baring his teeth and says that they killed their comrade and threw his body as food. Tears appear in his eyes, because he is not a monster and something strange was thrown at him, which made his eyes bigger and he lost control. The protagonist starts petting him and asks for forgiveness for leaving him alone. At the same second, the pet looks at him and asks, is he already without a blindfold? Holding it in his hands, Estio says that he still needs it. Starting to tie it, he decides to go back. Then the guy starts walking. Sometime later, we are at a building with a blue roof. There are brown shoes on the floor. Estio is lying on the bed and thinking about Nectar, because 10 days have passed and the noise in his head has subsided, but it is still difficult to control the ability. A blindfold was put on his eyes. Then Estio gets up from the pillow. He sits on the bed and is silent. Clutching the blanket, he wonders why he can't subdue and apparently requires training. He remembers the man in the headdress, because only he was aware. Estio's face is calm, without a smile, but the man hates all black dragons. Then the protagonist begins to bare his teeth. Sitting on the end of the bed, Estio wonders why he does not return to the world of dragons, but seeks to destroy people. Opening his mouth, he understands that he needs someone who could help, and then calls out Sarah's name. The girl looks at him and asks, did he call? Standing next to him, she asks if he knew she was here, because she entered silently on purpose, so as not to disturb him unnecessarily. Turning her head, she asks where everyone is. The guys are standing near the door, because they left to find them. Matthew opens his mouth and says that if they have figured out the information, then let them share it. The guys approach Sarah, and she asks what news to start with. Estio with a blindfold asks to start with the good. Looking at him, She says that he has stopped acting and apparently wanted to show everyone that sooner or later the Holy See will be occupied by his name. Matthew folds his hands and says that this is the most comforting news in recent times. She points and says that after receiving the post of Pope, the man can at any time exercise the right of sacred immunity, and then even the emperor himself will have a hard time getting close. In addition, he can generally lure the monarch to his side. Parker puts his hand on the back of his head and asks why everything will only get worse for everyone around if Shuanan becomes Pope. Sarah opens her mouth and says that the man is not a man, but a dragon. Then he flaps his wings and says that I understand. A second later, he still flaps his wings and asks again. Sarah turns to face him and asks if he wants to hear the details, to which they answer negatively. Turning away from them, Parker thinks why everyone thinks so badly. Behind, Estio asks about the bad news. In her hand is a bundle. The guy removes the bandage and takes the bundle in his hands. Then he looks at the papers and his eyes widen. The customer is written on the paper, because Shuanan learned about the existence of the Black Dragon and wants to contact him. The letter says that Estio will be summoned. Holding the sheet in his hands, he reads that when the pillar of light protects and assures everyone of its truth, let the cup of blood be spilled on the altar. Folding his hands, Matthew says that this is most likely a demand than a request, because it directly says that Estio should be brought to him. Ahuru stands on the floor and says that Shuanan is not a teenager whose head is filled with hormones, and from what he reads it is unclear whether this is a request or a poem. Sarah opens her mouth and says that the table of light is the baptism of the Pope, but not a human one, but something given by God, and at the moment, when the new Pope ascends the throne, the table of light appears. Matthew looks at them and asks a question: what does he want to see the main character immediately after he becomes Pope? Sarah's eyes widen and she answers in the affirmative. Shuanan will find the guy, even if it means destroying the entire guild. Closing her eyes, she says that the Golden Dragon harbors a deep hatred for the descendants of the Black One. Estio is still sitting on the bed and reading. Parker raises his hand, thinking that the words about spilling blood on the altar meant murder. Turning to him, she says that no one would directly call a victim for such a thing and believers are forbidden to kill. Holding his chin, she says that Shuanan would prefer to get rid of Estio quietly and without attracting attention. With his arms outstretched, Matthew says that it is pointless to try to understand the actions of a crazy dragon. They stand next to each other, and the guy calls Sarah. Opening his mouth, he says that if they cannot solve the problem before the day of the Pope's baptism, he will leave the guild. Looking at the guy, she says that it is not necessary to do this. Holding a document in his hands, Estio asks not to take risks because of him. There was also a seal on the paper, and besides, the main character wants to meet Shuanan. We see a dragon with yellow eyes, because this is the only representative of the dragon race in his life and does not want his choice to harm the guild. Estio puts on a blindfold and asks to be expelled from the guild. His lips were pressed together. The guy looks down, and the girl was disappointed. He remembers how the girl put her hand on his chest and how many people hate him. Sarah stands with her mouth open and she said that she would protect him. Closing her eyes, the girl tells him to go and meet him. Turning his head to her, he decides to ask again. Sarah looks and says that she is on his side, which means they will follow any choice he makes. Pointing her finger at him, she says that Estio is the leader of the guild. Poking her finger into his chest, she says that such a position is not for beauty. Matthew puts his hands on his head and asks if he is free until the day of his father's baptism. Sarah turns and answers yes, because they have completed the previous task and do not need fighters yet. Parker is surprised and looks at the guy, who calls it cruel, because they are trying to get rid of him. The girl smiles and invites Estio to return to headquarters. The protagonist turns his head and begins to smile. Leaves fly through the air. Plants grow on the ground. Cartes holds his hand so that the sun does not fall on him and says that summer is coming to an end. Matthew walks ahead of him and says that autumn can come sooner. Raising his finger up, he says that one of the most spectacular events is the festival of leaf fall. We see foliage because there are many monsters on the territory of the duchy, and there is not a single place where you can admire the foliage. Raising his finger up, he wants to visit a place before the arrival of a new season where your eyes are dazzled by yellow, orange, red flowers. The guy puts his hand to his chin and says that you can see this in his hometown. We see mountains because the city is located on a mountain range. Smiling, Parker says that literally at every step there are many different colors of leaves, and on some trees by this time very tasty fruits ripen. Matthew looks back and asks if he would like to go home. Walking behind him, he answers negatively, because he likes his current life more and now the guild is his home. Squeezing his hand, he says that when the opportunity arises to take a vacation, he will immediately go to the settlement to his family, and will be glad of the company. Nija comes up and says that he also wants to and is good at climbing mountains. Parker closes his eyes and remembers the mountains. Evening comes, clouds fly. Leaves also hang from the trees. A man's footsteps on the ground. They are near the ranger village. Parker puts his hand on the bag and says that right after this village, Rainville will be a stone's throw away. Their faces change dramatically, because someone is calling. Children start running to them. Lien runs up to Estio and asks about his father. A smile is on his face, and he asks if they managed to find him. The chief opens his mouth, but does not know what to say. The boy's eyes shone with happiness. The boy looks at Estio and assumes that he was shot in the eyes. Taking the boy by the shoulder, he calls his name. Opening his mouth, he says that he has something to say. Lien looks at him. Everyone looks at them. We remember Isaac, who is lying on the bed. Then his hand hangs down. People begin to cry and put their hand on their chest. Lien's friends also begin to cry and tremble. Tears appeared in the boy's own eyes. Estio looks at him and apologizes for bringing sad news. The boy opens his mouth and asks why he is apologizing. Lien smiles and says that he is grateful to them for keeping their word and will repay this kindness someday. The protagonist stands with a bandage. Still standing, they begin to call him. Putting his hands on his hip, he asks if they are thinking about the child, as if they are restless after leaving the village. The protagonist opens his mouth and says that Lien was offended by him. He also had a bandage on his face, because he was the one who brought him the news of his father's death, but he received gratitude in return. Matthew's head turned to him, and he said that he wanted at least some news of his father, and therefore it is not surprising that he is so glad that the request was fulfilled. Matthew looks down and asks what is the point of him being offended by them. The lips are closed, because people often vent their own anger on others. Parker is in the crowd, and he himself understands that chaos reigns in the headquarters. Sarah is walking next to him, who says that a serious power struggle has begun in the imperial family, so there will be unrest for some time. The people are standing opposite each other, and therefore he was advised not to take sides. Estio, opening his mouth, says that he understands. They snap their fingers and say that Johanan's official baptism will take place around the beginning of winter, so he can spend his time as he pleases. Raising her hand, she says that there are still many unfinished business, and to call if she needs help. Then she begins to leave. Parker opens his mouth and asks if he will read all 88 requests. The protagonist, still in the blindfold, says that he will only read those that are not related to the imperial family. There are envelopes in the basket because there are 9 letters left. Clutching his head, he asks if that is a lot. He approaches Parker and he asks if they are going to start work right now. Nija comes and says that they just got back. Matthew comes up and says that they have some free time and need to go on vacation. Estio takes a paper in his hands and calls the guy. Raising his head, he asks where the kitchen is in the headquarters. Opening his mouth, he asks a question: is there something wrong with the cooks in the guild? There were no people in the dining room. Parker asks if he wants to eat, to which he received a negative answer. Then he shows a piece of paper with a task. Taking it in his wings, he says that this is a request from the kitchen. It was extremely rare for a guild member to ask for help in such a way. The paper says that there are 2 creatures, almost indistinguishable from each other. Because of them they often get injured. Opening his mouth, he asks if he wants to accept the request. Looking down, Estio answers in the affirmative, because he does not want to refuse any of his guildmates. Smiling, Parker says that in that case they do not need to disperse, because there is still work to do, to which he is told that he will not participate. Surprised, he opens his mouth and asks again. We are near the building, because the kitchen is not that far away, it is not a long journey. Holding a basket in his hands, he tries to say something. Holding a sheet of paper, he says that the rest should rest today. Tomorrow they will begin the task, and Parker has a vacation. The guy is still standing with the basket. Covering his face with a wing, he says that the task is easy and excessive care of comrades does not lead to anything good. We see a building with a blue roof. There are statues in the corridor. Walking along it, Matthew asks if he did the right thing when he decided to stay. Siki is sitting on Niju, because they were not allowed into the kitchen due to the presence of wool. The protagonist opens his mouth and says that everything is right. The guy starts to smile and closes his eyes. The 2 of them walk along the floor because they are going to pass by on purpose, not during lunchtime, and it should be quiet now. Looking back, they hear someone shouting behind the door. The door was in green shades. They ask how this can be called a dish. The man stands near his subordinates and asks where it is seen that the chef was so inattentive. The door opens and Matthew comes in, and the main character starts to put on a blindfold because he sensed a commotion. The guys look at them and hope that the request was not sent to take part in a verbal brawl. The man sticks out his tongue and asks where the chef is and let him bring his dish, which was very spicy. The guys bend over and apologize because there was a mistake in the cooking process. His face was completely red because you need to know when to stop, and a person with a weak stomach can fall unconscious, and then he will be immediately dragged to the hospital. Matthew made a confused face because the incident was about the amount of pepper in the food. The chef comes out, folds his arms and introduces himself. The man looks at him because Jacob was tall. Another chef comes in. The customer looks at them and opens his mouth because he is confused. Estio did not have a smile on his face. He wonders if they were the ones in the request. The two chefs approach each other and start asking which one is the real one. The customer looks up and asks, "Are they twins?" Leaning their faces against each other, they say that they are the only children in the family. We see a guy with pink hair who is crying. Harold turns to them with his mouth open. He starts running up and asks who he is. Estio says that the leader received the request. A tear appeared on the guy's sad face. Wiping away his tears, he thanks them because they have been in a mess for several days and on their own they cannot figure out who is real and who is not. Matthew opens his mouth and asks her to stop crying, and then asks how it all started. Propping his chin on his hand, Gerald says that a few days ago, a doppelganger, a monster missed by the magic research department, burst into the kitchen. We see a mirror, because the monster easily takes the form of a person it meets with its gaze. The chefs still glare at each other, because after the transformation, the monster and the person become completely indistinguishable. Clutching his head, the guy says that the doppelganger, although not harmful to people, is constantly playing pranks with food and likes to tease others and attract attention. Clasping his hands, Gerald is glad that they came, because without them they could not have done it. Clara opens her mouth and says that they can kill them both. Matthew waves his hand, because it has been a long time since he saw her. The girl looks at them and asks how he ended up at headquarters, to which they answer that he came in response to the master's call. Grinning, she says that she serves the boy, has talents, and it is a waste of time. Putting his hands on his hips, Matthew asks if he looks like a servant. Something appears in Clara's hands. The guy opens his mouth and asks to wait, because this matter does not concern her. A spear is put to the chef. The girl looks at him and says that she is an independent fighter of the guild and came here at the request of the magic research department to deal with the monster. She stands near them and holds a spear in her hands, then asks if he is real or not, to which they answer yes. Jacob and the clone look at each other and call each other a monster. Clara makes an angry face and says that she will have to kill them both. They start twirling their hands and say that they did not send a request. Estio stands silently while they say that they sent him. The girl turns and asks, was he assigned? Opening her mouth, she begins to get irritated because he did not allow them to be killed, and what is with the strange blindfold? Estio opens his mouth and says he has his reasons. Clara puts her hand on his hip and asks how he is going to tell them apart if he can't see them. She smiles and says he can't use his ability to read souls. He holds out his hand and asks them to hold out theirs. The two chefs are surprised and ask again. Then they start looking at each other, trying to kill with their eyes. They put their hands on the protagonist's hand. Clara looks at him and wonders if the guy is going to find out with a simple touch. Estio looks down, his head bandaged. Holding his hand, he listens in his mind and is told that he is a real chef. Looking at him, the protagonist realizes that he is real. Taking his other hand, he feels nothing. Standing next to them, they ask him to tell the truth. Opening his mouth, he says that everything has become clear. Jacob and the clone look at him because it has been determined which of them is the head of the kitchen. Opening his mouth, he asks them to follow him. Clara listens, and she is told that slaughter is not the only way to fight monsters and that you can simply return the double to where it originally belongs. Grinning her teeth, she mentally calls him a newbie. We see the roof of the building. There are people in protective clothing in the room, and Estio happened to see that the guards were the most numerous in this one. Matthew turns his head and wonders how secret the business is here. Approaching the guards, the guy is asked what brought them here. Opening his mouth, the main character says that he found the double lost by the magic research department and wants to return it. The stairs go down, because the needed leader is on the first basement floor. His foot steps on the stairs. Walking along it, they understand that apparently the stairs are made with the help of magic and there is video surveillance. We see a flying circle. Clara looks down and says that it is a holographic object that allows you to see what is happening while being in another place and is often used as an unmanned reconnaissance vehicle in wartime. Walking next to her, Estio asks where the one who is watching through it is, answered that the caretaker can be anywhere. Matthew walks behind, who says that the video surveillance is not only here. The ball is still flying, and during the whole journey he noticed these things under the ceiling. Then the ball begins to spin. Opening his mouth, Estio asks how they know about them. He is told that his residence is teeming with them, but the local video surveillance is much larger and more beautiful. The ball sparkles from the light. Then the doors begin to open, Behind them they thanked for the compliment. Folding her hands, the girl thanks them. Matthew stands next to Estio and says that the very first time was right. They begin to ask him for forgiveness. Smiling, she says that she never studied etiquette. Opening her mouth, she screams that this can't be. Taking the guy's hand, she says that it is a great honor for her to meet the leader. Approaching him, she introduces herself, because she was the head of this department. Estio is silent, and they tell him that they were being watched all this time. Starting to throw up her hands, she says that she is just a fan of his and really wanted to do tests somehow. Opening her mouth, the guy says that everything is clear. Folding his hands, Schwan thanks them for agreeing to fulfill the request. Clara says that if she had known that she was crossing paths with the leader, she would never have agreed. Schwan looks at her in surprise and asks why they don't get along. Raising his hand, Matthew asks if she made the request for a double, and she answers in the affirmative. Jacob and the clone's hands are tied, but the girl was still worried if the double would survive because of his violent nature. Waving his hand, he says that if Estio hadn't intervened, there would have been a river of blood in the kitchen. Adjusting her glasses, she says that in any case, he can't be killed completely. Raising her finger, she says that the double is a kind of spirit, but at the same time is a spiritual being that comes from the material world. Opening his mouth, Matthew asks if they are conducting experiments to create them, to which they answer in the negative. Putting her hand to her ear, she says that it was a simple accident because she was checking an old mirror that had paranormal properties. The mechanism holds the shrine and the mirror itself. The double jumps out of the mirror and escapes. Looking down, the boy understands why he cannot read his thoughts. Smiling, Schwang asks to take the double. She is asked what will happen to it. Touching the glasses, she says that no one made a contract with the spirit, and it is impossible to kill it, so it should be sealed in the mirror again. Standing next to it, Schwang says that the spirits of the material world have a strong attachment to the objects in which they were born. Waving her finger, she says that this is what they use. Someone is holding a mirror in their hands, because if they sense that the mirror is in danger of being damaged, they will certainly risk protecting it. Folding their hands, Matthew asks if they must stoop to such threats. Knocking on the mirror, she says that if they do not, he will continue to play pranks, going from department to department, and their goal is to protect both spirits and people. Closing her eye, Schwang says that alone, if they find a suitable person who will make a contract, they will be able to give birth to a great master of spirits. She continues to hit the mirror, because he needs to get back first. The chef bares his teeth, because his house could be destroyed. Black goo starts to appear on his face. His hands were also in it. The protagonist takes off the bandage and looks. There is black goo on the floor and someone asks, is this his body? Looking at his hands, Jacob asks, will this creature really be sealed inside the mirror? Putting her hands on her head, she says that more research is needed. Clara opens her mouth and says that they just need to kill it, because if they don't try, they won't know. A weapon starts to appear in her hands, because who could guarantee that this creature wouldn't get out and harm people anymore? The girl starts to swing, because when a spirit harms people, it is no different from a monster. The man holds a mirror in his hands. The protagonist opens his mouth and asks to wait. Estio's eyes start to widen in misunderstanding. Schwan's hands try to protect herself. Clara holds a spear near the girl. She doesn't smile and looks down. The girl stands near her, because her hair and eyes are black. She begins to bare her teeth and tremble. Schwan covers his mouth and says that the spirit of the mirror reflects the true appearance of the object. Estio looks and thinks that the girl did not like it when her real name was revealed and all the people in the lab began to call her by another name. Anger is visible in her eyes. She holds a spear in her hand. The protagonist opens his mouth and shouts her name. Matthew blocks her way with a sword. Their weapons that touched tremble. Smiling, he says that she has a lot of strength and apparently intended to kill her comrades. Her face was covered by hair. She says that no one can let anyone know. Baring her teeth, Clara says that she managed to survive. The guys are standing near them, because apparently she was from Hadong. Holding a stick in her hands, she says that it was expected and it was necessary to eliminate the monster from the very beginning, and then none of this would have happened. Turning around, she screams that it is his fault. Schwan squeezes his hands and asks why she is acting like this. Turning to her, he tells her to forget about everything she saw today. Opening his mouth, he says that everything they see is the spirit of the mirror, turned into a cook. His eyes begin to turn blue, because Clara was never in this place. Schwan begins to fall, he tells her to sleep. Other people also fell near them. Clara screams and asks not to call her by that name. We see the legs of a man. He says that there is no reason to panic anymore, and they do not remember being here. This fear is still flying, and the girl says that they are here and also cannot believe it. Putting his hand on his chest, Estio says that if he lied to her, he can come at any moment and kill him. Clara puts away the spear. The guy is silent. Standing with her back to us, she says that he apparently scanned her head and knows her real name, where she comes from and why her hair is black. Next we see her ear and hair. She asks, is it because he knows everything and that is why he erased the memories of others? Opening his mouth, he answers affirmatively. He is asked why he did not say anything. The spear evaporates in her hands. She says that if he knew her secret, he could tell the others about it or threaten. Opening his mouth, he says that he does not want to do this. Looking at her, Estio asks, is there any need for a reason for the heart that believed that this would be right? Tears are visible on her cheeks, because she could not stand such types. Clara begins to run away from them. Turning to the double, he asks if she should stop pursuing her. Opening her mouth, she asks, do people hate her? We see a black silhouette of a girl who is crying. Next we see the silhouette of the goo, and the spirit asks, is he so useless? Standing near the black goo, he is asked why he was born. The protagonist kneels down and says that someday someone will come to her. Opening his mouth, he says that there is not a single useless life in this world. A month later, we see a building with a blue roof and there was a request for which they need to go to the branch in Turk. Matthew leans against the guy and asks if there is a huge desert there. Opening his mouth, Estio says that the request is related to transporting the mirror spirit for sealing and is a continuation of the previous request, which was related to the mirror spirit, so he wants to finally sort this matter out. Ahuru is touched and immediately surprised, because his homeland is there. Niju approaches him with big eyes and asks if his family is there. The cactus was in anticipation because he will soon see his mother. Matthew turns to him and asks if cacti know what a family is, to which they answer that they do not know such a thing. Putting his hand to himself, he says that there are too many of them, and you can just use pronouns. We see clouds and someone calls Estio. Sarah comes up to him and says that the desert will be a difficult journey. Looking at him, she feels a burning desire to go with them, but because of the current situation, it is difficult for her to do so, to which they answer that everything is fine. We see Estio's legs. Clara comes up to him and tells her that this is a new team member who will go with him in his place. Standing not far from the guy, she tells her that the girl said that she would not work with him. Looking at him, she says that she asked the guild master to enroll her in the leader's team, and if she does not want to, she can refuse. Opening her mouth, she says that she has a debt that she must repay him. Leaning over, Clara says that she is calmer when she knows where the person who knows her secret is heading. Estio looks at her. Then he opens his mouth and decides to refuse. Looking at her, he says that his team is fully staffed and does not need new faces. Standing next to him, Clara asks how he can believe in something like a promise. Opening his mouth, he asks what kind of person he must be to accept as a team member someone he doesn't trust at all. Clara starts to bare her teeth. Bowing her head, she says that she was wrong and apologizes for touching his pets and treating them like monsters. Pointing her finger at him, Clara says that he must hold off on communication. Closing his eyes, Estio agrees, but on the condition that she keeps her word and accepts him into her team, but she needs to remember something. The guys are standing near the door, and the main character says that they are comrades and since she joined the team, she is now a comrade too. Opening her mouth, she says something incomprehensible. The door opens and they decide to hit the road. Taking hold of the bandage, he says that he will try as soon as possible. Sarah opens her mouth and asks him to take care of himself. We see a desert, as well as trees nearby. A man rides the camel because they will need them. Matthew walks around asking if the guild hasn't provided all the tools needed to fulfill the requests with tools. He opens his mouth and asks if he's never been thrown into the desert. Parker places his hand under his chin and says that his wings are pretty useless in the desert, and that he can't fly because of the frequent sandstorms. We see a large storm and some dust. Standing next to Niju, he asks if it's okay to go with them. He makes a circle with his fingers and says that the white-furred monkey's original habitat is the snow-capped mountains, and wouldn't it be uncomfortable for him to travel through such a region? He clasps his hands and says that he can walk, although he doesn't like the weather, but he is half human. The boys stand next to him and ask if he wants to shave his fur, to which Niju replies that he is embarrassed by such a proposal. With his hands clasped, Matthew decides to find out what they need. Clara opens her mouth and says that she has been to deserts often and that he has more than 5 trips to Turk alone. Standing next to them, Matthew asks what she was doing in the desert, to which she replies that she was fulfilling requests. Looking at her, he asks why she would need to do such a request at her age, because she is very strong and could snatch a good place anywhere. Opening her mouth, she says that it is none of his business. Turning away, Matthew says that he is not particularly interested. Parker comes over and shakes Estio to go look at the necessary items. Closing his eye, he says that they need to dispel boredom. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he says that in order to get closer to the team, they need to tell about themselves. Smiling, he says that it is easy to slit the throat of someone unknown to him. Clara does not smile and remains silent. There are boxes on the ground and they have collected everything except one. Putting his hand to his chin, Matthew says that they need a means of transportation across the Turk desert. Parker suggests buying camels. Clara opens her mouth and says that in order to get to the Turk tribe settlement, they will need a competent astrologer. Parker turns to Estio and says that he is a man who reads the stars. Matthew closes his eyes and imagines books being burned, because fortune-telling itself is forbidden in the Labarzan Empire. Clara looks at the guy and says that it is not about those fortune-tellers who are trying to deceive, but astrology, a shamanic spell that is tolerated even in the Empire. Niju raises his hand and together with Estio ask what it is. Closing his eyes, the girl says that since astrologers take into account the movement of the constellations, they are indispensable in the desert. A competent astrologer will be able to find an oasis even in the middle of the desert. Parker raises his finger up and asks if it is not possible to simply navigate using a map. He is told that the coordinates of the mana flows in the desert are constantly changing. Holding the backpack in his hand, the guy asks if this is possible. We see darkness, as well as a palm tree with water, because in Turk there are mirages showing illusions and hungry monsters are also everywhere. Then we see a smile and bright eyes. Holding onto his backpack, Matthew agrees because he heard about it. The girl says that without an astrologer they will not reach the settlement of the Turk tribe. Parker brings his hands together and asks what they should do. We see camels with a blue cloth on their backs. She points and says that the best way is to contact the trade caravan. This is the method she uses most often. Clapping her hands, Parker understands that they can take a request to protect the caravan. Closing her eyes, Clara agrees because this is a deal, the purpose of which is safe movement to the destination. We are near the market, and the whole team agreed. People are walking around the market and choosing goods. A man shouts that he is looking for a mercenary with combat skills. The guys go and ask if all the merchants are here. People start talking among themselves, because they were members of the Ignis Guild. They had a brooch with a phoenix sign on their uniform and there is nothing better than entrusting the matter to them. Parker walks next to Sarah and she says that those who enter the Ignis Guild can choose anyone they want. Estio turns his head. We see his blindfold. Someone's feet walk on the sand. Approaching the guy, the girl asks why her brother does not have a star. A star appeared above her hands. It was heard that everyone is born under a unique star. The star tells them their fate and guides their path. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that their merchant family and other mercenaries have a star. But why? Standing in front of the hero, she asked that he does not have a star. Crossing his arms, the guy said that he is still a child, and already a swindler. He asked again, hearing that he has a very ugly-looking star. If you look at how jagged it is, then the star will have a very difficult life. Pointing at himself, the guy asked what was ugly. Let him check again if it really was ugly, to which he was told to calm down. She was talking about his star, not about him. Raising his head up, Matthew said that yes, he did not believe it, his star should be huge and beautiful, to which Parker replied that he should calm down. Looking up, the girl said that he had a small star, and it also shines very gently. Is he a guardian angel who protects people? Closing his eyes, Parker said that no, he is not an angel, but an avian. Wings appeared. It was heard that they were just people with wings. They look like ordinary people, except for the wings. Smiling, the girl said that but he really does look like an angel. Seeing how gentle his starlight is, he must often help people. It's cool. Putting his hands behind his back, the man said that this child is a star contractor. He extended his hand to the girl. The man grinned and greeted him and introduced himself. The hero extended his hand and said that he was the leader of the Ignis Guild, Estio. The man looked at him in surprise and turned to him. Russell's eyes widened and he thought that he was a newbie, but already the leader of Ignis, who already knows how to read hearts. It was simply amazing to meet the main character of this story. Amanda looked straight ahead. It was heard that this child was his niece. She was also one of the most experienced star contractors in the desert. Standing behind the hero, the guy said that he would be sorry to interrupt him, but what is a star contractor? To which Russell asked that he heard it for the first time since the Turks arrived in the desert, and Matthew said that they can call astrologers that. A man without a face appeared. It was heard that he was mistaken. Star contractors are not ordinary astrologers. They are the ones who directly hear the whispers of the stars. The people were holding hands. It was said that they were called that because they seem to have made a pact with the star spirit. In any case, they are very valuable individuals. The man closed his eyes and said that well, Amanda said that she would meet special people if they went to the hunters for work, but he never expected them to meet the leader. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked that then he was not here to hire mercenaries. Raising his eyebrows, Russell said that they had already hired their mercenaries, and someone said that he should wait. Raising his hand up, the guy said that the black-haired brat from the Ignis Guild. Smirking, he added that so that's how it is, they met again. Looking straight ahead, the people asked that the Ballista Guild. Closing his eyes, the guy said that their guild went bankrupt, to which he was asked again, and he added that it completely disappeared, the guild master ran away. The people closed their eyes when they heard that, so they were just traveling as mercenaries, since they had been on the same team before. Looking at him, the hero said that he did not expect that they would meet again. Looking away, the boy replied that that was exactly it, they met quite often, let him stop. Looking straight ahead, Estio heard that he had injured his eye. Gritting his teeth, he replied that something like that, to which he was asked that this newbie must be having a hard time after losing his sight, did he think it would get better, and he added that he did not know. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that he had really hit rock bottom, considering that he was here in the Tika Desert, although he was from Ignis. The boy shuddered and asked why he was with that scary woman. Frowning, the girl said that she should not talk to him. Looking at her, the hero asked that they were the same mercenaries hired by the Purim merchants. The boy held his hand out and said yes, that's right, they just got the tariffs and they had the same. The man held his hands out and said no, not at all, don't say that, he doesn't have that kind of money. A question was heard asking why the merchant leader didn't have money. The protagonist looked at him and turned to him, to which Russell asked what it was. Looking straight ahead, he added that they had to go to the Turok tribe village in the desert, asking if they could go with them as mercenaries. Standing in front of him, the man replied that he didn't have the money to pay him, to which Estio replied that he didn't need the money. Standing next to the girl, Russell asked if that would be a really good decision, saying that it was very unusual for an Ignis member to work without pay. Clara gritted her teeth and said it didn't matter as long as they got to the village, and Parker said they were just following the leader, to which the boy asked what was his answer, could they come with him? The man closed his eyes and said of course, Purim merchants never made promises for nothing, to which he was asked why. Russell lowered his head and said they had to lose something to gain something. That was commercial thinking. If they got to the village safely, he would give him a share of the proceeds they got from there. The sky became clear, and it was heard that now, for all those who trusted and chose Purim, it was left to them. Crates were loaded into the cart. The elephants were moving forward. A man sat on a camel. It was heard that these camels, they were not for them. Looking straight ahead, Parker exclaimed. Raising his hand, the man said that they would ride him. Claws appeared. It was heard that they had an unconventional approach to choosing riding animals. The guy looked surprised when he heard that they were all gentle and strong, so they should not be afraid. Hadn't they all ridden horses before? To which he replied that this was nothing like riding horses. Turning around, Russell said that over time they all become similar to each other. He stood still. Looking at the animal, the hero thought that it was strong, it had armor. Putting his hand on it, he heard that he liked it, to which the protagonist asked what he meant, he liked it. Turning around, Estio asked what kind of animal it was, to which Parker replied that well, it was too big to be called just an animal. The hero stood in front of a crab. It was heard that it was a desert of crabs. Looking straight ahead, he asked again. The boy raised his hand and said that they usually lived in the sea, but it looked like there were some in the desert too. This one was pretty big, so he didn't think they would have any trouble with it, but it looked kind of weird. The men were standing next to the crab. The crab had a riding device on it, and it sounded like the one he was going to ride was a blue desert crab with a nice dark shell, and he was going to ride a green hairy desert crab. The boy closed his eyes and said that it was a hassle and he had never ridden a crab before. The man turned around and said that he shouldn't worry, he just had to sit on the saddle and hold on properly, to which Matthew replied that even if he wanted to, it wouldn't work because the saddle was tilted to the side. The crab took a step forward and it sounded like it wasn't that obvious. The girl looked away and asked if he wasn't an educated man and said that crabs walked sideways. She was sitting on a crab. The guy looked at her in surprise and said that she had just said that crabs walk sideways, but didn't this one walk straight? Frowning, Clara asked that it was a pebble crab, a different kind, didn't that sound reasonable, to which he asked again. Looking away, Parker asked if everyone had managed. Looking at the hero, he asked if he was okay, to which the protagonist replied that he was fine. The guy smirked and asked if it was true. Estio froze, hearing that he might be scared. Parker flapped his wings and said that he thought so, he was a little scared too, and his eyes were closed right now. Didn't they say that people are more scared when they can't see? Turning his head, the guy asked that he wanted to go with Niju, said that desert crabs were very large, so several people could ride them at once. The hero raised his head, hearing that he should not leave. Suddenly he jumped up. The crab, holding him, said that he liked it, let him ride on it. The protagonist looked at the girl. Lowering his head he addressed, to which she replied that it was her blue desert crab. Looking up, Amanda said that she knew it from their first meeting, he was the only one who did not have a star. Lowering his head, Estio asked what the lack of a star meant. The girl raised her finger and said that all people are born with a star unique to them. Depending on the heart of this person, the light of the star becomes brighter or dimmer. They come in different forms, and they also sometimes inform them of approaching danger. This is astrology. Looking at her, the hero heard that yes, that's exactly it, and then thought that the lack of a star alarmed him. It sounded like he was dead. Gritting his teeth, he asked that she was not afraid of him. Amanda closed her eyes and replied that it was impossible for someone a crab-like to be a bad person. The food was cooking on the fire. Parker, holding a plate in his hands, grinned. Sitting by the fire, Amanda asked what was his name? Grinning, the guy replied that he was Parker, to which she asked that but didn't he have a different name? Stretching his hand out to the side, he said that it was an avian standard. Maybe she didn't know, usually they give the first name first, then the last name. But the avians do it differently, they use the village name, not the last name. A child appeared. It was heard that the village name, yes, the avians have a holiday when a child is born, they get their name from the village elders, so the village name comes first, so Parker is his name. The guy looked to the side in surprise. The cat took a step forward and meowed. She licked her paw. It was heard that the cat, where did she come from? Gritting his teeth, the boy said that something was wrong. There were traces of blood on the floor. Crossing his arms, Chuck said that he heard that he wasn't even in the guild, so why was he following this guy? To which Matthew replied that it had been bothering him for a while. Gritting his teeth, he added that but he would ask once why he was treating him like a child. The boy looked away and said that he heard that he was a newbie who had just joined the guild. An image of a hero appeared. It was heard that the last time he saw him, he didn't even look like he knew how to fight. Considering his low rank, he couldn't use swords or magic, so he was just a child. Putting a hand to his face, the boy said that now that he thought about it, he asked how he got into the guild. Suddenly, his eyes widened and said to wait. Turning his head, Chuck asked, "What is this nepotism, this child of noble birth?" Hitting him on the back of the head, Matthew told him to just go to bed. End of Season 2. The view of the desert opened up. It was heard that this journey was gradually coming to an end. Standing near the tent, Parker said that he was interested in finding out what the desert monsters looked like. But in fact it was just a desert, and he saw nothing but sand. The man grinned and said that he would not see most of them even if he came closer. Looking at him, the guy asked what and why. Parker closed his eyes, hearing that most of them were hidden under the sand, sandworms, giant scorpions, whatever, they moved by digging in the sand, to which he replied that these monsters scared him, and Matthew said that if they moved underground, it would be much more difficult to detect them, and someone said that but the most dangerous enemies are the desert phantoms of blue sand. Raising his hands, Chuck said that blue sand is a place that you can hear about in some ghost stories. He lowered his head and added that it was a mirage. At some point mystical blue sand spread out before them. Blue sand appeared. It was heard that the blue desert looked dreamy and beautiful, but let them not be enchanted by it. As soon as they set foot on it, they would certainly die. Looking to the side, Matthew asked that it was dangerous because of a strong monster living there, to which he was told that no one really knew. He only heard that as soon as he set foot on this territory, he would die a mysterious death. Looking at the man, Parker asked that he had ever seen blue sand, to which Russell replied that yes, he had. The man stood near the sand. It was heard that the blue sand was literally a step in front of him. It looked like an ocean. He was very scared when such a sight appeared before his eyes. Russell lowered his gaze and said that if you move under the guidance of the stars, the blue sand will pass by. But you still need to be careful. Gritting his teeth, the guy said a blue desert. Raising his eyebrows, he added that it was. People were sitting around the fire. It was heard that this was not blue sand by any chance. The man looked scared and shouted that it was blue sand. They should leave immediately. A scorpion appeared. A question was heard about what happened this time. Lowering her head, the girl said that they were evil monsters that moved in packs, and Parker answered that he was so close to them, but he did not notice him at all. Holding a weapon in her hands, she added that they moved underground. He should be more careful. He was definitely stalking them during the day, considering them prey. Rushing forward, the girl shouted that damn, she was distracted. Let him wake everyone up. Frowning, she added that they should get out quickly. Clara suddenly struck the scorpion. She clenched her teeth furiously. The girl swung the weapon. She stood in front of the scorpions. Raising his hand up, the man shouted that he should retreat and go away, that he should not fight the monsters. Get out of here. Putting his hands to his face, Parker asked why they were standing rooted to the spot. Shouldn't they help? He smirked when he heard that he had no reason to go on stage, because this lady was already frolicking on it, to which he asked why he was so cold when lives were at stake. Turning his head, Matthew said that maybe he was right. but let him just watch. The girl was waving her weapon. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that she would probably get even more angry if they interfered, to which Parker replied that well, he agreed with him, and he added that they should just watch the flank, and someone shouted that the blue sand was already advancing from their side. The man put his hand to his face, hearing that the same thing was in the west. In the east everything was no better, to which he exclaimed. The blue sand was approaching the camp. Amanda looked at it in fear and turned to her uncle. Russell clenched his fist and shouted that the mercenaries should listen to his words and put up shields. Taking a step forward, the boy asked why he was saying to put up shields. Wouldn't it be better to run away? To which the man replied that the situation forced them to put up shields. If there was no way out, then they could only rely on magic. Raising his hand up, he added that if they used magic and activated the shields, the blue sand would not be able to come closer. Under the protection they would wait until the blue sand passed by. Raising his eyebrows, the boy asked that they would be under the protection of this magic until the blue sand passed by. How long would this last? To which Russell replied that at least a day. If their situation got worse, then it would be several days. Pointing at himself, the guy said, "Damn, does he really think he's a dragon or something that tough? He can't last that long. It would be hard to last a day, even half a day." The man looked at him and said they had no choice. He should just listen to his words. Crabs were crawling out from under the sand. He heard that they should hide the crabs in the sand and gather everyone as close to each other as possible, create a small crowd of people. The guy looked up. Holding the staff in his hands, he thought that if he touched the sand, it would simply kill him. Lowering his head, the guy said hello and said that when the shield was activated, it would be impossible to pass through it. He should call his comrades back to them. Looking away, Matthew said that he would drag her here. Chuck looked down and thought that there were many qualified specialists in this group. It surprised him every time he saw them. The hero looked down. The thought occurred to him that now that he thought about it, what was so special about this guy? Looking straight ahead, the guy heard that he had brought this person back. Matthew held the girl in his arms. It was heard that they had quarreled in such a short period of time. Clara clenched her teeth. It was said that her hair. Waving his hand, Matthew said that he was talking. He had cut her hair completely by accident when he was bringing her back. Let him not worry about it. To which the girl asked that he was talking about an accident. His corpse would also be found soon by accident. Grinning, the guy said that he should forgive him. He saw that he was letting her go. Just let him not be angry. Stretching his hand forward, he added that what he had done was better than her death. He was right, to which she said that he should shut up. A glow appeared around the staff. A shield was heard. A bright light appeared in front of the scorpions. The sting hit the barrier. The scorpions attacked the shield. Frowning, the guy shouted that if the shield continued to be attacked, it would soon break, to which he was told that he did not need to worry about it. Looking to the side, Russell said that the monsters would soon disappear. A glow appeared in front of the scorpions. A blow flew across the ground. Light appeared on the scorpion. Suddenly, the monster began to disappear. People were standing in the barrier. Parker, wide-eyed in surprise, asked what the hell, how was this possible? To which Matthew replied that who knows, maybe it's some kind of plague. Taking a step forward, he added that he shouldn't worry, he wouldn't be able to get through the shield anyway. To which the guy replied that it was dangerous, he shouldn't come near. Smirking, Matthew said that everything was under control, everything was just fine, even if it was dangerous, the sand wouldn't break through this shield. He was right. To which Parker asked but what if the shield disappeared, and he added that then their lives would be in danger. Turning his head, the guy asked what he was so afraid of. Couldn't he just fly away and avoid all this trouble? To which Parker asked what about them, and he added that he could just grab onto them while he was flying. Raising his finger up, Matthew asked that wasn't that logical, said that it was a brilliant plan. They could line up like a ladder and hold onto him like that. To which Parker replied that he couldn't carry someone heavier than himself, and he added that he was just kidding. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that something was wrong. He heard that the blue sand in the desert was a strange phenomenon, that he would die if he touched the cursed blue sand. Looking away, the protagonist thought that then, what were these sounds anyway, and then turned to the guy, to which he responded. Looking at him, Estio asked that while the shield held, no one would be able to go outside, to which Chuck replied that he could go out, but he would not be able to go back in, and he added that he understood, thank you for telling him. Looking straight ahead, Chuck said that he should be careful not to cross the border. If he retreated, he would not be able to go back. The hero touched the barrier. He stretched his hand through it, and someone turned. Standing behind him, people shouted that he touched the blue sand. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he thought so. It's not even a curse. A bright light was emitted from the hand. Estio shook his hands and said that he couldn't believe it, and someone said that he was fine, he was damn alive. There was talk among the crowd about how he hadn't even turned into sand. nor from touching the sand. This kid, he had actually just touched Blue's sand. The guy suddenly looked at him in surprise. Rushing forward, Matthew shouted that he couldn't just leave. Parker held out his hand and said that he should talk to them before doing something like that, and the pets said that this guy was right. Turning his head, the hero apologized. Looking around, Parker said that they were his comrades. If he didn't tell them what he was going to do and acted on his own, then he would get angry about it, because it was as if he didn't trust them. He didn't either. Even if he was worried about the leader, how could he just follow him and let him do whatever he wanted? What if it was dangerous? Looking straight ahead, the girl thought that they were all idiots. How could they trust each other so much? Frowning, she added that there was no one in the world that she could trust her life to. Standing in the circle, the man said that, but still, didn't anyone say that this blue sand is cursed? To which the monkey replied that he did. He heard that if he touched it, he would die. Taking off the bandage, the hero said that the blue sand is not sand, to which he was asked again. Looking to the side, he said that they are insects, to which the guy asked again. Matthew looked at his hand. The insect flew up. It was heard that now when he looked at them, he suddenly saw wings. It was true. Turning his head, the guy said that so that's why he went beyond the boundaries of the shield. But are these bugs smart? Gritting his teeth, the hero said that it is not difficult for them to think, but they do not really want to do it, and then thought that he was scared. Parker turned around, hearing that he knows them, to which he said that he scared him, and then asked that he woke up. The cactus raised its hands and said that they were exfoliating insects. The guy looked at it and asked what it just said, to which it replied that they were cute guys who ate dead skin from plants and animals as food. They were just cute. They were good insects that acted as scavengers and ate dirty things to keep the desert clean. The guys looked at each other. It was heard that they had some kind of expression. He was worried about something. There was talk among the people about what it meant. It wasn't blue sand, it was insects. And where did the victims come from then? How did the monsters appear here? Were they all eaten by insects or not? Now they can deactivate the magic shield. The man looked away and asked why those insects weren't attacking them. Looking at the cactus, he heard that it would be strange if they attacked people. They are usually very lazy. Sometimes they die of hunger from their laziness. Russell smirked and said that he understood, and then asked what but who is speaking now. He did not understand. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that the reason these insects attacked other organisms was because they were overcome by fear. A glowing insect appeared. Standing in front of the people, the protagonist heard that the insects had gone crazy, to which he replied that yes, they attacked everything that came their way when they were overcome by the instinct of survival. Raising his eyebrows, he added that the reason for this, he does not know. It seems to him that he sees something, but these are all fragments. Matthew turned his head and said that they shouldn't overdo it. No matter what, it wasn't the bugs that were important now, but them, their health was important. Parker grinned and said that it was good that everyone here had escaped the danger of the blue sand. He was so happy about it, he wouldn't believe it. Frowning, he added that it was true, to which the guy replied that, well, yeah, probably. Looking straight ahead, Chuck asked that he should wait. How did he know all this? Looking down, he said that the blue sand was an insidious phenomenon that had been causing a lot of trouble for many people for a long time, but he recognized its identity as soon as he saw it and neutralized it. The people stood still. It was heard that now that he thought about it, wasn't it suspicious? Frowning, Chuck said that he hoped it wasn't so. He really didn't want to be deceived. Looking ahead angrily, he asked that he studied necromancy, which was forbidden in the Empire. A skeleton appeared. It was said that the sinner who made a pact with the spirit of the dead, which leads the living to death through bewitchment, is a forbidden art of the Empire, and if this rule is broken, the necromancer and all the people associated with him will be put to death. Taking a step forward, the man said that how stupid it was. She allowed him to put on airs and say whatever he wanted, but only nonsense came out of his mouth. Stretching his hands forward, he asked why she was starting a fight, wanted to swing, to which the girl replied that this man was the leader of the Ignis Guild. The hero looked straight ahead. It was heard that he had just accused a guild member, whom even the royal family respected, of being a necromancer. He was not ashamed of it. Raising his head up, Chuck addressed the leader. The hero's clothes appeared. The thought occurred that now that he was looking at them, these clothes looked very expensive considering that he had been wearing them all this time. They probably also had temperature control magic. There was no way a random newbie would get quality clothes with magic enchantments. The guy raised his eyebrows and thought, damn, how come he didn't think to confirm his guess, and then asked that this was the real sir. Closing his eyes, Chuck added that he was indeed the guild master of Ignis. A brooch on the clothes appeared. It was heard that yes. Standing in a circle of people, the protagonist asked that he still had doubts. He should provide more evidence, to which the guy replied that the evidence was enough. Clara gritted her teeth and said that if he heard such nonsense, then just let him give a straight answer. At least let him give an answer. Standing in front of her, Estio asked why, said that he didn't really mind. The girl scowled and yelled that insulting the guild leader was the same as insulting Ignis. He couldn't tarnish the guild's name and still be the leader. Looking up, she added that he couldn't tarnish the guild's name and still be the leader. Parker gritted his teeth and said that more importantly, he thought he should send those insects somewhere else. Looking at him, the hero said that that wasn't really possible. He thought the insects had nowhere to return to which the boy replied that then he thought they should leave as soon as possible. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and replied that even if they left, nothing would change. More and more insects would continue to feel fear in the area. Looking straight ahead, Matthew said that more and more insects would continue to feel fear in the area, to which he responded approvingly. The man raised his hand. Standing in the crowd, he asked if they could not just guard them until they reached their destination, and someone said that he was right. They were not here as their mercenaries. Let them protect them. First they should safely reach the village of the Turk tribe, and leave the rest for later. Looking down, the hero thought that he did not yet fully control his power. Maybe it would be better to go to the village first, and then said that he understood, he would be under his supervision again. Amanda looked in surprise hearing this. The protagonist turned around. It was her that he was afraid. She was so afraid. Stopping, he said that he was sorry that he could not help them. The glow moved behind him. It was her that he should save them. A view of the mountains opened up. The city appeared. It was said that thank you for protecting them all the way. Extending his hand, the man said that although the merchants from Parima, there were very few of them, but he could guarantee their loyalty. Shaking the hero's hand, he added that he would never forget what he had done for him. Amanda looked out from behind the man and said that they needed to get to the other side of the desert. Other mercenaries would go with them. Holding out the sphere, she added that he should take this. Standing in front of the hero, the girl said that when he returned, he would need to go the same way as when he returned here. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that many large and influential stars had gathered around him. He should be careful. Looking down, he said that thanks for the warning, let her be just as careful. Waving her hand, Amanda said that thanks for this trip and see you later. People were walking through the city. Stretching his hand forward, Parker said that he could ask him something. They were looking for a quest from the Ignis Guild. The guy turned around and said that he was just in time. Pointing ahead, he added that he was just about to apply for the guild. They would go together, to which Parker responded approvingly. Walking straight ahead, the guy asked that judging by their outfits, they were from the guild, right? They were new employees of the Turk branch, or just visiting, to which the hero replied that they were here to deliver something, and he added that he guessed he couldn't ask what exactly. Looking down, the protagonist replied that he didn't. Smirking, the man replied that he was very straightforward. Looking away, he added that anyway, it had been a while since they had had visitors to their town, to which Parker replied that it was true. He had heard that merchants often pass through here. Estio looked at him in confusion, hearing that many merchants may pass through, but it was a completely different feeling than tourists and visitors. He did not know how to explain it properly. Raising his eyebrows, he said that merchants who always come with the same intentions feel like familiar colleagues. But all visitors have their own unique reasons for visiting, so they feel new each time. The guy closed his eyes and asked how he explained everything so perfectly, said that it was as if he could look straight into his heart. Parker looked at him in surprise, asking why he was going to the guild. The guy grinned and said that there was something that the whole town had decided to apply for and that was it, to which he was told that if it was something really important he didn't need to tell them. He closed his eyes and said that he was a representative so it was okay not to worry about it, to which Parker asked again. The guy grinned and said that yes he was a representative of this town, Kelvin. Walking next to him Parker asked that he was a lord, a god, maybe a ruler, to which he replied that he was right lord, he wasn't really used to the title of empire. The people smiled. A thought came to mind that how did he end up asking a lord for directions? Now that he thought about it most of the people in this town seemed pretty friendly to each other. The man stepped forward and asked what they knew about the blue sand that appeared in the desert. The people were standing in the barrier. It was heard that they knew. After all they had encountered blue sand on their way here, so they had seen it before. An insect appeared. It was said that but he did not tell everything yet. They came out of it on their own feet. When they crossed the desert, they met insects similar to fireflies that emitted a blue light. The guy looked surprised and said that insects. Raising his eyebrows, he added that everyone else said that this is cursed sand, but in fact, they are living insects, right? So his eyes were not mistaken, but he heard that it dies the moment it touches it. How could they leave alive? The hero looked in bewilderment, hearing that all this was thanks to their leader, as expected of Ignis. Putting his hand to his face, Kelvin said that in any case, the blue sand and insects cause a lot of harm and destruction. In addition, the desert monsters have become much more ferocious, and their movements are strange. They adhere to some kind of tactics. Matthew lowered his head and said that that was right. he too felt that they were attacking them with a plan in hand, to which he was told that they were indeed strange. He did not think so. Closing his eyes, the guy said that, but the townspeople did not believe him. It was definitely strange, but they had no intention of investigating it, to which Parker asked that did not he say that he was a lord, let him just give the order. Raising his hand up, Kelvin replied that if he gave orders about something they did not believe in, they would consider it whining, so he was just about to write a statement to the guild. Walking forward, he added that he heard that the Ignis Guild takes on absolutely any job, no matter what it was true, to which he was told that if it was feasible, the right person would do it. There were only a few cases where a request could be rejected. A view of the headquarters opened up. It was heard that they were there. The front doors opened slightly. The girl grinned and said that she had been waiting for him. She was a guild member who ran the Turk branch. Her name was Jinyu. Looking straight ahead, she added that she was also an ability user, the same type as him. A building appeared, and a question was heard, that it was the same type. Raising her eyebrows, Jinyu said that she could fill her voice with emotions and transmit them to others. That was her ability. The protagonist looked surprised when he heard that it was called emotion assimilation. Looking at her, he said that he never knew where there were people with the same ability as him. Lowering her head, the girl said that no, she couldn't read the hearts of others. Her effect wasn't that strong, and it was also quite short. Smiling, she added that he really had no equal in mental type abilities. It was an honor to meet him. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that he saw. Parker stretched his arms out in front of him and said that he thought she should hear the request first. Jinyu looked at him and said let him read it, and then asked what his request was. Raising his finger up, he said that he wanted someone to study the blue sand and find out why the insects were appearing around them. If possible, he hoped he could get proof that the blue sand was an insect too. Smiling, he added that he would need to inform the people of the city about this. Standing in front of him, Jinyu asked that he did not demand extermination there. Calvin closed his eyes and said that if they could get enough proof and information about their origin, then they, the Turkic warriors, would be able to deal with the insects themselves. The Turkish desert was their home, to which she replied that was good, then she would write down his request. He smiled broadly and added that if she had any problems during her stay here, she should tell him. He would help them with everything. The hero looked away, hearing that they would see each other. Turning around, Parker said that the lord of these places, how to say it, he is incredible. A staircase appeared in the room. A mirror hung on the wall. It was heard that this was the mirror in which the spirit was locked. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that she heard that the mirror spirit can change its form, like a double, to which the hero replied that yes. But now there is no reaction, because they are sleeping, so they need to keep it in a quiet place where there are no people. The protagonist sat down and said that someday, when a person appears who is looking for him, he hopes he will be able to wake up from his deep sleep and be happy. Gritting his teeth, he said that he heard that in the Turkish desert there is a suitable place where you can hide the mirror. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that there was a desert temple not far from the city that had existed since ancient times. The hierarchs carefully maintained it, so it was a good place to store the mirror spirit, but the situation was a little complicated now. The temple appeared. It was heard that it was exactly as the Lord said. A glow appeared. It was heard that recently blue sand and monsters continued to appear and attack the area around the temple. Looking down, Jinyu said that the path leading to the temple had become dangerous, and believers had stopped going there altogether. Looking at her, Estio thought that this was why he said that they hadn't had guests for a long time. Turning his head, the guy said that in any case, their city hadn't had guests for a long time. Standing in front of the table, the girl said that they also found this phenomenon strange and completed some preliminary research. Looking at her, Parker asked that, but isn't it right for the guild to move its forces without asking? It violates the guild rules. Looking straight ahead, Jinyu replied that the guild master had given them another to investigate the strange activities in the Turkish desert. The people looked away, thinking that she had sent them here too. Smiling, Matthew thought that this damn child, she was using them as her pawns, while looking completely innocent. Night had fallen outside. A lizard was crawling on the glass. The hero was lying on the bed. He was looking at the ceiling. The protagonist rose from the bed. He began to walk straight. Estio approached the exit. Looking at him, the cat asked where he was going. The hero looked at her. He looked away and opened his mouth. The protagonist took a step forward and said that it did not matter. He left the room. Estio froze, standing on the street. Standing behind him, the guy said that it might be dangerous for him to go further. Turning around, the hero asked why he had been watching him all this time. Frowning, Matthew replied that that was what he was supposed to do here. Looking at him, the cat said that, however, all he did was follow him around. Leaning down, the boy asked that there had been no fights, so he could do that. The cat lowered her head, hearing that although it was boring, it was still safe. Walking forward, Matthew asked more importantly, it wasn't the best place to walk, he had trouble sleeping, to which the hero replied that it was. Looking down, he said that there were days when his body was tired, but his head was empty and all he could do was think. The view of the castle opened up. Looking away, the boy said that when he had days like that, he felt like he needed to do something, so he just went hunting a lot. Looking at him, the cat asked again. The guy walked away from the corpse, heard that the hunt for monsters, wherever he went, monsters were everywhere, so it was good for him to forget himself in the hunt. Looking straight ahead, Matthew said that after he survived that meeting with the desert weirdo, he had a question. Looking at him, the hero asked what kind, to which he replied that if someone controlled the monsters. An image of a dragon appeared. Looking down, the guy said that the Turkish desert can be much more dangerous than they think. The desert appeared, heard that the Turkish desert can be much more dangerous than they think. The guy looked away in surprise. Turning around, he asked who was here. Someone ran behind a box. Cactus looked out from around the corner, heard it's Mr. Cactus. Raising his hands up, Ahura said that he should say why they were just standing here in the dark, he thought they were monsters. Looking at him, the boys heard that so what are the three of them doing here? The mood seems very serious, they are fighting. Frowning, Matthew replied that they are taking a night walk. Lowering his head, the hero asked that he does not want to go back to his family. Crouching, he added that he does not know how he was able to go all the way to Galatia, but he does not think he did it of his own free will. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked that he does not want to go home. Looking at him, the cactus replied that no, not at all, he thinks there was a misunderstanding. Pointing to himself, he added that his family, no, it is not a family at all, in any case, they do not have such a big family love as humans. Ahura stood in the middle of the desert, it was heard that they are born underground, and when they grow to a certain point, their mother pulls them out of the ground one by one. His first memory of the earth was the desert. The sun was shining brightly, it was said that he hated the heat and silence of the desert. A shadow fell on the cactus, it was heard that and then, by a lucky chance, he managed to travel around the entire continent thanks to people. He stood among the garbage, it was said that he did not know where his other brothers and sisters went, and where his mother was. The cart was moving through the desert. Looking at Ahura, the hero heard that he wanted to see them, but he did not need to return to them, to which he replied that he saw. The protagonist picked him up, and the cactus said that so he liked being near him like this. Looking away, Matthew asked where he was going alone in the middle of the night. Crossing his arms, the cactus replied that Estio had disappeared, so he went out to look for him. Looking at him, the hero said that thank you, let her not do this again, and he asked again, to which he added that it was very dangerous for him to move alone. The protagonist lowered his head and said that next time he should wake someone else or wait for him to return. Leaning the cactus against himself, he added that he promised to always return as quickly as he could, to which Ahura replied that he understood, he promised. Taking a step forward, the boy said that they should go now, it was cold at night, to which Estio turned to him, and he responded. Looking down, the hero said that he was thinking of going to the desert temple at dawn, to which Matthew replied that he would follow him if he ordered, but could he find out why he was willingly taking the risk? Looking down, he added that the sand insects had asked him to help them, he wanted to know what made them afraid, to which Ahura replied that he hated insects. Putting his hands on his hips, Matthew said that but he was a plant, why did he hate insects, to which the cactus replied that being a plant made him love insects. Walking forward, the boy responded approvingly. The headquarters appeared, it was heard that he was very sorry. Standing in front of the hero, the girl said that she would have prepared in advance as she knew that he was going to the desert temple, to which he replied that everything was fine. Looking down, she said that they quickly prepared a way of transportation. Sitting on the crab, the guy sighed. He frowned and said that he should not make such a face, he was riding it not out of great desire either, if she did not like it so much, she could get off. Closing his eyes, Matthew said that he was more than enough to guard him. The rope suddenly jumped to the side. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked what he meant by get off, said that she would be driving. Looking to the side, Matthew said that of course, let him drive carefully, to which she thought that carefully, let him not make her laugh. Frowning, Clara thought that she would make her regret giving her the reins, and the guy said that maybe he could take a nap. The crabs stood next to each other, it was heard that these two would soon tear each other's throats. Grinning, Nija said that he felt sorry for the crab, and Ahura replied that he was glad that he was born a cactus. Turning his head, the hero said that he would go ahead. A view of the ruins opened up. A destroyed statue appeared. Cobwebs hung on the walls. The protagonist took a step forward. The guy, standing next to the crab, asked if these were the ruins of a temple. Looking around, Estio replied that he did not feel the presence of people anywhere. A crab appeared, and the thought arose that the desert crabs were also very scared of this place. Putting his hands behind his back, Matthew said that they would set up the set received in the guild and look around. The hero stood in front of the ruins. He entered the room. There was darkness in front of him. Following him, Matthew said that with this, he does not think that they can call it ruins, to which Parker replied that he does not think that there is anyone here, there are no traces of human activity. The protagonist silently looked forward. Gritting his teeth, the guy turned to him. Estio looked surprised, hearing that he was scared, he wanted to go home, let them save him. The guy stretched his hand forward and turned. Rushing forward, the hero shouted that there were people here, he could hear them, to which he was told to wait. A torch hung on the wall. People were descending the stairs. Engravings appeared. It was heard that it was amazing. This temple was built by people who lived 1,000 years ago. Yes, it would be difficult to build something like this now, even with all the modern magical technologies. Parker gritted his teeth and asked how they would return, said that he did not think they would meet anyone, even if they went deeper. Turning his head, the hero replied that no, there were living people here. Looking straight ahead, he added that he could hear them. From the depths of the temple, a voice was heard that someone should save him. He wanted to go home. Looking down, Parker thought that the leader's abilities were becoming more and more incredible. He raised his eyebrows and added that it was as if he was evolving. Pointing forward, the protagonist said that there was an altar there. Standing in front of it, the guy said that he thought that this was originally a place of worship, to which Estio asked again, to which he replied that he had heard that in the old days, people sacrificed live animals to the gods. Matthew gritted his teeth and said that yes, he had heard about that too. Did some people still not do that? Parker waved his hands and said that now they only do it on special occasions. In ancient temples they made sacrifices every time they prayed. Looking away, the boy said that there were records that they sacrificed humans as well. Standing in front of Parker, he added that these were just hypotheses. When the ancient ruins were first discovered, human corpses were found in the dungeons of the temples. Closing his eyes, the boy asked that no way, why would someone who worshipped a god do something like that? Wouldn't they come here for something like a funeral? Matthew crossed his arms and said that there were traces found that suggested that living people were placed in coffins and nailed down so they couldn't get out. They also covered them in magical preserving powder so they wouldn't rot. He didn't know if they knew these things would be revealed in the future or not. Raising his hands, the boy shouted that they were from the Ignis Guild. There were survivors here. He froze, hearing that their god had answered their prayers. Parker turned around when he heard that they were alive, come here quickly, and then said that he also heard voices. The hero examined the floor, and he added that but why the sounds? Putting his head to the floor, the protagonist said that the floor was hollow. Looking at him, Matthew asked what the hell, how did they get there? A wall appeared. It was heard that there was a handle above the fresco with a tree on the stone wall. The hero took the handle. The slab on the floor suddenly sank. There was darkness under the floor. Suddenly the guy crawled out of the darkness and exclaimed. Looking at him, Matthew thought that he did not know how long they sat below, but it was surprising that they did not come out into the air, and he said that thanked them very much. If not for him, they would have dried up and died here. Standing behind him, the protagonist asked that this mechanism could not be opened from the inside, to which the boy replied that yes, they were being chased by bugs and they ran inside as fast as they could, but the door could not be opened from the inside. Gritting his teeth, Estio added if there was blue sand here with them, to which he was told that yes. The boy looked scared and said that they needed to leave right now. Looking at the people, the hero asked what it was, to which he replied that this temple was their residence. If they just stayed here, they would be defeated. Looking down, the protagonist thought that it was a residence. He turned his head and added that it meant that he could hear the buzzing of insects from this place. Estio put his hand on the wall. Looking at him, the guy said that there was a door behind the altar. A notch appeared on the wall. The man trembled in fear and said that this door cannot be opened, it is a sealed room, closed for a long time. Looking at the passage, the hero heard that according to legend, unless a holy being is blessed by a god, it cannot open. The guy suddenly looked in amazement. A glow appeared from the darkness. The people began to run away, screaming about the blue sand. Turning around, Parker asked that they leave them, to which the guy replied that they should go, they will be fine. The hero stood in the middle of the room. A bright light was shining from afar. He heard that it was interesting. The dungeon was brighter than during the day, so bright that it felt like they were in a crystal cave. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist wondered that they had found survivors, and also learned that the blue sand originated from this temple. Was there a reason for them to recklessly continue forward? Taking a step forward, he asked what about burning this place to the ground. Lowering her head, the girl said that although they were tiny insects, if the passages were burned, their number would be greatly reduced. Looking down, She added that this was different from the monkey and cactus that he adored. Insects were monsters that ate people. If they wanted to get rid of them, they needed to do it now so that they could not crawl back to the surface. Estio raised his head and replied that he should wait. They were originally calm insect exfoliators. Looking up, he added that they needed to find out why they had turned into monsters. Standing in front of him, the girl asked what he wanted to say. What would they know if they entered? To which the hero replied that he was not entirely sure. Orange particles appeared. It was heard that he was scared. Let them help him. The door opened slightly, and someone said that but he would only know if he entered as he wished. Turning around, the hero said that they did not need to follow him, to which the girl replied that she would also go and check for herself. Looking straight ahead, she added that if originally docile creatures could turn into monsters due to external factors. Clara gritted her teeth and said that in any case, it could be an important question for her too. Let her read their hearts and find out why the insects became monsters. The protagonist looked surprised at the request. Looking down, he wondered if this ability had any value now. Estio looked at his hand. The people exclaimed in surprise, looking at the light. Mountains of gold appeared. The guy crossed his arms and asked what all this gold was, and Parker shouted that they would become rich. Closing his eyes, Matthew added that he should wake up. All the relics of the temples were considered divine. All of this would be taken by the Holy Palace. Lowering his head, Parker asked what but why there was gold in the temple, to which he asked that who knew. Frowning, the guy said that in such a secret place like this too. A glow appeared. It was heard that he should wait. Maybe the bugs were born from the gold, to which Niju replied that it was unlikely. A bright light emitted from the jewels. It was heard that there were no bugs near the gold. The walls were illuminated. It was heard that now, when he thought about it, there were only bugs up to this place. Looking at the gold, Parker said that he did not think there was anything suspicious about it, and then asked that wasn't it just a secret storage. Looking straight, the girl asked why the temple needed a storage, to which Matthew replied that the priests also needed to live and eat. The pontiff was also quite rich in their days. In the sacred palace, there were probably 10 such storages. Looking down, Clara said what blasphemy, to which he replied that it was coming from her, when she did not even believe in God. Turning her head, the girl asked that now he believed in God. The guy closed his eyes and said that all the nobles of the empire were baptized at birth. His religion was decided before he was born. What a forced faith. Raising his finger up, he added that well, he thinks, but personally he believes that God exists, is interested in people, and sometimes interferes in their lives. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that he should help him, to which he asked what and how. He closed his eyes, hearing that the box. Taking a step forward, the guy asked that he found something, to which the protagonist replied that the beetles were talking about the box. Parker looked up and said that by the box he meant. The box stood on the shelf. Feathers flew at him. Estio looked in surprise and thought that the movement of the beetles had changed. Suddenly the chest opened. A glowing stone lay inside. It was heard that it was gold again. Putting his hands on his hips, the guy said that he was wrong. It was not gold, it was. The monkey was holding a cactus in her hands. It was heard that it was the scales of a yellow dragon. Looking at the cactus, Matthew asked what he knew about the yellow dragon's scale, to which Ahura replied that it was what the name suggested. The scales appeared, and it was heard that unlike fish scales, they contained magic. Raising his hands up, the cactus asked that dragons, the race that created magic, was right, and said that it was only natural that each of their scales had incredible magic. Looking at him, the boy asked what for example. Parker's eyes widened, and he asked what magic he had, allowing him to kill people by turning monsters hostile. Jumping on the monkey's head, Ahura said what exactly. Matthew closed his eyes and said that so this yellow dragon was at fault again. Looking straight ahead, Nija asked what they should do then, to which he was told that they just needed to break the scale, and the bugs and scorpion should return to normal. Parker opened his eyes in surprise and asked what but how did he know all this? Ahura looked at him and answered that he inherited his mother's memories. People were standing near a cactus. It was heard that by mother he meant 1,000-year-old Acuminata in the Turkic desert, to which Ahura replied that 1,000 was too much. His mother lived back in the days when dragons and people lived together. The dragon flew up. It was said that she personally talked to them, also learned many secrets from a large number of sources. A shadow appeared behind the cactus. It was heard that he and his brothers inherited all these memories. Acuminata is exactly this kind. They are all one, and can become any one of them. In any case, back to the topic. Ahura jumped on the chest and said that only a dragon can kill a dragon. Looking at the hero, he added that this means that only he can do this. Shaking his head, the protagonist replied that he would do so, to which the cactus said that he objected. The cat wagged her tail. It was heard that it could be dangerous. He thought of the dragon's scale as a regular old scale. Siki glared and said that it was suspicious. Even if he just thought about it, There was no way it would break as easily as a branch. Standing in front of the protagonist, she added that he had received a request to come here to investigate. Hadn't he heard then, the people of Turkey would handle this themselves. As she left, the cat said that they just needed to go back, tell them what was causing their problems, and let them decide for themselves. Looking at her, Estio said that he would do it anyway. The blue sand was killing every living thing it came across. The cat folded her paws, hearing that these insects were also suffering because they were forced to harm others. She turned around and asked him that he would put himself in danger because of the bugs, to which the hero replied that he was not just trying to help someone, and Siki asked what next. Putting a hand to his chest, the protagonist said that it was because he could see it, because he was here, so he could not just ignore it and leave. Raising his head up, the cat said that she did not want him to be in danger. She did not like that he was getting involved in this. Smirking, Estio replied that thank you for worrying about him. Holding the scales in his hands, he thought that, but how could he break it? The hero carefully examined it. Looking at him, Parker turned. The cat took a step forward and said that he should use his power. Kneeling, the protagonist said that he did not think she would help here. Raising her head, Siki said that not this power, she was talking about the ability. Looking down, Estio thought that but his ability to read hearts and control emotions, in front of an inanimate object he. Closing his eyes, he added that no, let him try. A glow appeared near his hand. The hero opened his eyes in amazement. Suddenly the scales turned black. Opening his eyes wide, Parker said that so, he was able to destroy the scales of the yellow dragon. I would never have thought. Looking up, Matthew said that then the magic controlling the insects should be removed now. He looked at her in amazement. Raising his head up, Parker said that they should wait. He had a bad feeling about this, to which Matthew replied that he felt the same. Smiling, the guy turned to the hero. The protagonist looked at him in amazement, hearing that he could not stop it, to which he replied that he should forgive him. He thought he needed time to take control of the scale. Looking straight ahead, the girls screamed what they should do now. Turning around, Estio said that it seemed she would sleep a little, let her wait in her sleep. Rays flew out from the scale. A question was heard, what was the dream? Closing his eyes, the hero heard a greeting and a question about who he was. He opened his eyes and thought that the unfamiliar voices were people he knew. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. Looking at the boy, the girl said that she was one of the black ones. Looking at her, he asked again. Grinning, the girl answered that yes, it was nice to meet someone her age. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist wondered if this was from Shohanen's memories. It was probably because he touched the scales of the yellow dragon. Looking to the side, the boy said that he would forgive her rudeness because she was still small. He was not a child. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that it was true, but he looked quite small. Turning his head, the guy said that he took this form on purpose to seem nicer to people. Looking at him in surprise, the girl asked that it was true. She had never talked to people, what they were like, he understood them. Raising his eyebrows, the boy said that she asked too many questions, which was expected of a child. He did not like people. Smiling, the girl asked why he was here then, and he changed his form, to which he replied that it was for fun. Looking straight ahead, she said that she understood. Taking a step forward, the girl said that she would come back to play with him, let him tell her more about humans next time. Sitting on the grass, the boy replied that she should not come back, she was annoying. They walked in the meadow. The humans were watching a flower. Their feet were hanging over the water. A question was heard, that why she liked humans so much. Grinning, the girl answered that they were cute. Looking at her, the boy said that he had heard that blacks have well-developed abilities concerning the mind, reading the heart and such. Laughing, she answered that it was true, she could also hear his heart, to which he asked again. Grinning, the girl said that she had heard it since their first meeting. Everything he wanted to tell her was actually him. She closed her eyes and added that she loved people very much, right? Shuhanan looked at her in surprise. He turned away and said that yes, he liked them now. He started to like them because she liked them. Looking at him, the girl asked what he was asking, why he loved people like that. Sitting on the pier, the guy answered that he did, and she added that it was because they were born as mediators of this world. Stretching her hands in front of her, the girl said that among all, black ones are born with love for all living beings. They share their thoughts and emotions with them. People were standing by the shore. A happy family appeared. It was heard that how could he not love people? A flower was floating on the water. Smiling, the girl asked that when even this one lotus flower is so cute. They held hands. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Running forward, the girl turned to the guy. She smirked and asked what he said, that he would return after meeting with the Lord. Why so long? Said that she had accumulated a lot of things that she wanted to tell him. The guy looked down and turned to her. He raised his eyebrows and added that he should not go near people anymore. This was the Lord's order. Looking at him, the girl asked what the order was, what he meant, to which he replied that all the dragons decided to leave this world. A map appeared. It was heard that they would also leave this place. No. Shuhanan smirked and said that from this world, so he should not love people anymore. She took him by the clothes and said that she was sorry. Then she let go and added that she could not leave, did not want to, he would stay here. The guy furiously shouted her name. The girl lowered her head down. Raising his hands, Shuhanan said that he should forgive him for yelling at her, he did not mean to. Putting his hand on his chest, he added that if she decides to stay here, he will stay with you. Kneeling down, the guy said that he should promise her. The girl looked surprised, hearing that no one will leave here alone. Looking at her, the hero thought that he could not see all these memories, but this is still not enough to understand. He opened his eyes in surprise and added that she would break her promise. There are still a few things that cannot be explained, even if this is true. The girl smirked. A thought appeared that blacks are born to love all living things. The protagonist froze and asked again. Evil people appeared. A thought arose that these negative emotions were not caused by his abilities, it was simply because he met such people. The hero's friends appeared. It was said that this ability saved Naya, allowed him to register in the guild and brought him to where he is now. Perhaps he is afraid of this power, if everything were a little different. Estio grinned and asked if he would be like him. Then we see a lot of people lying on the floor. Estio opened his eyes and looked forward. The cat lowered his head. The protagonist looked with a smile and realized that he was dreaming. The pet turned his head and watched everything. The other guys also began to get up. The girl was lying with her eyes closed, because she had not woken up yet. The guy looked forward and decided that they would wait a little longer. Then we see an old building, because the desert crabs should have been eaten by now. Estio turned his head and realized that he had to carry her on his back. The guys looked at their comrade and decided that she would not like it. The guy took her on his shoulder and said that he would carry her. Estio looked forward and said that before they left here, he had a small favor to ask of them. Then we see a chest and a lot of gold, and when they were supposed to return to the Turkish village, they were supposed to tell no one what they saw in this room, because he wanted to hide the treasure of the temple. Estio looked at his comrade and said that he did not know what they were thinking, but he had to find out the reason. Then we see how the blonde guy looked at the girl. The girl stood and adjusted her yuvami, because in a dream he saw a fragment of the memory of the yellow dragon. The blonde guy stood and looked ahead because this temple could occupy an important place in his memories, and he did not know what exactly it meant to him, but he did not want to touch anything without his permission. Estio lowered his head and immersed himself in thought. The comrades stood and looked ahead, realizing that they had to leave the mirror with the spirit here as well. Then we see a dark sky, and they decided to do so. After which we see a blue sky and a city a few days later. Then we see a huge building, and the mission was completed without problems, and the leader's condition improved, and now they can control his power. Estio was in the room with his comrades, because at least he should not have accidentally hurt anyone. The girl was lying on the bed, and he was worried that she had not woken up for a long time, and soon he would need to return to headquarters. The comrades looked at the girl and said that they could not take her through the portal in such a bad condition. Estio looked away and said that he would go in and pull her out. He got up from the chair and said that he was not sure about it, he could try to do it, although for each person it was individual. Then we see Cactus standing on the bags and saying that they should have left everything as it was and waited until she woke up herself, because he did not like her, because she was the only one who said that all non-humans should die. Cactus spread his hands and asked how many animals she killed before him, and there was also a feeling that she wanted to kill him. He folded his hands in front of him. Estio looked forward and asked to stop talking about it. He looked to the side and said that he did not want to argue with him, but they had similar thoughts, because the girl would not change even if they helped. The protagonist looked forward and realized that this happened because of him. Then the pet took a step forward. The cat looked to the side and said that it would be too selfish. Estio lowered his head and was lost in thought. Then he put his hand on the girl's forehead. He put it on her head and began to concentrate. He stood there, and his hand was shining. Then we see a blue sky and many plants. The protagonist looked at the bamboo forest with his eyes. He looked at his pet and asked if he could find the girl here. The pet looked to the side and said that they were inside a dream and only he could find the girl here. Estio looked forward in surprise. Then we see a bamboo forest. Then he broke the bamboo. Then he stuck it in the ground. He held the bamboo in his hand and let it go. He watched it fall and assumed that they were supposed to be heading that way. The protagonist stood up and the pet asked who taught him that. And then he walked forward, realizing that even such a strange method could work here, because they were inside of a dream, here anything familiar to him could appear at will. Then the protagonist went to the bamboo forest. The cat looked away and realized that it was true, but he had the power to control dreams. Estio looked forward and realized that his ability seemed too obvious now. Then we see a huge blue dragon, and he did not understand what he was becoming and what kind of dragons were. The protagonist silently lowered his head. And then the pet called out to him. The cat stood there with a ridiculous look and asked what he was thinking. Then we see a girl running along a path. Estio looked ahead in surprise. The girl turned her head. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. Then a ball appeared at his feet. He picked it up and asked if this was what she was looking for. The girl ran forward, realizing that since the ball had come to him, she had not found it. Then she ran up to a bloody white tiger. The cat looked ahead and realized that it was a divine beast, and this was a divine being that came into the world in the body of an animal, and they were also gods for animals. The girl sat next to the bloody tiger and did not understand who had hurt him. She put her hands in front of her and realized that he was in great pain. The tiger was lying down, and the girl said that she could help him. The animal silently opened its eyes. He stood up on his front paws, after which he fell to the ground again. Then the girl opened her mouth and said that she should have just left him there. Estio looked away and she said that if she had ignored him then, he would not have felt such pain. The girl looked forward with a sad look and realized that the divine beast was a tiger, and she should not have trusted him. She looked forward and decided to just call his name. After all, they were in a dream anyway. Estio looked away and said that he came looking for her because she did not wake up for a long time. The girl turned around and said that he felt responsible for her, and she would not resent him just because he was stuck in her dream. She raised her head and felt responsible for herself. Estio looked forward and said that he was very sorry for locking her in a dream, because he would do everything possible to help her leave this place. Then they walked forward and entered the house. She looked back near her family. The girl looked forward with a smile. The girl quickly ran forward. Estio stood and looked at this whole picture, not realizing how many times she had this dream. The girl clenched her fist and realized that the divine beast she helped in the forest had put a curse on her and her entire family. She looked ahead with an angry face, realizing that this underdeveloped divine beast, who could not even make a contract with the king, had treated them so meanly. Then we see a burning house and a divine beast, who was considered the god of all four-legged beasts and could also command all animals. The girl was lying on the ground, and the tiger was standing next to her, because in the end, she lost consciousness immediately after this happened, and she was the only one left alive. Then the bloody beast walked away, because soon after, an army sent by the king arrived in the area, and her family, who took care of the white tiger, were declared traitors who stole the divine beast from the palace. Then we see a huge army. The girl stood there gritting her teeth as everyone suffered because of her, and without a trial or investigation, they were declared traitors and branded as criminals who harmed the divine beast, and while all this was happening to them, the divine beast left. Then we see many bloody corpses, and the divine beast did nothing during this time, even while her family was being destroyed. The girl looked ahead and said that it was okay even if it was a dream, and if she could see the clan members, it would be heaven for her. She looked away with a smile and thanked him. Estio looked ahead silently. The pet looked up and realized that it was true that the divine beasts were animal gods, but they also did not intend to kill humans without reason. Estio looked ahead and said that he would help her. The girl turned her head and asked what she could do after leaving here. The protagonist put his hand on her shoulder and said that he still didn't like her, but he didn't want her to die all the time. He looked ahead and asked her to live. The girl put her hands on her shoulders and asked her to survive. The protagonist looked ahead and said that he would meet this tiger and ask who framed this clan. He took her hand and told her not to run away anymore. The girl looked ahead in surprise. The protagonist held her hands and asked her to meet the king, who claimed that she and her family were criminals, and they should also talk about their sadness. He squeezed her hand and said that if she helped him, he would not change much. The girl's face changed, looking ahead. She lowered her head and said that she would follow him, and he should wake her up. Then she opened her eyes. After that, she got out of bed. Estio held his hand near his head and asked her to rest today. The girl looked away and thanked him. She was lying on the bed and the protagonist looked at his comrades. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and said that their leader said that he would meet the white tiger for her sake. Then we see a huge tiger, which was a cursed divine beast that took the form of a white tiger, and it wanted to use animals to crush people and dominate them. The guy lowered his head and said that she just needed to contact someone. The girl sat on the bed and said that they will not see this now. I will not go when their leader says so. Then the guy with the letter opened the doors, because it was the master's order. He was holding a letter with the master's inscription in his hands. Then we see a huge building, which was the headquarters of the Ignis Guild. The girl stretched out her arms and greeted the guests. She was sitting at the table and looking towards the protagonist. She smiled and said that he saw through her, because she had to send him here. Estio silently looked forward. He then looked to the side and asked why there were so few people there. They then shook hands and she explained that the situation of the empire was not the most peaceful right now, as the crown prince and the first princess of the empire and the fifth prince of the empire had officially declared enmity against each other. She then pointed her finger forward and said that the emperor did not want to watch these antics any longer. The guy got angry and folded his arms. He looked forward and said that they needed to avoid internal enmity between them. The girl looked forward and explained that she had been informed that the first enemy could be the eastern continent. The protagonist looked to the side and the girl asked if they were all going to the mercenary war. The comrade shook his head and did not understand what was going on. The girl pointed her finger forward and said that she would send them on vacation. Then we see a lot of books on the table, and the girl said that it was just hard for her to work in front of other people, and she had a weak heart, and she also started to worry that people might think something bad about her. The girl looked ahead and said that it was her decision. Estio lowered his head. The girl was sitting at the table and reminded that she was ready to give him a vacation too and that he should go somewhere quiet and rest because she would tell him when it was time to come back. She looked ahead and smiled. Then she grabbed Estio by his clothes. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. Then he stood with his comrades. The guy pointed at himself and said that he was a guard and his lord was here. He clenched his hand into a fist and Estio said that he would be here so he had to do what was needed. The girl looked ahead and said that she would go too. She looked away and said that she had to prepare for war, because she remembered the promise he was about to fulfill. She looked back and reminded him that if she needed help, she should just remind him. Estio and his comrades watched all this in surprise. Then the girl whispered in his ear that if he went to the island where Pegasi and unicorns were rumored to live, he could find a clue to the mystery of his origin, and she also knew that this island could be visited through the top of the windy cliffs. She smiled and said that the choice was his. Estio looked at his companion and said that they needed to go to the Sky Island. He looked ahead and said that she was right, because they all needed a vacation. The companion said with a smile that he had always dreamed of visiting this island. Then we see a pink sky and beautiful valleys. The protagonist and his companions walked forward. It seemed to them that this was the first time since the beginning of their journey when they visited their village. He looked back and asked for forgiveness, because he was delaying the road to this island. Then we see an orange sunset. Estio looked to the side and said that they needed to find a place to spend the night. The pet looked to the side in surprise. Then we see dark trees. The guy looked up and realized that he had to inspect the area. And then he jumped high and flew into the air. He looked to the side in surprise. Then he shouted that 30 meters to the north there was a small hole. After that we see a wounded unicorn lying on the ground. The protagonist approached him and realized that it was the work of a hunter, but he did not see anyone else around him. The guy held his hands in front of him, said that he did not have medicine for such cases. Then he handed over the dagger. Estio took the dagger in his hands and stabbed himself. The unicorn began to lick his hand. The protagonist looked at this whole picture. Then we see a dark sky. The unicorn was lying with his eyes closed. Then he opened his eyes. The pet realized with a smile that he had woken up. The unicorn looked forward and assumed that he had come to the end. He was lying near a tree and realized that he had to die like this, rather than fall into the hands of people. Then the unicorn began to cry. The pet looked to the side and assumed that he had scared her. Estio looked to the side and said that it was not his fault. Then we see how the unicorn turned his head, because he had already heard this voice a long time ago. The protagonist stood up and walked forward. Then he extended his hand forward. The unicorn looked ahead with tears in his eyes. He stood up and realized that he had never heard that name before, but the smell was too familiar. Then he started sniffing his hand. Estio stood and looked ahead, because his group was diverse and he inspired more trust than the others. Then we see two bandits with weapons. The pet stood and said with a smile that they loved people. Then his face changed and he clenched his teeth. The unicorn looked ahead in surprise. The protagonist raised his head and decided to talk about it tomorrow. Then they sat by the fire. Estio looked ahead. Then he turned his head and looked at the pet. He continued to watch and said that it was safe here. The pet turned away and said that it was not safe on the ground. Then he laid his head down and said that he knew he was pretending, because they had to stop blindly trusting everyone. The protagonist looked ahead. Then we see a huge dragon above the ground, and he also heard that he also hated humans, but for some reason stayed with them. Then the pet waved his tail, because as his companion once said, that there was nothing stopping him from destroying this world at any moment. Then he stroked his head. Estio looked ahead and realized that this was bothering him. He continued to watch and was lost in his thoughts. Then we see how the girl was holding the cloak of a blonde guy. Estio stroked his pet and realized that he had too many thoughts. The pet raised his head. Then Estio looked ahead and said that he needed to meet him anyway. The cat raised his head and assumed that it was so, but if it was about the dragon, then this plan was bad. Then he turned away and said that he could not dissuade him from meeting him. He looked back and told him not to sympathize with everyone. Estio looked away and couldn't understand if he liked him. Then we see the blue sky. The protagonist and his comrades were walking forward. The unicorn looked away and realized that her wounds had healed quickly. The protagonist watched the whole scene and said that he wasn't sure he could explain all of this and decided to remain silent. The protagonist's comrade looked away and couldn't understand how much longer they had to go. Then we see a huge forest and a blue sky, because they still had a long way to go, because it was only one peak. The pet was holding a cactus in his hands and was surprised. The guy gave a thumbs up and said that they were lucky because he knew a shortcut. Then we see many trees. The unicorn walked forward. Then she stood on her hind hooves. The guy looked at the unicorn and said that he was the only one who could fly, the others couldn't. Then she looked at the protagonist with a smile. Estio silently looked forward. Then they looked to the side and heard the sound of hooves. The pet was holding a cactus and giving a thumbs up. There were many unicorns in the sky. The unicorn with the yellow mane was looking forward. And then he flew forward because the bird said that the people started hunting him. The unicorn turned her head and said that they saved her. Then he turned his head and said that the people couldn't be trusted. The protagonist watched all this and listened. The unicorn looked to the side and couldn't believe that she was alive thanks to the people. She was flying in the air and realized that there was not a single scratch on her. Then we see the injured unicorn, because she was trapped. Then they looked at each other and realized that it was indeed true. Then we see the protagonist's eyes in the reflection. The unicorn stood on the ground and asked what his name was. Estio looked forward and introduced himself. Then the unicorn stood on the ground. He lowered his head and said that he welcomed his last heir. The beautiful island of Elia hung in the clouds right in the air. Various pegasi and unicorns flew here and there. The avian was surprised by this sight, and the white unicorn replied that they had good relations with his people and were frequent guests. The boy was impressed by this, because he had long ago left his village to work in the city, so this was new to him. The white unicorn, looking away, thought that they were only interested in the dark-haired youth. Seeing the heir of the dragon, the Pegasus decided that he looked like an ordinary person. Estio heard these thoughts, and then the elder of the Pegasi called out to him. She called the young man to the pond and explained that unicorns are born in it. Standing next to the boy, the animal dreamed of showing this place to Lady Roarin when she returned, because the heavenly steeds blessed by her are still born here. Estio sadly said that he is not Roarin. Closing her eyes, the elder explained that he should also visit this place, because he is the last heir of the Black Dragon. Estio thought to himself, pursing his lips, that he had not chosen this title. Seeing the water, the elder said that the pond held ancient power, and its stones were imbued with the mana of the yellow dragon. There was light from the sun outside. Standing near the pond, the Pegasus answered that together they created new life. Estio said that he now understood how Pegasi were born. Standing next to the boy, the elder replied that this would not happen now. Lowering his hand into the water, the boy heard them tell him that Pegasi were born with the mana of the Black Dragon. Examining the stone in his hands, Estio heard that the lady had returned to the abode of God and there was no one else to give mana to. Lowering her head, the Pegasus asked the hero if he could share their magic. With a sad look, the boy understood that he could not do this. Knocking over the stone, the hero answered that he did not know what type of Mara it was and that he had a different connection with the dragon. A few seconds later, the stone splashed into the water. The Pegasus stamped her hooves and replied that she would not insist. Standing with the horse, Estio asked the animal who they were talking about. Looking closely at the main character, the Pegasus thought that the Lord had not yet spoken about Estio. Thinking about everything that was happening, the horse understood that he wanted to destroy everything that the lady loved so much. Looking forward in surprise, Estio asked the horse why she thought so. Covering her eyes, the Pegasus asked to call her Kirin. Opening her eyes wide, the guide did not believe that the Lord could kill everyone. Rising up, the animal replied that dirty rumors were spreading among people. Thinking about all these situations, Kirin replied that they were a couple and shared one heart for two, so if one died, then both would die at once, so they could not even hurt each other. Looking forward in surprise, the guy understood that if the Lord was alive, then his mate was alive too. Watching the hero, the Pegasus replied that as the Lord's creation, she knew that her eyes were closed. Estio looked at the horse in surprise, hearing her say that their heart was still beating. Continuing to think about these situations, Kirin replied that she heard that dragons can pass their heart to a child before death. Looking forward carefully, the Pegasus understood that their heart can live through generations. Holding his chest, Estio looked up in surprise. Thinking about the heart, the protagonist asked who inherited the heart of the Aro arena. Remembering the girl, the guy realized that something did not add up, because the heroine died more than 1,000 years ago, although he was only 19. Looking away, the guy could not understand how much time he spent in the egg. Kirin, looking at the guy, answered that only humans were to blame for the girl's death. Gritting his teeth, Estio realized that he needed time to think everything over. Slowly leaving, the Pegasus answered that she would leave them. Tsiki looked up at the guy. Looking carefully at the hero, the cat asked him not to cry. Estio, holding his heart, began to cry hard. Squeezing his hands tighter and tighter, the guy realized that this way she would have been there all this time and protected him. Closing his eyes, Estio could not stop crying. Tsiki slowly approached the hero's feet. Estio began to kneel down to the cat. Looking to the side, the hero began to look at something in surprise. Some chain was quickly directed at the Pegasus's neck. Flying forward, the guy asked to catch the small ones. Rushing to the Pegasi, the hero said that the large ones did not matter and they could even be killed. Running to the side, Estio did not understand what was happening. Opening his mouth wide, Parker replied that he did not even have wings. Looking to the side, the Pegasus said to look at the sky. The avians, holding the chains tightly, grabbed the Pegasi. The frightened Ahura began to say that this was not the worst misfortune in this world. The smiling warriors were wearing cloaks, which were a symbol of the sacred palace. Parker, looking ahead in surprise, replied that the holy knights act only on direct orders from the bishop. People stood confidently in the field. The warriors, looking at the heroes, replied not to be willful and to do only what they were told. Raising one finger up, the warrior told the girl to make a sound. The guy opened his mouth wide and shouted that from now on, Elia was a controlled territory of the Reburazen Empire and the sacred palace. The Pegasus, opening her mouth with displeasure, said that this land had no owners. Taking out his sword, the warrior shouted that any opinion against it would be considered blasphemy. Looking ahead in displeasure, the man understood that all the other heretics would be punished for this. A few seconds later, the hero quickly rushed forward. The weapon fell on the sand with a sound. The tip immediately stuck into the ground. Lightning flashed across the entire territory. The surprised guy decided that their commander wanted to destroy this island. The dissatisfied girl replied that less than half of the land suffered from this blow. The disgruntled Pegasus understood how the sacred palace was treating Elia. The two warriors looked at each other, realizing that this would most likely be a real rebellion. Parker waved his hands and asked to stop. With tears in his eyes, the hero replied that Elia was the last of these poor creatures. Not noticing someone's silhouette, the guy asked not to turn the heavenly island into a battlefield. Gritting his teeth, the man said with displeasure to get out of here. Parker slowly covered himself with his hand. His eyes looked away with interest. The surprised hero watched as the needle pierced the horse's neck. Frightened, Parker ran up to the horse. The flying warriors shouted at the man not to touch the little ones. Scratching his head, the guy replied that he shouldn't have taken any hunters with him. Opening his eyes, the guy realized that he couldn't move. Watching Estio, the warriors thought that this was all the work of the black-haired man. The main character, with his mouth open, asked everyone what he should do. Standing next to Parker, the hero replied that he could simply erase his memory and send him away. Lowering his head, the hero could not understand whether this would solve the problem. Looking ahead, Estio thought that he should kill them all. Opening his mouth wide, the guy said that he did not look like himself. Raising his head, the guy began to apologize. Turning his head to the side, Estio did not know whose side she was on. Thinking about the Lord, the hero understood that the Shuhanan was protecting this island because he did not want to give it to anyone. Clenching his hands into a fist, the guy understood that it really turns out that Pegasi and unicorns are just pawns to satisfy your anger. Standing next to the Pegasus, Estio replied that she would not die because she had his blood. The tired horse closed her eyes, calling the guy. Her legs slowly rose. Touching the animal's muzzle, Estio asked the horse what to do with it. Watching the Pegasus, the guy answered that he would do whatever he wanted. Looking closely at Estio, the warriors realized that the main character seemed to have strong mental abilities. Thinking about Estio's eyes, the warrior realized that this look was exactly like the bishop's. One of the girls at the Pegasus answered that this was the commander of the Ignis Guild, which the bishop was interested in. The frightened warrior began to say that he could look into other people's hearts. Voices were heard in the sky that Estio was not a real person and that he was much stronger than usual. Thinking about the bishop, the warriors thought that Estio was very similar to him. One of the warriors began to laugh loudly, answering that it looked very true. The hero continued to laugh slowly. Frightened, looking to the side, the warrior thought about what to do. While equipping himself, one of the warriors said that they would only know Estio's strength when they entered the battle. Looking at the heroine, the man answered what she should do. The strength appeared more and more. The girl closed her eyes and began to do something with the sword. The light slowly thickened. The weapon fell to the side. A few seconds later, one of the warriors confidently grabbed the sword. Pointing to the side, the hero shouted to deal with the strangers. The tip of the sword was incredibly sharp. A bright light slowly appeared. The magic slowly thickened, blinding everyone. One side of the island exploded. The heroes covered their faces with their hands in fear. Parker covered his eyes from the dust with tears. A huge number of dead guys lay on the earth. The warrior began to scream loudly, calling for the commander of the Ignis Guild. Approaching the guys, the warrior replied that he decided to speed up the process a little. Holding his chest, the guy answered that his name was Ruberius and that he was a holy knight who had arrived to protect the island of Elia by order of the new bishop. Looking forward in surprise, Estio answered that without an official ceremony, a new bishop could not come to power, and this meant that he had no right to give orders to the holy knights. The guy's gaze confidently looked to the side. Watching the warriors, Estio answered about the guards. Ruberius laughed loudly and asked the main character who he really was. Putting away his sword, the guy answered that there was nothing to worry about and that he simply strictly followed orders. Jumping on Estio, the man shouted that he would destroy him now. The weapon quickly struck in different directions, leaving behind the wind. The surprised guy looked to the side. Suddenly, Estio's eyes appeared. A huge Siki stood in front of the hero. The dissatisfied warrior began to grit his teeth. Surprised, watching the tiger, the guy answered that it was an animal that even the holy sword could not wound. Opening his mouth wide, Siki began to growl loudly. After a few seconds, one of the warriors began to be thrown aside. Loudly laughing, Ruberius began to say that he also had guards. Lowering his head, Estio asked Siki to calm down. Looking at the main character, the cat answered that the warrior wanted to kill him. Continuing to scream loudly, the cat answered that they tried to finish him off, but he behaved as if nothing had happened. Looking attentively at Siki, Estio answered that he still could not even wound him. His gaze looked to the side. Thinking about the weapon, Estio said that he looked into the soul of his sword. A girl appeared in front of the guy. Walking forward, the warrior told the girl that he did not give the order to turn back into a human. Intently looking at Estio, the heroine asked him for his name. The main character began to look her over from all sides. Standing opposite Estio, the girl answered that she would not harm anyone else. The warrior, sitting on the ground, asked the heroine to follow the order. The disgruntled girl looked at the guy, answering that she did not want to do all this. Surprised, Estio did not understand why she changed sides. Looking at the heroine, the guy thought that she looked like Roarina. Holding her chest, the heroine said that she was born from the bone of a yellow dragon and felt the same aura from him. Thinking about the guys, the guy understood that Shuhanan and Roarina had a special relationship. Opening his mouth, Estio thought about his father. Watching the warriors, the main character said to leave. Ruberi, looking at Estio in surprise, asked if he would kill him. Looking at the warrior, the main character answered that the only reason for his anger was now dead. Pointing his hands to the side, the hero replied that everyone he wanted to protect was alive here. Standing firmly on the ground, Estio said to tell Shuhanan to come to their sacred palace. Confidently looking forward, the guy answered that he had a couple of questions for him. A couple of weeks passed, the guildmaster's building. Looking at the paper, the guy did not understand why everyone was bothering him. Dissatisfied, Parker shouted that there were constant warriors in the world and now it was a complete mess. Frightened, looking at the hero, Parker replied that all sorts of news happened every day, so he wanted to stay. Putting cookies on the table, Estio said that everything became clear to him. Seeing the cookies, Parker said that the main character did not like to sit still. Calmly opening his hand, Estio ate the cookies. With a smile on his face, Parker asked the hero if he was worried about their customer. Opening his mouth, Estio answered that he was not afraid of this. Parker began to look ahead with incomprehension, saying that he did not hear any news from him at all. Bringing cookies to his mouth, Estio said that he had no doubts. The heroes stood next to each other. Looking back, Parker asked the guy if he could hear. Looking to the side, the hero saw someone start knocking on the window. Eyes were wide open. In the window with a smile on its face was the master's toy, which greeted the guys. Johnny stood up and said that he had arrived on the master's orders. Continuing to laugh, the hero answered that the master had a message for the guild commander. Opening his mouth, the guy asked the guys if they had rested. Starting to laugh, The toy apologized for disturbing their peace. Voices of the toy were heard from the building that after receiving the message, they would need to start preparing, and on the first day of the new year, the ceremony of the light pillar would begin. Lying on the couch, Estio understood that the bishop's level of power was close to the emperor's. A picture of the bishop appeared in his head, thinking that a new bishop comes to power only after a special ceremony. Looking at the ceiling, the guy realized that it was not even the emperor who received the invitation, but he himself. Squeezing his hands, Estio thought that Shuanan was aware of all this. Curled up on the bed, the guy thought that he didn't even know that Roaran had died. Raising his head, the hero thought about why she had invited him. Turning away, the guy heard them telling him about a bad feeling. Jumping on the guy's bed, Siki answered that he shouldn't go there, and that it would only get worse for him. The guy's surprised look answered that he should go anyway. The cat, looking at her owner, answered that she wouldn't be able to protect him this time. Picking up Siki, the hero answered that he would cope. Hugging the animal, the guy said not to worry. Worried, Siki looked away. The last day of the year, it was getting dark. The guys were in the building in the room. Parker, with a smile on his face, began to call Estio. The surprised guy looked at his friend. The girl, with a smile on her face, watched the hero. Estio began to look at the guys, saying hello to them. Standing next to the hero, the girl answered that it was hard for her to imagine that he would go to meet Shuanan alone. Opening her mouth, the girl said that she wanted to help somehow. Standing next to the guy, Parker said that he could not be alone. Scratching his head, the guy replied that he was a little scared. Holding her mouth, the girl thought about what to do. Thinking about what was happening, the guy said that she would accompany him through the sacred palace. The frightened heroine replied that she would do everything to protect the guy. Worriedly looking at all this, the heroine said that nothing should happen, but one could not be sure of this either. Thoughtfully looking to the side, Estio wondered if he was telling her about the connection with the Shuanan. Lowering his head, Estio heard how they told him to move forward. The body was in the portal. Legs confidently walked forward. There was a statue in the office. At the top was Elysium, from which the night sky was visible. Parker looked to the side in surprise, saying that there were almost no people, despite the fact that this was such a solemn atmosphere. Watching the people, the heroes realized that last time everything was much different. The girl glanced to the side and thought that most likely something had happened. The candles were slowly fading. All the heroes were standing alone next to each other. Frightened Parker began to hear some sound, similar to a wolf howl. Opening his mouth wide, the guy fearfully thought that he had finally freed some kind of monster. With a smile on her face, the girl said that it was just a dog. Parker continued to be afraid, looking sideways to the side. The mouth growled loudly, drooling. From a small window, the stars of the night sky were visible. The wolf with a horn looked angrily at the guys. Niju, with a smile on her face, answered that it looked like a unicorn. Holding his face, the hero did not know what to do. The wind quickly swept to the side. Seeing the animal, the guys said that this creature descended from the heavens themselves to protect the shrine. Watching the wolf, everyone understood that he would not just get into a fight. Parker, twisting in fear, asked the boys if they were sure. The animal's eyes radiated anger. Opening his mouth, Parker answered that he gave up. Jumping forward, the wolf began to continue growling with great force, showing his sharp teeth.